Suyu, once hailed as the youngest archmage, had now become a target for all. In his tattered golden robe, bloodied on the cliff's edge, he struggled to support his body weight against his purple bone jade staff. Behind him lay an endless abyss, while before him lurked deadly threats. Suyu gasped for breath, one hand desperately protecting the beauty behind him even though those besieging him were China's most elite masters. All because he had been framed as a traitor, his former glory instantly transformed into chains of hatred. China's 10 greatest masters had united to hunt him down. 3 lay fallen at Suyu's feet, yet the remaining ones dared not act rashly, the atmosphere explosive with tension. The enemies outside shouted threats and mockery. Archmage, you have nowhere left to run. Hand over your equipment, and we'll leave your corpse intact. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Surrender now. Each word cut like a blade, forcing Suyu into a corner with no escape. At this moment, Suyu's heart churned with turbulent emotions. Knowing his fate was sealed, he still turned back to offer the beauty behind him a bitter smile. Little did he know this smile would be their final farewell. Sudden, excruciating pain tore through his abdomen as a deep purple dagger pierced through his body from behind. Suyu looked down in disbelief as blood gushed forth, the very dagger he had personally crafted for Lin Rufei as her protective weapon. He stared at Lin Rufei in shock, seeing only coldness and contempt in her eyes. Lin Rufei gracefully turned and leaped into another man's embrace, their intimacy unmistakable. The tenderness Suyu had fantasized about countless times now belonged to another. In his rage, Suyu's eyes turned blood red, finally erupting in bitter, mocking laughter. Ha ha. 10 years. He had been her lapdog for 10 whole years, only to receive a knife in the back. He had given everything, seeking only companionship, yet received only cruel betrayal. Lin Rufei's heart, like his own devotion, had only grown harder the more he tried. For 10 years, Suyu had carried Lin Rufei like dead weight, pouring everything into elevating her from mediocrity to greatness. He thought his constant protection might win her heart, never imagining it would only bring despair and bone-chilling indifference. This blade severed all his illusions. Only as his life ebbed away did Suyu see clearly the ugliness of human nature and the cruelty of the apocalypse. But it was too late. Fury and unwillingness consumed his heart as Suyu swore through gritted teeth. I will have my revenge. He suddenly remembered his divine artifact ring. With this last thread of hope, Suyu refused to fall. But the next second, countless weapons and attacks crashed down, piercing through his body. Blood blurred his vision, yet his enemies' excited faces burned into his memory like brands. At the final moment, a deep red ring suddenly blazed with light, time flowing backward. He had been reborn. Blue Star, China, Star City. Suyu jolted awake. His face was pale, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just escaped from a nightmare. The divine artifact ring, Phoenix Heart, crumbled to dust on his finger. Indeed, death had triggered the passive rebirth ability, returning him to 10 years ago. Memories flooded back in this familiar yet strange home, his phone screen clearly displaying. Blue Star Calendar, October 6, 2050, 11 a.m. The very day the apocalypse would descend. The end times were approaching, bringing both terror and opportunity. Survival of the fittest would become the only law. Reborn, Suyu wanted nothing more than to personally revenge himself against that woman who had been a parasite for 10 years. He dialed her number, a self-mocking smile playing at his lips, his voice cold. Lin Rufei, come to my house now. I have something for you. On the other end, Lin Rufei was in bed with another man, her moans trembling with pleasure. Suyu understood everything instantly, suppressing his rage as he said, Fei, haven't you always wanted my old house? Now, I'm giving it to you. This old mansion was the inheritance Suyu's parents had left him. Developers had repeatedly offered high prices, all rejected. Only after Lin Rufei appeared did she gradually infiltrate his life. Now Suyu understood completely it had all been a conspiracy from the very beginning. Really? Lin Rufei was overjoyed, her voice brightening noticeably. Suyu replied indifferently. Come to my house. I'll take you to transfer the deed. Lin Rufei was ecstatic, eagerly agreeing while threatening. You better not be lying to me, or you'll see what I do to you. After hanging up, she finally let her emotions show, turning to pinch the man's thigh. Master, that simp is finally giving me the house. The man lit a cigarette, his gaze cold and calculating. There's an old Chinese saying getting something for nothing. Suyu may not want to give face, but he still obediently hands over the house to you. Lin Rufei cooed sweetly. Once I get the house, I'll dump him, okay? The man smiled coldly, reassuring her. No rush, take your time playing with him. Torment him, watch his despair, it excites me. Yes, master. I'll go quickly in return. See you at the usual place tonight. Lin Rufei tidily cleaned up before leaving the hotel. The man smiled coldly, his gaze sinister. News rolled across the television screen as experts discussed strange phenomena in the sky, viewer comments streaming continuously. Suyu lit a cigarette and waited quietly for Lin Rufei's arrival. Suyu, have you been smoking? Lin Rufei pushed open the door, her brow furrowed and her face cold as ice. Across from her, Suyu looked at his campus beauty girlfriend and was momentarily dazed for half a second. Lin Rufei had delicate, natural features with fair, smooth skin and a tall, well-proportioned figure. Her off-shoulder white dress with pink flowers hugged her curves, paired with khaki leather shoes. She had obviously rushed over, her chest rising and falling slightly, revealing a hint of allure that made her youthful vitality seem to overflow from the room. If this had been the Suyu from his previous life, he would have been completely captivated by this scene. She had once emphasized her allergy to cigarette smoke and forbidden Suyu from smoking, yet today she carried a faint scent of tobacco. Where this smell came from on a non-smoker was self-evident. This blatant double standard was Lin Rufei's usual tactic. In his previous life, Suyu had willingly played the fool, kept in the dark, but now from the outside he could see everything clearly. He smiled mockingly to himself. What an idiot he had been back then. You're here? Suyu stubbed out his cigarette on the table and looked up expressionlessly. Suyu's cold attitude made Lin Rufei even more impatient. Normally, she would have stormed off, but today she had a mission. Whatever, where's the property deed? I've already made an appointment online. Let's go handle it now. Hurry up. I have other things to do later. Before she finished speaking, she walked forward with a stern face and lifted her leg to kick Suyu. The familiar tone, the familiar gesture. For 10 whole years in his previous life, Lin Rufei had acted this superior every day, treating Suyu like a tireless slave, forcing him to give his heart and soul while offering not a trace of warmth in return. If not for that fatal backstab, Suyu might still be playing the lapdog. What a joke. Suyu stood up, his eyes ice cold, as if looking at a dead person. The stifling heat of Xingqing's noon suddenly poured into the room, yet Lin Rufei felt a chill down her spine, her raised foot freezing midair. You, what are you going to do? Her voice trembled. The gentle, honest Suyu she knew had vanished, replaced by a stranger. Suyu didn't answer with words, but with action. Slap. A heavy blow struck out. Lin Rufei saw stars and stumbled to the ground. Suyu, are you crazy? You pathetic loser, how dare you hit me? I'm calling the police. She screamed, only to discover that Suyu had already turned the TV volume to maximum. Covering her swollen face, she scrambled on hands and knees toward the door, only to find it locked from the inside. This was clearly premeditated. Suyu approached step by step, reached out to grab her long hair and yanked hard, slamming her back onto the floor. Lin Rufei trembled uncontrollably, fear rising in her throat. How ironic, demanding my house while enjoying yourself under another man. Suyu crouched down, a gleaming sharp knife appearing in his hand from nowhere, pointing it at Lin Rufei's chin as he finally spoke. The cold blade touched her skin, and an icy chill instantly crawled up Lin Rufei's spine. Her eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling, yet she still forced herself to shout defiantly. This is all a misunderstanding. If that's how you want to see it, there's nothing I can do. I just made the kind of mistake any normal girl would make. My girlfriend dragged me there last night. I don't even know that guy. He wore protection. What more do you want? A millimeter is still keeping distance. I'm actually a victim too. Can't you show me some understanding? I won't do this again. I realize how good you are now. Buzz. A phone vibration interrupted her rapid-fire excuses. The phone that had fallen to the floor was still flashing. Lin Rufei instinctively reached for it, but Suyu slapped her hand back with the flat of his blade. The man bent down to pick up the phone, held it up to her pale face for facial recognition, then unlocked it effortlessly with fingerprints and passcodes under his calm operation. The screen stopped at the top chat window on WeChat. The suggestive nickname and messages were particularly glaring under the dim light. Little slut, do you miss me? Master, you're so bad. I'm completely yours now. I can barely drive. I've already greased the wheels at the housing bureau. Just bring Suyu there directly. Yes, master. Just wait for my good news. Little slut, moan for me. Master, I'm still driving. Following that were several 60-second audio clips of Lin Rufei's intimate moans, along with explicit videos she had filmed while waiting at traffic lights. What a performance. Suyu slammed the phone down beside her face, his voice ice cold. No amount of explanation could change this reality. Setting aside the facts, don't you bear any responsibility? Lin Rufei suddenly screamed hysterically, her shrill voice echoing through the cramped living room. I'm the campus beauty of Star City University. So many people chase after me. Why should I choose an orphan like you? If it weren't for my master's mission, I wouldn't bother pretending with you or having anything to do with you. Let me tell you now, I not only have the Lin family behind me, but I also belong to young Master Bai Hao. Do you dare touch me? Her gaze was both smug and vicious, as if expecting Suyu to back down. The Lin family had some reputation in Star City, and she considered herself their little princess. The Bai family was even more powerful, the largest clan from the Cherry Blossom Nation. They had extended their reach into China, with Star City as their outpost, controlled by Bai Hao, the son of the family's third elder. The Bai family's real estate company had set their sights on Suyu's family land. After failed negotiations, they orchestrated this scheme. enjoying the thrill of being the neighbor next door while humiliating Suyu. After the apocalypse broke out, Suyu survived through his own abilities, but Lin Rufei became the shackle that oppressed him, bringing Bai Shihao tremendous benefits. Eventually, Bai Shihao even became one of China's top 10 fighters as the only foreigner, leading the hunt against Suyu. That was how the story began. How ironic. However, as memories surged, Suyu's face remained completely unmoved. He suddenly chuckled softly, the dagger in his hand flashing with cold light. Lin Rufei had no time to resist, her screams cutting off abruptly. Suyu precisely avoided the areas with the densest nerve endings, each cut as calculated as a surgeon's operation to swift strikes, severing the popliteal veins in both legs. Instantly, Lin Rufei lost all ability to move, watching helplessly as two streams of dark red blood slowly seeped from her wounds. Without time for further thought, Suyu made two more swift cuts, slicing open the radial arteries at both wrists. Crimson jets of blood instantly burst forth, splattering against the pristine white walls and cold floor tiles with a sharp pattering sound. Lin Rufei could barely feel the pain, yet she clearly sensed her heartbeat growing sluggish, each pulse seeming muffled by thick layers of cotton. Two more cuts followed, the blade scraping against bone. Blood quickly soaked through her white dress, streaming from her chest down to her ankles as a pool of scarlet rapidly formed on the floor. Suyu watched her struggle with cold detachment. His purpose was to make her experience the complete process of life draining away. Lin Rufei's legs began to weaken, her eyelids too heavy to lift, her speech and breathing like a broken bellows wheezing. But it was Suyu's surging killing intent that finally made her see reality clearly, as terror consumed her entire being. Suyu, you can do anything to me, just please don't kill me. Suyu, don't you want to taste me? Suyu, help me ah. Her shrill pleas echoed through the room, yet the blade remained ice cold, never pausing. The metallic stench grew suffocating, the air seeming to thicken. As the last traces of color drained from her face, her voice became hoarse, her body convulsed, and her life force rapidly ebbed away. Death came in an instant, but the dying process lasted a full 10 minutes. In Lin Rufei's wide-open, unseeing eyes remained 4 parts shock, 3 parts despair, and 3 parts regret. Suyu's final cut swept across her throat with one swift motion. Her head hung connected by only a thin strip of flesh. Ah! Suyu threw back his head and roared. 10 years of obsessive devotion shattered completely in that furious cry. As exhilaration flooded through his entire body, felt incredible satisfaction from killing. However, he had another purpose for this act, to complete his first kill at the exact moment the apocalypse began. As someone reborn, he knew well that survivors could awaken talents after their first kill, and the awakening level depended not only on physical aptitude but was closely tied to timing. Theoretically, the earlier the awakening, the higher the talent level. This was his plan, the perfect opening he had envisioned. Sure enough, the moment the blade left his hand and Lin Rufei drew her last breath, the clock struck 12. A thunderous system notification exploded in Suyu's ears. Ding! Congratulations, survivor, for slaying your enemy and achieving rebirth through nirvana, completing the world's first kill and awakening the talent-plundering Hand SS rank. At exactly 12 o'clock on Blue Star, time seemed to freeze in that very instant. The sky appeared to be paused, with vehicles that had been shuttling through the streets, dust swirling in the air, and flocks of birds circling overhead, all frozen in that single second. Puff, puff, puff. World announcement. A childish yet endlessly echoing voice suddenly burst into everyone's consciousness. Good afternoon, surviving companions. I am the Orderer. You may also respectfully address me as Lord God. The voice was excited and playful, as if showing off a newly acquired toy. Welcome to the new world I've created for you lot. Global digitization is now officially activated, and you will receive a data panel plus. Everyone gets one name change opportunity. The childish voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, carrying merciless laughter. As for the remaining 7 billion humans, they have been transformed into zombies by me, and their sole duty is to hunt. Kill. You. Don't worry, death isn't scary, because each survivor only has one life. Lines of blood-red text scrolled across everyone's retinas. All food and water sources on Blue Star have been completely destroyed by survival. Through hiding is impossible. Next come spoilers. Proceed with caution. First, all survivors will receive a bracelet, which will be your most important interactive tool. Second, successfully completing your first kill will trigger a talent awakening. Third, defeating zombies can drop experience, gold coins, equipment, items, and supplies. Fourth, the newbie development period is only 7 days. After 7 days, zombie aggression and evolution speed will dramatically increase. In this world, anything is possible. Prepare to face the challenge. Alright, 60-second countdown begins. Please enjoy this rich yet desperate apocalypse. The voice was sweet as sugar, but the content was more venomous than poison. All this information flooded into every survivor's brain like a torrent. Many thought they were experiencing a prank or hallucination. But Suyu didn't doubt it for a second. Having been reborn, he remembered the bloodshed of the apocalypse and recalled every word of this announcement identical to his previous life. After confirming this, he immediately raised his wrist to activate the black bracelet that had just appeared. Survivor. Suyu, welcome to the apocalypse. Detection shows 209 survivors on Blue Star, named Suyu. Do you need to rename? Or shall the system automatically rename you to Suyu 47? Suyu's mouth twitched. The Suyu 47 flashing on the screen made him want to laugh. What am I? An AK-47. Sorry, survivor. ID, AK-47, is already taken. Shall we automatically rename you to AK-47B? Rename to Lone Wolf. Suyu sighed helplessly, cursing the bracelet's artificial stupidity. Ding. Confirm rename to Lone Wolf. Confirmed. The moment his confirmation fell, information about wolves was synchronized. Wolves are pack hunters that work together and have strong, vengeful instincts, while a lone wolf, separated from the pack, is the most dangerous anomaly refusing to be controlled, responsible only to itself, living only for revenge. Suyu chose this name not to look cool, but for vengeance. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing was never zombies, but humans. Brothers turning against each other, spouses killing one another had seen too much of it, and even in his previous life, he hadn't escaped betrayal. After all that groveling, he ended up with nothing. This time, he would never trust anyone again. He would walk the path of revenge alone, stepping over his enemies' corpses, growing stronger with each step. Opening the attribute panel, he saw his name, profession as Lone Wolf, no level, 1 experience point, 0-10 strength which affects physical attack power, 10 spirit which affects magical attack power, 10 constitution which affects defense, 10 agility which affects movement and attack speed, 0 luck value which affects critical hit rate and encounter probability, 0.1 cubic meter storage space. No equipment slot. Main talent, plundering hand SS rank. No secondary talent, skill slot. Take what you want. 11. Strength, spirit, constitution, and agility are the 4 fundamental attributes. A cold gray light screen unfolded before Suyu, with data jumping line by line, as if narrating his past and present. The orderers assigned basic attributes to each survivor based on scan results. Minimum 1 point, maximum 10 points, with the median for ordinary adults being 5 points. When he first awakened in his previous life, Suyu's attributes were all unremarkable 5s. But after struggling through 10 years in the apocalypse, his combat skills and reflexes had been honed to perfection by blood and flames. Now reborn, all his stats had maxed out at 10 points. He took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to the most crucial talent section, world's first kill, and its SS rank. In this wasteland torn apart by zombies and mutant beasts, whether human or monster, growth potential was determined by talent. Talents ranged from F to SSS across 9 tiers, with higher levels being rarer but more terrifyingly powerful. Talent awakening probability. A rank, 1 in 10. Drank, 1 in 100. Crank, 1 in 1,000. Brank, 1 in 10,000. Srank, 1 in 1,000,000. S rank, 1 in 10 million. SS rank, 1 in 100 million. Similarly, talent effects increased exponentially. Frank scavenging, survival resource drops 50. Drank recovery, all healing effects 100. A rank vampirism, absorbs life proportionally when dealing damage. Once reaching Srank, each talent could sway the tide of battle. Srank merciful release, critical hit rate 100, every strike hits vital points. S rank dance of death, all damage ignores defense and shields, dealing true damage directly. A popular saying in the apocalypse went, there are no useless talents, only people who don't work hard enough. It encouraged people to dig deep into their potential and play their cards to the fullest. Suyu himself was proof of this with his previous life's rank mage's heart. He had become the Archmage of China. However, when he looked up, almost every truly peak-level powerhouse possessed rank or higher talents. Chicken soup might warm the stomach, but it couldn't change social hierarchy. Only Suyu knew the hardships he'd endured. Every breakthrough came with blood, sweat, and sacrifice. As they say, some are born as beasts of burden, while others wake up already in Rome. Now, a new golden icon flickered on his panel. Talent, plundering hand. Rank, SSS, unique type. Description, take what you want. Survivors possessing this talent can forcibly plunder another creature's talent once per level gained, permanently stripping the target of that ability. The plunder probability depends on the target's collapse and weakness levels. The higher these states, the greater the chance of successful plunder. Special talents cannot be plundered. Current uses, 11. When Suyu saw this cold system notification, his heart pounded violently, his entire body feeling as if struck by lightning, unable to calm down. In his previous life, he had been the Archmage, standing at the pinnacle of magic, and he knew exactly what talent meant to an evolver, especially SS rank talent, an existence bordering on mythical. The awakening probability for SS rank was only 1 in 100 million. With Blue Star's total population of 8 billion and approximately 1 billion survivors, only 10 people would be qualified to touch this ultimate limit. And this was just the beginning of the system information. According to the talent description, each time his talent leveled up, he could initiate one plunder, forcibly stealing talents from others. In contrast, other survivors, aside from automatically gaining their first talent through first kill, had to wait until level 60 to awaken their second talent. This meant most people could barely possess dual talents by the mid-apocalypse period. Suyu was different with a maximum level cap of 100. He could theoretically collect 100 different talents. Whenever he spotted someone with powerful abilities, he could ruthlessly reach out and seize them. The system also clearly stated that plunder targets weren't limited to survivors. Any creature fell within the plunderable range. If he couldn't find suitable prey among his own kind, he could easily turn his attention to those BOS-level zombies. Their talents were often even more outrageous. 1-minute countdown begins. The time was neither long nor short. Suyu took a deep breath and decisively closed the panel. Dark clouds churned outside the window, the air carrying a faint scent of acrid smoke. His palm clenched into a fist, knuckles white, nervous, but more than that, anticipating. The moment the countdown reached 0, the world seemed sliced by a blade. An indescribable pressure descended from the heavens. All electronic devices simultaneously went black, and piercing alarms sounded from far and near. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to awaken SS rank talent. Obtained unique achievement. The Chosen One. World announcement incoming. Hide name? Don't hide it. Suyu didn't hesitate. The light screen exploded with brilliant golden radiance. The world channel instantly flooded with messages, countless unknown gazes converging on the new name, Lone Wolf, at this moment. The apocalypse had just begun to unfold, and Suyu already held cards that put him ahead of everyone else. He was ready to face this brand new world with his new identity. All survivors simultaneously received a world announcement from the Order. Whoa! World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person in the apocalypse to awaken an SS-level talent, earning the world's unique achievement, the Chosen One, along with massive rewards. All other survivors should follow his example. The cold, mechanical voice echoed across the sky, repeating 3 times. In just a few seconds, the entire world exploded like it had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Apocalypse. Lone Wolf. Are you kidding me? Honey, your teeth are touching me. Stop. It's breaking. In a hotel suite, a rich second-generation heir stared blankly at the woman below him, who was pecking like a chicken, his voice filled with tears. At the end of the hallway, alarms and shattering glass intertwined, yet he dared not move. I've read hundreds of apocalypse novels. This situation won't stump me. I'm screwed. I'm surrounded by zombies. In the office building's break room, an intern snapped out of his daze. Opening the door, 6 beautiful female zombies swayed and blocked the corridor, crimson saliva dripping from their teeth. Big Brother Lone Wolf is so amazing. Please come save your little treasure quickly. There are so many bad things outside. Woo woo woo. In a rental apartment, a girl hugged her pillow and curled up in the corner, pouting as she sent voice messages, her sweet voice unable to hide her trembling. Fuck. Lone Wolf. A Chinese person? Shouldn't the first kill be mine? In America, a muscular man used a compound bow to shoot an arrow through his bedmate's forehead, blood splattering across half his maniacally grinning face. Just as everyone marveled at Suyu, the true apocalyptic catastrophe descended. The originally pale red sky stretched to its limit and instantly turned into thick, blood-red color. In the cities, cars, subways, and planes simultaneously lost power. Sirens and crash sounds rose and fell, with flames and thick smoke shooting straight into the sky. This was merely the prelude. Panic spread rapidly among the survivors. People watched with their own eyes as companions transformed into what the Order called zombies within seconds, eyes rolled back white, limbs twitching yet moving with alarming speed, mouths split to their ears, emitting piercing shrieks. They pounced on living people like rabid dogs, gnawing and tearing. Within minutes, severed limbs and organs littered street corners, screams, cries for help, and zombie howls weaving together into a hellish symphony. Worse still, those who were bitten immediately collapsed convulsing and quickly joined the zombie ranks. However, the world announcement wasn't just about showing off. More importantly, it was about the rewards. From the first second of the apocalypse's arrival, Suyu's ID was pushed to the top of the announcement, and he had already won at the starting line. At this moment, he was happily checking his reward list. Claiming the Chosen One achievement rewards, reputation 1,000, gold coins 1,000, bracelet storage space expanded to 1 cubic meter. Title obtained, the Chosen One. He raised his hand to look at the black tech bracelet on his wrist. A light screen appeared with jumping data. Like Emperor Qin touching a live wire, was winning big. Reputation could bring discounts in the system shop, unlock special items and dungeons. Gold coins would be used to purchase supplies in major city safe zones after the 7-day newbie period ended. As for the storage space expansion, which should have cost massive amounts of gold coins or required completing special tasks, he now had it directly, allowing Suyu to shed the heavy pack on his back. 1 cubic meter was definitely enough for now. The most crucial aspect was the title itself, with acquisition conditions so harsh they were beyond the reach of ordinary people. When Suyu had first entered the Archmage realm years ago, he had only managed to obtain the temporary title of China's first Archmage once, and those brief 30 minutes of glory had made countless powerhouses green with envy. Now, the chosen one title before his eyes was a unique, lifelong permanent title awarded to the first survivor in the apocalypse to awaken an SS rank talent. The attribute panel instantly appeared, permanent 5 to all attributes. This translated to being 4 levels higher than peers of the same rank. Even more outrageous were the percentage-based bonuses. Wearing this title increased damage dealt by 10 and reduced damage taken by 10. While these numbers seemed modest now, once the late apocalypse turned everyone into stat monsters, these 210 bonuses would be game-changing. The only drawback, each person could only wear one title at a time. Suyu equipped it without hesitation. Who knew when the next title opportunity would come? The stairwell still echoed with running footsteps, fighting, and screams. After peering through the peephole to confirm it was quiet, he locked the security door and decided to wait for the chaos to subside before moving. No point opening the door just to get stabbed and become a laughingstock. During this brief respite, he stuffed all his pre-prepared survival tools into his storage ring, then grabbed the handy cleaver from the kitchen. Aside from that, only the dagger used to assassinate Lin Rufy was still usable. Until he could get proper apocalypse weapons, these cold household blades were his entire arsenal. Stepping over Lin Rufy's still warm corpse, his expression remained cold. This woman was nothing more than a pawn. The real enemies were the Lin family, Bai Shihao, and the Bai family behind him, towering walls that had blocked his fate in both his past and present lives. With their current power, charging at them would be like a moth flying into flame. The most urgent task was to use his rebirth memories to rapidly gain strength during these crucial newbie days, then uproot both the Lin and Bai families while they were still in their infancy. Those who had wronged him, whether intentionally or not, whether hiding behind masks of virtue or openly evil, none would be spared. They all had to die? With his resolve set, his target became crystal clear. There were suitable experience packages right in his building. He lived on the 8th floor, where each floor had 4 units, but only 2 were occupied, his and the elderly couple in 804. To prevent outsiders from entering, he first locked the fire escape, turning the entire 8th floor into a semi-enclosed space. The narrow hallway's yellow and white tiles looked mottled under the dim emergency lighting. Unit 804's door was tightly shut, but constant rustling sounds came from within. The elderly couple had moved in a year ago, and since then the entire floor had been filled with a foul stench. They treated their commercial apartment like a scrap collection station, first piling junk inside, then spreading cardboard and bottles throughout the public hallway. At 6 in the morning, Suyu was never woken by his alarm clock, but by their clang-clang noise as they stepped on bottles. Visits from property management and police had become a joke. Every time officials left, the old couple became even more brazen. The property management, tired of the hassle, simply passed the buck, with neighbors should be understanding, morally blackmailing Suyu to be more tolerant. Suyu remembered the couple's self-righteous attitude behind closed doors, as if the entire floor belonged to them. In his previous life, both had turned into zombies in the first wave and died by his blade. Satisfying, but not satisfying enough. Suddenly, the door burst open and the old woman stumbled out, running while screaming. "Old man, it's better to stay ignorant as a person. Don't be so petty. Don't worry, the child is definitely yours. As long as it looks like you, that's enough. I just made a mistake that any normal woman would make. Don't bite me." Before finishing her words, she kicked her husband back into the room and slammed the door shut with a bang. The next second, heavy pounding came from inside, far too loud to be from an ordinary old man's strength. The old woman slumped against the wall, chest heaving violently, her face showing both terror and cunning. Those few sentences nearly fried Suyu's brain. This old woman was like vintage tea from 1982, an absolute master manipulator. Her lines were identical to Lin Rufy's. He couldn't tell who had copied whom. At that moment, Suyu noticed the bite marks on the old lady's arm. It was obvious that she had been bitten by her infected husband, who had turned into a zombie. At the current rate of infection, she would completely transform into a zombie within another minute. Even so, Suyu instinctively activated the inspection skill that everyone possessed after the apocalypse. Begonet could directly read all personal information of targets not exceeding level 3. If the target had already zombified, even their attributes, talents, and skills would be fully displayed. A panel appeared. Li Taiapi zombifying LV2, no profession, strength, talent, max level luck. Not only had the old lady achieved the first kill, but she had also awakened and shrank talent that only appeared with a 9 million probability. Unfortunately, She was already infected with the zombie virus and didn't have long to live. Suyu only knew her surname was Lee, but he hadn't expected her given name to be Tyapi, such a distinctive name. True to her name, she was always muttering about trivial matters. Unlike his previous life, when he could only see basic panels, Suyu could now directly observe even the target's talents thanks to his own SS strength talent, which pleasantly surprised him. Max level luck, though a non-combat strength talent, was rare enough to change the entire apocalyptic landscape. 1. On a small scale, it directly improved kill drop rates, encompassing equipment, items, and resources. 2. On a large scale, the trigger probability of various hidden quests, dungeons, and professions was also tied to luck. Therefore, even a piece of equipment that only added 1 point of luck would be frantically bid up to astronomical prices at auction houses. The 5-star American critic MacArthur once said, if he had to choose between a well-trained 1,000-man army and 1 point of luck, he would choose the latter without hesitation. In Suyu's previous life, when he reached the rank of Archmage, his personal luck value was only a pitiful 2 points, which showed just how valuable it was. Let me try while she hasn't turned into a zombie yet. Suyu raised his hand and activated his skill Hand of Plunder. Ding. You used Hand of Plunder on survivor Lee Tyapi. Lee Tyapi's current collapse rate 10, weakness rate 10, talent plunder failed. Suyu felt 1/3 of his energy instantly evaporate, but fortunately the skill had no cooldown. He frowned. The old lady had witnessed her husband's transformation and was severely injured, yet her collapse and weakness rates were only 10. 2 new values appeared prominently on the information panelet. Seemed his talent could also monitor the target's collapse and weakness in real time. This function would be quite satisfying when dealing with enemies in the future. However, to plunder again, he needed to raise the success rate to 100 first. Since the old lady was about to completely zombify anyway, using her for practice wouldn't hurt. At this moment, Lee Tyapi's body was gradually being infected by the zombie virus. Changes were visibly taking place in her body, though she remained completely unaware of them. Old Lady Lee hunched over, staring at Suyu while muttering something under her breath, wearing a half-smiling expression. She pointed at her own leg and cursed. I'm a 70-year-old comrade who's fallen down, and you don't even know to help me up? Little Sue, what are you staring at? Help me up right now. Didn't your mother teach you to respect the elderly and care for the young? After speaking, she revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth, shouting while struggling to push herself up from the ground. But Suyu slightly nudged with his knee, using minimal force to maximum effect, pushing her back down. The old woman, who had just lifted half her body up, her fat flesh jiggling, crashed heavily against the wall. The gold tooth she'd just had installed this year flew out with the impact, instantly filling her mouth with blood. Breakdown level, 20, weakness level, 20, current plunder success rate, 40. Suyu shrugged, spreading his palms in an innocent gesture. Oh my, you've lost several teeth. How careless of me. Sorry, is that good enough? His tone was sarcastic and mocking. You weren't careless. That was deliberate. Old Lady Lee was so angry she slapped the ground repeatedly. Breakdown level, 30, weakness level, 20, current plunder success rate, 50. She lay on the ground, screaming at the top of her lungs. Help. A college student is beating someone up. Come and see. She raised both hands high, pounding the hallway tiles forcefully, but no one responded. When this scheme failed, she switched tactics. Little Sue. My son is Lee Gang, you know him, right? From the police station. We'll check the surveillance footage later and sue you until you can't even afford pants. She extended her finger, poking it right at Suyu's nose, her face twisted with malice. In Suyu's eyes, this was clearly a death wish. Too lazy for more words, a cold gleam flashed as his blade swept across, severing the outstretched wrist cleanly at the root. Blood gushed from the wound. Murder. The piercing scream had barely begun when it was cut short by several more strikes. The old woman's limbs were completely severed, her body collapsing in a pool of blood. Considering she was about to be infected by the zombie virus, Suyu decided to disable her mobility first. Strangely, the viral spread meant Old Lady Lee could barely feel any pain. Now she resembled a human pig, covered in blood and filth, trembling in terror. In her panic, she lost control of her bladder, urine mixing with blood in a puddle beneath her, able only to convulse helplessly. Please, don't kill me. I promise I'll be a good person from now on. She cried, begging for mercy. Be a good person? Maybe in your next life. Suyu sneered coldly. Hee. Actually, I still prefer your rebellious attitude. You recover a bit. He said softly, directly cutting off her pleas. Breakdown level, 50, weakness level, 90, current plunder success rate, 140. Suyu glanced at the panel. Only 50 breakdown after chopping off 4 limbs? Fine, at least the weakness level is up. I'll consider the extra 40 a gift to the system. He spread his hands. Just that generous. Ding. You have used plundering hand on survivor Li Xiaopi, talent plunder successful. Remaining uses, 0. Ding. You have obtained strength talent, maxed luck. Holy shit, that actually worked? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Talent, Maxed luck rank, divine favor. Survivors possessing this talent have their luck value permanently locked at maximum level 9. Luck value will not be affected by any equipment or environmental factors. This meant that even if he encountered equipment or negative dungeons that reduced luck values in the future, it wouldn't affect him at all. Starting with maxed luck could only be described with 4 words, far ahead of the competition. Old Lady Li, whose talent had been plundered by Suyu, felt as though something had been drained from her body, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what that sensation was. The next second, her body suddenly went rigid, her limbs frozen as if encased in ice, her mind completely blank. The dizziness that followed seemed to twist the world into a spinning top, with everything before her eyes whirling in chaos. Her head rolled through the uncontrollable vortex for over a dozen spins before finally coming to a halt. Ding! Successfully eliminated level 2 zombie. Gained 20 experience points and 2 gold coins. Ding! Level increased to 2. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Hand of Plunder remaining uses, 1. As the cold system notification faded from his ears, Suyu noticed a faint dark green light emanating from beneath the corpse in the pool of blood. He lifted his foot and kicked away the severed head with a splat. Blood splattered everywhere, revealing a ring glowing with green light lying quietly beneath the mangled flesh. That familiar color made Suyu's eyes light up, the distinctive aura of Apocalypse equipment. Apocalypse equipment had strict quality grades, ranked from lowest to highest. Excellent, fine, legendary, mythical, and divine 5 tiers in total. Beyond these, there was also the cheapest common grade, those blank items that only provided appearance without any attributes, hardly worth mentioning. Equipment drops were already rare. Most of the time, only survival supplies like water and canned food would drop. Getting equipment was already incredibly lucky, and hoping for high-quality gear was like winning the lottery. Logically speaking, once the 7-day newbie protection period ended, anyone who could obtain 1 or 2 excellent grade items could boast about it endlessly. Yet Suyu, on his very first kill, had found a ring emanating green light. His luck was truly extraordinary. Wow, the drop rate is really high, he exclaimed, mimicking Brother Long's signature catchphrase, then grinned smugly. Hee, truly worthy of maxed out luck. He even added with unconcealed excitement. This is absolutely incredible. Recalling his previous life under Lin Rufy's oppression, he had lived like someone cursed with misfortune, becoming a complete pushover. The slightest word that displeased her would result in cold violence and abuse. During those days, he had learned to stay silent, to bury his emotions deep within. But perhaps he had been suppressed for too long, having personally eliminated both his campus belle girlfriend and now old Lady Lyle. Restraints were torn away, and Suyu's hidden nature burst forth like a wild beast breaking free from its cage. Now he spoke decisively, smiled brilliantly, radiating a long-lost vitality. As the saying goes, in silence, one either becomes wicked or becomes twisted. Suyu chose to reject mental exhaustion, saying whatever he wanted to say. Why shouldn't he let himself be free? I picked up the ring from the ground and examined its properties. Ring of Vitality, excellent grade equipment. This is an eternal ring forged with basic magic that grants the wearer lasting vitality. Attributes, Constitution 5. Passive, slowly restores vitality after leaving combat. Set effect 12, not activated. The Ring of Vitality and Ring of Energy were known as the 2 most cost-effective pieces of equipment in the early apocalypse. Combat inevitably brought bumps and bruises, but as long as the damage wasn't irreversible like broken bones or severed limbs, wearing this ring would restore you to about 70 or 80% health overnight. Unfortunately, it was only excellent grade, and compared to the mythic and divine grade equipment Suyu once possessed, its attributes seemed pitiful. Still, free stuff was free stuff. Besides, Suyu, being a veteran, knew exactly how to trigger the hidden quests and dungeons for those mythic items. He could always farm them again once his strength was sufficient. He slipped the ring onto his finger. Ding! Ring of Vitality equipped. Friendly reminder, survivors can wear 2 rings simultaneously. Next, Suyu allocated all 5 of his stored attribute points to strength. Current base attributes, Strength 20, Spirit 15, Constitution 20, Agility 15. Before level 10, skills are scarce. Raw strength trumps all fancy tricks, and the other attributes are sufficient for now. Meanwhile, the security door of apartment 804 was being battered by the elderly zombie in the hallway. Ordinary early-stage zombies primarily relied on smell and hearing to locate prey, so when silence fell behind the door, it temporarily quieted down as well. Suyu retrieved the keys from the old lady's waist and calmly turned the lock. The mechanism clicked, and the zombie behind the door crack let out a low growl. Suyu struck first, yanking the security door wide open. Before him stood a gaunt zombie wearing a basketball jersey, covered in wounds, who knew what the old lady had put it through earlier. The zombie swung its damaged claws straight at Suyu's face. Suyu slightly sidestepped and casually stuck out his leg to trip it. The elderly zombie stumbled forward, barely managing to steady itself. only to step on its old partner's head, crushing it to pulp. Off balance, the creature tumbled into the hallway's garbage pile. Crash. Aluminum cans, plastic bottles, and cardboard scattered across the floor. Suyu seized the opportunity to pull up the attribute panel. Target: weak zombie level 1. Strength 6, Spirit 15, Constitution 6, Agility 3. Not bad, quite spirited. After zombification, attributes were generally slightly higher than in life. Looking at this old man, he was full of energy, both alive and dead. No wonder he used to consistently harass Suyu every few days without fail. But 6 strength and 3 agility meant slow and weak, numbers that didn't even qualify as an appetizer in Suyu's eyes. The elderly zombie struggled up from the garbage pile, grabbing a green paint bucket above its head and shaking it wildly. What a coincidence the bucket was green too. Suyu certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. He stepped forward swiftly, aiming his bone-cleaving blade at its neck. The old zombie finally managed to remove the paint bucket from its head, instinctively raising its arms to block the incoming attack. The bone-cleaving blade had already severed both arms in previous strikes, and though its force had diminished slightly, it still shaved the zombie's jaw into flying fragments. Left with only its upper jaw and no claws, the zombie continued swaying its broken body, attempting to bite Suyu. Suyu remained completely calm as his second strike followed immediately. The zombie had no chance to dodge, and its head was cleaved clean off, landing with a thud back into the green paint bucket. Apparently, this was the old man's true happy home. Ding. Successfully eliminated zombie LV1, gained 10 experience points, and 1 gold coin. Suyu took a deep breath and quickly reviewed the battle. Logically, it should have taken only 1 strike, yet he had used 2. In his previous life as a mage, his close combat experience was inevitably lacking. With this thought, he casually kicked the corpse aside and focused on the dropped Luda universal capsule. In the apocalypse, universal capsules were practically equivalent to life itself. From small items like candy and soda to grand feasts of seafood and whole roasted lamb, everything could be stored within. The usage was extremely simple: press the button on top, and the supplies would instantly materialize. However, once opened, the capsule couldn't be recovered, and any remaining food had to be stored in the bracelet. The system rules were crystal clear. The moment the apocalypse descended, all existing food on Blue Star would rot completely. Survivors had to endure the 7-day novice period until safe zones in major cities opened, allowing them to purchase food from the system store with gold coins. Want to hide and survive? No way. To stay alive, you had to kill zombies. He checked the label, 2L of cola. Experiments from the Lighthouse country showed that humans could survive 7 days without food, but only 3 without water. Clean water sources were especially precious in the apocalypse, and cola provided both hydration and high carbohydrates, truly premium supplies. Suyu pressed the button, the capsule burst open, and Sprite-like bubbles fizzed with refreshing coolness. He tilted his head back and gulped several mouthfuls, then glanced around the room. A zombie child lay on the ground. Clearly the old woman had awakened her talent by killing it. Suyu didn't bother looking further and headed straight for the stairs to the 9th floor. According to his memory, this floor also had only 2 households. As soon as he entered the common area, he heard stumbling footsteps and the characteristic low growls of zombies. 2 of them. One zombie child hung upside down from the ceiling, while an elderly grandmother zombie pushed a baby stroller on the ground. Most likely they had been infected together while she was watching her grandchild. A quick scan of their attribute panels revealed the zombie child had 12 agility points, with other stats similar to ordinary zombies. Though stronger than regular humans overall, it was far inferior to Suyu. The 2 zombies became instantly excited upon seeing a living person, shrieking as they attacked from above and below with savage but completely uncoordinated movements, typical low-level zombies whose greatest weakness was their lack of intelligence, acting purely on instinct. Crack. Suyu didn't retreat but advanced, swinging his blade Hedon. The most agile zombie child bore the brunt of the attack, cleanly bisected at the waist by the bone-cleaving blade. Blood mist immediately sprayed out, creating a screen. The ordinary zombie stepped into the blood curtain and was met by the raised bone-cleaving blade, which struck its neck precisely, the sound of shattering bone and flesh clearly audible. Practice makes perfect. Suyu's mastery of the bone-cleaving blade grew increasingly skillful. Ding. Successfully eliminated zombie LV1, gained 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. 2 consecutive system notifications brought 20 experience points. He still needed 60 more points to reach level 3. After the 2 zombies died, 2 more consumable items appeared beside their bodies. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the stark difference seen his previous life. He had starved for 3 whole days right from the start. After desperately fighting his way out of the beginner zone, he was nearly exhausted and his pockets were emptier than his face was clean. If not for an unlucky zombie that finally dropped an apple, he would have starved to death on the spot. What made it even more frustrating was that he only discovered the apple was worm-eaten after taking a few bites. Now his luck had certainly turned around. Suyu bent down to pick up the 2 spoils of war from the ground. 1. Silver Bird Claw Common Grade Consumable. Consumes a small amount of energy. After use, observation skills are slightly enhanced for 5 minutes. 2. Enemy Lure Pot Common Grade Consumable. Consumes a small amount of energy. Can be thrown to attract humanoid zombies within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute. Becomes ineffective if the pot is damaged. Though they were only common grade items, in the apocalypse, using them cleverly could mean the difference between life and death. Thinking about how they would soon come in handy, Suyu smiled slightly and stored both items in the storage bracelet on his wrist. The commotion he made while handling the corpses quickly disturbed the residents on the same floor. The door to room 903 swung open with a bang, and a young woman wearing a face mask and cartoon pajamas poked her head out. With her 800-degree nearsightedness, she squinted at Suyu in the common area and immediately put one hand on her hip, starting to scold. "Are you sick or something? Making all this noise in broad daylight." As she continued berating him, she grabbed her phone, ready to call the police station. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, Suyu never bothered reasoning with people. Reality had long proven such efforts meaningless. The only reason he didn't attack her immediately was that killing her would yield no benefits. He quietly pulled up his interface to scan her. Level 1, unawakened, clearly oblivious to the current situation. So he picked up his bone-cleaving knife and walked past her toward the room, where an elderly zombie was swaying as it emerged. With her blurred vision, the young woman thought Suyu was trying to provoke her. Her temper flared, and she grabbed a broom, cursing as she prepared to strike. Only when Suyu approached did she clearly see the man covered in blood from head to toe, radiating murderous intent. Her heart tightened, and her legs went weak. Trembling, she fumbled for her glasses in her pocket. The moment she put them on, the horrifying bloody scene in the hallway scared her so badly that she lost control of her bladder. The elderly zombie shuffled over to her side and playfully grabbed her hand, stuffing it into its mouth. With only a few teeth left, it could only gnaw out a handful of sticky saliva, creating such a ridiculous scene that even Suyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Moments later, the young woman felt a tearing pain on the back of her hand. The zombie had finally broken through her skin. The infection was complete, and the zombie's level instantly jumped to 2. Dragging its tottering body, it lunged towards Suyu again. More work for me. Suyu licked his cracked lips and flipped his blade. In just a few moves, he had chopped the old young zombie pair into 2 piles of flesh and blood, collecting 30 experience points in the process. The corpses exploded into a supply capsule. Fragrant spicy hot pot. Not bad. Suyu pocketed the capsule, thinking to himself. Being able to drink cola and eat spicy hot pot on the first night of the apocalypse was quite luxurious indeed. After confirming that the 9th floor had been completely cleared, Suyu set his sights on the top floor, the 10th level. The landlord of this floor had rented the entire level to a local streaming agency. The residents were all laid off men and women from Xing City, plus management staff, at least 20 people in total. During the day, they performed stunts on regular streaming platforms. Some dangled from safety harnesses while cleaning windows, others raced on train simulators, and some rode human-sized pendulum rides that swayed wildly. They charged set prices to attract viewers, with fans showering them with virtual sports cars and yachts before being lured into buying so-called premium content. When night fell, these streamers collectively switched to adult platforms for explicit shows, desperately raking in money. If they encountered a top donor, they'd even provide more intimate fan services offline. The moment the elevator doors opened, Suyu found himself surrounded by life-sized promotional standees. Beautiful female streamer, 38 years old, divorced with 2 kids. Lock onto room number 9527. Runaway princess from Star City, just turned 18. Room number 02825. Do you love me? Come claim your first love girlfriend, guaranteed to look just like the cover photo. Live stream ID 11037. The girls on the standees looked stunning and youthful, but Suyu had seen their real faces. Most relied heavily on beauty filters or even high-tech enhancements that definitely wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. This floor had once housed a survivor who awakened and shrank talent and claimed to be the building's boss. Behind closed doors, he bullied and exploited others, but ultimately didn't survive the beginner period and met his end. Suyu remembered him well. Now, Suyu stood quietly at the innermost door. Forcing his way in would be unwise, but he had come prepared. He pulled out the silver bird claw he'd obtained on the 9th floor. Ding. Consumable used. Silver bird claw. Observation ability slightly enhanced for 5 minutes. As the system notification faded, his senses immediately sharpened, allowing him to perceive every movement inside through the door. The entire floor layout became crystal clear. Rooms 1001 and 1002 had their doors tightly shut, each containing 2 zombies. Room 1003 stood wide open, long since abandoned. Room 1004's door was half open, with the stench of blood wafting out. At least 10 corpses lay scattered inside, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Deeper within, a zombie was continuously chewing, accompanied by the faint breathing of 2 humans, the only survivors left on this floor. Not wanting to delay any longer, Suyu delivered a powerful kick to the door. Open up. FBI raid. Everyone stay calm. The door exploded inward, revealing a nauseating scene. Dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, both human and zombie. Every male, whether human or zombie, had their lower body torn into bloody pulp. Crimson blood splattered across the floor, walls, and ceiling like a thick coat of sticky paint. In the center of the hallway crouched a completely naked, muscular male zombie with its back to Suyu. It held a bloody piece of that thing in its hand, about to stuff it into its mouth. Ordinary zombies typically treated infected survivors as fellow creatures and stopped attacking them. This one specifically devouring humans was extremely rare, likely someone with severe antisocial personality disorder in their previous life, whose residual memories after zombification had evolved it into an elite zombie. The zombie's tattoos were shocking to behold. A fire-breathing Qilin on the left arm, a three-legged golden crow on the right hand, 9 dragons pulling a coffin across the back, and Guangong with open eyes on the chest. The imagery was overwhelming. Well, those aren't just tattoos, they're death marks, Suyu thought to himself. Who has the fate strong enough to handle all that? Sure enough, turned into a zombie, didn't you? Suyu immediately checked the opponent's attributes. Robust zombie, level 3, elite grade. Basic attributes, strength 25, spirit 8, constitution 22, agility 15. The numbers laid out before him clearly demonstrated this zombie's terrifying power. Ordinary survivors wouldn't last more than a few moves against it. However, Suyu's overall attributes weren't inferior either, so the outcome of a real fight remained uncertain. Like survivors, zombies could also level up through killing. Reaching level 3 in such a short time showed this monster's bloody trail of carnage. Yet its spirit value was even lower than the old man downstairs, clearly belonging to the all-brawn, no-brains category. While its intelligence couldn't compare to a true boss, it already possessed some judgment compared to ordinary zombies. Elite zombies always had impressive drop rates, so Suyu certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Before he could think further, the zombie roared and stood up completely naked with bulging muscles, then charged straight at him. Suyu's lips curved into a meaningful smile as he taunted casually, "Big guy, turns out you're just an immature little worm." This zombie had been a talent agent for a streaming company in life, tall and burly, yet his essence had shriveled into a little worm. Even medication couldn't restore his vigor, and birds would mock him saying, "Dinner's ready tonight." The blow to his masculinity ultimately drove him to develop an antisocial personality. While human, he could barely suppress his emotions, but after becoming a zombie, his residual memories controlled his body, launching indiscriminate attacks while desperately trying to supplement his form with form to restore his manhood. Given such a massive frame, using the cold weapons common in the apocalypse to deliver a headshot or pierce the heart would be too difficult. Suyu could only weaken its mobility first, then look for an opportunity to deliver a killing blow. The wind suddenly intensified as the elite zombie snarled and lunged at Suyu, its claws glowing with pale green light, spreading wide to give him a poisonous bear hug. Just as the claw tips were about to touch Suyu, its movements suddenly froze, all attention drawn to the jar covered in strange inscriptions in his hand. The enemy luring pot. Its attraction to zombies was even stronger than the scent of living humans. Suyu smoothly tossed the jar behind the zombie, causing the massive creature to stumble and twist into an extremely awkward position as it turned to chase after it. This item had limited effect on bosses, but always worked remarkably well against ordinary and elite zombies. The opportunity arrived. Suyu suddenly crouched down, gripped his bone-cleaving blade with both hands, and charged forward with momentum. Slash! The blade cut through the zombie's thick left thigh muscle. Clang! But the blade was deflected aside by the hard femur. He cleverly used the opponent's impact force to tear a vicious gash in that leg. The zombie staggered but didn't fall. Suyu didn't get greedy and immediately retreated. The shock left both his arms numb, and the existing notch in his blade's spine had grown larger. Fortunately, he had invested all his attribute points in strength, or he wouldn't have been able to break through even that tough hide. This strike would be fatal for humans in the apocalypse, but for a zombie, it could only reduce its mobility. That's enough. With its left leg muscles destroyed, the creature's movements slowed by several beats. Even turning became clumsy. The elite zombie didn't hesitate, dragging its twisted body as it lunged toward the nearby lure pot. Low-level zombies felt no pain and had no instinct for self-preservation, recognizing only the pot that reeked of blood. Suyu gripped his blade handle with one hand at an angle, and the moment the elite zombie leaped through the air, he swung hard, aiming directly for its right knee. The bone-cleaving blade struck the joint precisely, sparks flying as steel met bone, the kneecap shattering instantly as the entire right leg was cleaved forward at a 90-degree angle. The elite zombie crashed down without support, still extending its claws, crawling along the ground to reach the lure pot just within grasp. Strike while it's down. Suyu gave it no chance, delivering 3 consecutive strikes that completely severed the zombie's neck. Ding! Successfully eliminated elite zombie LV3, gained 60 experience points and 6 gold coins. Ding. Level increased to 3, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Talent, Hand of Plunder, remaining uses, 2. 60 experience points? Just enough to reach level 3 with 30 left over. As the familiar system notifications chimed, Suyu finally relaxed his shoulders. What others would find an incredible sequence of fluid movements was simply second nature to someone who had fought for 10 years in the apocalypse. He knew every zombie type's behavior patterns inside and out. Looking down at his weapon, the bone-cleaving blade was riddled with chips and cracks after the continuous hacking, no longer usable. Blue Star's standard cold weapons were ultimately too taxing against zombies, so he could only sigh and discard it. Kicking over the elite zombie's corpse, he spotted 2 drops, a supply capsule and a weapon. The capsule was labeled Barbecue Feast Serves 4, dinner was sorted. The other item was a longbow. Suyu's eyes lit up slightly as he picked up the longbow, took a few swigs from his cola, then examined it carefully. Huaxia war bow, excellent grade equipment. An ancient Huaxia standard longbow with high draw weight and efficiency, possessing considerable penetration and lethality. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 3. Passive, ignores 10 of enemy defense. Includes, Longbow X1, War Arrows X30. Note, only one ranged weapon may be equipped at a time. Killing enemies with bow weapons has a chance to recover arrows. Not bad, finally have some ranged killing power. Suyu equipped the Huaxia war bow on his back, quite satisfied. In his previous life, he had awakened Mage Heart and followed the mage path, but had always yearned to be an archer. Now he could finally fulfill that dream. The knowledge he'd accumulated from years of studying archery would come in handy now. He fired several arrows at the wall, testing the draw weight and vibration before stopping and storing the remaining half of his cola in his ring. Meanwhile, behind the crack of the secondary bedroom door, a man and woman stared intently at that cola bottle, their throats bobbing. The man gripped a 70-centimeter machete, its blade still wet with fresh blood. On the bed lay a corpulent, half-bald naked male zombie, around 40 years old, their livestream's top donor. Everything in that bedroom had already been detected by Suyu through his silver raven claw ability. Both people in the room were in their early 20s, young-looking, but definitely not innocent. The blonde guy was of medium build with a row of yellowed teeth, and his bare arms bore several knife scars and cigarette burn marks, clearly a street thug. The young woman wore a tank top and hot pants, with shoulder-length chestnut hair and a petite but curvy figure, her eyes carrying the weariness of someone who'd seen too much. The two were lovers in private, new to the streaming business but had gained quite a following with their authentic, bold, and explicit content. Last night, they had met their top donor for an offline meetup. When the apocalypse struck, the big spender screamed as he transformed into a zombie on the spot. Before the woman could push him away, the blonde guy had already pounced, pinning the creature to the ground. They spent a full 5 minutes beating it with random objects until the elite-level corpse finally stopped moving. The body dropped a supply capsule, pickled vegetables, and steamed bread. Starving after the battle, they ignored their lack of water and stuffed everything into their mouths, swallowing it dry until their lips cracked and peeled. Just as they were about to leave to find water, the blonde guy pricked up his ears, catching the sound of soft footsteps outside. He tiptoed to the door crack and witnessed that elite zombie brother, mindlessly slaughtering neighbors. Then a young man, Su, single-handedly reenacted the massacre, except this time targeting zombies. Finally, Suyu opened a large bottle of cola and drank it down with loud gulps, then let out a satisfied burp, completely crushing their spirits. They were dying of thirst while listening to someone else enjoy a refreshing drink. In desperate situations, people unleash their animal instincts. When Suyu turned to examine the Huaxiao war bow in his hands, whispered conversations immediately began in the room. Babe, that's right, he's the college student from the 8th floor. Damn impressive. Looks so soft and delicate. But he actually took down Brother Jean, the young woman whispered. They Brother Jean, they mentioned, Jean Diyu, was the elite zombie corpse that Suyu had just slaughtered. The blonde guy raised his index finger for silence, then pulled up his system Panella skill he'd just learned. Basic information. Name, Lone Wolf. Title, Chosen One. Level, 3. Class, None. Lone Wolf. The big shot mentioned in the world announcement? Truly terrifying. The blonde guy swallowed hard. Really, babe? No wonder he killed Brother Jean in just 2 moves. The young woman mimicked his excitement, rubbing her hands together. Should we go out? He's so powerful, he could definitely protect us. The blonde guy raised his hand to stop her, lowering his voice. Did you read all those apocalypse novels for nothing? Even if you scream for help, wave a white flag, or go completely unarmed, you might still get shot by friendly fire. Babe, you're so smart. The young woman nodded in belated understanding. The blonde guy licked his cracked lips and continued analyzing. Remember that novel we read recently, Apocalypse Villain, starting by killing the Chosen One? The villain ambushes and kills the Chosen One, then becomes the protagonist and builds a harem. I see he's using about 2, but this hallway is too narrow for him to draw it properly. We'll strike soon. It's the apocalypse anyway, let's take a gamble and hit the jackpot. I've awakened in strength talent too. Kill him, and the chosen one position will be mine. The young woman frowned hesitantly. Babe, isn't this wrong? The blonde guy, recalling his enlightening prison days, made up some nonsense. I studied law. This is breaking and entering with murder deserves the death penalty. Executed immediately. The young delinquent girl's eyes lit up as she said, Big brother, you're so amazing. You even studied law. Your big brother has learned all sorts of things. After we pull off this job, we'll be the main characters, living the high life every day. The blonde guy licked his cracked lips, already fantasizing about the taste of success. Okay, big brother, I'll do whatever you say. The two quickly exchanged glances. After going over their tactics, the blonde raised his hand in a secret signal. Princess, let the show begin. The delinquent girl took a deep breath and activated her innate talent. Her bones cracked softly as her skin and features seemed to reshape like soft clay being molded. In the blink of an eye, her figure and appearance transformed completely, even her voice gaining a soft, trembling quality. Help me, somebody help. The blonde gripped his cleaver tightly, hiding behind the door with veins bulging, waiting for Suyu to cross the threshold before striking a fatal blow. What they didn't know was that Suyu had already overheard every word of their conspiracy through his silverbird claw. When the blonde claimed to possess and strength talent, Suyu's lips curved into a smile. So these rookies had already completed their first kill, saving him quite a bit of trouble. The guy wasn't too bright, which made things easier. He walked steadily forward, his footsteps coming to an abrupt halt at the door. Inside, both the man and woman held their breath. Killing zombies could still be considered self-defense, but this was premeditated murder. For those just entering the apocalypse, tension swept through their bodies like a cold wave. Creaked door was pushed open. The top donor's corpse had been covered with a thick blanket, leaving only dark red bloodstains seeping through the folds. In the corner, a disheveled girl with torn clothing was curled up on the ground, her body partially exposed. Her new face was ethereally beautiful and pitiable, yet couldn't hide the underlying worldliness in her bones. Suyu's eyes flashed as he immediately accessed his interface. Doll Girl LV1 no profession crank talent, mass disguise. Though only crank, it could hide information and change faces at will, perfect equipment for a sneaky player. An unexpected bonus, buy one get one free. He raised his longbow high, standing firmly at the doorway without taking a step forward. The delinquent girl's eyes darted frantically between Suyu and the blonde, desperately seeking help. The blonde's back was soaked with sweat as he had to watch the door while catching her signals. The air was frozen in silence. The blonde winked and gestured for her to turn up the heat. Getting the hint, the girl quietly slipped down her thin nightgown straps, curling her legs parallel to her shoulders. Her cleavage and intimate areas were tantalizingly visible in the dim yellow light, creating an atmosphere thick with suggestion. Big brother, thank you, you're so amazing. You actually defeated that big monster outside. I'm a college student who came here for part-time work, but then the apocalypse happened. Boo-hoo. Big brother, my legs are injured, could you carry me out? She spread her hands with an innocent expression. Her smooth combination moves got the blonde's blood pumping. Damn, that's hot. What man could resist this? Even he could barely hold back. Tomorrow, he'd definitely make her transform into this form for some real fun. Odd stays the same. Even changes sign? Suyu suddenly spoke up. If you're really a college student, this formula shouldn't be unfamiliar, right? Chicken? Lotus root? Are those food? I know a little about cooking if you have ingredients. Big brother, I could make you some noodles. The delinquent girl, who hadn't even finished elementary school, was completely lost. Suyu sneered inwardly. What legitimate college student would choose a username like Doll Girl? No wonder they all loved claiming to be university students. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Did meat prices rise with education levels too? The reputation of college students was being ruined by people like this. Suyu didn't respond, and instead drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh. The moment those words left his lips, the blonde guy felt a sharp, whistling sound cutting through the air by his ear. Ah! The survivor disguised as a little girl let out a blood-curdling scream. Suyu had already calculated everything. Perfect lie would first maximize the target's weakness level, then steal her talent all at once. A black arrow pierced through her left palm, then grazed past her collarbone, pinning her firmly against the mottled wall. Suyu's movements were relentless as his bowstring hummed, sending for consecutive arrows precisely into her limbs. Excruciating pain swept through her entire body, leaving the little girl powerless to struggle, with only faint breathing that was more exhaling than inhaling. The next second, Suyu silently extended his palm, his pale fingertips touching her chest. Ding! You have used Hand of Plunder on survivor Doll Sister. Doll Sister's current collapse rate: 50, weakness level: 90, talent plunder successful. Ding! You have obtained crank talent disguise mask. Disguise conceals personal information. Opponents must be 3 levels higher to see through it. Mask Transform into another person for 1 hour, once per day. With her talent stolen, the little girl felt the tall shell on her body rapidly disintegrating. Her body visibly shrank, and her innocent face was instantly replaced by heavy makeup and seductive features. The blonde guy looked in the direction of the arrows, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. Suyu's sudden ruthless tactics sent chills down his spine had he encountered one of those decisive killers from apocalypse novels. But since death was inevitable either way, he might as well see just how powerful an SS rank talent really was. Finally, unable to suppress himself any longer, he raised his machete and charged out with murderous intent. Lone wolf. How dare you touch my woman? I'll kill you. Suyu's expression remained unchanged as he took a step back to avoid the attack line, while activating his detection ability. Target: veteran driver Tanhua, LV1, no profession. Talent: Srank double strike. Indeed, Srank. His heart tightened. Both were level 1. Likely having cooperated to kill an elite zombie, and each gained 5 experience points to awaken their abilities. The blonde guy roared continuously, slashing with his machete strike after strike. A woman with an injured leg hiding in a room calling for help. What's wrong with that? Why did you have to kill her? Don't you have any compassion? Damn it. So what if it's SS rank talent? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Suyu retreated while leading him on, observing that each time the blade cut through the air, a faint afterimage appeared. Double strike, making every attack deal damage twice. Not bad. He deliberately exposed an opening, and the blonde guy struck furiously, but his blade hit the hard ribs of the elite zombie corpse, numbing his hands from the shock. When the blonde guy looked up with his blade still suspended in midair, he saw Suyu had already drawn his longbow to full draw, with the arrowhead aimed directly at his forehead. The moment the string was released, his head would explode. Clanked machete hit the ground. The blonde guy's expression instantly switched to the fawning smile he wore when receiving gifts during live streams, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. We shouldn't have targeted you. Please show mercy. Huang Mao collapsed to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with fear. Boss, I was blind and couldn't recognize your greatness. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Not kill you? That's not impossible. Suyu responded lazily. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao froze according to apocalypse novel conventions. Begging for mercy was usually just going through the motions, and the protagonist would always swing his blade to finish the job. But Suyu refused to follow the script. You're not lying to me, are you, boss? Huang Mao swallowed hard, his voice rising hopefully. I'm always honest. Suyu smiled brightly. Killing you wouldn't benefit me at all. Huang Mao immediately perked up, nodding eagerly. Exactly. Boss, I haven't strength talent. Spare my life, and let me be your subordinate. I'll be completely loyal from now on. Before he could finish his words, Suyu had already raised his bow. The string vibrated through the air, and an arrow pierced Huang Mao's thigh. Blood splattered, flesh tore open, and Huang Mao instantly lost his ability to escape. Ah! His agonized scream echoed through the corridor. Suyu immediately followed up with several more arrows, each one precise, and Huang Mao collapsed instantly, reduced to weak moans. Boss, didn't you say you keep your word and wouldn't kill me? Huang Mao's voice was hoarse. That's right, I said I wouldn't kill you. Suyu replied calmly, extending his right hand and pressing his 5 fingers against Huang Mao's forehead, activating Plundering Hand. Ding! You have used Plundering Hand on Survivor, Old Driver Explorer. Current collapse rate, 70, weakness level, 50, talent plunder successful. Remaining uses, 0. Ding! You have obtained Strength Talent Double Strike. Suyu released his grip, stood up, and left the room, leaving Huang Mao barely clinging to life, muttering weakly. What does this mean? The boss crippled me and wants me to fend for myself? 30 years east of the river. 30 years west and look down on the poor youth. Once I escape, I'll definitely get revenge. I haven't strength talent, so I have a chance to turn things around. Wait, where's my talent? In the corridor, Suyu slipped into the shadows, his bowstring moving lightly as he casually shot through the door locks of rooms 1001 and 1002. The muffled roars from behind the doors immediately erupted, and several zombies stumbled out, catching the scent of blood and charging without hesitation toward the 2 dying people in room 1004. If Suyu truly wanted to finish off Huang Mao personally, it would take just a blink of an eye. But if he let the target turn into a zombie first, then delivered the final blow, the benefits would obviously be much higher. This was true profit maximization. While waiting, he casually opened his panel to examine the combat talent he had just acquired. Talent, Double Strike Strength. Description, Coke with ice, double the happiness. Every attack by the possessor will calculate damage twice, with no additional conditions. Suyu's lips curved upward. Shooting 1 arrow equals shooting 2 arrows. Striking once equals striking twice. Even ultimate abilities could be doubled accordingly. Simple, brutal, and without any fancy tricks. 9 cows and 10 bulls chasing, truly awesome. He recalled the legend. Back then, China's first god of warriors had reached the pinnacle with precisely this talent. Suyu stood at the entrance of room 1004, longbow in hand. The blonde guy and the punk girl inside had already been infected, their stats unremarkable, but Suyu's arrows had pinned them in place. They wouldn't be escaping anytime soon. Suyu decided to take this opportunity to test what his longbow could really do when combined with his strength talent. The zombies before him were completely naked, having been engaged in intimate activities when the apocalypse struck, a scene so explicit it was hard to look at. The twin female zombies wore masks, their bodies adorned with 7 or 8 clips, bells, and toys from their pre-apocalypse prop competition livestream. The other pair of male and female zombies had been participants in a speed challenge, and when they transformed, they'd become stuck together and remained that way. Now all 4 zombies were gathered here, eyes rolled back, mouths agape, drooling, with 2 faces that were recognizable from the promotional posters. Clap, clap, clap. Suyu tapped his foot to create a rhythm, drawing the zombies' attention. The couple stuck together wasn't very agile, so the twin female zombies charged forward first. They raised their hands and twisted their bodies, their grayish assets swaying to the beat while bells chimed crisply. Even in death, these 2 competitors still wanted to be first to claim this piece of fresh meat. Damn it, this is way too distracting for aiming. Suyu cursed under his breath, grateful he hadn't lost focus from the sight. He drew the bow, aimed, shot, and knocked another arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh. The first arrow pierced straight through the female zombie's skull, and she toppled backward as her accessories scattered across the floor with a clatter. The system's kill notification immediately rang in his ears. Absolutely incredible. A one-shot kill. With the longbow, Suyu no longer had to worry about weapon durability. Long-range sniping combined with his double strike talent meant headshots were almost always fatal. His arrow knocking speed had also improved from 2 seconds to 1.5, nearly at his limit. Just as the other female zombie was about to pounce, Suyu's second arrow was already in flight. The arrow shot straight for her heart thunk. It struck her chest, making her stagger backward and nearly knock over the conjoined zombies behind her. The arrowhead pierced through a small bell on her chest and embedded in her grayish flesh, but there was no blood spray and no instant kill. Impossibilize her heart on the right side? The thought flashed through his mind as Suyu's third arrow followed immediately. The result was the same. The arrow only penetrated an inch into flesh before stopping. The zombie clawed at her chest, but neither arrow drew a drop of blood. He'd just scored a headshot kill, but now he couldn't even break this one's defense? Had the zombie mutated? Or was her chest armor particularly thick? How could it be harder than stone? Suyu stopped overthinking and raised his hand to shoot at its head, instantly bringing it down. What exactly was the problem? He muttered to himself, knowing he'd need to inspect it thoroughly later. The remaining zombie pair was now swaying toward him step by step. The male zombie had been lean in life, one of the few male streamers in the building, while the tank woman, clinging to his back, was a wealthy patron who had been generous with her donations. Their weight difference was at least double. If this rich lady applied even a little pressure, the duck-like male streamer would meet his end. Who would have thought that even as zombies, he still couldn't shake off this devoted entanglement? The poor male zombie really had it rough. Suyu had always been charitable, so he decided to send the duck on his way first. With a brief BR sound, the headshot arrow laid him flat, his body falling straight backward. Only the top donor lady remained on the battlefield. This main battle tank had lost her mount, but still refused to fall despite her high heels. However, Suyu's next arrow was faster than her reaction. He couldn't help but wonder, in the underworld, would this wealthy lady still be able to catch up to her little duck? After dealing with this entertaining pair, Suyu cleanly eliminated the blonde punk and the young delinquent girl. With a sweep of his hand, all the spoils were collected into his bracelet. For level 1 zombies and 2 level 2 zombies, totaling 80 experience points and 8 gold coins. Reaching level 4 required 300 experience points total, and with his current 110 points, he ranked among the world's elite. During the lull, he finally turned to examine the female zombie who had withstood 2 arrows. Getting closer confirmed the saying, looks criminal from afar, justifiable self-defense up close. The twin sisters had undergone the full influencer treatment: bone shaving, nose jobs, double eyelid surgery, face mixing chemical elements with hextech, appearing refined but lacking soul. The 2 arrows were embedded in her still prominent peaks, even after she'd fallen, with pale yellow liquid seeping from the arrowheads. The surgical materials had hardened to rock-like consistency after zombification. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, I was shooting at stone. The light outside gradually dimmed, with only an hour remaining until 6 p.m. He had cleared floors 8 and above, but everything below remained unknown. Suddenly, a series of bizarre electronic sounds echoed through the corridor. Woo poo 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 poo. So soon it's 6 p.m. already? Are the survivors having fun? This great one brings spoilers. Daytime belongs to you, but 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. belongs to the zombies. At night, the zombie babies get just a teensy bit stronger. Those not afraid of death are welcome to try. Suyu responded to the Order Keeper's provocation with just 2 words. Doubled attributes, doubled attack desire, and alert range. This was called a teensy bit. Not to mention that most zombies would complete their evolution or even mutation during the night, their strength rivaling same-level variants, and they love to cluster together. High risk with no additional rewards unless one had absolutely overwhelming power. No one would engage in night combat. This had been an iron rule in his previous life as well. As darkness deepened, Suyu withdrew his gaze and decided to defend his position for the night. He closed the door, casually dragged several zombie corpses to pile at the entrance, and combined this with the intense bloody smell from the living and dining areas to perfectly mask his own scent. This would make things considerably safer. After finishing her preparations, Suyu entered the relatively cleaner master bedroom. This had originally been the guild's top courtesan's private studio, but when the apocalypse struck, that expensive girl had already been torn apart by the elite zombie blocking the doorway. Suyu surveyed her surroundings, her gaze filled with unstoppable criticism. The entire room was practically drowning in pink, with walls, cabinet doors, and headboard covered in shockingly explicit photos. The wardrobe had been torn open, with various uniforms and cosplay outfits crumpled together, along with a pile of small props that Suyu couldn't even name, fully proving that this top courtesan was indeed a high-end player. She muttered to herself, on this bed, just how many battles had that girl fought, and how many enemies had she conquered? Changing out of her blood-stained jacket, Suyu pulled out her few remaining sets of clean clothes from her bracelet storage space and quickly got dressed. Before she'd even finished moving, she was already eagerly taking inventory of her recent gains. 6 zombies had dropped a total of 4 pieces of equipment and supplies, plus 80 intact arrows. Thinking of her previous life's pathetically low drop rates, she couldn't help but sigh. This drop rate was absolutely ridiculous. The blessing of maxed out luck stats was just this, Ganji's level extremely reasonable. First were 2 supply capsules. The first one, steamed Yansheng Lake Hairy Crabs, officially authentic. Definitely not fake ones. Being able to eat such luxury in the apocalypse was amazing. The second one, 5 liters of Waxixi purified water, enough to meet her drinking needs for 2 days. Next was a ring glowing with soft green light. The ring's surface pattern was extremely similar to the vitality ring on her hand. Suyu's eyes lit up. It was indeed the energy ring. Excellent grade equipment. Energy ring. Type, eternal ring. Attributes, Constitution 5. Passive, slowly recovers energy after leaving combat. With this, it perfectly paired with the vitality ring to form a set. Suyu immediately put it on, and her depleted energy bar instantly filled up a notch. The plunder skill also consumed energy, as she knew all too well. She hadn't expected to complete this ring pair on the very first day of the apocalypse. Ding. Energy ring equipped. Ding. Set effect triggered. Rejuvenation instantly recovers small amounts of vitality and energy. 1 hour cooldown. Another life-saving measure added. At only level 3, her attribute panel was already approaching her previous life's level 10. Strength 27, Spirit 15, Constitution 25, Agility 18. Finally, her gaze fell on an inconspicuous, ancient-looking Buka skill book. She desperately needed useful skills, and these things were incredibly rare. In the apocalypse, there were only 2 ways to learn skills. First, learning professional skills after reaching level 10 and changing classes, or second, using skill books directly. Skill books also came in different tiers. 1. Support skills that added combat buffs, universally useful. 2. General attack skills that had weapon requirements. 3. Lastly, life skills like construction, crafting, and alchemy. Theoretically, anyone could learn them, but effectiveness varied by person. Regardless of category, skill books were considered precious treasures, given how difficult they were to obtain. Please give me some useful combat skill or support skill. Just don't let it be some lifestyle skill. Suyu pressed his palms together, praying first to Buddha and then to God. After finishing his prayers, he eagerly opened the skill book glowing with pale blue light. Arrow of Retribution. Excellent grade universal skill. Requires bow or crossbow to use. Consumes stamina to enter charging state. Maximum charge time 4 seconds. Can fire a phantom arrow at any time during charging. Full charge hit deals 150 damage. Phantom arrow damage decreases with each enemy penetrated. Can move and turn freely while charging. A bow skill. Suyu stared at the description, raising an eyebrow. For ordinary players, this would be somewhat useless once learned. It basically locked your class into archer, who would make a mage throw away their staff for a bow. But for him, it was exactly what he needed. 1. Ultra long-range sniping capability. 2. Area penetration damage. 3. Eliminates the time gap for loading arrows. Combined with his godly strength talent double strike, a full charge would equal 300 damagite was tailor-made for him. Ding. Congratulations, Lone Wolf, on successfully learning the skill Arrow of Retribution. With the system notification, Suyu lightly drew his bowstring without an arrow. As he began charging, a phantom arrow formed of purplured light materialized on the warbow string. He shifted his steps slightly and found his body completely free during charging, turning, stepping, all unhindered. Can even shoot behind me? Nice. After 4 seconds of full charge, Suyu simply turned around and shot backwards from the 10th floor balcony. The phantom arrow whistled out, trailing after images, cutting a clean arc through the night sky. Ordinary bows in the apocalypse would show obvious arrow drop after 30 meters, with an extreme range of 40 meters. But this fully charged phantom arrow flew straight for an estimated 50 meters before its light dissipated. Even better than I imagined. Suyu clenched his fist secretly, then checked his stamina bar. Too bad the consumption is so high at full stamina, I can only fire 6 shots. If he wasn't worried about depleting his stamina, he really wanted to stay on this balcony and turn all those stupid zombies downstairs into target practice. Forget it. I'll test more tomorrow when I'm at full strength. He forcibly suppressed his itchy trigger finger. Today's gains weren't limited to just this skill. Level 3 and more than half. Equipment: a pair of excellent grade rings, 1 excellent grade war bow. Supplies: various grains, canned food, drinking water. Talents: strength max luck, strength double strike. If he had seen these numbers in his previous life, he wouldn't have dared to dream a truly godlike start. Suyu pulled out half a bottle of cola, opened it with a satisfying hiss, then took 2 capsules from his backpack: spicy hot pot and hairy crab. The order might not be reliable, but their apocalypse supply capsules were absolutely top tier. With the press of a button, steaming aromas immediately filled the air. The food seemed fresh from the kitchen, with broth still bubbling. The spicy hot pot gleamed red with oil, Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers floating on top. The hairy crabs had bright orange shells with plump roe. Though the combination was bizarre, both dishes looked equally appetizing. Suyu picked up his chopsticks and dove in, stirring the hot pot and cracking crab shells. In moments, he had cleaned both plates. Finally, he tilted his head back and drained the half bottle of cola, the bubbles rushing down his throat. He patted his belly contentedly. Burp, absolutely perfect. After rummaging around for ages, he finally managed to dig up some paper and a pen from his room. Suyu hunched over the narrow desk, scribbling down his thoughts rapidly under the dim yellow light. Once the SS-strength talent Hand of Plunder awakened, it would essentially open countless doors to his future. The first step was choosing a profession. The apocalypse roughly divided professions into 3 categories: warriors, mages, and Taoists. After the 7-day newbie period ended, the city's safe zones would gradually open up, and all survivors who reached level 10 could accept class change quests. Each level up granted a fixed 5 free attribute points, and where to allocate them depended entirely on personal planning and how well they synergized with equipment and skills. 1. Warriors. Those wanting the tank reflect damage route would dump all points into Constitution. Those preferring the violent burst damage route would max out strength. Thief and archer branches typically split between strength and agility. 2. Mages and Taoists. Conventional builds favored spirit. Some players allocated small amounts to agility and constitution for better survivability. Of course, there were always people who liked to mess around. If some survivors stubbornly chose warrior but pumped all their attributes into spirit, then tried to spam skills at zombie hordes, it wasn't impossible. Just that warrior damage calculations relied on strength and agility. They might scrape by in the early stages, but before long they'd experience the despair of dealing scratch damage. For words summed it up, very spirited indeed. These types were usually among the first to fall in the apocalypse. The 3 basic professions covered the vast majority of survivors, while the remaining 1 in 1,000 would walk a different path: hidden professions. This path was almost as important as talents themselves, serving as the dividing line between masters and ordinary people. 1 in 1,000 didn't sound rare. Crank talent awakening probability was exactly 1 in 1,000 too. If you couldn't even meet this threshold, don't dream of joining the ranks of masters. But even among hidden professions, there were hierarchies, and Suyu only had eyes for the top tier. Necromancer. He recalled his previous life. Back then, with his mage's heart talent, he'd triggered the necromancer quest chain and could summon vast armies with a wave of his hand. He knew the quest procedures and acquisition methods by heart. If he really wanted to choose it, it would be effortless for him. But the problem was, summoned creatures' strength only scaled with personal attributes, completely missing the mark for top-tier talents and unable to unleash the true power of Hand of Plunder. Moreover, he'd first need to plunder a target who possessed Mage's Heart. So he continued listing the hidden professions he knew on paper: Dragon Knight, Shadow Assassin, Vajra Walker, Yin-Yang Sorcerer, Voodoo Taoist, Corpse Herder. He wrote down over a dozen in one breath, all professions once held by legendary war gods, archmages, and Dao masters throughout China's history. Those names had once captured countless people's imaginations, but each profession had its pros and cons, and none had managed to hold a divine throne for a full year. Conquering the world was hard. Ruling it was even harder. After ascending to divine status, everyone would be put under a microscope. Talents, equipment, skills, everything would be studied inside and out. So Suyu changed his approach. He decided to list out the talents he was familiar with, those rated A and above. After all, these would eventually be the ones he would seize. He first wrote down a series of defensive talents: reflect damage, blood cow, defense. Although the list was short, each talent was effective at absorbing damage. However, standing still and taking hits, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger, was not Suyu's style. Next, he opened up his thinking. He noted down talents like slow, bleed, silence, stun, weakness, disarm, cripple, reflect damage, split arrow, 100 critical hit, true damage. Every high-level control and burst talent he could think of filled 2 large columns on the page. With the talent list complete, his goal became clear: archery. One shot, one kill. Suyu put down his pen, his eyes shining brightly. Even if he couldn't achieve an instant kill, stacking all the debuffs in an instant would still be satisfying. As he thought about this, he remembered an old acquaintance. This was a brief partner from the Star City Museum. On the same day he awakened as a necromancer, the other person awakened the hidden class of Archer God of Zongbu. The God of Zongbu, the only hidden class in Huaxia, was on a completely different level compared to Suyu's necromancer. Before their class changes, they had helped each other. But after the change, the other person, coveting Suyu's equipment, betrayed him and struck first. That battle ended with a bittersweet victory for Suyu. Just before dying, the last arrow shot by the other pierced Suyu's shoulder, leaving a permanent scar. In Suyu's eyes, one of the strongest hidden classes in Huaxia, the God of Zongbu, had not truly risen before it fell in the corner of the museum. God of Zongbu, it's you. After much contemplation, he circled the name of the God of Zongbu emphatically. The night was deep. In the stairwell, the zombies patrolled back and forth, passing by the doors several times, yet they never discovered Suyu hiding deep in the stairwell. Tonight, they unexpectedly became his guardians. Occasional sounds of fighting could be heard outside, but soon returned to silence. In the rare quiet, Suyu fell into a deep sleep. For the first time in many years, he did not have nightmaresque burdens, no pursuers, and no more uncertainty about tomorrow. The feeling of being completely relaxed was surprisingly wonderful. Whoosh! Suyu crouched at the corner of the stairs, shooting an arrow through the gap in the fire door. The arrow sliced through the air, accurately piercing the zombie's throat and embedding itself in the brainstem. Thud! The LV2 zombie fell to its knees, blood and gray matter mixing into a thick puddle. It never understood where the arrow had come from before it died. Ding! Successfully killed LV2 zombie. Gained 20 experience, 2 gold coins. Ding! Level increased to level 4. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Hand of Plunder. Remaining uses: 1. After shooting the zombie in the common area on the first floor, Suyu successfully leveled up to 4. A night had passed, and most zombies had grown to level 2, their intelligence noticeably higher than when they were level 1. When they sensed their fallen companion, they immediately gathered together. In the narrow corridor, 5 zombies lined up instinctively. Suyu drew his bow, charging it, as a purplured glow gathered at the arrow tip. Arrow of punishment. Whoosh! A phantom long arrow pierced through the 5 corpses, pinning them together like a string of candied hawthorns. Although the power slightly diminished with each penetration, under the enhancement of the double strike talent, the first 4 died on the spot. The last zombie swayed unsteadily, and Suyu raised his hand to finish it off. It seemed this skill could take out 4, but not 5. According to Apocalypse rules, when a survivor's level exceeds a zombie's by 3 levels, they can no longer gain benefits from killing it. Having reached level 4, Suyu found no point in staying in this residential area any longer. He swept the last batch of loot into his spatial ring and cleanly vaulted over the wall to leave. Along the way, items dropped sporadically, mostly Apocalypse supply capsules. His luck was far worse than yesterday, and those few silver-quality Talon lure pots were only occasional surprises. They weren't useful at this stage, so he stored them all in his ring. At least for now, food and drink were no longer concerns. With his belly full, Suyu had only one destination left: Xingqing Hospital, not far from home. He chose this location for 2 major reasons. 1. According to information from his previous life, at midnight on the 2nd day of the apocalypse, Xingqing Hospital would activate a hidden dungeon lasting 24 hours. The completion rewards were generous, and killing the final boss would double the benefits. 2. The future head of the Lin family would also head to the hospital. This person had been Suyu's great enemy in his previous life. If he could eliminate this threat during the dungeon's activation, it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No one would expect anyone to make a move at such a time. Just thinking about it was thrilling. On the streets, groups of survivors were clearing out remaining zombies. As Suyu passed each team, he would glance at their talent panels, but disappointingly, most didn't exceed rank and failed to interest him. Arriving at Xingqing Hospital, he raised his hand and with a bang, shot an arrow through the forehead of a wandering zombie in the parking lot. The arrow's tail still quivered lightly. Suyu searched the corpse and picked up a supply capsule to store away. According to Apocalypse settings, hospitals, nursing homes, elementary schools, and kindergartens had weaker regular zombies due to the frail constitution of their original inhabitants, but their elite zombie spawn rate was significantly higher. Suyu had come specifically for these elites. If he could take down one or two, his strength would see explosive growth. At that moment, inside a luxurious large SUV deep in the parking lot, two women were huddled together. They were socialites from Xingqing University who had planned to visit the plastic surgery department when the apocalypse struck. They had narrowly escaped by hiding in the car, but after a day and night without daring to close their eyes, hunger and fear had pushed their mental state to the breaking point. Even though there weren't many zombies on the streets now, they still didn't dare get out of the car. Meow Huan Huan, look. That guy just picked up a capsule that can produce food. A pale finger pressed against the car window as the girl pointed towards Suyu. They had seen nearby survivors use capsules to obtain food and water, and they knew what that meant. Wan Shinran, isn't that guy Suyu Ellen Rufei's boyfriend from your dorm? It really is him. Wan Shinran's eyes lit up. Do you think he's reliable? Should we go to him for protection? Do you even need to ask? Meow Huan Huan agreed. Wan Shinran pulled out a compact mirror and carefully touched up her lipstick. She knew that Lin Rufei had always been indifferent towards Suyu, while she herself surpassed Lin Rufei in both looks and cunning. As long as she took the initiative, winning over this man would be child's play. Wan Shinran, Lin Rufei's campus beauty title was bought by the Lin family's vote manipulation anyway. You're way better than her. Meow Huan Huan whispered encouragingly. Damn right. Today, if I just spread my legs, little Suyu will obediently do whatever I want. Wan Shinran, you should really tone it down a bit. Meow Huan Huan pouted and pulled out a mirror to touch up her makeup. In terms of looks, Wan Shinran was on par with Lin Rufei, but she naturally possessed an alluring charm and had always been wild and unrestrained. During her 3 years in college, she had probably dated no fewer than 30 boyfriends, yet never cared about gossip and lived freely and openly. In contrast, Lin Rufei appeared pure on the surface, but had long since become by Sherhao's plaything. No one should pretend to be virtuous. Suyu, wait for us. The two women finished fixing their makeup and ran to block Suyu's path. I'm Lin Rufei's roommate, Wan Shinran. You should have heard my name. Wan Shinran blinked her eyes and gracefully crossed her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Outside, zombies are everywhere, and people have become terrifying. I'm just a helpless woman with nowhere to turn. Could you please take us with you? The apocalypse had only lasted one day and night, but she and Meow Huan Huan had witnessed too much violence from their car. This morning, a vagrant had broken into the parking lot and brutally assaulted a pregnant woman who was trying to escape. Civilization had suddenly collapsed, leaving an indelible shadow on the two girls. As she spoke, Wan Shinran deliberately straightened her posture, displaying her delicate curves and black-stockinged legs for all to see. Suyu certainly knew Wan Shinran's reputation. Their hints couldn't be more obvious. Seeing Suyu's silence, Meow Huan Huan couldn't hold back either and leaned forward, lowering her voice. If you're willing, I can do it too. Why don't you try? The three of us together, you can have it however you want. Rather than being violated and killed by those thugs, it was better to choose while they still could, finding someone who looked decent. Besides, Suyu's skills and presence clearly marked him as a strong person. After speaking, Meow Huan Huan followed suit, swaying her hips and giving seductive glances. Birds of a feather truly flock together. Suyu sighed inwardly. These two women were indeed bold, casting bait and waiting for this tomcat to take the hook. They firmly believed that as long as they offered sweetness, they could reel him in. But having lived through this once before, Suyu knew well that in the apocalypse, human hearts were the least trustworthy. These two held even less appeal for him than two zombies would. He pulled up his personal interface and confirmed that neither had awakened their abilities, so there was no need to waste more time. Too lazy to say more, Suyu turned and instantly vanished from their sight. I'll remember this grudge. Wan Shinran stamped her foot, hands on her hips, cursing in the direction Suyu had gone. Who's making our dear Shinran angry? A mocking male voice came from behind. A man placed his hand on her shoulder and, in full view of everyone, reached directly into her cleavage. Lin Maron, what are you doing? Wan Shinran glared at him with disgust, but didn't immediately push him away. How are you still alive? Seeing the well-trained subordinates behind him, her expression changed dramatically, and she put on a flattering smile. Lin Maron was, after all, a young master of the Lin family. Though young, he was easier to control, and judging by the scene, his power seemed 100 times stronger than Suyu's. How could I die? Lin Maron said casually. My men said they saw your car here, so I came to rescue you. In truth, he was just following family orders to handle business. You're so naughty, you're still so good at, Wan Shinran, experienced as she was, knew how to seduce. She took Lin Maron's left hand and pressed it to her buttocks, purring seductively. Wanna eat a peach? A juicy peach, soft, smooth, and so very wet. Baby, I can't take it anymore. Where's your car? Lin Maron's breathing quickened as he swept her up in a princess carry and rushed toward the SUV. Meow Huan Huan followed closely behind, obediently closing the car door. The steel panels muffled the outside world, and the vehicle began to rock gently. Baby, I'm really big, just bear with it. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Maorong emerged from the car with Wan Xinran in his arms. How was that? Pretty impressive, right? He lifted his chin with a smug expression, clearly expecting praise. Wan Xinran forced a smile, but inwardly she grumbled. How does this man have the nerve to boast? All these years he never looks for problems within himself, instead obsessing over whether his little buddy has grown properly, and if he's eating enough if it really hasn't developed fully. Talking about being impressive is quite a stretch. You're amazing, you really are. She nodded dismissively, extending her delicate finger to poke his chest. By the way, who was the blind fool that dared to mess with my baby? Lin Maorong's smugness instantly vanished, his tone turning dark. My sister's boyfriend, Suyu. Wan Xinran's eyes reddened with grievance. He put his hands on me. That bastard didn't hurt you, did he? Lin Maorong didn't care much about Lin Rufei, but if someone had actually touched his woman, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. No, he just grabbed and pulled at me. Fortunately, Huan showed up in time and scared him off. You mean your best friend? At the mention of Miao Huan, Lin Maorong's face immediately lit up with undisguised lust. That figure of hers is absolutely perfect. Wan Xinran had long seen through his nature of wanting what he couldn't have while keeping what he had. With morality collapsing in the apocalypse, he had become even more brazen. She sneered inwardly. She'd seen plenty of disgusting men. Survival was what mattered most. I'll go ask Huan right now. We sisters have no one to rely on, so meeting a good man like you is incredibly fortunate. She coaxed him with sweet words, then deliberately acted coquettish as she turned away. Lin Maorong was thoroughly pleased, grinning widely. Hee of course. Tonight we'll have a group activity. Don't worry, stick with me and you'll never go hungry. With that, he pulled a hard steamed bun and half a bottle of water from his storage ring. Have something to tide you over. Dinner will be much better tonight. Wan Xinran accepted them, but felt disappointed inside. Now he could only spare this meager ration to share with others. Show the world had changed. She didn't realize this was actually all of Lin Maorong's provisions for the day. This expedition carried orders from above, and they also hoped to get lucky and find apocalypse supplies from zombie drops. Woopupupupu area announcement. A bizarre broadcast suddenly echoed across the hospital. A formidable little one has arrived at Xingqing City Hospital. This great one has decided to give the family some benefits. I've scattered lots of treasure chests throughout the hospital. First come, first served. Let's party. Come on. Suyu had just infiltrated through the back door, casually eliminating the patrolling zombies outside, when this grating voice reached his ears. It was exactly the hidden dungeon he'd been obsessing over since last night. If he could clear it, or even claim final victory, he would hold much greater leverage in the coming battle for revenge. After all, in the apocalypse, anything labeled hidden was typically extraordinarily valuable. Immediately after, all survivors still remaining in Xingqing City Hospital heard the system notification simultaneously. Ding! Hidden battlefield triggered. Xingqing Hospital. Survivors can earn points by eliminating zombies or opening treasure chests. After the battle ends, the system will calculate scores based on points earned. There are only two ways for settlement. First, eliminate the ultimate zombie within the scenario. Second, the battle automatically ends when the 24-hour countdown reaches 0. The system thoughtfully reminds everyone survivors are strongly advised to form teams, but please act within your capabilities. As soon as the announcement finished, the entire hospital's exterior walls began to blur rapidly like ink spreading through water, then solidified into a blue, semi-transparent mosaic barrier that completely cut off the hospital from the outside world. Young Master, the system warns that we cannot leave the battlefield. Our escape route has been blocked. Lin Maorong's subordinate cautiously approached the outer wall, only to be greeted by a cold warning sound. Lin Maorong burst into laughter. Didn't you hear? The order keeper said there's a formidable little guy in this hospital. That must be me. Come on, let's claim first place. Yes, young master. His subordinates immediately straightened their backs, formed ranks, and began clearing zombies from the perimeter. Inside the hospital, zombies still ruled supreme. They continuously compressed the survivors' living space, with heart-wrenching screams echoing through the corridors from time to time. Most people had lost the courage to resist and could only hide and watch. Suyu pushed open the hospital's back door, then slammed it shut with force. The dull sound echoed through the empty corridor like a drumbeat, instantly alerting the zombies near the first floor. Roars and footsteps surged toward the back door like a tide. Suyu sprinted toward an office dozens of meters away, using the half-open window to flip inside. He had previously surveyed the entire floor. This place had no human voices or signs of combat, making it the only blind spot. When his feet hit the ground, he felt something soft beneath his soles. Looking down, he saw a zombie crouched under the window, its gray-white eyes half open. Upon seeing a living person, saliva immediately dripped from its mouth as it lunged straight for Suyu's ankle with its gaping maw. Damn, camping here like a sneaky bastard? Suyu cursed as he dodged sideways. Simultaneously, his war bow was drawn to full tension. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the zombie's skull, the arrowhead embedding into its throat bone. blood blocked its vocal cords, and the monster collapsed without even managing a dying wail. Ding. Successfully eliminated zombie LV1, gained 1 point. System-friendly reminder. Survivors can check current points and leaderboards through their wristbands. The leaderboard defaults to anonymous but allows name disclosure, refreshing every 10 minutes. Suyu glanced at his newly earned point, feeling no particular emotion. Within just a few minutes, a team with 10 points had already appeared on the leaderboard, clearly the young Master Lin squad. Lin Maorong, as expected. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Last night, he had written all his revenge targets' names in a small notebook. Lin Maorong topped the list. In his previous life, this man had claimed the dungeon's top prize and was elevated to head of the Lin family by Shurhao, becoming that man's most loyal lapdog. When falsely accusing Suyu of betraying China, Lin Maorong had been the loudest voice. However, the dungeon lasted a full 24 hours. They would inevitably cross paths. When that time came, Suyu would make him taste true despair. After brief consideration, he activated his crank talent, Disguise Mask. Each transformation could only last an hour, but allowed complete alteration of personal information. Suyu changed his wristband name to that of an unremarkable passerby, preventing rumors of the lone wolf's appearance in Star City from spreading too early and interfering with his revenge plans. Surveying the room, though small, it gave him an unexpected surprise. The door nameplate read Security Office. The corpse on the floor was the security chief. Suyu bent down to retrieve the access card from around the man's neck, wrapping it around his forearm. With you, the entire hospital is basically accessible. Next, he locked all doors and windows and drew the curtains. From the desk drawer, he found the building's fire evacuation map. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. As a civil engineering graduate, Suyu quickly studied the routes. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had memorized every secret passage and hiding spot. At that moment, zombie running and roaring sounds came from outside the door again. Clearly, they had discovered new prey. Suyu observed the rhythm through the door crack, took a deep breath, and suddenly pushed open the security office door. Everything was ready except the opportunity. Come on, let's have a good fight. The apocalypse struck at noon, right when doctors and nurses were about to change shifts at the hospital. The corridor was shrouded in darkness as if all light had been drained away. Large ceiling panels had collapsed overhead, leaving only twisted, exposed steel frames. The remaining fluorescent tubes flickered erratically, their faint glow resembling prayers for the dead. A putrid wind carrying the mixed stench of blood, rotting corpses, and disinfectant hit him in the face, while walls, floors, handrails, and even the ceiling were smeared with blood and severed limbs, transforming the place into a hellish battlefield. 10 years into the apocalypse, Suyu had grown accustomed to such infernal scenes. At this moment, thousands of zombies had gathered in the hospital, but with the enhancement of his silver bird claw, his observation skills far exceeded those of ordinary people. Each step was precisely calculated, threading perfectly through the blind spots of zombie patrol routes. Beep card access successful. He slipped into a narrow, alley-like passage and reached the imaging center on the first floor. This high-radiation zone featured thick, sturdy diagnostic room walls that were far better suited for combat than the broken doors and windows of the security office. Even if drawn into a war of attrition, Suyu could hold his ground using the terrain advantage. After a brief reconnaissance, he mapped out the layout inside and outside the imaging hall. 1. In the waiting hall, several zombies patrolled along fixed routes. 2. In the restroom stalls, a few timid survivors were hiding, keeping their breathing to an absolute minimum. 3. Deeper within the imaging center lay an area thick with the aura of death, almost devoid of living creatures, yet emanating a powerful presence, most likely the final boss. To penetrate the core, he first had to eliminate the patrol team in the hall. Suyu crouched low and crawled forward, silently counting enemies. Exactly 10. Though they varied in level, they moved in unison. Once one was attacked, the rest would immediately lock onto the attacker and swarm. An ordinary person would struggle desperately against just one. Facing 10 without numerical advantage would be suicide. Even for him, with only melee weapons and lacking skills, he would have to avoid direct confrontation. Now, the advantage of ranged weapons became apparent. 10 was his current limit, but not impossible. After 3 stealthy repositions, he had memorized the zombie squad's patrol route completely. Just as they reached their farthest point, and the lead level 3 zombie turned its head whoosh. From 30 meters away, a dark arrow sliced through the air and precisely pierced its skull, splattering brain matter as the body swayed twice before crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining 9 zombies turned in unison, their gray-white pupils locking onto Suyu. Roars and thundering footsteps erupted throughout the hall. Had to end this quickly, as prolonging the fight would inevitably attract the surrounding zombie horde. Arrows flew in rapid succession. Double kill. Triple kill. Each arrow found its mark with headshots, a series of precise shots echoing with dull thuds throughout the spacious hall. By the time the slaughter ended, the remaining zombies had already charged to within striking distance. However, Suyu's positioning had been extremely calculated. He stood at the end of the walkway between the rows of waiting chairs in the main hall. The hall had originally been spacious, but the walkway was narrow to begin with, and now the bodies lying scattered across the floor made the passage cramped and tight. The zombies, lacking intelligence, only understood the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and instinctively formed a single file line as they surged toward him. What awaited them was an arrow glowing with purplured light, the arrow of retribution. After reaching level 4, Suyu had invested all his attribute points into strength, bringing his panel strength to a staggering 32 points. The zombies facing him, with their constitution barely reaching 20 points, were like paper. He drew the bow, released the string, and the arrow pierced through 5 zombies in one shot, achieving an instant pentakill. They fell like dominoes, collapsing in unison at Suyu's feet. The remaining 2 zombies trampled over their fallen companions' bodies and lunged forward with gaping mouths, one high and one low, blocking all escape routes. Suyu remained perfectly still, his final arrow already knocked on the string. Whoosh! The arrowhead burst through the first zombie's mouth and pierced the throat of the one behind it. Birds with one stone. The powerful recoil and the zombies' momentum canceled each other out in midair, and both bodies fell straight to the ground, instinctively trying to roar, but finding their throats filled with blood and brain matter. The gradually gathering footsteps and howls behind him served as a reminder. This was no place to linger. Suyu didn't have time for a closer look and quickly swept all the loot that had dropped into his storage ring, swiped his card at the gate, and slipped into the interior of the cinema center. The entire sequence took less than 30 seconds, remarkably fast. Shortly after Suyu left, 2 survivors emerged from the cinema center's restroom. They had witnessed the entire scene and could barely close their mouths in amazement. The 2 had been betting on whether Suyu could survive 30 seconds against the zombies. But now they were left only with shock. Those zombies that had been rampaging through the hall were like paper dolls in his hands. Vocal. It really was under 30 seconds. This boss won. But his personal information is all question marks, definitely hiding something. How do you think this boss compares to Lone Wolf? I'm backing Lone Wolf. SS rank talent sounds pretty awesome. I think the boss is stronger. He took on 10 without even moving his feet. Suddenly, one of them spotted a blue glowing treasure chest in the corner and excitedly slapped his companion. Bro, look. He didn't notice that chest's gone. The 2 couldn't spare time for more amazement and rushed toward the chest. Hee hee, little buddy. This must be the treasure chest the order mentioned. Definitely. We've never seen one before. What do you think's inside? I bet supplies. I'm guessing weapons. The chest opened to reveal nothing but emptiness. Impossible. The order wouldn't lie to us. The younger survivor refused to believe it and stuck half his body into the chest snap. The lid slammed shut, cutting him clean in half. His severed hand landed on his companion, instantly staining his clothes red with blood. Help! The chest is killing people. The survivor was so terrified by the death before his eyes that he collapsed, scrambling backward on all fours while screaming frantically. The commotion immediately attracted the zombies outside the hall. In moments, he was torn to shreds by the swarming horde, blood and flesh flying everywhere. From inside the center, Suyu noticed everything that had just transpired in the hall and said coolly, "Too young, too naive. What a joke." With the silver bird claws enhancement, how could Suyu possibly miss this treasure chest? In the apocalypse, genuine treasure chests typically only drop after defeating boss-level zombies, and their rewards are always generous. In contrast, while there are plenty of wild treasure chests scattered throughout the streets and alleys, 99 of them are actually mimics in disguise boasting incredible defense but yielding nothing when defeated. These so-called bonuses are clearly malicious tests from the Orderers targeting survivors. Over time, survivors compiled a wild treasure chest identification guide, while the Orderers continuously upgraded their counterfeiting techniques in an ongoing battle of wits. However, this was only the second day of the apocalypse, so the imitation quality was pathetically low. This fake chest looked to Suyu like a Warring States Crystal Ultraman that some construction site Oldemer had just dug up. Even glancing at it twice would be insulting. It didn't even qualify as a knockoff. It was obviously fake at first sight. The imaging center's lobby had been blown to pieces, with bloodstains and claw marks still visible on the blackened walls, clearly indicating that several brutal battles had taken place here. Suyu slipped into the nearest office, closed the damaged wooden door, and retrieved a blue potion from his wrist device. That last punishment arrow had been his 4th shot of the day, dropping his energy bar to below half. Energy potion common consumable. Effect: instantly restores 10 energy, then recovers an additional 2 per minute for the next 10 minutes. Similar potions can only take effect once every 10 minutes. This little blue bottle was the lowest grade energy potion, capable of restoring a total of 30 energy over 10 minutes. The shop sold them for 50 gold coins each with limited quantities, but they were constantly monopolized by scalpers, with black market prices reaching as high as 100 gold coins. The potion felt cool as it went down, and Suyu immediately felt his fatigue vanish as his spirits lifted. While his energy recovered, he pulled up his loot list. Today's kills: Level 3 Zombie 1, Level 2 Zombies 6, Level 1 Zombies 3. Total: 150 experience points, 15 gold coins, 10 points. Combined with his previous 1 point, he shot straight up to 4th place on the leaderboard, though that wasn't particularly important. Suyu rummaged through his wrist device for the loot that had just dropped. 1 capsule, 2 capsules, 4 capsules total. Small red bottle 1, lure pot 1, everything else empty. The hidden dungeon had increased the drop rate. But was this all? While these items would be a godsend for ordinary survivors, for someone with maxed out luck like him, there really wasn't much of a surprise. Besides, on his journey from the residential complex to the hospital, he had already collected 7 or 8 supply capsules. Chinese food, Western food, beverages, snacks, fruits, everything imaginable, and even various disposable items were nearly filling up his backpack. Just as he was about to close the list, a faint blue glow suddenly flickered in the corner of his wrist. Deviset necklace radiating blue light floated quietly there. Rare grade. Suyu's eyes instantly lit up, more thrilling than pulling 3 gold cards in a temple gacha. Sorry, I was being too loud just now. Necklaces were among the equipment types with the lowest drop rates. What makes it so rare is that necklaces not only boost attributes, but always come with an active skill, and it's always an offensive attack ability. Chain of Sacred Arrows, fine grade equipment. Legend tells that a ranger sealed ancient divine power within this relic to purge all darkness from the world. Attributes: Strength 3, Spirit 2, Constitution 2, Agility 3. Attached skill: Sacred Arrow Slaughter. The wearer can lock onto targets ahead while moving freely, unleashing a barrage of 20 swift arrows within 3 seconds, with a 25 critical hit chance, and each arrow dealing 30 damage. Required weapons: bow or crossbow type weapons. Cooldown: 12 hours. Quite a powerful single-target killing skill, truly worthy of fine-grade equipment. Suyu weighed the necklace in his hand, his eyes blazing with excitement. Setting aside critical hits, if all 20 arrows hit their mark, that's a full 600 damage output. Combined with his own double strike, the theoretical damage could soar to 1200. Against survivors who knew how to dodge, the arrow barrage might only hit half its targets. But against those mindless zombies that only knew how to roar and charge forward, 20 sacred arrows would be nearly impossible to evade. Just imagining an enemy bristling with arrows was enough to make his blood boil with excitement. He eagerly fastened the chain of sacred arrows around his neck. On just the second day of the apocalypse, he had already collected a necklace and 2 rings as accessory slots now displayed a neat row of equipment icons. With all accessories equipped, could the other basic gear be far behind? Just as he was reveling in his success, a heavy pounding suddenly echoed from the deepest CT room in the imaging center, like a giant beast hammering against iron bars. That was exactly where he had sensed the powerful presence earlier. An elite monster was trapped inside. The ceiling's plaster panels shook loose from the corridor overhead, filling the air with dust. Bang! Bang! The entire radiology department trembled, but that seamlessly constructed lead-lined radiation door wasn't something that could be easily broken down. Ha! Come kill me if you can. You damn bitch, you bit off part of my ear. This is a radiation-proof lead door, you can't break through it. Behind the door, a man roared taunts at the zombie, his voice hoarse and crazed. The root of this evil traced back to the CT room half an hour earlier. Originally, a young woman and a doctor had been hiding there. The girl was an 18-year-old high school student, petite, kind-hearted, and dreaming of becoming a pediatrician. Despite her modest family background, she had earned admission to medical university through hard study, and her future should have been bright. The doctor was different, a radiologist who had been severely penalized by the hospital administration for secretly accepting kickbacks from medical representatives and repeatedly falsifying equipment maintenance and supply costs. After losing his undefeatable income, his mistress nurse had quickly distanced herself, and his life had suddenly plunged into darkness. When the apocalypse arrived, order collapsed. A man and woman alone had endured a day and night in the sealed CT room, plagued by hunger, exhaustion, and terror. They thought surviving the previous night meant dawn was coming, but they hadn't expected the orderer to transform the entire hospital into a dungeon, causing the surrounding zombie population to surge dramatically. Through the observation window, the girl watched the horde of corpses clawing and gnashing outside, hugging her arms tightly, her eyes filled with helplessness. She didn't know that the real danger often wasn't the zombies, it was other people. Doctor, what should we do? We're not going to die here, are we? Didn't they say someone powerful came? Maybe they can rescue me. Doctor, I'm so glad I ran into you. I really don't know how to thank you. The man licked his cracked lips, his gaze roaming over her body. Thank me? Haha. Then use your body to show your gratitude. Through the small window, the doctor witnessed his former colleagues tearing each other apart, and his heart filled with twisted satisfaction. Who told you to rat me out? He thought. The girl before him appeared so naive and innocent that he finally revealed his true nature. At this moment, Even if he killed this little girl, he wouldn't face the slightest punishment. Why not have some fun first? The girl was terrified. Please, sir. I'm begging you, let me go. I'm on my period. The doctor's face twisted with insane excitement. Your period? Perfect. I've never tried that before. All human morality had completely abandoned him at that moment. After the girl was violated, she curled up in the corner like a soul drained of life. Suddenly, as if driven mad, she pressed the switch from inside the CT room, letting herself be consumed by the zombies flooding through the doorway. The doctor reacted quickly, slamming the door shut. Despite his swift response, one zombie still managed to slip inside. He nearly lost his life fighting to kill the zombie in the CT room. What he didn't realize was that while he battled the creature, the girl filled with despair had been infected and evolved into an elite zombie. She slaughtered every living thing inside the imaging center. Such overwhelming killing intent explained why the zombies outside dared not approach. After finishing his rest, Suyu emerged from the office. He saw a petite female zombie covered head to toe in blood, moving like an agile leopard along the corridor walls. Using rebound force, she repeatedly slammed into the CT room door with tremendous impact. The door showed slight deformation, but the surrounding frame had begun to smoke. It wouldn't be long before this elite zombie would smash through from the frame. The man inside the CT room had also sensed something was wrong, and his shouting had ceased. Corrupted zombie, elite level 4. Elite grade base attributes, strength 30, spirit 0, constitution 25, agility 30. Talent, soul of vengeance. Though the body has died, the corrupted soul remains, driven by a desire for revenge that transcends all else. When fighting enemies, all damage increases by 100. Special talent. Born from hatred cannot be plundered. Compared to Suyu, it had 7 points less strength, but 9 points more agility. However, that 0 in spirit was particularly striking. 0 spirit points? God knows what she endured before becoming a zombie. Suyu appeared silently without attracting the elite zombie's attention. He drew his war bow, and just as the door broke, a purplured phantom arrow struck the elite zombie's head. Though the punishment arrow could deal decent damage to ordinary zombies, it was far from sufficient against an elite zombie. But Suyu's second arrow was already on its way, hitting the zombie's left shoulder. Sensing the threat of death, the elite zombie finally abandoned the trembling man in the CT room. Then, in an extremely grotesque manner, she turned her white-eyed face around. From her drooling mouth came a chilling shriek. Accompanied by convulsions, her body seemed beyond her own control as she zigzagged through the corridor at incredible speed, charging towards Suyu. Suyu knocked another arrow, predicting the elite zombie's movement. Just as the arrowhead was about to make contact, her body twisted unnaturally, and the arrow grazed past her shoulder. So fast, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Now that I've forced you into the air, let's see how you dodge this." Another arrow whistled through the air, its pale blue gleam precisely targeting the elite zombie's abdomen. Almost simultaneously, the creature let out an ear-piercing shriek that disrupted Suyu's rhythm just as he was about to chain his sacred arrow slaughter skill. In the next instant, the zombie dove into the ceiling cavity above like a startled owl, sending fragments of shattered plasterboard cascading down. Accompanied by rapid tap-tap-tap footsteps, it sprinted frantically in the darkness above, making another clean shot extremely difficult. Suyu knew full well that he wasn't the elite zombie's primary target. Elite-class zombies could awaken special abilities, and having slain thousands of them in his previous life, he understood that such creatures were obsessively fixated on their chosen prey. Based on his memories, he was almost certain that the man who'd been screaming incessantly in the CT room was its true nemesis. Sure enough, after witnessing Suyu's displayed combat prowess, the man emerged from the CT room. "Hey there, buddy. I'm a doctor here. I know this hospital inside, and out. How about taking me along?" Suyu glanced at him. Ordinary attributes, ordinary talent, with a name tag that clearly read by Yuntao. Whether this was his real name or some kind of joke was unclear. The doctor was smooth-talking and eager, sidling up immediately. "Huh. You know how it is with men. With your skills, you could easily win over any of the young nurses. There's this gorgeous girl in pediatrics want me to introduce you." Suyu's expression turned cold. He grabbed by Yuntao by the throat, lifted him like a chicken, and slammed him hard onto the corridor floor, drawing his bowstring to full draw. "Since it's after you anyway, you won't object to me using you as bait, will you?" "Don't kill me, buddy," Bai Yuntao screamed. Crash. The ceiling above the doctor suddenly exploded as the elite zombie burst out with a gust of putrid air. Seeing Suyu about to strike, it could no longer restrain itself. How could its sworn enemy die by another's hand? Its gaping maw peeled back cracked lips as razor-sharp claws aimed straight for Bai Yuntao's skull. Terror drove the doctor to lose control of his bladder, his pants quickly soaking through. "I was wrong. Spare me. Buddy, save me." Just as the claws were about to make contact, Suyu finally struck. Sacred arrow slaughter. Arrows formed of pale blue crystal flashed across the bowstring. 20 beams of light unleashing in a savage barrage over 3 seconds. The airborne zombie seemed pinned in midair, the impact forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Its shrieks turned from sharp to hoarse, yet its gaze remained fixed on by Yuntao, who was laughing maniacally nearby. Suyu suddenly ceased fire. The arrows had pierced the zombie like a pincushion, and it crashed down beside the doctor, blood mixing with black fluid splattering everywhere. "Buddy, you scare me to death." Ignoring the stench from his soiled pants, Bai Yuntao crawled over to the zombie's side and raised his foot to deliver a kick. "Let's see you try to kill me now." Ha ha. In a final death throw, the elite zombie's eyes suddenly snapped open, its last spark of life transforming into razor-sharp claws that swept across the doctor's lower body. In an instant, man and manhood were separated. His 2 thighs were severed clean at the roots. Blood gushed from the 3 wounds, instantly staining the ground red like floodgates that couldn't be stopped. The excruciating pain made him writhe and convulse on the ground, his screams tearing through the air. "Ah, you bitch." After completing its vengeful strike, a hint of relief actually appeared in the elite zombie's eyes, as if the obsession from its former life had finally been released. It took one last look at Suyu and slowly closed its eyelids. Ding. Successfully killed elite zombie LV4, gained experience 80, gold 8. Ding. Successfully killed elite zombie LV4, gained points 50. "Perhaps death is your best destination," Suyu said indifferently, withdrawing his gaze. After 10 years in the apocalypse, he had developed his own principles avenging the elite zombie, while turning that beast into an ordinary zombie was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Brother, please, save me." The doctor, covered in blood, dragged his mutilated body towards Suyu, leaving crimson trails as he crawled in terror. Suyu had already drawn his bow, the arrowhead coldly aimed at the man's forehead. "Save you? What's in it for me?" "The hospital, 4th floor, there's a huge secret." Before the doctor could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly turned. The next second, Suyu's arrow pierced through his skull, completely eliminating this threat. After the elite zombie's demise, the murderous aura that had shrouded the entire floor dissipated. To other zombies, this territory had become prime real estate that needed to be claimed. In the screening hall, roars and footsteps stubbornly approached. Suyu estimated there were no fewer than 30, and with his energy bar empty, fighting Hedon would be suicide. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. He collected all the spoils into his storage ring and rushed toward the office from before, slamming and locking the door behind him. But the wooden door was already old, and under the repeated violent impacts of the zombie horde, it didn't last long before shattering. Over 30 zombies surged in like a tide, instantly filling the cramped space. Strange, someone had clearly just hidden in here. So how did they vanish in the blink of an eye? They growled and searched, constantly bumping into each other, but found nothing. Bang! 300 years ago, an apple fell on Newton's head, and he discovered universal gravitation. Today, a piece of ceiling plaster hit a zombie, but it couldn't comprehend anything. Who would have thought that Suyu, inspired by the elite zombie earlier, had climbed along the ceiling and slipped away through the partition wall? The ceiling wasn't absolutely safe. When the apocalypse broke out, most of the framework had been cracked and could collapse at any moment. Suyu crept carefully among the dust, cables, and steel bars. Unbeknownst to him, after the battle, his points had risen to 62, 35 points higher than second Placia commanding lead that left others far behind. Outside the emergency hall, Lin Maorong's team had the rare luck of finding a material capsulia, not so sweet sugar cane. At that moment, more than a dozen people sat in a row on the steps outside the door, each gnawing on a piece of sugarcane. The sugarcane peels crackled between their teeth, juice splattering everywhere. They were too lazy to even spit out the chewed pulp, swallowing it directly. Their Adam's apples bobbed as they gulped, faces flushed red and necks thick, rolling their eyes from the roughness scraping their throats. "Young master, the leaderboard has been updated. Lao Ba, no need to Luquiri, definitely still in first place, right?" "Young master, we've been overtaken." Lao Ba instinctively bit down hard, nearly breaking his recently repaired tooth again. Lin Maorong narrowed his eyes. "Oh, interesting. Let me see. Could it be those people from the Ma family in Hushi?" On the screen, an unfamiliar name blazed at the top. 62 points. And it showed, not affiliated with any team. Some unremarkable nobody? 62 points? Not even part of a team? How did he manage that? "Young master, do you remember? Could this be the strong one the order mentioned?" Lin Maorong kicked over the sugarcane peels and roared. "Bullshit. The only strong one here is me. Everyone fill your bellies, we're going back to fight in a bit." At the same time, Suyu found a relatively sturdy concrete platform to rest. The previous fierce battle had drained his stamina considerably. He was now holding a large serving of steaming sweet and sour pork, crunching through the crispy exterior to the tender meat inside, then tilting his head back to gulp down some ice-cold kvass, letting out several satisfied burps. Each burp echoed down the corridor, drawing the attention of zombies in the offices who looked around but remained blocked by the concrete pillars, unable to spot him. Before eating, he had drained the last little blue bottle, a skill potion that only unlocked after changing classes in his previous life. Now with both skills activated simultaneously, his energy was completely depleted. Suyu leaned against the stone pillar, suddenly remembering the doctor's dying words. The fourth floor has secrets. It's the apocalypse and he's still thinking about secrets? What could they be worth? He curled his lip, yet curiosity got the better of him. Well, I have to fight my way up anyway. Might as well take a look. After eating and drinking his fill, he took inventory of his spoils. First item, a pale silver capsule. Too lazy to examine it closely, he tossed it into his backpack. Second item, an ancient bronze key. Master key, excellent grade consumable. Description, a masterpiece from Yokohama's lockpicking king. Renders all locks and mechanisms below excellent grade defenseless. Good stuff. Suyu's eyes lit up. Hidden dungeons, hidden mechanisms, this is how you make a living. The more the better. Third item, a pair of leather shoes. Just seeing the words, fine grade. He almost burst out laughing, but the eye-searing red leather instantly wiped the smile from his face. Two round steel tubes on the sides of the shoes looked like rear-loaded rocket shells. These were the infamous Russian roulette super rocket boots. Super rocket boots, fine grade equipment. Attributes, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Movement Speed 10. Skill, here comes the little flying stick. Consumes energy, after ignition speed surges dramatically for 3 seconds, 10-minute cooldown. Essential gear for escaping, pursuing, and murder robbery. Suyu smiled bitterly. Just missing a bit of that Germanic Europa flair, how wicked. The malfunction rate was as high as 1 in 6. At best you couldn't stop after activation. At worst they exploded on the spot. Most outrageous of all, some people had been launched into the air and smashed to pieces. Despite complaining bitterly, Suyu was quite honest in his actions as he took off his sneakers. Useless skill? Fine, I just won't use it, he muttered stubbornly. But when the panel displayed Constitution 5, Agility 5, Movement Speed 10, he obediently slipped his feet into those garishly bright red leather shoes. The moment he tied the laces, it felt as if lead weights had been lifted from his body, making him feel light as air. However, seeing a grown man wearing such flashy red footwear looked utterly ridiculous, like a peculiar mix of stylish and flamboyant. The equipment system in this post-apocalyptic world was crystal clear. 1. Accessories, rings, necklaces, and the like. 2. Basic equipment, weapons, and armor. Armor was subdivided into 6 categories. Headgear, chest armor, leg armor, shoulder guards, gauntlets, and footwear. 3. Special equipment, glasses, cloaks, fishing rods, and such items that didn't boost basic attributes but provided unique effects like night vision or threat reduction. Higher grades meant more impressive additional attributes. This was common knowledge among all survivors. After changing into the new shoes, he casually pulled up his personal information. Name, Lone Wolf, utterly ordinary passerby. Level 4. Basic attributes, Strength 35, Spirit 17, Constitution 32, Agility 26. Luck value, 9. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Equipment, Huaxiao War Bow, Ring of Vitality, Ring of Energy, Sacred Arrow Necklace, Super Rocket Boots. Primary talent, Plundering Hand SS rank. Secondary talents, Maxed Lux rank, Disguise Mask rank, Double Strike rank. Skill slots, Take What's Mine 14, Sacred Arrow Slaughter Cooling Down, Healing Arts, Arrow of Judgment. Here comes the flying stick. His attributes were terrifyingly impressive. Even Suyu himself almost suspected the panel was playing a joke on him. This was significantly higher than his stats after reaching level 10 and changing classes in his previous life. The luxurious configuration of 5 pieces of equipment and 5 skills was absolutely unprecedented in Star City, or even all of Huaxia, on the second day of the apocalypse. Even more incredible was that string of talents. S-rank awakening had a 9 million probability, while SS rank was virtually impossible to encounter. Closing the panel, he looked toward the office where clusters of zombies still refused to disperse, their low growls filled with stubborn persistence. Suyu had a sudden inspiration as his gaze fell upon a ceramic jar in his bracelet's storage space. Lure pot, common grade consumable. Effect, consumes a small amount of spirit energy. When thrown, frantically attracts humanoid zombies within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute. Effect ends if attacked. To zombies, this item was irresistibly tempting. Even zombie hordes would abandon each other for a single lure pot. By maintaining the critical 10-meter distance, he could draw out the creatures blocking the office entrance one by one and defeat them individually. Time for action. Suyu gracefully leaped down into the corridor, his shoe soles making no sound as they touched the corpse-strewn floor. He then extracted the ceramic jar from his bracelet and gently placed it in the center of the hallway, positioning it precisely exactly 10 meters from the office entrance. The zombie at the doorway, previously listless, suddenly perked up with fervor practically bursting from its gray-white pupils. That zombie was the first to run out, staring at the lure pot on the ground with incredibly greedy eyes. It fell silent and charged out like a madman, lunging toward the lure pot. The bowstring vibrated, and a steel arrow pierced straight through its forehead with a bang, exploding its head. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained 20 EXP, 2 gold coins. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained 1 point. Suyu lifted his foot and kicked the lure pot forward another half-inch. The cracked opening continued releasing its scent, and new zombies came stumbling out. Ding! 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 System notifications flooded his ears in rapid succession, almost forming a continuous soundtrack. In just 1 minute, dozens of kill and point notifications packed the interface completely, with points alone shooting up to 27. The ground was quickly carpeted with severed limbs and body parts. Suyu's war bow grew hot from constant use, his fingertips trembling. Done. He caught his breath and quickly looted the corpses for spoils, stuffing copper coins and materials into his bracelet's storage space. Time to move to the next spot. Next, he avoided the team players on the first and second floors, ghosting through the hospital like a phantom, hitting and running. Third floor ENT department another 32 points. Stairwell between third and fourth floors, 23 more points. Fourth floor neurosurgeon additional 19 points. Arrows continuously pierced zombie skulls as system notifications rang out one after another. During this time, Suyu also tried searching the fourth floor for the so-called secret, based on the dying doctor's fragmented words, but found nothing unusual except bloodstains. The good news was that through sheer determination, he finally reached level 5. The bad news was that once the level gap exceeded 3 levels, kills no longer provided experience or drops only points. His wristwatch showed 17:00 less than an hour until nightfall at 6 o'clock. 168 points, first place on the leaderboard, far ahead of everyone else. This method works great, but it's hell on the hands. Suyu shook his aching arms. His energy and stamina were nearly depleted, and his bracelet storage space was bulging with corpse drops. Priority 1. Find a safe corner and wait until 6 tomorrow morning to recover. At the same time, second floor obstetrics and gynecology department. Lin Maorong arrived with his team, planning to use this area as tonight's base. Lao Ba, who's first on the leaderboard. How many points? Lao Ba checked his wristwatch and hesitantly read, Young Master. It's utterly ordinary passerby, 168 points. What about us? Lin Maorong's face darkened. 68 points, third place. This is impossible. It must be a hallucination. Orderkeeper, I want to report someone for cheating. Lin Maorong gritted his teeth, his chest heaving. Lao Ba quietly reminded him. Young Master, how should we arrange the night watch? Take turns on guard duty. Tomorrow we head straight to the 4th floor. Don't forget we're working for Young Master by sure. Yes. Lao Ba quickly retreated to avoid triggering his master's anger. Lin Maorong paced in the office, and just as his irritation peaked, he heard 2 women arguing in the next room. He pushed the door open. Wan Shinran immediately rushed over and wrapped her arms around his, her voice soft and sweet. Honey, help us settle this. Which of us is prettier? Whoever's prettier gets to spend the night with you. She wore an open white doctor's coat over a bright red lace bra, with a gray miniskirt below and black stockings deliberately torn in several places. Gold-framed glasses perched on her nose, and she playfully waved a stethoscope, striking a seductive pose. On the other side, Miao Huan wore a pink nurse outfit with nothing underneath, the dress hem cut to the extreme limit, revealing her long legs. She radiated an innocent charm while maintaining a provocative smile. Lin Xiao, you better choose carefully or else I'll have to give you a shot. One was a tall, commanding goddess, the other a soft, enchanting vixen with a devilish figure. So who's better? Both women asked in unison. Lin Maorong's breathing quickened as his gaze shifted between them. Who's better? I'd have to try both to know. Only children make choices, adults take everything. Young Master, 2 survivors have come seeking refuge. Can't you see I'm busy right now? Handle it yourself. Lin Maorong was in the middle of his climax when Lao Ba's voice from outside the door interrupted him, making him quite furious. All right, I won't disturb the young master's pleasure. Unexpectedly, this interruption caused Lin Maorong to perform exceptionally well. This time, he actually lasted a full 5 minutes before entering his refractory period. Honey, you're so strong. That was twice as long as usual. I've heard Shinran say how impressive young Master Lin is, but I still underestimated you. Still calling me young Master Lin? That's so formal. Lin Maorong enjoyed the massage from the 2 women, feeling quite pleased with himself. Master Miao Huan immediately corrected herself, which satisfied Lin Maorong greatly. Today, both women had witnessed the power of Lin Maorong's group. Swift action, smooth coordination, ruthless methods, these were no ordinary servants. They had seen reality clearly. Although this man couldn't satisfy them in bed, the apocalypse had arrived, and they had witnessed too many horrific scenes. Survival was what mattered most. Lin Maorong was the young master of the Lin family, backed by the Baisher family. So they decided to follow Lin Maorong wholeheartedly. Together, they could look out for each other. In a daze, Lin Maorong fell asleep. You're all animals. Help me. I'll never forgive you even as a ghost. Scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. You can scream your throat raw, and no one will come save you. Lin Maorong was suddenly awakened by men's laughter and women's cries for help from next door. The three of them got dressed and walked out, only to find the cries for help growing weaker. Lao Ba, what's going on? Lin Maorong looked at Lao Ba standing by the door and asked with a frown. Young master, two survivors came seeking refuge. The brothers saw they looked pretty good, so they… Damn it, what are you doing? That was the last woman, and you killed her. An angry curse came from inside the room. Sorry. This ugly woman dared to bite me, so I accidentally killed her. The perpetrator laughed sheepishly, though his tone showed no remorse whatsoever. Clearly, this wasn't their first time doing such things. During the day, the two women Lin Maorong brought had already aroused everyone's desires. Now, as Lin Maorong led the two women into the room, these beasts were still venting their lust. Each one was strong as an ox. How could those two little nurses withstand the repeated assaults from these men? In just over half an hour, the two survivors had been violated to death. Ding. Successfully eliminated all members of the dermatology mutual aid team, gained all points acquired by this team. This accidental killing had directly transferred all the points earned by the dermatology mutual aid team into his possession. So killing people could also earn points? Lin Maorong felt like he had opened the door to a new world. What if he killed ordinary passersby? However, looking at the tragic scene before him, he waved his hand and said, clean up the bodies later, they're an eyesore. Wan Xinran and Miao Huan, as women, showed no sympathy, but rather felt relieved. The two dead girls had been quite attractive. If they hadn't kept Lin Maorong occupied earlier, given his lustful nature, who knows what trouble he might have caused. Everyone stop. Someone's coming, the Ma family from Hushi. Lao Ba shouted from the doorway. Let's go. Time to meet them. Lin Maorong looked meaningfully at Lao Ba and made a throat-slitting gesture. Suyu stepped over the scattered limbs covering the floor and reached the storage room in the corner of the third floor, isolated island he had just discovered by chance. The storage room was located on the top floor of the auxiliary building, connected to the outside world only by a corridor about 10 meters long. The area was deathly quiet, like an isolated sanctuary within the hospital. He first dealt with the last few zombies that had followed him into the corridor, then raised his hand to swipe the card. Beep. Card access successful. Throughout his journey, this access card had been virtually unstoppably. No door could bar its way. Outside the door lay corpses everywhere, but inside was eerily quiet. Under the gray-white lights, every step echoed through the empty corridor, as if reminding him that this place still belonged to the world of the living. Suyu let his silver bird claw circle overhead for reconnaissance, immediately revealing the storage room's layout. Two people were huddled behind the shelves, their breathing erratic, clearly unwelcoming of this uninvited guest. Suyu pulled a pure black mask from his bracelet spoils from his recent battle. Ghoul mask special equipment, created by a mad inventor after 10,007 trials. When worn, the eyes turn blood red. Attributes. At night, completely blocks zombie perception of human scent. Once an attack is launched or vigorous movement occurs, the concealment effect immediately disappears. The moment the mask clicked into place, Suyu took his third step. Almost simultaneously, two dark figures lunged from behind the shelves. Two men, one in front and one behind, each gripping a gleaming surgical knife. Who are you? How do you have a storage room access card? Cut the chatter, kill him. Suyu's lips curved upward. He despised two types of people most. First, those who pointed knives at him. Second, those who stood in his way when he wanted to point knives at others. These two had clearly witnessed his rampage in the corridor, yet still dared to attack. Quite bold indeed. The next second, two surgical knives thrust toward his throat and abdomen. Before the blade tips could even touch his clothing, Suyu's hands had already clamped down on their wrists, one high and one low. With 35 points of strength unleashed, the two men felt as if iron clamps had locked them in place, their joints producing teeth-grinding, creaking sounds. Under the intense pain, cold sweat streamed down their temples, and instinctive screams tried to escape their throats, only to be cut short by Suyu's preemptive violence. Their arms were forcibly snapped, then yanked with tremendous force. Bang! Two heads collided with a dull thud like a hammer striking watermelons. Suyu chuckled darkly. Sounds good, doesn't it? Good sound means good heads. Blood splattered as both men's vision went black and they collapsed unconscious. As usual, he checked their personal information. Wears small underwear, LV3, no profession, irranked talent, enhanced attack. Enjoys Big D life, LV3, no profession, irranked talent, enhanced defense. Irranked talents with only 10 stat bonuses utterly worthless. With such pathetic abilities, they still dared to ambush him? They really overestimated themselves. The storage room showed no signs of battle but had been ransacked thoroughly. Suyu raised his blade, preparing to finish them off, when he suddenly heard heavy breathing from the corner. Turning his head, he saw two women bound hand and foot on the ground. one in a doctor's white coat, the other in nurse's attire. The knots were professionally tied, their clothing cut to shreds, pale skin exposed to the cold air. Clearly, these two perverted beasts outside had been about to commit unspeakable acts before Suyu burst in. Suyu looked the two women up and down, lost in thought. What a surprise to encounter a familiar face from the past in a place like this. The dilapidated corridor reeked of pungent disinfectant, while neon tubes on the walls flickered erratically. Suyu stepped over shattered glass scattered across the floor and saw a young female doctor pinned against the wall by two burly men. Yubing, level 2, no profession, strength talent, benevolent heart of a healer. In his previous life, after awakening, she had transitioned to a hidden Taoist profession ghost doctor. Back then, she was cold as ice, keeping everyone at arm's length. But at this moment, her features still carried a hint of youthful innocence, her white coat dusty yet still neat and tidy. A ghost doctor could resurrect the dead and mend broken bones. Even with just a breath of life remaining, she could drag someone back from death's door. Saving lives was a doctor's sacred duty, but after the apocalypse descended, she endured unimaginable hardships that twisted her personality, making her eccentric and unpredictable. She maintained her own registry, recording the name of everyone she saved. Beyond exorbitant fees, patients had to sign an absurd contract within 1 year. They must personally kill any survivor from her list. Few dared seek her treatment. Only those with extraordinary power or backing from influential families, as being targeted by others was never a good thing. In his previous life, Suyu had been mortally wounded by zombies while trying to save Lin Rufei, and only survived after encountering Yubing on death's doorstep. Following the rules, he paid the enormous fee and signed the contract. But after completing the kill a survivor clause, he could never find her again. Only when the contract automatically expired did he learn that Yubing had met her demise. An innocent man suffers for his wealth. Her displayed medical skills attracted the covetous attention of powerful families. To those magnates, the ghost doctor was merely a high-level healer. If they couldn't possess her, they would destroy her. After repeated failed invitations, they simply made her disappear permanently. What a small world. Suyu never expected to reunite with her here. Yubing was the epitome of cold, aloof beauty, forming a stark contrast with the baby-faced, busty little nurse beside her whose clothes were in tatters. Perhaps for this very reason, she hadn't aroused the two men's lust. Her clothing remained intact. But would Suyu's sudden intrusion disrupt Yubing's original trajectory? Yubing's strength talent was healing-focused, overly specialized. For survivors unwilling to become Taoists, it was extremely impractical. Even if forcibly stolen, the power would be difficult to utilize effectively. In comparison, the little nurse beside her was utterly ordinary. Star City Little Fairy, level 2, no profession, frank talent, auxiliary healing. Both were healing types, yet one was at the ceiling while the other was in the gutter. Despite awakening simultaneously, the gap between them was starkly evident. The little nurse caught sight of Suyu's crimson pupils staring directly at them, and felt a chill run down her spine. This man had twisted two strong men's arms into grotesque angles with his bare hands. Her voice trembling, she still mustered the courage to plead. "Big brother, could you please save me?" Yubing had cloth stuffed in her mouth and could only make muffled MMPH sounds. She glanced hastily at Suyu, then fixed her gaze intently on the little nurse, clearly indicating the two were at odds with some old grudge between them. The standoff continued, but for Suyu, if it came to violence. For Suyu, killing these two would be as easy as turning his hand. Suyu wasn't being overly compassionate. He simply felt that sparing her life would repay the debt from her saving him in his previous life. Moreover, he knew that once Yubing grew stronger, she would certainly have exploitable value. This small favor wouldn't cost him much time or energy anyway. Suyu ignored the little nurse still cowering in the corner and walked directly to Yubing's side. He knelt down halfway and instructed, "I'm going to remove the cloth from your mouth. Don't scream loudly or you'll attract the zombies." Yubing's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded gently. Once the cloth was removed, her numb little mouth finally gained freedom. Her first words weren't a plea for help, but rather cursing at the little nurse in a low voice. The nurse wasn't about to back down either, and the two immediately began trading barbs. Suyu couldn't be bothered to get involved. He retrieved from his wrist device a barbecue feast sufficient for 4 people, an entire tray, and placed it on the nearby office desk. Both Yubing and the little nurse were stunned by his magic trick-like operation. Could he really finish all that by himself? However, the two women were too engrossed in their argument to think about it further. Suyu simply became a spectator, eating skewers while listening. As their verbal battle escalated, the full picture emerged. 1. Yubing, her fiancé, and this little nurse had all worked in the dermatology department before the apocalypse. 2. When the apocalypse struck, Yubing was in the cafeteria while her fiancé and the nurse, as surviving colleagues, banded together for protection. 3. Yubing fled for her life and finally made it back to the third-floor department, only to walk in on her fiancé and the nurse in bed together. 4. When the nurse saw her enter, she simply turned the man's head away and continued their activities, while taunting her with words. 5. From the man's complaints, Yubing finally understood she had been cheated on for 2 whole years. No wonder her personality became so twisted later. Suyu chewed his grilled meat methodically, finding even he was thoroughly entertained. This melodrama was clearly more dramatic than simple betrayal for survival. Growl. Halfway through their argument, both women's stomachs began rumbling. They hadn't had a drop of water for a day and a half since the apocalypse began. Hunger made them turn their gaze toward the plate of glistening grilled meat on the table, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. Suddenly, both women looked past the food towards something behind Suyu, their expressions instantly freezing. The enhanced defense survivor who had been living his best life outside the door had awakened. His head was still bloodstained, his wrist joint broken and dangling, but his other hand gripped a foot-long sharp knife as he crept closer in a crouch. He raised his index finger to his lips, signaling the 2 women to stay quiet. This was the very criminal who had previously stabbed Yubing's fiancée with a knife and taken them hostage. Yubing's face changed dramatically. Without time to think, she shouted, "Danger!" But it was already too late. The sharp blade cut through the air towards Suyu's back. Both women instinctively closed their eyes, unable to watch. "Haha kid, you're dead. I'm going to." The man's maniacal laughter stopped abruptly. He was shocked to discover he felt nothing, that the expected, white blade in, red blade out, hadn't happened. The knife had already fallen to the ground with a crisp sound. Then the world spun before his eyes as he collapsed to his knees with a thud, blood spattering from his severed wrist. My hand." Suyu smiled faintly, as if he had merely swatted away a mosquito, and continued eating his skewers. Didiao Rinsheng clearly hadn't expected this man to have eyes in the back of his head. Under intense stress, his adrenaline surged, momentarily numbing the pain. Suyu drew an arrow from his quiver, gripped it barehanded, and drove it clean through the man's arm with tremendous force. The arrowhead pierced straight into the hard floor, and the metallic scent of blood instantly filled the air. Just as the excruciating pain forced a scream from Didiao Rinsheng's throat, it suddenly constricted Su. You had grabbed a second arrow and, like gutting an eel, thrust it through the front of his throat and out the back of his skull, obliterating his brainstem. Didiao Rinsheng collapsed straight down, his face peaceful, as if he had simply moved to a different place to sleep. "How rude of you, interrupting my show." Suyu wiped the blood from his hands, his voice terrifyingly calm. His gaze immediately shifted to the other thug Xiaoma Naiku. The latter had awakened a beat slower than his companion, and now stood frozen like a statue at the doorway, clutching a baseball bat. The bat was an excellent grade weapon, perfectly balanced in length, weight, and handling equally effective for smashing zombies or bashing living people. Having witnessed the entire scene, Xiaoma Naiku felt a chill run through his bones. Dijiao was a trained fighter with arms thick as steel cables, yet Suyu had effortlessly pierced through him with a single arrow and nailed it into concrete. What terrifying strength must that require? And that throat-piercing arrow was even faster, the movement almost a blur. Though his baseball bat had greater reach than the arrows, he didn't dare gamble with his life. Suyu's mere 2 moves had shaken him to his very soul. If they actually fought, he'd likely end up just like his companion on the floor. When he'd first killed someone that afternoon, his hands had still been trembling. Yet Suyu could casually emanate 1,000 times more killing intent. Behind that ghoul mask, blood-red pupils gleamed coldly, making Xiaoma Naiku's scalp crawl. Meeting that gaze felt like hearing the Grim Reaper's call. Compared to the zombies outside, he felt Suyu was more like death incarnate. Driven by fear, Xiaoma Naiku instinctively pulled up Suyu's personal information, an unremarkable nobody, level 5, no profession. But then it hit him, could this unremarkable level 5 be the legendary powerhouse at the top of the leaderboards? The soul-searching question stuck in his throat, yet he didn't dare voice even a word of doubt. Xiaoma Naiku and Dijiao Rensheng had been scavenging brothers near the hospital, surviving on collecting waste paper, which was also where they'd learned their rope-tying skills. After the apocalypse began, the two barely managed to survive thanks to the physical strength they'd built from scavenging. When Suyu triggered the hidden dungeon, they'd struck it lucky a real treasure chest appeared before them, yielding not only abundant supplies, but also 2 excellent grade weapons. As the saying goes, comfort breeds desire. Well-fed and having easily cut down several zombies with their new weapons, their confidence soared to its peak, making them feel invincible. That's when they remembered those pretty girls in the hospital who used to look down on them. With only one thought consuming their minds, they wanted to pin those women down and have their way with them. The 2 men mustered their courage and made their way to the dermatology department, where they witnessed a heated argument between 2 women and 1 man. A small-scale conflict broke out among the 5 people, during which the 2 men accidentally killed the fiancé. Although the 2 women fought back desperately, they were ultimately overpowered. The men then dragged them to a storage room, a place rarely visited by others perfect for their sinister intentions. Just as the 2 men were about to proceed, Suyu walked in, which greatly irritated them. This led to the events described earlier. The man in small underwear finally collapsed, his legs giving out as he fell to his knees. Boss, I was wrong. I'll do it myself. You too, Carrie only woke up at the wrong time. Then he did something absolutely shocking. Gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength, he raised the baseball bat high and smashed it down hard on his own head. Bang! His body convulsed a few times before going still. Whether he was dead or alive was unclear. You two continue. Such a great story, don't let it end up like those immortal cockroach novels with no conclusion. Please don't leave us hanging. Suyu said. Seeing the two corpses so close by, fear instantly overwhelmed the young nurse's heart. She bit her lip hard, trying not to make any sound. It took her quite a while to recover. While Yin Yubing was also somewhat frightened, her eyes showed a mixture of relief and regret. Remarkably, both women fell silent in unspoken agreement. After arguing with the young nurse, Yin Yubing had finally seen her fiancé's true nature. Her eyes seemed filled with despair, as if she had seen through life itself and no longer wished to continue the quarrel. The young nurse stopped arguing out of fear. Night had already fallen some time ago. The zombies, which already had the upper hand in the hospital, became even more frenzied. The earlier roar from the big guy had been far too loud, immediately attracting nearby zombies who came rushing toward the corridor like madmen. The constant banging on the door terrified the young nurse. The pounding grew louder and louder. It felt like the door wouldn't hold much longer. She began to feel afraid. Originally, she had mentally prepared herself to submit to these two criminals. Surviving one more day was better than nothing. But Suyu's appearance completely disrupted her plans. She had a typical personality that admired strength, and she realized that the man before her was the one at the top of the leaderboard. Although Suyu wore a mask covering most of his face, judging from his voice, build, and the visible portion of his face, he was definitely a handsome, young man, infinitely better than these criminals. So the young nurse changed her mind, wanting to attach herself to this man called ordinary passerby. He seemed so calm and composed that even if zombies really broke in, he would surely find a way to escape. But this passerby seemed to have eyes only for Yin Yubing, not even glancing at her. Just as she was about to speak, Suyu stood up. Both women looked at him in unison. Like a magician, he produced an identical mask from his bracelet, then calmly walked forward and cut the ropes binding the two women. During this process, the young nurse very deliberately pushed out her chest and let out an inappropriate moan. There's only one life-saving mask. Tell me, why should it go to you? The young nurse volunteered, standing up. There's no man I can't handle. When she had played her little tricks earlier, this man hadn't objected. Wasn't that obvious enough? What was so interesting about that woman Yin Yubing? Was she as fun as herself? Humph. He definitely wanted to humiliate Yin Yubing, that ice queen. So she thrust out her chest and threw the whole riddled nurse uniform. One could even see the lace lingerie underneath. Choose me, handsome, the young nurse said in a coquettish voice. Because I'm naughty. Suyu was utterly speechless, never expected internet memes to become reality. He turned to look at Yin Yubing, who had a completely dark expression. Are you sure she was hired through proper channels at your hospital? Yin Yubing spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. The storage room was dimly lit, with the iron door being violently pounded by something unknown outside, creating thunderous banging sounds. The young nurse had initially puffed out her chest, trying to get closer to Suyu, but discovered that not only was the man not taking the bait, he was actually raising his eyebrows in cold mockery alongside Yin Yubing. She began to wonder, could it be that this man doesn't like women who are too forward? So she fell silent, deciding to wait and see what Yin Yubing would say next before making her move. A brief silence locked the three of them in the cramped space, with only the door shaking rhythmically. Suyu shifted his gaze to Yin Yubing, his heart churning with emotion. Survive? I've already lost everything. I don't even know what meaning there is in staying alive anymore. Yin Yubing's voice was low and flat, yet carried the weight of despair. The young nurse nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this, covering her mouth with a pff sound, her eyes full of mockery. Any normal person hearing such words would be crazy to save you. Suyu cursed inwardly. Damn it. His sudden appearance had indeed disrupted the trajectory of his previous life. In the apocalypse, despair was the most taboo thing. If Yin Yubing truly had no will to survive, then there was no need for him to spare her life. Yin Yubing sensed Suyu's coldness, but felt even more hatred toward the nurse beside her. The other woman was smugly pleased with herself, first stealing her man, then trying to squeeze into the remaining survival spacey in the apocalypse. Were only bitches like this worthy of survival? Her gaze gradually turned ice cold, overlapping with a certain scene from Suyu's memory. She silently vowed, even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. The young nurse suddenly switched to vulgar language, swaggering as she winked seductively at Suyu. Little brother, is there even a comparison? I'm fully ripened. I know all the tricks of the trade. Unlike this bitch Yin Yubing, who has no sense of fun at all. Don't let her cold act fool Yoshi's rotten to the core. I heard she used her body to bribe professors to get into graduate school, and at the hospital she's been involved with the dean, department heads, and a bunch of young male interns. She's been with her fiancé for 5 years, almost married, but won't let him touch her. She must have some disease. This mix of truth and lies mostly reflected the nurse's own experiences, which is why she could spout them so readily. Yubing obviously couldn't prove her virginity on the spot and turned red with anger. After holding back for a long time, she could only squeeze out, "You, you shameless woman." The difference in verbal impact between their words was like night and day, making the nurse even more pleased with herself. Ignited by rage, Yubing suddenly lunged forward, and the two women tumbled to the ground, wrestling in a tangle. No matter how much physical advantage Yubing had, she had never really fought anyone before and soon found herself at a disadvantage. The nurse flipped over and straddled her, pulling her hair while cursing, then grabbed the baseball bat that the thug had dropped and swung it toward Yubing's forehead. Such a blow would cause at least a concussion. Suyu instinctively reached for the war bow on his back, but suddenly noticed that Yubing somehow had a dagger in her hand, its blade glowing with a dark blue light. Suyu's current equipment was only excellent grade, yet she had pulled out a superior grade close combat weapon. Interesting. The next second, Yubing raised her hand to block. With a loud clang, the excellent grade baseball bat snapped clean in two. While the young nurse stood frozen in shock, Yubing plunged a knife into her abdomen, causing blood to gush out instantly. The cold expression on Yubing's face gradually melted away. Yes, this was the feeling. The scent was overwhelming. "Big brother, come help me quickly. This bitch is playing tricks." After being stabbed, the nurse tried to flee. Yubing grabbed her calf and pulled her down to the ground. One stab, two stabs, three stabs. The nurse kept wailing as her body's struggles gradually ceased, finally going limp. She never could have imagined that she would die at Yubing's hands. After killing the nurse, Yubing sat collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. "There's another one here." Suyu pointed to the thug lying on the ground. From their earlier conversation, Suyu had learned that this was the man who had killed Yubing's fiancée. "Are you some kind of devil?" "I just killed someone," Yubing said in disbelief. "You'll get used to it," Suyu replied indifferently. Yubing had long given up any thoughts about her fiancé. However, throughout their journey, this thug had taken plenty of liberties with her. Though Yubing spoke words of denial, her body was honest. Her hands never stopped moving. Truly worthy of being a doctor, she understood the human body's internal structure quite well. After several stabs, the unconscious thug had a pool of blood flowing beneath him and lost his life directly. 2 words, absolutely satisfying. "Passerby, big brother, what do you mean? The system notification says I've gained points from these thugs? Just keep them." This was essentially a generous gift from Suyu to Yubing. Combined with her previous points, she now had 26 points and had actually made it into the top 10. No matter what, she could expect a substantial reward. "We're complete strangers. Why are you being so good to me? You once saved me." Suyu answered truthfully. "Saved you? I don't believe it. I'm just an ordinary dermatologist. Did you have that kind of disease? Do you want me to give you a follow-up examination now? They say that in the apocalypse, people's temperaments change after killing." This saying couldn't be more fitting for Yubing. Hearing Yubing's words, Suyu was speechless. However, at that moment, the storage room door was already tottering and finally couldn't hold up any longer. He showed no mercy whatsoever, pressing the ghoul mask firmly onto Yubing's face. Yubing was furious. They were having a perfectly good conversation, so why did he suddenly start getting physical? How could this man have no manners at all? Just as the door was about to break, Yubing heard the man's voice in her ear. "Remember, don't move, don't attack." Crash. Dozens of mutated zombies poured in all at once. Good heavens, they were all level 3 mutated zombies without exception. Even Suyu at full strength wouldn't be their match. The key point was that although they were mutated zombies, their drops were no different from ordinary zombies of the same level during daytime. Only an idiot would do such thankless work. The zombies looked around and only saw several still warm corpses on the ground. Could they have turned on each other? But the zombies continued searching for living beings, completely ignoring Suyu and Yubing standing in the middle. At that moment, the two seemed to have vanished from the zombies' sight. At close range, the distinctive putrid smell of zombies hit them full force. Suyu was long accustomed to this sensation. But Yubing, despite being a doctor and having grown bolder after killing, still had her mind occupied by fear when encountering zombies at such close proximity. At this moment, Yubing clenched her teeth tightly, closed her eyes firmly, and tried hard not to make any sound. More than 10 minutes later, just as these zombies were gradually leaving, the unexpected happened. Yubing couldn't control her nose and caught the scent of the barbecue they hadn't had time to clean up. Instantly, her stomach's cravings were aroused. The next second, Yubing's stomach betrayed her with loud rumbling. Growl, growl, growl. The nearby zombies heard this and turned their heads in unison. The zombies immediately followed the sound and quickly surrounded Yubing. They tilted their heads, their gray-white pupils scanning back and forth across her body. She clearly looked like one of them. Yet she was making human sounds, which was utterly incomprehensible to their instinct-driven brains. The nearest zombies had almost touched Yubing's nose, and the putrid smell hit her throat directly, making her nauseous. She could only force herself to stand rigid, letting fate decide her destiny. Just then, chaotic footsteps suddenly erupted from the hall outside the corridor, mixed with screams and sounds of struggle. The group of zombies turned around like hunting dogs yanked by their collars, rushing out of the storage room in a frenzy with so little meat and so many competitors, they'd get nothing if they didn't move fast. In the blink of an eye, the room emptied, and deathly silence descended once more. Suyu leaned against the shelves, observing Yubing with an ambiguous smile. She was half a head shorter than him, and her originally childish features were now animated with a few traces of liveliness activated by fear. Her thin lips were pressed tight as she exhaled a breath of stale air. One of her tightly closed eyes quietly cracked open, meeting Suyu's blank stare directly. The scene of their first meeting flashed through her mind, had stared at her the same way back then. Have you seen enough? Yubing suppressed her voice, but her anger kept rising. Suyu didn't respond, his gaze sweeping around the room's layout. Is there a safe spot nearby? Turn left when you go out, there's a backup office. The door's broken, but it's better than here. Yubing spoke quickly. If we stay here any longer and patrolling zombies come, it'll be hard to escape. Not everyone can stand motionless for 10+ hours like you. Suyu pulled out a silver bird claw from his bracelet and prepared 2 enemy-luring pots, signaling her to come closer. Follow my gestures in a moment. Ever played red light, green light? Yeah, I know it. Yubing nodded but frowned and inhaled. But, can you wait for me a moment? What's wrong? My leg's numb. She had been tense for too long when surrounded by zombies, and the blood circulation in her calves had stopped. Take advantage of the clear moment outside to move around. Suyu lifted his chin. Yubing looked down and tried to move, but her peripheral vision was caught by the scattered leftovers on the ground. Canned food and compressed biscuits that the mutated zombies had knocked over were strewn everywhere. The fishy smell mixed with salty fragrance made her stomach protest directly, and her eyes turned green with hunger. Almost forgot. Suyu realized and pulled out a handful of capsule foods from his bracelet like a magic trick, casually opening 2 and handing them to her. Yogurt flavor, banana flavor, have these first to tide you over. Did you do that on purpose or by accident? Yubing held back her anger, nearly choking on her breath. This guy seemed mild on the surface, but who knew how many schemes were in his mind? Was he hinting at something? If he really had those preferences, why didn't he pick a young nurse back then? When it came down to it, she had survived this long entirely because of the unclear, double standards that came from Suyu's mouth. Yet he kept coming up with these inexplicable actions every few days. In reality, Suyu's mind was completely puree, chose these flavors simply because they could eliminate hunger and quickly replenish energy. Not wanting to make things worse, Suyu couldn't be bothered to explain and simply shoved everything into Yubing's hands. Figure it out yourself. The moment the items landed in her arms, the girl's arms trembled slightly under the weight. Yubing's face flushed red as she glared at him fiercely, then lowered her head and devoured 2 bananas in one go. The crisp sound of her teeth breaking through the peel seemed like a protest. But to Suyu, she was clearly starving. Eat slower, I have more bananas. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized how wrong they sounded, only making things more awkward. With the cover of the silver bird claw and the enemy lure pot, the 2 finally reached the office Yubing had mentioned. Bloodstains snaked around the doorway, severed limbs scattered about, and the air reeked of dried rust. It was clear a fierce battle had taken place here recently. Suyu locked the door behind them and drew the heavy curtains tight, finally bringing this chaotic day to a temporary close. What he hadn't expected was that the first thing Yubing did after entering was to tidy up the rest area for him. She carefully arranged the sofa and smoothed out the blankets, her awkward yet stubborn figure reminding Suyu of his own bootlicking days with Lin Roof. Every time they reached a safe zone, he would rush to get everything ready. Thank you so much, stranger. Yubing bowed her head, her voice much softer than before. This mask must be very precious here. Take it back. I don't have anything valuable. But how about this? She pulled an excellent grade dagger from her treasure box and offered it with both hands. Without Suyu, she would already be dead in the wasteland, and she knew it. Want to thank me? Suyu pushed both the mask and dagger back to her. Yubing nodded obediently. You have unlimited potential in this apocalypse and will surely become the strongest medic. If I ever need help in the future, lend me a hand too. You're so capable. Stranger, would you really need my help? Maybe. You're such a good person, stranger. Suyu was about to respond when a sneeze cut him off. He couldn't tell if this was Yubing's prank or an unconscious gesture saving someone only to receive a good person card, left him both amused and exasperated. Under the cover of night, he spent almost the entire evening stationed by the door, resting with his eyes closed. Though the office seemed safe on the surface, the wooden door could give way at any moment under the relentless assault of zombies. Initially, Yubing kept him company, but eventually exhaustion overcame her and she collapsed on the sofa. The previous night's terror and sleeplessness had already drained her energy. During their casual conversation, Suyu drilled the basic rules of apocalypse survival into her mind one by one. With her intelligence, This knowledge would prove invaluable someday. As for actually wanting to kill her, he could do so with a simple gesture, but whether all this effort was worth it remained unclear to him. When soft snoring sounds came from the sofa, he finally had time to inventory his spoils of war. After reaching level 5, he invested all 5 free attribute points into stamina. He now possessed 35 points in strength, 32 in constitution, and 26 in agility, but only 17 in spirit. Activating both attack skills would immediately drain his energy. He had accumulated a large pile of material capsules, enough to last several weeks even with casual consumption. Unfortunately, aside from the 2 ghoul masks that dropped, there wasn't a single decent piece of equipment. Whoa. Zone announcement. Hey everyone. Did you have a good time yesterday? I'm sure some of you have already figured out the hidden rules. Time's running short, so let me give you all some more perks. Hurry up and hop on board, babies. Come on, let's go completely wild. Let's party. The jarring broadcast cut off abruptly, and the corridors of Star City Hospital fell into dead silence. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing was never the zombies, but the human heart. The Orderer unveiled the curtain of the latest hunting game with a mocking tone. Ding. Hidden dungeon rules updated. 1. Killing survivors grants points. 2. Successful kills will plunder double the opponent's points. 3. All survivors gain temporary skill hunting instinct, allowing detection of other survivors' locations. 4. Those with 0 points at settlement will be eliminated directly. The system announcement broadcast 3 times in succession, its cold mechanical voice echoing through the empty ward like 3 sharp needles piercing everyone's nerves. In a patient room bathroom, 2 strangers who had temporarily teamed up were pressed against the wall, holding their breath. Elimination, does that mean leaving this hellish place? One of them asked with a trembling voice. No, elimination means death. The other man spoke softly, but with absolute certainty. His gaze was ice cold as he silently clicked disband team. What are you doing? A sharp surgical blade flashed with cold light. You're so badly injured. Rather than let someone else benefit, I might as well benefit myself. The man finished speaking in a low voice and slashed through the fragile alliance in the darkness with one stroke. The brief scream was drowned out by the sound of running water, and blood snaked down the drain. The bathroom door closed gently, as if nothing had happened. This was just one tiny scene in the dungeon. People who had been calling each other brothers and sharing hardships one second turned against each other the next for survival. Those without points just wanted to live, while those with points wanted to live better. Shadows lurking in the dark began to emerge. Rather than wait for death, it was better to strike first. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Suyu and In Yubing was not the only commotion. The Lin family team led by Lin Maorong and the Ma family entrenched in the Western District had also spent a sleepless night. The 2 families had been both collaborators and competitors before the apocalypse. The Lin family controlled the Eastern District, while the Ma family occupied the Western District. Both had entered with their elite forces, matched in numbers and strength, neck and neck on the leaderboard until Suyu's sudden rise left them behind. At midnight, Ma Xiuwei, the Ma family's second-in-command, took the initiative to approach Lin Maorong to discuss an alliance. Before the wine and meat had grown cold, Lin Maorong suddenly turned hostility. A prepared ambush instantly tore through the pleasantries. The Ma family lost the initiative and was routed, with 3 members falling on the spot. Ma Xiuwei fought desperately to break through and barely escaped to the 4th floor, but he was wounded in multiple places by blades, blood dripping all the way. After the broadcast ended, he leaned against the wall corner with labored breathing, his trembling finger opening the system panel. Hunting instinct. Consumes small amount of energy. Detection radius, 50 meters. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. As the skill activated, the dim corridor transformed into a 3-dimensional map in his mind. Within the 50-meter circle, over 30 red dots suddenly pulsed, burning into his retina like branding irons. Next to each red dot floated numbers of varying sizes, the survivor's current points. And when a red dot suddenly went out, it meant only one thing. The survivor had died. Matthew realized that if he could see others, it meant others could see him too. Outside his door, zombies growled incessantly. Yet he feared the living even more. Anyone who spotted that glaring 72 points above his head would surely fight to the death to claim his life. Perhaps that order keeper was right after all. Everyone would eventually descend into madness, especially the Lin family lunatics who would never let him go. In the final second before the map vanished, a crimson number flashed into Matthew's vision. 177 points. The only man in Star City Hospital whose score had broken triple digits. At this thought, he clutched desperately at his last thread of hope. At that moment, on the hospital's 3rd-floor corridor, Lin Maorong led his men in searching for Matthew's hiding place. Haha, double points. Heaven truly favors me. Lin Maorong brandished his machete with an excited grin. That old fool is badly wounded and definitely hiding on the 3rd floor. Whoever finds him first gets a handsome reward from this young master. Any survivor with over 20 points, kill them all. Having seized vast supplies from the Ma family the night before, the Lin group was in high spirits. their bloodlust surging. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Suyu had paced back and forth several times. Curious about some mysterious something hidden here, he had repeatedly come up empty-handed. Around the corner, a dying middle-aged man suddenly came into view. Matthew. Suyu pulled up his interface. LV4, no profession, strength, talent, maxed agility. One of them must have talents, he confirmed silently, his gaze ice-cold. The man was so weak he barely had a breath left, practically prey delivered to his doorstep. Ding. You have used Hand of Plunder on Survivor Matthew. Target breakdown level 30, weakness level 99, talent plunder successful. Remaining uses, 1. Ding. You have acquired strength, talent, maxed agility. Matthew hadn't yet realized his talent had been stripped away, gasping with difficulty. Brother, I'm Matthew from West River. I want to make a deal with you. West River. Suyu glanced at him indifferently. Never heard of it. He had originally planned to finish off this half-dead loose end on the spot. Avenge me. My supplies, equipment, life, plus 72 points. All yours. Suyu shook his head. Not interested. You won't last another minute. Before he finished speaking, a sudden flash of dying light flickered in Matthew's eyes. He remembered that since dawn, Suyu had been wandering the fourth floor, clearly searching for some secret. You're looking for the fourth floor secret, aren't you? Suyu's steps halted. Speak. These same words already heard them from a second person's mouth. Kill the Lin family's eldest son, and I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Marong. Suyu's brow arched. Murderous intent surfacing had come to Star City Hospital precisely for this man. Seeing his expression, Matthew's heart settled. Yes. I also heard it from those Lin family brats in the director's office. His broken words finally dissolved into a long, turbid breath of bloody air as Matthew closed his eyes and died. Suyu collected those 72 points, casually wiped away the bloodstains, and looked up toward the locked office at the far end of the fourth floor. It was the only room Suyu couldn't open with his access card. Damn it, still haven't found that old bastard. Young master, we couldn't find the old bastard, but we discovered someone with nearly 30 points in that office. Looks like he's alone in there, his subordinate reported in a low voice. We can't get in. Too many zombies. We'd need at least 20 men to handle them, another person added. The office they were talking about was exactly where Yin Yubing was hiding. Suyu had already predicted the night before that the Order members would go on a killing spree the next day, understood these people's mindset too well. As a precaution, he had first instructed Yin Yubing to wait until the instance ended before leaving, then deliberately lured a large group of zombies early in the morning to block the essential pathways. Now the corridors echoed with roars, and every survivor was in danger, making it impossible to assemble an organized assault team. Young master, our brothers report they found Ma Xiuwei on the fourth floor. That old bastard. Let's see where you can run now. Lin Marong immediately wanted to rush over after hearing this. Lao Ba, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Boss, don't rush. Lao Ba smiled bitterly but couldn't finish his explanation. When the four men turned the corner at the damaged stairwell, Ma Xiuwei was already lying dead in the corridor. His pale corpse was curled up in a pool of blood, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if mocking everyone. Most striking were the 5 bloody characters he had dragged out with his fingertips. Lin Marong is a moron. Low damage, maximum humiliation. Lin Marong's face immediately turned red with anger as he looked around. Apart from zombies wandering in the distance, there wasn't a single living soul in sight. Just as he was about to curse out loud, Lao Ba and several subordinates quickly covered his mouth. Any shouting on this floor would attract swarms of zombies. Lin Marong's face turned ashen with suppressed rage, but he didn't dare struggle. Honey, the leaderboard is about to update. Wan Xinran timely changed the subject. She and Miao Huanhuan had no combat ability, so they volunteered to record the leaderboard changes in their notebook. Right? We can identify the killer by checking for point anomalies. The light screen flickered, and the latest leaderboard appeared. First place, Ordinary Passerby, 326 points. Second place, Lin Family Squad. Damn, I only lost 3 men yesterday, and he killed them? Lin Marong instantly realized someone had stolen his kills. Young master, what should we do now? Should we go to the principal's office first and handle what young master Baisher instructed? Screw that. Let's go kill him. Lin Marong gritted his teeth. I don't believe one person can take on all of us. Ma Xiuwei had been alive 10 minutes ago, which meant Ordinary Passerby was nearby. The Lin family squad had just come up from the 3rd floor, so the target couldn't have gone far. He must still be on the 4th floor. Spread out, activate hunting instincts, and dig him out for me. As you command, young master. Lao Ba immediately deployed his men, and everyone quietly spread out along the corridor. At this moment, Suyu, having bid farewell to Ma Xiuwei, was crawling through ceiling gaps toward the principal's office at the end of the corridor. Ma Xiuwei's remaining equipment and supplies weren't worth much, but he had given Suyu the most satisfying archery talent: rank maxed agility. Talent, maxed agility. Rank S. Effect, permanently increases agility by 5 points per level gained. This was the core trump card of the first Bao God. Suyu thought with secret delight. The moment the talent plunder was completed, he felt his body suddenly become lighter, as if he were stepping on wind. The 20 agility points from leveling up from 1 to 5 were instantly credited, and his joints felt like they had springs injected into them, with his strength, speed, and reflexes all skyrocketing. Agility primarily affects movement speed and attack speed. Unlike strength being tied to physical damage, spirit linked to spell damage, and constitution connected to defense, agility has always been considered the least cost-effective among the 4 main attributes. Only warrior-class rogues and archers would invest heavily in it, while other classes just aimed for adequate levels. But Suyu had plundered and shrank talent maxed agility, gaining 5 free agility points with each level up, making future stat allocation completely flexible. He couldn't help but fantasize. If he could also collect maxed strength, maxed spirit, and maxed constitution, just how powerful would he become? Lost in these thoughts, he had already crossed the main hall, turned through a small corridor, and stopped at the director's office door. He had tried the access card before, no response, and couldn't be bothered trying again. Now he activated both Silver Talons and Hunter's Instinct simultaneously, sweeping a 50-meter radius clean and confirming no survivors remained. But when his perception probed inside the door, it hit a barrier that blocked him completely. Suyu immediately realized, a hidden room. No wonder the door wouldn't open, there was most likely a boss battle inside. He pulled an elegantly crafted antique key from his bracelet, a trophy from yesterday's elite zombie elimination. Master Key, excellent grade consumable. Made by Yokohama's Lock King, no lock can resist it. Can open locks mechanisms of excellent grade and below. The moment the key touched the keyhole, the lock core glowed with the same frequency of green light. Suyu gently twisted the handle, and with a creak, the door opened. The next second, a blue-black swirling void portal consumed the doorframe. Ding! Hidden room activated. Master Key has disappeared. Entry countdown 5, 4, 3. Suyu took a deep breath and stepped forward. The scene shifted from blurry to crystal clear as the apocalyptic landscape crashed down upon him. The door behind him slammed shut with a bang, leaving only his breathing in the deathly silence. Except for load-bearing pillars and walls, not a single intact surface remained. Doors, windows, bricks, and ceiling had all been utterly destroyed. The air reeked with 3 distinct stenches: blood, rotting flesh, and charred remains, mixing into a suffocating cocktail. A cold wind swept through, driving the smell straight up through his nostrils to the top of his skull. Everywhere he looked across the 200-square-meter floor lay severed limbs, shattered organs scattered about, both human and zombie, none intact. Those twisted, agonized expressions seemed to still tell the tale of struggle and despair from that moment. Suyu surveyed the scene and roughly reconstructed what had happened. When the apocalypse broke out, a meeting was in session, here nearly 100 doctors, nurses, and visitors. The one-third carpet had been soaked black with blood. Some pooled blood had formed scattered puddles. Brains, organs, and eyeballs littered the ground, making sticky sounds underfoot. Such a hellscape would drive ordinary people to immediate breakdown. But after 10 years in the apocalypse, Suyu had long since eaten and slept among mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His expression remained calm. He knew clearly that whatever had created this level of carnage was definitely not just a few mutated zombies. Using his silver talents, he directed his gaze toward the gap in the farthest broken wall. From the dim shadows, a ghostly voice drifted over. Another day full of energy. Suyu understood that the ability to speak human language was far beyond what ordinary zombies could achieve. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies were classified into 5 tiers: common, elite, chieftain, lord, and emperor. From the chieftain tier upward, humans commonly referred to them as bosses, because starting from this level, zombies would awaken talents and skills, causing their combat power to increase exponentially. Common tier, ordinary humans of the same level. Elite tier could at least match a 10-person elite squad. Beyond that, each tier advancement meant at least a 10-fold increase in overall combat strength. Even more terrifying was that the higher their tier, the greater their intelligence, with a few even capable of speaking human language. The current enemy was precisely one of these few. Suyu glanced back at the door that had been locked from the Incidito leave. He could only kill this boss and complete the level. Cracked from behind the crumbling wall, a blood-stained figure stepped out. He appeared to be a middle-aged man with a tall, lean frame, his blood-soaked white coat practically glued to his skin. Wire-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, their lenses spiderwebbed with cracks. Because his foot-long claws, gleaming with an eerie dark green light, blocked his fingers, he could only use his palm to push the frames up his nose. Unlike the restless agitation of ordinary zombies, he emanated a natural aura of dominance that was suffocating yet unnaturally calm. Suyu wasn't surprised and immediately pulled up his interface panel. If a target was more than 3 levels above him, the system would only display the name. Fortunately, with himself at level 5 and the opponent at level 8, it was just within the viewable threshold. Cold-blooded silver ring zombie chieftain. Level 8 Chieftain Tier. Base attributes: Strength 35, Spirit 35, Constitution 40, Agility 35. Talent 1. Lethal poison claws contain deadly toxin, dealing additional damage equal to one of target's vitality per second for 60 seconds upon hit. Stackable. Exclusive talent. Cannot be plundered. Talent 2. Absolute enslavement can enslave other zombies. Enslaved targets absolutely obey all commands from the master. Skill: Silent Stepmaster of Assassination Arts. Moves with cat-like stealth for high-speed close combat assassination of single targets. Skill: Instant Kill Ultimate Technique. Combined with Silent Step's extreme speed to unleash indiscriminate slashing attacks, capable of instantly harvesting large groups of enemies, so fast that even the caster cannot track the claw trajectories. The silver-banded Krite, outwardly docile with an almost painless bite, was known as the Asian champion for its shocking speed and extremely high fatality rate, both the most venomous snake in China and the domestic species with the highest death toll. The title Cold-Blooded Silver Ring perfectly illustrated this zombie's potent toxicity. Zombies of Chieftain Tier and above no longer used numerical designations, but possessed exclusive titles. For him to be named after poison marked him as top tier within his rank. Comparing the data, this boss's strength and constitution were evenly matched with Suyu's. His spirit was a full 13 points higher, but his agility was 11 points lower. In other words, the zombie had multiple opportunities to make mistakes. But for Suyu, there was only one chance for error. With the deadly poison talent enhancement, being struck by those claws would spell certain doom. The ground was littered with cleanly severed body parts scattered everywhere, while the air reeked of rotting flesh. This was the signature calling card of those lethal claws. Suyu surveyed the carnage, quickly analyzing the situation. All of the opponent's abilities leaned toward agility, clearly modeled after a rogue class. Relying solely on the various skills and talents of the cold-blooded silver ring, he would probably need to gather all the survivors in the hospital and use sheer numbers to have any chance of wearing it down. After thinking this through, Suyu couldn't help but grumble internally. This order keeper is like doing long jump in a toilet way over the line. It would be amazing if he could plunder that deadly poison talent, but unfortunately the system indicated that only absolute enslavement was available for plunder, which didn't interest him at all. It was already the third day since the apocalypse began, and Suyu still hadn't fought a single proper battle. This zombie leader before him seemed tailor-made as an opponent. As long as their attributes were roughly equal, he could finally have a good, satisfying fight. Ding. Detected lone wolf encountering cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader, triggering hidden quest. Secrets of Xingqing Hospital. Quest description: the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader was originally the hospital director, skilled in medicine and dedicated to saving lives, repeatedly awarded as an outstanding medical professional. However, beneath his refined exterior lay an extremely dark heart, having spent years handling unspeakable matters for a certain family. After the apocalypse arrived, he was among the first to turn into a zombie and launched a one-sided massacre against the medical staff during a meeting. Quest requirements: eliminate the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader and uncover the secrets hidden in the director's office. Quest rewards: 500 gold coins, 500 reputation, 1000 experience, 1 legendary treasure chest. Time limit: 2 hours. Quest penalty: failure or abandonment will result in automatic teleportation out of the hidden room and loss of 1 level. Ding. Accept quest. Opponent is extremely powerful. Strongly recommend declining. The system was actually trying to dissuade him? How thoughtful. Suyu didn't hesitate. Accept quest. With those words, he essentially cut off his own retreat. But for a legendary treasure chest, this gamble was worth taking. The 2-hour countdown perfectly matched the final time limit for the Xingqing Hospital dungeon. Had to end this quickly. With his resolve firm, Suyu focused intently on the boss before him. Their gazes clashed in the air. The zombie leader's eyes filled with contempt. It had expected hundreds or thousands of survivors to come for the assault, only to find a single young upstart. Though their attributes were roughly equal, humans experienced pain and fear, while zombies were fearless in death, devoid of emotional fluctuations. This created a brief but dangerous equilibrium between man and zombie. Suyu took the first step, and the battle commenced. We have a visitor. The director squeezed out a piercing shriek from his throat. An archer must never let a rogue-type boss get close, so the instant that shriek ended, he drew his bow. Let's test the waters first. The arrow cut through the air, heading straight for the director's face. The zombie leader didn't dodge, and a cold gleam flashed in its eyes. The arrow shot toward the director's face, but it made no deliberate attempt to evade, a sharp glint flickering in its gaze. From the house behind, a massive zombie burst out, using its body to block Suyu's arrow. Taking a hit for the director? How interesting. Suyu had long sensed that the house was harboring quite a few zombies, and this was just one of them. The system panel instantly appeared. Elite Zombie Enslaved, Level 6. Base attributes: Strength 25, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 25. The data looked well balanced, yet it was completely crushed by Suyu's stats. The director stood in place, arms crossed, as if waiting for the moment Suyu would be torn apart. Suyu's lips curved slightly. Are you really that confident? With 46 points in agility and superior overall attributes, this elite zombie was nothing more than a moving target in his eyes. The elite zombie growled low, using its thick arms to pull out the arrow lodged in its chest, viscous black blood dripping down the shaft. Its enslaved eyes showed no focus, coldly locking onto Suyu before suddenly opening its gaping maw, claws sweeping horizontally as it charged forward with thunderous force, its weight like a small mountain, the impact enough to make ordinary people's legs buckle. But Suyu had fought and struggled through 10 years of the apocalypse, having killed elite zombies to the point of numbness, his heart now calm as still water. He raised his bow, knocked an arrow, all in one fluid motion. The first arrow pierced the elite zombie's right eye the instant it left the string, bringing forth a stream of putrid blood. Immediately after, the second arrow was already shooting from the bowstring. You had precisely predicted that the impact from the first arrow would cause the zombie's head to jerk back, and using the same angle, he cleanly pierced through the left eye. Crack! The elite zombie instinctively reached up to pull out the arrow, but ended up yanking out the eyeball along with it, leaving a bloody mess. Even blinded, it continued like a puppet pulled by invisible strings, stumbling yet stubbornly charging towards Suyu. Blind, yet still attacking? Suyu narrowed his eyes, a hint of interest stirring in his heart. Absolute enslavement now, that's an interesting talent. The third and fourth arrows struck its left and right knees, instantly crippling both legs. The fifth and sixth arrows followed immediately, piercing through both wrists and disabling its hands in an instant. Suyu's arrows seemed to have built-in guidance, hitting exactly where he aimed. After just 4 arrows, the mountain of flesh that was the elite zombie swayed like a kite with a broken string. Just as it struggled to steady itself, Suyu drew his bow to full capacity and released a purplured arrow like the arrow of punishment. The arrowhead pierced through the zombie's heart, but his true target lay beyond, striking at the dean behind the elite zombie like hitting a distant target through a mountain. A flash of cunning gleamed in the dean's eyes as the door behind it burst open with a thunderous crash. Under its control, 10 agile zombies shot out like bullets, attempting to shield it from the arrow. The arrow of punishment tore through 6 zombie bodies before its momentum was finally exhausted, embedding itself into the wall with a loud thud. At the same time, the elite zombie with its heart pierced crashed to the ground, causing the entire floor to shake violently. At this moment, Suyu's strength attribute had reached 35 points. Combined with his strength talent double strike, the 2 arrows to vital points and 4 arrows to the limbs seemingly ordinary 6 arrows delivered the damage equivalent of 12 arrows. Adding the seamlessly connected arrow of punishment, this became the final straw that brought down the giant corpse. From the moment he raised his bow to when the zombie fell, even counting the time to knock arrows, switch arrows, and charge up, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The remaining 4 zombies couldn't last even a single breath as Suyu casually dispatched them, 1 arrow per little friend. He remained standing in the exact same spot without retreating a single step. The elite zombie 20 meters away was completely suppressed by his firepower, unable even to get close, let alone force him to move his feet. Enhanced by his agility attribute, his hand speed soared as he sent a dark arrow silently cutting through the air, aimed directly at the dean's face. The dean reflexively swung its blade to weave a net of steel, but the arrowhead still managed to slip through the gaps. With a crack, it shattered the lens, stopping just 1 millimeter from its eyeball. Faced with such provocation, the dean's fury surged as it suddenly closed its blades and snapped the arrow shaft in 2 with a light squeeze. Its left and right claws rubbed together at high frequency, producing a piercing metallic screech that drilled into human minds. Ordinary people would have already felt heart palpitations, nausea, and teeth-aching revulsion upon hearing it. However, Suyu pressed his advantage relentlessly, completely transforming into a merciless arrow-shooting machine, with every arrow aimed at the dean's vital points. The arrows couldn't penetrate the boss-level zombie's tough hide, but they turned its white coat into a sieve. Suyu had anticipated this. Boss-level zombies possessed incredible defense, with only soft areas like the face counting as vital points, while other parts could only sustain minimal damage. Therefore, the dean could only continuously use its twin blades to protect its face, forcing its body to lean backward. Little by little, as long as the firepower suppression continued, there would eventually come a moment when it would be worn down to death. And behind the dean, the zombies that could shield it from arrows were becoming fewer and fewer. Watching the growing pile of corpses before him, the dean's expression finally began to twist with rage, his patience wearing thin. He shook off the arrows embedded in his body with a violent motion, his voice dropping to a low, raspy growl. Foolish insect, you have successfully enraged me. The system panel instantly refreshed. Collapse rate 10, weakness level 1, current plunder success rate 11. Suyu knew exactly what he was dealing with. This creature might have gained intelligence, but it was only at the level of a 3-year-old child, nowhere near a true Lord class or Emperor class entity. Based on his years of apocalypse experience, his opponent was the classic type, weak but loves to show off. However, the laws of the apocalypse were always brutal. Even a lion uses full strength when hunting a rabbit, otherwise it's like an old man swallowing arsenic courting death. If the Dean had gone all out from the beginning, leading all his zombie minions in a coordinated assault, not just 2 Suyus, but several more wouldn't have stood a chance. But instead, he had treated his minions as expendable resources, wasting most of them before deciding to enter the fray himself. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. The Dean grabbed a zombie corpse as a shield and charged forward in several quick steps, then bellowed from behind to summon his remaining zombies, sending them all rushing towards Suyu. Suddenly bursting into acceleration, he almost instantly broke free from Suyu's rapid-fire arrow targeting, casually discarded the zombie in his hands, and his entire form became phantom-like and ethereal. Once he stepped within 5 meters, he could unleash the core rogue skill silent step. He was confident. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes would leave that insect torn to pieces. Suyu drew his bow and knocked an arrow, the projectile cutting through the air. The Dean dodged left and right, just about to cross the 5-meter line when whoosh. This arrow came at a tricky angle. If he continued charging, it would hit him square in the face. The Dean roared in fury. Cunning insect. Just half a meter short, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he tried to use zombie servants to block the arrow, only to suddenly discover that all the zombies charging alongside him had lost connection with him. The real targets of those previous arrows had been his shield minions. Fine, what does it matter if I have no minions to block arrows? How hard can a mere insect's attack be to endure? The Dean gritted his teeth and pressed forward. The next second, the arrow struck precisely at the center of his forehead, causing his form to stagger violently. The system panel jumped again. Collapse rate 22, weakness level 3, current plunder success rate 25. However, he had finally stepped within 5 meters attack range achieved. Green light flashed as his blade was about to strike down. At that same moment, Suyu, who had remained motionless until now, moved. He knew the release distance of silent step all too well. In his previous life as a Dharma god, countless sparring sessions with rogue masters had honed his ability to execute extreme kiting maneuvers. The Dean's office was cramped, making this an ultimate test of operational precision. Suyu retreated sideways following the Dean's charging momentum, precisely pulling the distance back beyond 5 meters. His skill forcibly interrupted. The Dean froze in place, unable to advance or retreat, trembling with frustration as he unconsciously echoed a famous gaming phrase. I can't get my attack off. In high-level combat, every detail mattered. During the Dean's moment of confusion, Suyu's bowstring resonated once more, arrows whistling through the air as he unleashed a furious barrage aimed directly at the Dean's face. With his agility slightly superior to that of the zombie leader, Suyu moved faster than the Dean. Within the critical distance of just 5 to 10 meters, he danced on a knife's edge, stepping precisely on every opening the Dean exposed, always staying just behind his opponent. Every lunge, turn, and roar from the Dean seemed to have been secretly scripted by Suyu in advance. Each attack missed before it even began. It was like tying a stick to a dog with meat dangling from the end, the meat tantalizingly close. Yet the more frantically the dog chased, the more it missed. This dog walking continued for quite some time, wearing down nearly half of the Dean's vitality bar before it finally realized something was wrong. With a pained shriek, it stopped pursuing, turned, and leaped into the room behind the Dean's office, instantly disappearing behind the rubble in the corner. Before it fled, Suyu clearly caught a line of data. Collapse rate 33, weakness level 23, current plunder success rate 56. Knowing that room still harbored numerous zombies, Suyu didn't rush to pursue, aside from firing a few arrows to kick the enemy while it was down. In their first direct confrontation, the Dean had suffered a major defeat, unable to deploy its most prized close combat skills. Since becoming a zombie on the 3rd day, the Dean had hunted countless survivors and fellow zombies, yet had never tasted such frustration. Now, hiding in the shadows, it glared at Suyu through cracks in the broken wall, eyes blazing with fury. Suyu put on a playful smile and provocatively raised his middle finger toward the gap, as if saying, "Come at me." The metal door crashed thunderously as the Dean could no longer contain its rage, releasing all the zombies from the back room in one breath. Its final trump card. Dozens of zombies swarmed out, all mutants. They were nearly all naked, some with gags in their mouths, others wearing blindfolds, and some even dragging long tails behind them. Despite their ashen complexions, one could tell their premutation appearances and figures had been exceptional. Some wore collars around their necks, others had chains wrapped around their limbs, their skin covered in bruises and whip marks. They seemed to see a demon, their eyes blood-red as they lunged madly toward the Dean. However, a cold gleam flashed in the Dean's eyes, and all the zombies froze instantly. The crimson faded from their eyes, returning to vacant, lifeless stares it had completely enslaved them. Perhaps intentionally orchestrated by the Dean, this group of female zombies scrambled to prostrate themselves at its feet. Some crawled on the ground licking its shoe tips, others swayed and writhed their bodies, making intermittent whimpering sounds from their throats. What might have been an alluring scene instead appeared so grotesque, it made one's scalp crawl. These women had been slaves kept by the Dean even before the apocalypse arrived, their mental attributes pitifully low. God only knows what the Dean had done to them back then. Abused in life, even after becoming zombies, they still couldn't escape the director's grasp. The director's strength, talent, absolute enslavement, wrapped around these female zombies like chains. Their figures swayed unsteadily, yet they were still forced to stand at the front lines. Suyu's brow furrowed as he had no time for sympathy, unconsciously intensifying his attacks. Roars echoed one after another as dozens of zombies formed ranks under the director's control, creating a thick wall of flesh that advanced step by step. Strange light flickered in the director's eyes as an incredulous smile curved his lips. Whenever Suyu raised his blade or drew his bow, a zombie would lunge forward, using its rotting body to absorb the attack. Blood and flesh scattered, yet they wouldn't retreat an inch. Ruthless, Suyu shook his head slightly. He knew that with his current skills and damage output, clearing this horde hidden was nearly impossible. Since the director loved enslaving others, it was time to give him a taste of his own medicine. The system panel quickly appeared in his vision. Plunder success rate, 56. According to certain logic, 2 attempts would make it 112. Suyu silently complained as he raised his hand to activate Hand of Plunder. Ding. You used Hand of Plunder on cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader. Collapse rate, 33. Weakness rate, 23. Current plunder success rate, 56. Talent plunder failed. Talent plunder successful. Due to deadly poison being a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Second talent acquired. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding. You have obtained strength talent, absolute enslavement. The moment the light flickered and died, the director's pupils dilated and his smile crumbled. Talent, absolute enslavement. Rank S. Effect, grants power over life and death, forcibly controlling one ordinary level zombie or mutant beast whose strength cannot exceed the host's. Controlled subjects obey absolutely. Controlling a new target instantly kills the previous one. If the host dies, controlled zombies die simultaneously. Suyu had witnessed abilities to tame mutant beasts before, but this was his first encounter with a talent for enslaving zombies. Strangely, strength talent could only enslave ordinary zombies. He had hoped to instantly command a zombie army like the director, but his precious plunder attempt had yielded this light version ability. On second thought, it made sense. Zombie talents were inherently stronger than survivors. If mass enslavement were possible, it would be like having an invincibility cheat. The system had clearly made balance adjustments. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but the scene had completely spiraled out of control. As the director lost his talent, all the enslaved female zombies' pupils shifted from vacant to bloodredder than before. Their facial muscles contorted with extreme rage, their gazes fixed solely on the director while Suyu was ignored. Hatred from prolonged oppression was carved into their very bones as dozens of rotting bodies simultaneously lunged forward. Rip! Sharp fangs and claws tore through the director's white coat. Thud! One zombie bit down hard on his shoulder while another grabbed his hair, yanking him toward the ground. Within moments, the director was buried under a zombie dogpile, his human form barely visible. Suyu retreated to the perimeter, drawing his bow to shoot arrows while moonlighting as a zombie coach, shouting into the chaotic pile. You there, little fairy. Go for his armpit. Don't hold back. Miss with the gag. Claw at his eyes. Oh, the one with the sleeve tattoos. Lower. Yes, right there, bite it off. These female zombies already possessed considerable attributes, and combined with their razor-sharp fangs and claws, their assault was even more efficient than Suyu's solo combat. Crimson blood splattered as skin and muscle were torn away in chunks, the sound of breaking bones mixing with the director's weak screams. Suyu could even hear the sound of fangs and claws piercing skin, tearing and rending flesh. Suddenly, from the pile of zombies, Suyu sensed an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Instant kill. The Dean finally found an opening and viciously swung his ghostly green claws. The zombie women stacked on top of him were instantly torn to shreds. In just 3 seconds, severed limbs and chunks of flesh scattered like exploding firecrackers, splattering into every corner of the room. The Dean at the center of the explosion was now a horrific sight. His own blood mixed with that of the zombie women into a sticky, dark red mess. Claw marks and bite wounds covered his entire body, with large patches of flesh torn away, exposing stark, white bones to the air. One eye had been gouged out, one arm hung limply by mere sinew, and even his groin area was a bloody pulp. Gone was any trace of the intimidating presence a zombie leader should possess. His status panel showed, breakdown level 60, Weakness level 50, thoroughly half-crippled. Suyu silently marveled at how perfectly timed his plunder talent activation had been. Though his first attempt failed and wasted some energy, at that moment the Dean had been pinned down by the swarming zombie women with no room to defend himself. A zombie head rolled bumping along to Suyu's feet. He glanced down and suddenly realized. No wonder Big Sister bit it off in one go, turns out it was just a little toothpick. What do you mean little? It's been this size for years. The Dean's chest heaved violently with rage, nearly spitting blood on the spot. After his severe injuries, the Dean's movements became distorted and his attacks chaotic. After several rounds, he simply turned tail and fled into the secret room where the women were imprisoned. Suyu activated his silver bird claw, and through his spiritual energy guidance, detected the Dean hanging from the ceiling by the doorway, ready to launch a silent ambush the moment he stepped inside. I know you're anxious, but don't be so hasty. Suyu deliberately stood outside the 5-meter line, hopping left and right like he was teasing a cat. Go to hell. The Dean's eyes blazed with renewed ferocity as his claws violently tore at the door frame, lunging forward with ghostly green afterimages. This was exactly the opening Suyu had baited him into. The next second, the Dean's world was filled with pale blue light rain. Sacred arrow slaughter. In 3 seconds, 20 crystalline water arrows shot out in sequence. On level ground, the Dean's agility would have allowed him to dodge at least half of them, but now weakened and suspended in midair, he could only desperately twist his body, unable to escape his fate as a target. 20 arrows with 8 critical hits all struck him, the successive impacts hammering him back and pinning him to the wall behind, his limbs convulsing but unable to move. Suyu raised his war bow, the arrow tip steadily locked onto that already shattered skull. Insect. You insect. The Dean's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled only with deep despair. He could never understand how a mighty leader like himself could fall to a mere insect. Outside the Dean's office, the Lin family squad had already gathered. Young master, the system says we need to wait for the dungeon time limit to end, or find the key. Lao Ba swung his fire axe at the door several times, not even leaving a crack. No rush. We've basically killed all the survivors in this area, haven't we? Yes, but Lao Lu was ambushed and is done for. Kick him out of the team and kill him, at least it's one last contribution to the Lin family. Got it. Lao Ba responded without a hint of emotion, loading his crossbow with cold, hard eyes. At that moment, the numbers on the leaderboard hung over everyone's heads like a countdown timer. Honey, that unremarkable nobody is still in first place with 345 points, and his score hasn't budged. We have 340 points, just 5 points behind, but we're running out of time. What do we do? Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan pressed close to Lin Maorong from both sides, their voices trembling. Lin Maorong looked up, his sinister gaze piercing the two women's hearts like ice picks. He had shown no hesitation when targeting the elderly and children earlier. Both women had witnessed it firsthand. That ruthlessness had caused their points to skyrocket in a short time, nearly pushing them to the top. But now, with nearby zombies cleared out and survivors few and far between, their score had remained stagnant for quite a while. Honey, your stare is terrifying. The two women forced smiles as they each took one of his arms, secretly cursing this heartless bastard. If they were just a point or two short, they believed he'd turn on them without hesitation. Lin Maorong commanded in a low voice. Move out. Time to kill. Whoosh. An arrow cut through the silence. With only seconds left on the dungeon countdown, Suyu's longbow trembled as his arrow pierced through the human-zombie hybrid chest of the Dean, ending the evil life of this zombie leader. Ding. Successfully eliminated cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader LV8, gained 800 experience points and 80 gold coins. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to single-handedly defeat a leader-class zombie, earning the unique achievement Lone Hero. World announcement incoming. Boom. The Orderer's notification echoed simultaneously in every survivor's ears, shaking the gray world. World announcement, first time. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person in the apocalypse to single-handedly defeat a leader-class zombie, earning the world unique achievement Lone Hero and massive rewards. It's that little guy again. Other survivors, please keep pushing forward, you got this. The same message played 3 times, reverberating across the entire blue star. Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. It's Lone Wolf again. At shelters and temporary bases everywhere, countless survivors looked up as that codename once again echoed through the heavens. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, his name dominated the headlines once more, this time for soloing a leader-class boss. Major guilds across Blue Star had organized hundreds of elite players to challenge bosses of the same level, all ending in failure. Yet Suyu had done it alone, and the significance was undeniable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it that Huaxia's Lone Wolf again? Investigate this. Maybe he's actually of our great Han Ming bloodline. The commander of a 100-man team currently besieging a boss flew into a rage, his furious roars drowned out by explosions and screams. Damn it. Lone Wolf again. Use every resource. Spare no expense. We must make him serve our human lighthouse. On another battlefield far away, the leader of the squid heavenly soldiers stood atop scattered remains, eyes gleaming with calculation. Lone Wolf, my prince. Your little treasure can barely hold. Oni command you to appear before me right now, riding a white horse through rainbow clouds. The little fairy, still spirited despite 3 days of hunger, cooed at her holographic interface with characteristic playfulness. Baka, that Huaxiao dog Lone Wolf beat us again. You're all useless. What about that Lin family matters it handled? Bai Shihao slammed the table, hatred burning in his heart. Young master. According to our reports, Xingqing Hospital is currently inaccessible. It seems to have triggered some kind of hidden dungeon. A subordinate replied nervously, knowing that young master Baisher's volatile temper meant any wrong word could spell trouble. The system notifications belonging to Suyu continued flooding the screen. Ding. Successfully eliminated the final boss of Star City Hospital. Gained 1,000 points. Ding. Hidden Dungeon Star City Hospital has ended. All survivor points and rankings have been locked, entering settlement phase. The survivors in the dungeon, who had been wary of each other just moments before, now lowered their weapons. Those who had earned 0 points were immediately executed by the enforcers, their bodies scattered across the corridors. The living received dungeon completion notifications as the world announcement was broadcast. They couldn't spare time to be shocked by the lone wolves. Boss kill. Their first instinct was to check their own scores. In the hospital's first-floor lobby, fluorescent lights still flickered and crackled. Lin Maorong rolled his neck, his shoulder blades popping audibly, a cold smile playing on his lips. His blade still dripped blood, and at his feet lay Miao Huanhuan's corpse, eyes wide and rolled back. Wan Xinran's heart sank. Her worst fears had come to pass. To surpass Suyu's measly 1-point lead, Lin Maorong had slashed Miao Huanhuan's throat without hesitation. If not for her status as his ex-girlfriend, she would likely be the one lying dead. Xinran scared? Lin Maorong flicked his blade, blood spattering the floor. Your useless friend ate too much anyway. Better to save the rations, right? Yes. I kept telling her to diet, but she wouldn't listen. Wan Xinran glanced at the blood on the ground, nodding frantically like a pecking chicken. Tell me, what's our score now? Lin Maorong tapped her bracelet with his blade tip, clearly savoring the moment of being fawned over. Honey, we have 346 points. Lin Maorong threw back his head and laughed. That nobody's score hasn't moved in 2 hours, probably badly injured and hiding somewhere. What could he possibly use to beat me? Suddenly, Wan Xinran rubbed her eyes, her voice trembling as the screen's reflection caught her attention. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. 1,345 points? Honey, am I seeing things? Over 1,000? What kind of joke is this? Lin Maorong snarled. All the zombies in the entire hospital combined probably wouldn't yield that many points, let alone in 10 minutes. The Lin family members quickly checked the leaderboard, exchanging glances with faces paler than wax paper. The top spot still belonged to just an ordinary passerby, with 1,345 points. The air grew thick with tension, and no one mentioned Miao Huanhuan lying in the pool of blood anymore. Guard the hospital entrance. If you see just an ordinary passerby, kill on sight. Lin Maorong barked. Young master. About what young master? By instructed regarding the director's office. A subordinate carefully reminded him. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Lin Maorong kicked the man down, his boot landing with a dull thud. Ding. Hidden quest secret of Star City Hospital updated. Quest requirement, eliminate cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader completed. Quest requirement, discover the secret within the director's office. Quest reward, 500 gold coins, 500 reputation, 1,000 experience, 1 legendary treasure chest. Time limit, 5 minutes. Task penalty, task failure or abandonment will result in automatic teleportation out of the hidden room, with a level reduction of 1. Suyu had only 5 minutes left, and he dove headfirst into the inner chamber without hesitation. The previous fierce battle had yielded nothing, and if this mission failed too, it would all be for naught. The inner chamber before him was essentially a miniature base, even more spacious than the director's office from earlier. The first thing that caught his eye was a sterile operating room. When the apocalypse broke out, a surgery had been brutally interrupted, and now severed limbs and arms littered the floor, with bloodstains turned brown. Outside the operating room, a whiteboard was covered with marker-written prices for human organs. Nearby, a refrigerator was neatly packed with rows of hearts, livers, and kidneys. Further in was a room specifically for keeping and training slaves. Iron cages of all sizes crammed the corridor, while whips, branding irons, barbed hooks, and other torture instruments hung from the walls. The floor was littered with torn clothing and twisted, rusted metal implements. From the ceiling, walls, and even shelves hung dismembered female corpses that hadn't fully dried yet. On the blackboard, dense tally marks recorded the number of victims. Animals. Suyu cursed under his breath. He was now certain this was the director's secret den for human and organ trafficking. After searching the entire room fruitlessly, he came to a small compartment at the very back. This area was surprisingly clean, almost jarringly so, like the only surviving patch of pure land in the apocalypse. On the desk, a document lay neatly arranged, yet it concealed the hospital's darkest secret. The moment he opened the file, system notifications exploded in his mind. Ding. Hidden quest secret of Star City Hospital completed. Ding. Quest rewards obtained. Gold 500, reputation 500, experience 1000, legendary treasure, chest 1. The bold black letters, Black Death, on the cover seized his attention. The Black Death Organization. Once again, this nightmare that plagued the post-apocalyptic world. The files detailed every transaction since the establishment of this secret chamber. Drugs, weapons, human trafficking, organs, and even human hunting. They would kidnap civilians under the guise of recruitment, transport them to deserted islands, then invite wealthy elites to hunt them for sport, with these innocent people serving as prey. The document's contents were more brutal than imagination could conjure. What infuriated Suyu even more was discovering that the director was actually of Sakuran nationality and descended from Class A war criminals who had invaded China. The Lin family had become accomplices, with the Baisher family as the financial backers. Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped from between the files. Suyu picked it up, his expression instantly turning ice cold. He slowly closed the document, murderous intent surging uncontrollably. The Lin family, the Baisher family, now had yet another reason why they must be eliminated. Killing intent, fully unleashed. In an instant, overwhelming murderous aura erupted from within him. The countless souls who had fallen under his blade in the past seemed to awaken, their roars echoing through the air. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had released his killing intent without reservation in his previous life. This state alone could cause zombies below leader level to faint on the spot. While there were many with killing intent, those who could truly control it at will were few and far between. At this moment, Suyu could intimidate, deter, and even frighten enemies unconscious through sheer presence alone, but the intensity was also rapidly draining his energy. He immediately activated his ring-set skill Rejuvenation, and a green light appeared on his body's surface, barely restoring some vitality. Skill effect. Instantly recover a small amount of health and energy, 1 hour cooldown. Suyu smiled bitterly to himself, knowing that unleashing full killing intent was something he could probably only do at noon, or he'd eventually get into trouble. Regulating his breathing, he prepared to leave this bloody hell. Little did he know, behind him, a small-bodied zombie had set its sights on him. This petite zombie was codenamed Luwei before her death. The Luwei flower symbolizes fairy tale love, but now it has become the cruelest irony. She was born in the secret laboratory of the Black Death Organization, where all the children in that batch were named after flowers. Her real childhood was replaced by endless injections and experiments. When her playmates disappeared one by one on the operating tables, she resolutely escaped. After that, she was shuffled between more than a dozen adoptive families and orphanages. Each adoption quickly turned into a return. What was originally hopeful acceptance became the filthy thoughts of certain adults due to her severely age-inappropriate development. Every time those hands reached out, she fought back desperately. On the eve of the apocalypse outbreak, she even twisted her adoptive father's arm off during a struggle, and in his fury, he decided to send her here for the director to discipline. In the dimly lit corridor, zombie Luwei suddenly pounced out, crouching on Suyu's shoulder like a wild cat. Cold saliva slid down the side of his neck, and he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Holy crap, I let my guard down. Am I getting my lunchbox on just the third day? He cursed inwardly, never expecting a sneaky one to be lurking here. Time was running out, and he only had one skill left: the power of life and death. Ding. Successfully controlled zombie. Please host name the enslaved zombie. Suyu was covered in cold sweat as he lifted the zombie hanging around his neck. He ran his fingers around his neck. The skin was smooth without any wounds. Indeed, he hadn't been bitten, just got his hands covered in cold, sticky saliva. After confirming his status panel was intact, he stared puzzled at the little one in front of him. This appearance was clearly that of a child. Under the dim yellow bulb, gray twin tails swayed lightly, and the girl's limbs were bound by rusty shackles. Her delicate face, appearing to be about 13 or 14 years old, was pale and vacant, tilting her head and staring blankly at Suyu with cloudy eyes. If you ignored her bloodstained mouth, she was almost no different from an ordinary teenage girl. The file folder in Suyu's hand suddenly scattered open, and an information card fell out. The photo matched the girl in front of him. Name: Luwei. Age: 18. Note: VIP customer. He brushed aside the girl's bangs, and she instinctively frowned. This is 18. Suyu wore the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, inwardly exclaiming how outrageous this was. This was simply criminal upon criminal. Following his gaze downward, he saw the dried bloodstains on her mouth and oversized hoodie, her pale blue legs exposed to the air. That hoodie still couldn't hide the stunning curves on her chest, slender branches bearing heavy fruit, completely natural, not something that could be created by artificial means. Name her Luwei. Suyu took a deep breath and spoke according to the system prompt. Ding. Zombie successfully named Lu Wei. Lu Wei will absolutely obey any command from the host. Ding. System will generate a personal panel for Lu Wei. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Wei's status panel appeared before Suyu's eyes. A pale blue, semi-transparent interface floated in the air, with data points flowing like wisps of mist. At the same time, the metal bracelet on his wrist chimed and displayed a brand new circular icon, exclusive storage space. Below the icon was a tooltip, store Lu Wei in her private space. Functions similar to the growth-type summons of the hidden class, Death Knight, from the previous life. It can actually work like this? Suyu felt a chill in his heart. This space could not only store items, but also allow Lu Wei to cultivate independently and slowly recover within it. Thinking of that 3D adult game from decades ago famous for its nurturing system, he couldn't help but sigh. Very good, very powerful. He could totally raise her like a hunter's pet. As soon as the thought arose, Suyu immediately clicked View. Lu Wei's personal panel filled his vision. Name, Lu Wei. Level, 4 common grade. Strength, 40. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 3. Agility, 3. Equipment slots, none. Talents, 1. Natural Divine Strength rank. 2. Titan's Grips rank. Skills, 1 Charge. 2. Bloodlust. Suyu sharply inhaled. The panel data almost overturned his common sense. Setting aside the 40 points in strength, a level 4 zombie with only 3 points in spirit, constitution, and agility meant low magical damage, low defense, and sluggish movement. But what was even more ridiculous, ordinary zombies, aside from claw attacks and biting, could actually have innate talents and skills. And 2 strength talents at that? What a waste of these stats, Suyu complained internally. I've never seen such an unbalanced zombie. Dual talents plus dual skills, yet still only common grade. Fortunately, her low agility made her movement slow, so that bite missed, otherwise his neck would have been snapped in 2 on the spot. Thinking of this, he felt like crying. With this constitution and agility, wouldn't she shatter the moment someone touched her once they left the dungeon? He suddenly paused. Wait, equipment slots? If he could use equipment attributes to cover her weaknesses, Lu Wei might actually be useful. While he was pondering, the dungeon settlement screen suddenly descended, and the cold system notification sound interrupted. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, utterly ordinary passerby, for earning 1,345 points in the hidden battlefield Star City Hospital, ranking first. Ding. Ranking reward distributed. Gold coins 1,345. Experience 1,345. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Apocalypse Supplies Universal Capsule 100. 2. Random Skill Book 1. 3. Exquisite Grade Treasure Chest 1. Most survivors would choose the supply capsules, but what Suyu lacked least were these provisions. As for the random skill book, he admitted he was somewhat tempted, but ultimately decisively clicked Exquisite Grade Treasure Chest. He just loved the thrill of opening boxes. Looking up at the dungeon countdown that was about to close, still a few minutes left. This place was absolutely safe, so he might as well collect all the battle rewards first. World Announcement Rewards received. Lone Hero Achievement Rewards received. Reputation 1,000. Gold coins 1,000. Bracelet storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters. New title acquired. Pioneer World Unique. Permanent. Description: the first survivor in the apocalypse to single-handedly kill a boss-level zombie. Attributes: all attributes permanently 5. Effect: damage dealt to zombies below boss level 20. Another 5 to all attributes. Awesome. Suyu grinned, but then quietly compared. Compared to the Chosen One title's 10 damage taken, Pioneer only boosts offense. After hesitating for a moment, he still switched titles. Whatever. I played mage in my previous life. Archer in this life, both are sneaky classes anyway. What do I need defense for? If someone gets close to me, what's the difference between that and being dead? Next up was the exquisite treasure chest from the leaderboard rewards. In theory, an exquisite chest could yield at least 1 piece of fine quality equipment, and with incredible luck, it might even produce legendary rare items. That's exactly why Suyu chose it. Go big or go home. Suyu rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and clicked open the chest lid. A flash of light appeared, but neither surprise nor disappointment followed. Just 2 identical iron hammers lying quietly inside. Opening 2 fine weapons at once wasn't too shabby, all things considered. Dark iron hammer, fine grade, 2-handed weapon. The hammer head was forged from dark iron, pitch black throughout, its 80+ pound weight radiating cold, killing intent. The 3-foot handle still bore casting patterns from the ancient warring states period back then. Such weapons were primarily used for self-defense or surprise attacks. Attributes: Strength 7, Constitution 3. Passive: 10 chance to cause 1.5 second stun on attack. The Strength and Constitution boosts were perfect for Lu Wei. You've got 40 points in strength, and tell me mere shackles can still hold you? Suyu handed over one of the dark iron hammers. only then noticing that Lu Wei's hands and feet were still bound by cold shackles. Snap! Lu Wei applied just a little force, and the chains broke instantly, the two iron rings clattering noisily to the ground. What? One isn't enough? Want a few more? Suyu was stunned. The little girl across from him tilted her head, already extending her other small hand. The massive hammer stood over 3 feet tall and weighed around 80 pounds each, clearly marked, must be wielded with both hands. Logic dictated that her thin arms and legs shouldn't even be able to lift it, yet she really seemed to think one wasn't enough. Even more absurd, no one had ever heard of anyone single-handedly wielding two-handed weapons. Then he spotted that prominent line on Lu Wei's character panel. Titan's grip, strength talent. Can equip and use two-handed weapons with one hand. So that's how it worked, truly worthy of a zombie talent. Lu Wei's expression remained calm as both hammers whistled through the air in her hands, striking with such force that the air itself produced deep, thunderous booms. Suyu watched in stunned amazement. Lowly dual-wielding giant hammers created an overwhelmingly brutal visual impact. If those little hammers struck someone's chest, they'd probably spray blood both inside and out on the spot. Fine. This round I'm basically working for free for Lu Wei. Suyu scratched his head, then consoled himself. No, wait. I must be opening the chest wrong. He called out loudly. Lu Wei, you absolutely obey my commands, right? Let me discuss something with you. Want to try a different pose? Lu Wei immediately lowered her hammers, both weapons landing with heavy thunks beside Suyu's feet, smashing 2 bullseye craters in the hard ground. There was a popular saying in my past life. You have to dance subject 3 when opening chests for better drop rates. Suyu pretended to be profound. I'll demonstrate once how much you comprehend depends on you. And so, this man who claimed to have old arms and legs went all out, twisting his waist and swaying his hips like he was doing rehabilitation exercises. Lu Wei expressionlessly followed the rhythm, sliding and swinging her arms with crisp, decisive movements and steps as smooth as flowing clouds, bouncy and silky. A baby-faced, busty, emotionless girl performing the bizarre dance moves of synchronized subject 3. No wonder some people had criminal thoughts. Now that's what you call professional. Alright, if this doesn't give us something good, there's no justice. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Suyu reached out to open the legendary treasure chest from the hidden quest reward. The pillar of light faded, revealing 2 pieces of equipment lying quietly at the bottom. A tracker's coat and tracker's greaves, both of fine quality. Tracker's coat, fine grade equipment. Only the most powerful and seasoned archers deserve to wear the complete tracker set, and the coat alone provides impressive offense and agility on the battlefield. Attributes: Constitution 5, Agility 5, passive effect, damage taken reduced by 5. Tracker's greaves, fine grade equipment. Only the most skilled and seasoned archers are worthy of donning the hunter's set, which provides impressive attack power and agility. Attributes: Constitution 5, Agility 5, damage taken reduced by 5. Suyu looked at the panel and let out a heartfelt exclamation. Not bad at all. Recalling that cringeworthy dance performance from earlier, he patted Lu Wei's shoulder. Even though that dance was pretty embarrassing, the rewards are definitely real. From now on, you have to dance like that every time we open a chest, got it? The treasure chest contained only 2 pieces of equipment lying quietly inside. A chest plate and leg armor, both part of the Archer-exclusive Hunter's set. Set equipment has always had extremely low drop rates and can only be obtained from treasure chests. Individually, these pieces aren't even as good as excellent standalone items, but the true value of set equipment lies in being complete. When you collect a specific number of pieces, the set attributes activate progressively. Gathering all 6 pieces creates a qualitative transformation. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately equipped both pieces. Ding. Hunter's coat equipped. Ding. Hunter's greaves equipped. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor has successfully activated the Hunter's Set 2-piece effect. Hunter's Set 2 pieces, all attributes 2, and increases the chance of obtaining additional Hunter's Set pieces. The attribute bonuses were immediately applied, but the surprises had only just begun. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. At the bottom of the chest lay a skill book, one radiating golden light. The arrow of punishment he'd obtained before was only excellent grade, but gold represented mythic grade. Even though Suyu had seen big things in his previous life, his breath still caught when he saw the book's data. Death mark mythic universal skill. Origin: secret arts left in the mortal world by the underworld. Effect: applies an undispellable mark to the target, lasting 10 minutes, no cooldown, can only mark one target at a time. 1. Marked targets take 30 damage from ranged weapons. 2. The mark appears above the target's head, always visible to the caster. 3. When the target is within 50 meters of the caster gains movement speed and attack speed bonuses. Suyu gasped, holy crap, what kind of godly skill is this? Tracking, damage amplification, and speed boost all in one. Once you lock onto an enemy, stealth and hiding become useless. After learning the skill book, his experience skyrocketed, directly pushing him to level 6. In just a few minutes, he had simultaneously collected boss kill experience, hidden quest experience, dungeon ranking first place's massive experience bonus, plus the system's plunder talent, opportunity reward. Without hesitation, he dumped all 5 new free attribute points into Spirit. His personal panel had undergone a complete transformation. Name: Lone Wolf, just an ordinary passerby. Level: 6. Strength: 42. Spirit: 34. Constitution: 49. Agility: 68. Meanwhile, Suyu selected 3 excellent grade standalone pieces for Lu Wei, and her panel also changed dramatically. Name: Lu Wei. Level: for normal grade. Strength: 56. Spirit: 6. Constitution: 18. Agility: 3. Equipment: Dark Iron Hammer 2, Boots of Strength, Gloves of Spirit, Chestplate of Constitution. Although her spirit and agility were still pitiful, her constitution had improved significantly. She was no longer a fragile little zombie that breaks at the slightest touch. Looking at both their attributes, Suyu couldn't help but smile. This round, we absolutely crushed it. He casually refreshed the leaderboard and confirmed that Lin Maoron was temporarily in second place. Then he turned toward the doorway, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Maoron, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Suyu fitted the ghoul mask onto Lu Wei, though her pupils looked somewhat peculiar. With her fangs concealed, she now appeared little different from an ordinary person, just paler skin, greater strength, and a more striking figure. Come on, take a few steps. Suyu squinted as he observed. Lu Wei lifted her foot and moved forward, her back straight. Though her movements were slightly awkward, overall there were no issues. A bit stiff, but everything's normal. Follow me. He raised his hand and set the director's office ablaze, leaving the traces of the past to flames and smoke. Creak. The door was pushed open, firelight flickering behind them. Suyu didn't store Lu Wei in his space, but instead had her carry those heavy hammers on her back as she followed behind him. She swayed as she walked, like a little duckling. From a distance, the two looked more like siblings. The instance ended, and the lurking demons and monsters emerged one after another. Not far away, a survivor called Rocket Monkey was being chased up and down by an elite zombie, while several companions lay on the ground barely breathing, clearly having suffered heavy damage from the elite zombie. Yuyu's zombie. Level: 5 elite. Base attribute strength 40, spirit 10, constitution 20, agility 30. Most other survivors on the scene were only level 3, with talents no better than E or F rank. Their 4 attributes combined barely reaching 40, giving them virtually no advantage against the elite zombie. This was the true reality for most people entering the apocalypse, fragile and vulnerable. If it were yesterday, Suyu might have given this elite zombie a proper look. Now with his expanded perspective, those stats were hardly worth noting. But regardless of experience or drops, elites were always better than common fodder, and he was happy to test his blade. At this moment, Rocket Monkey noticed Suyu's sibling-like duo. Both wore simple clothing yet elaborate accessories, definitely high-end apocalypse gear. Aside from that crazy Lin family bunch, he'd never seen such quality. Big score. His eyes gleamed as he suddenly turned and charged towards Suyu, intending to lead the elite zombie over. With agility several times greater than the elite zombies, this trick never failed him. Lead monsters into crowds, wait for others to die, then finish off and loot. In the apocalypse, only the bold survive while the weak wait to. Jie had figured out this truth long ago. Just dodge that guy's arrows and the equipment is mine. He calculated in his mind. Unfortunately, this time he'd picked the wrong target. Sorry about this, buddy. Rocket Monkey wore a mocking grin as he casually tossed out the line, already stepping into Suyu's range. Suyu couldn't be bothered with words and steadily raised his war bow. Who exactly gave you this courage? Liang Jingru, he reminded softly. Buddy, this is really going to hurt. As his words fell, the bowstring vibrated and the arrow shot forth like a cannonball straight at its target. The drilling sky monkey's body suddenly froze midair, unable to dodge in time, and collapsed directly to the ground. His entire body convulsed as he looked down to see his chest pierced through, blood gushing out in a horrifying sight. Suyu was right. A literal heart-piercing attack. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have 34 agility points. How could I not dodge? The drilling sky monkey roared hoarsely, using his last bit of strength, yet he couldn't even catch sight of Suyu's strike. His shouts abruptly ceased as his gaze rapidly dimmed, dying without understanding where he had failed. The few severely injured survivors remaining in the hall witnessed the drilling sky monkey's death. They were stunned at first, then their spirits lifted from their conversations. It was clear they were all victims of the drilling sky monkey. Boss, this is truly satisfying. Damn it, that drilling sky monkey was nothing but scum. Boss, he actually had 34 agility points. No wonder we couldn't hit him or catch up. After their initial joy, they began to worry. But now that the drilling sky monkey is dead, who can kill the elite zombie? How could those two youngsters possibly defeat it? Let the boss leave first and dump this mess on those two kids. The group exchanged glances, helped up a fat, middle-aged man, and staggered toward the stairway. Meanwhile, the elite zombie, having lost its prey, looked around in confusion. It turned towards Suyu, its blood-red pupils suddenly contracting, and pounced without warning. Behind her mask, Lu Wei tilted her head, her gray eyes vacant, appearing to be a carefree, emotionless girl. However, Suyu caught the fighting spirit flickering in her eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Show them what you've got, Lu Wei." At the same time, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, ready to provide cover. Lu Wei drew the 80-pound hammer from her back, her steps heavy, clearly revealing her weakness in agility as the floor trembled slightly. The moment she entered attack range, a phantom suddenly appeared behind her, the warrior's signature mobility skill, charge. Once locked onto by this momentum, no target could escape. The elite zombie didn't retreat but advanced instead, claws raised high, fangs bared, displaying its fierce nature. Those sharp fangs and claws had torn apart countless humans and fellow zombies. However, this time, what met it was Lu Wei's raised hammer. 56 strength points versus 40 strength points, absolute domination. Boom. The tremendous force cascaded like a flood, sending the elite zombie flying and embedding it hard into the wall beside the survivors. The survivors could only stare in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Lu Wei didn't pause, gripping the handle with both hands as the hammer head fell again. The elite zombie bled from all 7 orifices, desperately trying to break free from the wall, but the 80-pound hammer's continuous strikes left it unable to move an inch. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The sounds of shattering bones and cracking concrete intertwined as the elite zombie's form was gradually pounded into a blur of bloody flesh. Eventually, even the load-bearing wall crumbled to debris, leaving only a few steel reinforcement bars standing alone. A gentle breeze passed by, stirring Lu Wei's gray hair. Her white dress and pale face were splattered with crimson chunks of flesh, the blood making the girl appear even more eerie, terrifyingly so. Ding! Lu Wei successfully killed elite zombie LV5, gained 10 gold coins. Friendly reminder, Lu Wei's leveling method is the same as ordinary zombies. She cannot gain experience from missions or killing zombies, but enjoys the same gold coin, equipment, and item drop rates as the host. After hearing the system notification, Suyu frowned. Neither of them gained experience from zombies killed by Lu Wei. Damn, this means I'll have to deliver the finishing blow myself from now on. Fortunately, he discovered this early. Otherwise, if Lu Wei had delivered the final blow to a boss, it would have been a huge loss. But on second thought, getting such a terrifyingly powerful fighter for free, how could that not be amazing? Soon, he caught on to a system loophole. Since Lu Wei's leveling method was the same as ordinary zombies, she could both rely on nightly evolution to increase her level and kill humans to boost her level and even her grade. With this thought, Suyu stepped forward. The few dying leaders were now completely dumbfounded. They were deeply shaken by the tremendous power Lu Wei had just displayed. In mere seconds, the young girl had swung her massive hammer and smashed the mutant zombie into pulp, with bone fragments scattering everywhere. The air was thick with the metallic scent mixed with the sickly sweet smell of blood, assaulting everyone's senses. Suyu crouched beside the pile of corpses, picking up the loot that had dropped, a gleaming universal supply capsule. The capsule bore 3 bright red characters: roasted suckling pig. The grease seemed ready to seep through the plastic, and the aroma was magnified infinitely in everyone's minds. The pampered officials across from them all swallowed their saliva in unison. Just hours earlier, the 5 of them had been hiding on the hospital rooftop for an entire day. When the settlement came, each person only received a can of herring. Their stomachs, which hadn't seen a drop of water for 3 days, were suddenly filled with this fermented seafood, and the result was predictable: vomiting and diarrhea, with abdominal cramps so severe they couldn't even crawl while kneeling on the ground. They had barely made it downstairs when they encountered the ferocious drill monkey elite zombie, and without warning, they were beaten into complete defeat. At this moment, their eyes were still bloodshot, their faces pale, their pants splattered with their own vomit, yet they stared fixedly at the glowing capsule between Suyu's fingers. Suyu didn't even bother to lift his eyes, snapping the capsule into his bracelet's storage compartment with a click. The drought kills some while the flood drowns others. This small action made the group across from them even more envious, and they exchanged meaningful glances with each other. "I need that capsule." The district chief lowered his voice, his tone sinister. "No matter what method you use, you must get it for me. Whoever succeeds gets Secretary Guan for the night. I only care about results, understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, his large hand roughly groped the voluptuous female secretary. Secretary Guan had been with him for 2 years, and he was already tired of her. In the early days of the apocalypse, trading women for supplies was perfectly normal. While saying this, the mayor's gaze slid toward Lu Wei beside Suyu, where that little girl's hammer was so big and white, and his evil desires stirred. He wondered what she would taste like. "District Chief, why?" Secretary Guan's eyes reddened as she gasped softly. "Guan Xiaoyu, cooperate properly. Otherwise, no one will take care of your brother. All right, I understand. She lowered her head and bit her lip, her voice barely audible. Great rewards inspire brave men. 1 second these men were nearly killed by the elite zombie, but the next second, thinking of Secretary Guan's moaning these past nights, their eyes immediately glazed over. TCH, what's this bitch acting all pure for? We've seen everything these past few days. In the apocalypse, what's the difference between you and a whore? The three men cursed and swore, and after their string of crude insults, they swaggered toward the Suyu siblings. In their eyes, they couldn't handle a tough nut like the drill monkey, but this pair of seemingly naive students could easily be coaxed and intimidated into handing over their supplies. Suyu had heard their entire plan clearly. Since he was bored anyway, he might as well see how far this group could take their act. The three men approached Lu Wei, who was in stealth mode, quickly plastering professional fake smiles on their faces. Little sister, you're really amazing. Could you share a few supply capsules with us? It's the apocalypse now, and we all need to work together to overcome this crisis, right? When the world returns to normal, we'll definitely arrange for reporters to interview you at school, okay? Lu Wei tilted her head and observed them, her gaze as cold as ice, not even giving them a hum. She was completely unmoved. The men had no choice but to turn their attention to Suyu, once again adopting their official tone. We are leading cadres from Hushi District. You must hand over all the supply capsules in your possession to us for unified management and distribution. Think about it, there are still plenty of starving elderly and children waiting for us to rescue them. This way we can help more people. As the older brother, shouldn't you set a good example for your sister? Suyu nearly burst out laughing. The classified documents from the director's office were still churning in his mind, listing the corruption records of Hushi officials, and not one of these people standing before him had been caught. Moral blackmail? From this bunch of degenerates who drool just watching breeding pigs they think they're qualified? His face remained expressionless as he watched silently. When Suyu didn't respond, the department-level officials immediately lost their composure. This is the apocalypse. How can you still be so selfish? Only thinking about yourself. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you get a criminal record the moment I get back to the bureau. It's an honor that we department-level officials are speaking to you. How dare you be so ungrateful? The air grew thick with their angry curses. Cough, cough. Just as Suyu was about to give Lu Wei an order, the district chief beside them glared fiercely at his subordinates, walking over while raising his hand to signal for quiet, forcibly smoothing things over. A bunch of useless fools, looks like I have to handle this myself. Director Yu, Bureau Chief Ma, Bureau Chief Nyo, don't scare the kid. District Chief San. The three immediately stood at attention, their voices tense. The district chief smiled warmly, introducing himself. Young man, I'm the person in charge of Hushi District. You should trust us, the country won't forget you, and the people of Hushi won't forget you either. With just a few words, he elevated Suyu to the level of country and people. After speaking, he crouched down, spreading his arms in a benevolent gesture, though his peripheral vision kept wandering over Lu Wei's body. Little sister, you're so well behaved. Come here, let uncle give you a hug. Say something nice to your brother, and this little trinket is yours. As he spoke, he pulled out a ring from his bracelet, dangling it glittering in the air. The district chief was convinced that with his official position, the little girl would surely comply. So what if the boy was strong? In the apocalypse, opportunities to strike were everywhere. This acting, Suyu observed coldly, thinking to himself, absolutely flawless, not a single flaw showing. Truly worthy of a leader, such high awareness. Even volunteering to donate equipment before dying? Like a chrysanthemum cracking sunflower seeds. How did you even open your mouth? Suyu's gaze fell on Lu Wei, and he uttered just one word. Kill. The smile on the district chief's face instantly froze, blood draining from his features, as if an overwhelming killing intent had pinned him in place. He had just looked up when his pupils reflected only two massive iron hammers crashing down. Bang! The mighty district chief was flattened like paper, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist with nothing left of his remains. The remaining officials hadn't even processed what happened before they were consecutively smashed into bloody pulp by the iron hammers. What did you do? How come today's young people can't be morally blackmailed anymore? Young man, little miss, please spare us. The screams lasted less than 3 seconds before only a pool of dark red viscous liquid remained on the ground, not even bone fragments to be found. The world fell silent in an instant. Moral blackmail? Ridiculous. Who still uses that trick in the apocalypse? Ding. Lu Wei eliminated survivor LV3, gained evolution points 30. The series of system notifications that popped up completely confirmed Suyu's suspicions. Well, just as he expected. It seemed Lu Wei could indeed gain so-called evolution points by killing people. Suyu approached the district chief's corpse and picked up a ring with ancient patterns. This was his first time profiting from killing someone. Under the apocalypse's rules, when survivors died, their bracelets would vanish. All items in their storage space would be reclaimed by the system, leaving only the equipment they wore on their bodies to be looted. In the pool of blood, Suyu finally found the Ringan excellent grade vampiric ring that provided 5 constitution and converted 5 of damage into life steal. Since Suyu already had a set ring, he gave the vampiric ring to Lu Wei. Bang! Suddenly, a piercing woman's scream rang out beside him, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Suyu turned his head to see Secretary Guan, as they called her, suddenly leap from the building and crash into the hospital lobby. After her body trembled a few times, blood gushed from within, and zombies emerged from all directions. When they dispersed, only a pool of blood and scattered clothing fragments remained on the lobby floor. Suyu had witnessed this scenario many times once despair consumed people's minds. This was usually the outcome. However, during the chaos in the lobby just moments ago, Suyu caught sight of a distant figure. It was none other than Lin Maorong and his group. With the vampiric ring equipped, Lu Wei became even more fearless. She would kill gods if gods blocked her path, and slay Buddhas if Buddhas stood in her way. Before long, Suyu led Lu Wei, following Lin Maorong's trail all the way to the hospital's back exit. The front entrance was still blocked by numerous zombies. This was their only way out. In the distance, a man carried a woman into a white SUV. Master, you've worked hard for most of the day. Shinran is willing to use my body to ease your fatigue. This is what a master's servant should do. Oh my, Miss Wan Shinran, why are you suddenly calling yourself a servant? He looked at the woman in his arms with a mocking expression. After killing Miao Huan, Wan Shinran had begun actively seeking intimacy out of fear, which made Lin Maorong even more arrogant. To them, I am a young lady, but you are my master, and I am your servant, your pet. Don't you find this more thrilling? Do you know why this young master kept you alive? Although Miao Huan was quite wild, you know how to play even better. Soon, a woman's moans and a man's singing could be heard. Watch me. I relax my fingers, my gaze like a dragon. When enemies are nothing, my tactics are endless. My attacks like wind, using a single chariot to enter the palace, crushing over your dejected face. Oh. Before the song finished, with the crushing of faces, this battle came to an abrupt end. Master, you're so amazing. Let Shinran forever be only your private pet, okay? Wan Shinran knelt beside him, helping Lin Maorong clean up the aftermath. Wan Shinran somewhat feared those beasts outside the car door. Even Miao Huan, whom Lin Maorong had killed, hadn't been spared by this group of animals despite becoming a corpse. Lin Maorong had even encouraged and mocked from the sidelines, showing no humanity whatsoever. She could even imagine whether she might become their next target. Therefore, she did everything possible to provide valuable assistance to Lin Maorong, unconditionally satisfying his every demand. Master, look over there, it seems like Suyu. Wan Shinran's eyes flickered as she caught sight of movement at the hospital's back exit. A man was leading a gray-haired girl, eliminating zombies as they approached. Lao Ba came over upon hearing the commotion and directly pulled open the car door. Wan Shinran's face was covered in milk, and she hastily grabbed some clothes to cover her body. Wan Shinran shouted loudly, Lao Ba, what are you doing? This cry drew hearty laughter from Lin Maorong and the others. Lin Maorong was pulling up his pants as he stepped down from the vehicle. After leaving the director's office, Suyu had hidden his personal information, so when others tried to check his details, they only saw question marks. Young master, that man, we cannot detect his personal information. This girl is called Lu Wei, and she's level 4. Can't detect his personal information? He must have some strange item on him. Do you have any impression of the name Lu Wei? Lin Maorong turned to look at the blushing Wan Shinran. Master, Shinran previously recorded the top 10 rankings, but the rest were recorded by Huan, though she's already. Wan Shinran's voice grew quieter and quieter. Lin Maorong was ruthlessly cold, immediately changing his expression. He stared at Wan Shinran with an ashen face and said coldly, Useless. I'll settle accounts with you later. Wan Shinran was thunderstruck, trembling all over. This word, useless, made her seem to see her own abandoned future. When Lin Maorong killed Miao Huan, he had also used the word useless. In Lin Maorong's eyes, the coordination between Suyu and Lu Wei seemed awkward, clearly indicating they had just teamed up recently. Since these two couldn't even make it into the top 10 rankings, they naturally couldn't be considered top-tier powerhouses. In Lin Maorong's impression, Suyu had always appeared quite weak, always following his cousin's opinions in everything. Since they had waited so long without seeing any remarkable passersby, Lin Maorong gave a meaningful look, and the group decided to have some fun with Suyu. So they rubbed their hands together eagerly, blocking Suyu's path completely. Interesting. Suyu looked at the people before him and walked straight toward them. Lin Maorong nodded, and immediately 2 subordinates stepped forward, their faces full of arrogance and insolence. Brother, that zombie you just killed was one we had our eyes on first. Hand over your supply capsule, and we might consider sparing your life. Lin Maorong then calmly emerged from the crowd, his tone carrying a hint of mockery and ridicule. Oh my, isn't this Suyu, my cousin Lin Rufei's boyfriend? Don't you guys have brains? Suyu, instead of protecting my sister, what are you doing here? Faced with Lin Maorong's provocation, Suyu just quietly looked at him. Lin Maorong frowned deeply, extremely annoyed. He ranked second on the hospital dungeon leaderboard. Could Suyu be intimidated by his presence? Then he kicked Lao Ba beside him. So it's the son-in-law. My apologies. Lao Ba, getting Lin Maorong's hint, stepped forward with a mocking smile. If you crawl between my legs and bark like a dog twice, I might consider letting you pass. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. And that girl too. Lin Maorong pointed at the little girl and shouted, his gaze filled with greed. After carefully examining the girl before him, he discovered that although Lu Wei wore a mask, her skin was fair, her temperament cold and aloof. With an attractive figure, this was an experience he had never tried before. What he was thinking was that capturing her would be perfect to replace Wan Xinran by his side. Yes, yes, yes. Young master. Lao Ba immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. Hey, that girl, you're quite skilled. We're the Lin family from Star City, backed by the Baisher family. You should know that we rank second in this dungeon. Come over and join us. Lu Wei didn't speak. She tilted her head and walked calmly toward the crowd. Everyone mistakenly thought she was coming to surrender, and they all pointed at Suyu. For a moment, the hall erupted in laughter. Our young master really likes girls like you. Come to our Lin family, and we guarantee you'll have the time of your life. This little girl has a better sense of the bigger picture than you, son-in-law. This reminded him of the Lolita Island scandal in America. Do all rich people have such tastes? Kill. A breeze passed by, and a flash of murderous intent appeared in Suyu's eyes. Everyone immediately stopped laughing, their expressions changing. Kill? Son-in-law, are you out of your mind? With so many of us here, what are you going to fight with? Lao Ba chuckled as he raised his shield. Son-in-law, I've changed my mind. Not only do you have to crawl between our legs and bark like a dog, but you also need to hand over all your capsules and equipment. You understand the law of the jungle in the apocalypse, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, 2-foot soldiers on his left and right gripped their spears and iron clubs, closing in step by step, while 2 archers behind them reached for their bowstrings. The ground beneath their feet was littered with the still bleeding corpses of survivors, testament to this gang's predatory nature. Charge! The moment Lao Ba shouted the command, Lu Wei's figure flashed, and she swept to the foot soldier 15 meters away. Her black iron hammer struck his chest with a low whooshing sound. The crack of bones accompanied by screams erupted. The soldier's ribs shattered completely, bone fragments piercing through his back as he was sent flying through the air before crashing down among his comrades. His death gruesome. The brute force that even elite zombies couldn't withstand was utterly unstoppable for humans. Lu Wei's surprise attack made the Lin family members' pupils contract sharply. What kind of skill does this girl have? Shock was instantly written across their faces. Girl, leave her alive for me. Do whatever you want with the man. Lin Maorong commanded coldly, retreating to a safe position himself, his gaze cold as he stared at Wan Xinran approaching. In his eyes, Suyu wasn't even worth his effort, and Wan Xinran was merely a pet, a plaything. So in broad daylight, while his subordinates fought desperately, he actually reached out to grope Wan Xinran's breasts, his humiliation completely undisguised. Damn it, they actually killed Lao 13? Ungrateful bastards. Brothers, attack. The Lin family's death guards were all level 4, confident they could take on 2 zombies of the same level. Today's triumphant return from hunting elite zombies had inflated their egos to the point of ignoring reality, attributing Lao 13's death to mere carelessness. But standing before them now was not an ordinary survivor, but Suyu, a man who had lived through 10 years of the apocalypse and returned through rebirth. Axing, Ajay, shoot them. Lao Ba roared. Yes, Master Ba. The 2 archers raised their ordinary grade compound bows. Suyu dodged sideways to avoid the arrows while drawing his Huaxiao war bow, the bowstring vibrating. 2 arrows fired in succession. Thud! Axing and Ajay's shoulder blades were pierced by the violent arrow force, their shoulders exploding with bullseyed bloody holes, blood gushing out. The out-of-control arrows grazed past Lao Ba's scalp, making his hair stand on end. You idiots, can't you shoot properly? Lao Ba turned around to see the 2 archers clutching their mangled, bloody shoulders, screaming in agony, sending chills through everyone's hearts. For Suyu, killing those 2 would have been effortless. He deliberately kept these people around because he was counting on them to provide evolution points for Lu Wei. Upon receiving Suyu's command, Lu Wei didn't even bother with pleasantries and charged straight at the 2 nearest death servants, dragging her massive hammer that was taller than herself. The dull thuds of metal meeting flesh and bone rang out twice in succession, and 80 evolution points were instantly credited to the account. In just a few brief exchanges, 3 companions had fallen under the hammer. Only then did everyone notice the sinister red stains on her dress, all dried blood. How many people would she have had to kill to dye her clothes like that? Just as fear began to surge, Old 8, who was in command, was driven by rage and roared hoarsely. Damn bitch. I'll hold her off, you guys go kill that man. Yes, Boss 8. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, split into 3 directions, and closed in on Suyu in a pincer movement. Meanwhile, Old 8 charged toward Lu Wei with a thunderous roar. Old 8 was brimming with confidence with 44 constitution points plus an iron shield. He was certain he could withstand attacks from a mutant zombie. As long as he could hold off this girl, his brothers should easily handle that man. But reality shattered his confidence in just 2 hammer blows. Bang! Bang! The hammerhead struck the shield's surface, sending sparks flying. When the second blow landed, Old 8's grip had already split open, and his arm convulsed. Ding! The system notification rang out coldly. Iron shield has sustained damage. Durability has dropped below 50. Please repair promptly. Old 8 looked down to see his shield's surface covered in cracks. One more hit, and it would be completely destroyed. He struggled to dodge to the side, barely avoiding Lu Wei's third strike. If not for her low agility limiting her movement and swing speed, he would already be a pile of mush. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Old 8 felt his heart sink and no longer dared to block directly. On the other side, Suyu appeared calm and composed. He trusted that with Lu Wei's current attributes plus the blood-sucking ring, her combat power rivaled that of elite zombies of the same level. If she couldn't handle a few humans, all his resource investment would have been wasted. You guys hurry up and kill that man, then come help me. Old 8 was panting like a broken bellows, his voice trembling. But just as he was distracted giving orders, the heavy whoosh of wind rushed past his ear. He hastily abandoned his shield and rolled away to dodge. That once excellent iron shield was smashed to pieces, fragments flying everywhere. Lu Wei pursued relentlessly, each hammer blow making Old 8's hair stand on end as he stumbled about. Suyu remained in place, drawing his bow while watching coldly. The enemy's pincer movement was full of openings in his view. Arrows flew out in succession thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 sharp arrows precisely pierced the knees of the 3 death servants. In agony, they collapsed and screamed miserably. Seconds later, Lu Wei's iron hammer fell in turn, ending their suffering completely. Old 8 turned his head toward his master in despair. Lin Maorong's face was ashen, gripping Wan Xinran beside him so tightly that she winced in pain but dared not make a sound. A breeze swept by, carrying the stench of blood across the clearing. In less than a minute, all of Lin Maorong's subordinates had been killed, leaving him no choice but to enter the fray himself. Suyu lowered his bow, his gaze indifferent. Any last words? I'll give you 2 moves. Suyu said coolly. Damn, think you're invincible? Lin Maorong quickened his pace, executing 2 elegant turns that left Lu Wei far behind. Without hesitation, he activated his skill wind step. His energy was instantly drained as his body seemed to be swept up by the wind. 60 seconds of invisibility, 40 movement speed boost, and if he attacked during this period, he would immediately become visible while dealing 150 extra damage. The next second, his figure vanished abruptly from Suyu's sight. Suyu merely smirked. Wind step? Some godly skill from the apocalypse? Interesting. The instant before Lin Maorong activated his skill, Suyu had already thrown a death mark. A dark red triangle hovered above Lin Maorong's head, revealing all information. Lin family's eldest son, LV5, no profession, rank talent, blade of wounding wind. Current collapse rate, 30, weakness rate, 0. Rank talent? Suyu couldn't even muster any interest. But this time, he planned to use Lin Maorong's body as a test subject to thoroughly study the limits of collapse rate and weakness rate. Lin Maorong believed himself invisible and untraceable, unaware that his every move was crystal clear in Suyu's eyes. Despise the enemy strategically, respect them tactically. Suyu remained vigilant. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, he understood the weight of caution better than anyone. Recalling his past life's pathetic bootlicking of Lin Rufei made him sick. As for Lin Maorong, from age 5, he was told he was just an insignificant young master in the Lin family. His mother forced him to practice sword swings 1,000 times daily, locking all his wandering thoughts into those monotonous movements. Even before the apocalypse arrived, he maintained high-intensity training. In public, he was a carefree playboy. In private, he quietly built his strength, waiting for his chance to rise. The weak blamed fate. The strong never complained. The apocalypse gave him the stage to prove himself. With the family in turmoil, only he and his cousin remained among the new generation. By Hao announced, 7 days of novice period, with the family heir determined by contribution. Betting everything, Lin Maorong rushed to Star City Hospital. But the mission dragged on. Most of his trusted followers were lost, leaving only one useless woman. Despite holding what seemed like a protagonist script, he couldn't shake the arrogance that came with his first taste of power. When things went wrong, he instinctively blamed others now. Suyu had become his designated scapegoat. Kill Suyu, steal his equipment, present it to young Master Bai Shi, and his position in the Lin family would be secured. All his attribute points were invested in agility. With 40 agility points plus wind steps 40 movement bonus, he was confident that once he got close, a single slash could cripple Suyu's arm and decide the battle. Moving like a phantom, he crept along the wall into effective bow range. Just then, Suyu spoke 2 words softly. First move. A cold arrow shot forth. Empowered by the death mark, Suyu's attack speed and movement speed received another boost. Lin Maorong's heart pounded violently as he became almost certain that Suyu could truly see him. This arrow was far too cunning in both angle and trajectory, striking directly at his vital spot. As a trained fighter, Lin Maorong's body instincts were faster than his mind, yet he was still half a beat too slow. The arrowhead tore through his crotch, sliced through his red underwear, and the fletching grazed past him, brutally taking away a small piece of flesh. The arrow continued flying and finally embedded itself at Wan Xinran's feet. Still shaken, she looked down and couldn't help but snicker. That piece of flesh was delicate and tiny, just like Lin Maorong's little toothpick. Lin Maorong bit his arm, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain without making a sound. Following the arrow's trajectory, a wild dog emerged from the roadside, growled twice, snatched up the bloody flesh, and ran off. Rage boiling over, Lin Maorong's eyes became bloodshot, veins bulging, with only one thought remaining: dismemberment. The panel data showed current collapse rate 50, weakness level 10. Swift Step was about to end, and only 10 meters remained between him and Suyu. At that moment, Suyu spoke coolly. Second move. His voice was like ice water, instantly extinguishing Lin Maorong's murderous intent. The arrow at close range was unavoidable, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him staggering back more than 10 steps before he could barely steady himself. Meanwhile, Lu Wei had finished off all of Lin Maorong's subordinates and approached carrying her large hammer. Lin Maorong collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, staring at Suyu in disbelief. Suyu walked leisurely with cold, indifferent eyes, as if looking at a walking corpse. Lin Maorong panicked completely. Current collapse rate 80, weakness level 70. Brother Suyu, brother-in-law, please don't kill me. Equipment, supplies, items, I'll give you everything. He frantically stripped items from his body while continuously pulling supplies from his bracelet, creating a pile that clattered across the ground. He couldn't die. A position of Lin family head was still waiting for him. But Suyu shook his head with a light sigh. If I'd known your last words would be this long, I wouldn't have given you time for 2 moves. He prepared to give Lu Wei the final command. On the verge of collapse, Lin Maorong desperately grasped at his last straw. I'll give you this woman too. She's hot, knows how to play, you'll definitely like her. Xinran, quick, perform something for brother-in-law. He suddenly pushed Wan Xinran forward. The panel flickered. Collapse rate 90, weakness level 70. An unexpected turn occurred. Before Suyu and Lu Wei could act, Wan Xinran exploded first. She shrieked, Lin Maorong, you fucking hurt me. The docile little lamb suddenly transformed into a raging tiger, 2 days of extreme oppression instantly backfiring. She somehow produced a dagger and, eyes closed, stabbed Lin Maorong more than 10 times. Amid the spraying blood, Wan Xinran suddenly felt severe abdominal pain. Cleaver was buried deep in her belly. She roared, using her last strength to bite down hard on Lin Maorong's forearm and wouldn't let go. It hurts. You bitch, let go. Lin Maorong frantically slashed at Wan Xinran's neck, blood spurting like a fountain. Even as she died with eyes wide in fury, she never released her grip, tearing away a piece of flesh. Suyu watched coldly, observing the panel value skyrocket until both collapse rate and weakness level locked at 99. The apocalypse rules reminded him once again: never underestimate anyone. Even rabbits bite when cornered, and even the weakest can be deadly when pushed to the brink. Lin Maorong trembled all over, bloody and mangled, yet still managed to speak hoarsely. Suyu, you cheated? Tell me, why can you see me? Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. Won't rest in peace. Suyu's eyes lit up, as if discovering something amusing. You're really a fucking genius. As his words fell, the hammer crashed down. Lin Maorong's body was smashed to pulp, leaving only half a broken skull with 2 eyes staring wide. Won't rest in peace? You chose that yourself. Ding. Lu Wei has killed survivor LV4, gaining 40 evolution points. Ding. Lu Wei has leveled up to level 5, gaining 5 strength attribute points. Due to the talent Natural Divine Strength, the strength gained is doubled. Natural Divine Strength. Strength is doubled when leveling up. Damage dealt by melee weapons is increased by 50. After killing Lin Maorong, Lu Wei tilted her head slightly, a crimson gleam flashing through her grayish-white pupils as system notifications chimed one after another. She had leveled up. The zombie bloodline was truly terrifying. Her strength alone was approaching the A-grade threshold, and her entire attribute set seemed tailor-made for a berserker. Suyu secretly wondered, had she already met the requirements for class advancement? Before his doubts could settle, he was already crouching down to loot the spoils of war. Lin Maorong's corpse was thoroughly searched, but only yielded a ghoul mask. The man had already sent his subordinates ahead with the resources and loot plundered from the dungeon, leaving nothing valuable on his person. Suyu disappointedly pocketed the mask and reached out to pat Lu Wei's head. Her scalp felt cold as iron beneath his palm. He thought she remained numb as always, but unexpectedly, Lu Wei slowly closed her eyes, as if savoring the unusual warmth of his touch. From the moment he began the slaughter to the last body hitting the ground, exactly 2.5 minutes had passed. After confirming there was nothing else of value at the scene, Suyu donned the stolen ghoul mask and walked out of Xingqing Hospital's main entrance alongside Luwei. The gray-black mask covered most of his face, and combined with the restrained demeanor he developed since his rebirth, even close acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. Simultaneously, he activated his mask disguise talent, completely concealing his personal information unless someone was a full 3 levels above him. No one could see through this lone wolf's true identity. The time was now 2 p.m. The distance from the hospital to the Lin Corporation building was considerable, and Luwei's agility attribute was low, making her travel speed far slower than Suyu's. If they encountered ambushes along the way and were delayed until nightfall, the danger would multiply exponentially, so they set off immediately. Luwei's almost instinctive sense of smell allowed her to navigate freely through ruins and alleyways. Along the way, she had become capable of handling enemies independently, with shattered limbs and splattered blood forming a path of carnage behind them. Nothing could stand in their way. The Lin Corporation building, a 6-story old-style office building with a weathered but still dignified facade that had witnessed decades of the Lin Corporation's rise and fall. The company had originally been unremarkable until the previous generation of management took desperate risks, cutting corners, falsifying project quantities, engaging in malicious competition. They violated nearly every law on the books. The catastrophic collapse of Xingqing Tower was inextricably linked to their actions. Their misdeeds eventually caught the attention of the Baisher family, who secretly backed them, allowing Lin Corporation to leap to become the most powerful construction company in the area. But times had changed. At this moment, all of the Lin family's remaining forces were gathered in this building, barely 60 people in total. The true core members numbered only a few, concentrated in the top-floor conference room. And sitting in the head chair was not a member of the Lin family, but a woman. This woman was an envoy from the Baisher family. Her arrival posed a severe test for the Lin family. The envoy enjoyed the Lin family's tributes while closing her eyes and savoring the services provided. Despite the arrogance and disdain evident in her gaze, the Lin family members knew they had to swallow their pride for the sake of their family's future. The envoy was from the Cherry Blossom Nation, named Hiroshima Gensher. Her name seemed to hint at a buried Historia period that recorded the mushroom clouds that once bloomed over the Cherry Blossom Nation. However, due to the arrival of the apocalypse, humans lacked effective means of communication. As an intermediary, Hiroshima Gensher shuttled back and forth between the Lin family and the Baisher family. She not only conveyed mission instructions to the Lin family, but also recorded their specific performance during this period. In his previous life, after the apocalypse arrived, Lin Maorong had reached a tacit understanding with her, engaging in mutually beneficial dealings that helped both advance their positions. However, now such possibilities no longer existed between them. Though Hiroshima Gensher had ordinary looks, she exuded an indescribable charm, especially the allure of a mature woman in her prime. At an age when desires ran wild, she harbored intense cravings for humanity's most primal needs. She not only delighted in satisfying her own desires, but showed no regard for propriety or setting. At this moment, a tall, burly man was giving the woman beside him a full-body massage. This man, known as the Magic Fingers Demon King, De Zhuang, was an electrician and plumber at the Lin family's construction site. Unlike those smooth-talking types, he was a genuine craftsman. Though his appearance was somewhat rough and didn't quite meet feminine aesthetic standards, once the lights went out, none of that mattered anymore. De Zhuang's technique was masterful, causing even Hiroshima Gensher to moan rhythmically. The surrounding workers, hearing these sounds, couldn't help but blush. One by one, they turned away, unwilling to disturb this moment of tranquility and harmony. The next second, Hiroshima Gensher pressed down hard on the man's head, unconsciously tightening her grip. De Zhuang truly experienced what it meant to receive close contact treatment, what it meant to have emotions written all over one's face. Hiroshima Gensher savored the lingering sensations. Coming back to her senses, she looked around and frowned slightly. Lin Maorong had been absent from meetings for 2 consecutive days, clearly not taking her seriously. One moment she had been enjoying brief pleasure. The next her gaze turned cold as she kicked away the man beside her. Hiroshima Gensher raised her voice and said in a sarcastic tone, "Damn it, meeting time. Maorongkin received his mission yesterday. Why hasn't he returned today? Was his military pledge made in vain? Or does he simply not respect this envoy?" An elderly man with white hair, his body trembling slightly, stepped forward. Speaking in humble tones, he said, "Please calm your anger, envoy. Maoying has returned." This time he successfully led his team back with 10 supply capsules and 2 pieces of excellent grade equipment. "Please inspect them." While saying this, he gave De Zhuang a meaningful look. De Zhuang immediately understood and hurried over eagerly. Meanwhile, the burly Lin Maoying stood up obediently like a schoolchild. He was Lin Maorong's only competitor. Though physically strong, he lacked strategy and wisdom, knowing only how to solve problems with brute force. Today, he had set out with 30 people, but returned with only half of them. These offerings were all the Lin family could scrape together after exhausting every resource they had. Hiroshima Adam couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance for that dull, uninteresting Lin Maoying. But when she thought of Lin Maorong with his pampered appearance and delicate skin, a twisted sense of amusement stirred within her. How delightful it would be to lock him away in a dark room for some thorough training. Unfortunately, Lin Maorong had vanished without a trace since entering the hospital last night, his fate unknown. Oh please, this pathetic junk. It's practically blinding me. Hiroshima Adam swept the offerings off the table with her hand, her mocking laughter sharp as a blade. Don't insult my intelligence with your amateur acting. I am talking about Lin Maorong. She truly despised these trinkets. After speaking, she raised her hand, her slender fingers tapping out a rhythm on the table's surface. Tap, 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 while a heavy pressure settled over everyone's shoulders. The diligent De Zhuang felt his spine stiffen under this oppressive force, the elder's words, "Work your hardest," echoing in his ears as he threw all his energy into his tasks. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder was drenched in sweat. With still no word from Lin Maorong, he was consumed with regret. If only he had known how unreliable that boy was, he should have stopped him at all costs. Either give it your all, or get lost. Hiroshima Adam sneered, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Remember, young Master Baisher is no charity case. If you want charity, you can go beg on the streets. SKR, before she could finish her sarcastic remark, the door burst open with a bang. The newcomer charged in without hesitation, their forceful entrance cutting off Hiroshima Adam's brewing freestyle and freezing De Zhuang mid-motion. It was as jarring as spinning the lazy Susan while the boss is serving food, refusing a toast from your superior, skipping songs during the boss's karaoke session, or winning by self-draw when the boss is waiting for a tile. The envoy's expression instantly turned ice cold. What the hell is this? Are you Lin family people completely forgetting your manners? She could no longer contain her fury and demanded harshly. Outside the window, fierce winds whipped through the air as dark clouds hung low. Suyu braved the gale, shielding Lu Wei as they reached the entrance of the Lin Corporation building. In this post-apocalyptic world, a night of storms was about to descend. The person entering the meeting room was none other than Lin Maorong's personal lackey. He dumped all the spoils onto the table, 12 pieces of excellent grade equipment, 1 piece of superior grade equipment, plus a skill book. Seeing this haul, Guangdao Yuanzi beamed with joy, casually packed everything up, and dragged Da Zhuang into the adjacent room. Soon after, the sounds of a man's agonizing wails and a woman's wild, gleeful laughter echoed from next door. The crowd outside pressed their ears to listen, their minds conjuring up steamy scenes. Indeed, the more you plow the field, the richer it becomes, but the more you work the ox, the thinner it gets. As night fell, all zombies temporarily evolved into mutants, with enhanced strength, speed, and perception across the board. They roamed around the construction company's perimeter, hunting for fresh prey. At this moment, Suyu and Lu Wei took advantage of the pitch-black darkness to launch their silent operation. After the initial chaos, this large construction company quickly restored order, displaying remarkable adaptability. In just a few days, they transformed the construction site into a steel fortress. All major entrances were sealed with thick steel pipes and wire mesh, gaps tightly closed, leaving only stairwell passages for personnel access. The passages were filled with checkpoints that could be activated or closed at any time, facilitating internal movement while allowing for complete lockdown when zombies attacked. By securing this passage, neither humans nor zombies could break through. In the darkness, Suyu drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The arrowhead was tied with an enemy lure pot, following an elegant yet precise arc through the gaps in the steel framework before smashing to the ground. Bang! The clay pot shattered, releasing a pungent odor that spread outward. Dozens of zombies at the entrance became like ignited powder kegs, frantically ramming against the gate. The steel framework emitted piercing metallic groans, and moments later was torn open just wide enough for a finger to slip through. A zombie the size of an infant squeezed through forcibly, its blood-red eyes rolling wildly as the carnival officially began. Suyu stood in the shadows, expression calm. Everything was under his control. When Manager Ma arrived with his team upon hearing the commotion, the enemy lure pot's effect had already dissipated. The zombies outside resumed their aimless wandering, and the disturbance gradually subsided. Keep it down. These zombies have quieted down. We're fine now. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, simply sat down on the ground, swallowed their newly distributed supply capsules, and continued their poker game. No one noticed that the infant-sized zombie hadn't immediately attacked anyone, but instead clung to the ceiling on all fours, crawling along the beams like a gecko. What's going on, Manager Ma? Today's zombies seem particularly agitated. It is a bit unusual. Manager Ma lowered his voice, but still spoke with confidence. Don't worry, our defensive fortifications are impregnable. Are the defenses really foolproof? Absolutely. The materials were handpicked by the supply manager, built by our ace construction crew, and overseen throughout by our safety director. There's no way anything could go wrong. Oh, you mean those things? The other person shook his head. I still feel something's off. It's not that simple. The supply manager has been privately extorting suppliers and taking bribes, substituting inferior materials for quality ones. And that ace construction crew wasn't it selected after the company paid hefty bribes to the judges. As for the safety supervisor, he's been drinking constantly and hasn't set foot on a construction site in over 10 years, right? With these three major debuffs combined, the atmosphere in the room became suffocatingly tense. Pressured by everyone with no way out, Manager Ma had no choice but to open his mouth and, with his silver tongue, vividly described all sorts of scandals, fully displaying a project manager's exceptional eloquence. He first revealed the untold stories between the general manager and his 5 former secretaries, then moved on to the finance director's one-night affair with a college intern, and finally even exposed the secret of the elder sending his daughter to the Baisher family head's bed. Everyone listened in stunned silence, as if watching a soap opera being filmed up close. Meanwhile, Suyu led Lu Wei, using the enemy luring pot, to slowly draw the zombies away from the entrance. When a gap appeared, they slipped inside. Noisy commotion came from upstairs, seemingly making even the floor tremble. Why is it so loud upstairs? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? Lu Wei frowned. Don't worry about them so much. We just need to guard the door. Suyu shrugged. At the card table, Manager Ma gossiped while playing cards with his 2 subordinates. Hear no evil. Pair of 7s. Pair of 8s. Pair of jacks. I bomb. Pass. King bomb. The 2 subordinates shouted in unison. Suyu unknowingly crept up behind them, his voice suddenly emerging. Manager Ma? Huh? That's not right. The big king is with me. Right, the little king is with me. The 2 men turned around holding their kings, their expressions instantly freezing as if they'd seen something filthy. I didn't say king bomb. Manager Ma looked up, his voice trembling. Don't scare me. This isn't funny. In a flash of lightning, he suddenly discovered 2 people had appeared behind him. Suyu wore a ghoul mask, his pupils blood red, like a zombie prowling at midnight. Lu Wei wore a matching mask, tilting her head and holding 2 massive iron hammers. Enemy, before he could finish, the hammer struck. With absolute crushing force, one blow accompanied by a dull thud flattened all 3 men, embedding them into the wall and cutting off their breath. Upstairs remained noisy, as if no one had noticed the 3 muffled sounds below. In fact, before they entered, another bloodbath had already swept through the entire building. The scene shifted. A zombie infant quietly infiltrated through ceiling cracks, while outside a bunch of grown men crowded at the Hiroshima Atom room door, eavesdropping. As special envoy, you've tied me up and blindfolded me. I'm scared. Inside the room, De Zhuang's voice trembled. Baby, scream all you want. The more you scream, the more excited sister gets. The special envoy laughed with a hoarse voice. Special envoy? That's 3 times already, right? I really can't anymore. You say you can't, but your brother is still being very honest. The zombie infant darted down like lightning, quickly leaving a faint bite mark on Hiroshima Atom's ankle before hiding back under the bed. De Zhuang remained clueless in the darkness. Special envoy, what are you biting? You absolutely mustn't. Ah. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly exploded. Though everyone was used to such things, they were still terrified by this excessively shrill shriek. After a moment of silence, the sounds inside mysteriously ceased. What happened? Did the special envoy finish off De Zhuang? That's somewhat relatable. Someone whispered speculatively. Impossible. If she really acted, there should be other sounds. Should we report to the elder and let him decide? How about knocking first to check the situation? After exchanging glances, everyone decided to knock and investigate. Knock knock knock, special envoy. Do you need any assistance? The knocking simultaneously alerted the 2 newly turned zombies inside. De Zhuang transformed abruptly, growling as he broke free from his restraints. The special envoy's black leather outfit outlined her sharp curves, her dominatrix attire forming a bizarre contrast with her ferocious expression. Together, they crashed through the door with a bang, lunging at the crowd with low growls. The crowd outside saw clearly. De Zhuang's muscles bulged beneath his overalls, the special envoy in her black leather outfit, but no one appreciated this scene anymore as they fled in panic. The next second, the entire building seemed to ignite, plunging into complete chaos. Elder. The door to the conference room on the 6th floor was suddenly flung open as a Lin family subordinate stumbled in. The man had a stutter that worsened when nervous, and now he was completely out of breath. The elder was reclining in his ornate chair with eyes closed, meditating. Hearing the commotion, he frowned slightly. Such panic and disorder. No wonder the envoy said our Lin family has lost all discipline. The subordinate nodded frantically. Yais. But, Lin Maorong has returned. The elder leisurely sipped his tea before looking up. Speak clearly. Run? The envoy, she. Run from what? Does she fancy these old bones of mine? The subordinate stamped his feet in desperation. No. The Lin building is in chaos. Zombies everywhere. We must flee. In his panic, his speech suddenly became clear. What? Tea sprayed across the table. The elder shot to his feet. Everyone, assemble on the rooftop. Before he finished speaking, the messenger had already fled. Meanwhile, in the stairwell between the first and second floors, Suyu was systematically clearing the building with Lui's assistance, working their way up. Upon reaching the third floor, they discovered nearly half the building's zombies had congregated there. The narrow stairway entrance was packed with a sea of undead stretching beyond sight. Holy crap, that's way too many. Suyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At the front, a female zombie in black leather covered in blood stood out prominently. Hiroshima Atom. She roared and lunged at Suyu first. The two fought while retreating toward the second floor. The second floor corridor connected to a restroom with a narrow doorframe, perfect for crowd control. However, Hiroshima Atom was thick-skinned with incredible defense. Suyu's multiple arrows failed to slow her down. He took a deep breath and, as she lunged, rolled into the restroom. Almost simultaneously, an arrow shot from his bowstring at close range, piercing the female zombie's knee. Luet, Suyu shouted. Lue swung her hammer down hard, and the female zombie collapsed at the threshold. The massive horde pressed forward, but was blocked by her body wedged in the narrow doorway. The second floor corridor erupted into chaos, running footsteps, crashes, roars, thunder, cries for help, and screams layered upon each other like hammers pounding eardrums. The zombie crowd pressed tighter, upper layers pushing down, lower layers pushing up, with Hiroshima Atom trapped at the bottom, her face twisted but unable to move an inch. Suyu watched with mixed amusement and disbelief. Timing, location, and circumstances had all aligned perfectly. He gripped his Huaxiao war bow and began shooting arrows one by one. No fancy moves needed now, just steady aim. After dozens of arrows, Hiroshima Atom finally stopped moving. Suyu cursed, "Damn it. Finally killed you." He then stepped firmly on her corpse to confirm she was completely finished. After clearing the zombies blocking the door, the stairway could breathe again. From now on, the scattered zombies wandering the Lin building and the occasional surviving humans posed absolutely no threat to him. With Suyu's extraordinary perception and the amplification from the Silverbird Claw, once they got close, nothing could escape detection. Suyu handled killing zombies, while Lue took full responsibility for killing humans. Thanks to his astonishing agility attribute, Suyu pulled the trigger so fast it seemed like there were springs loaded in the gun barrel, with bullets flying so densely that the naked eye could barely catch any gaps. The only disappointment was that these mutated zombies were merely products of nighttime amplification. Their coins, experience, and drops were no different from ordinary daytime zombies. By the time the two had completely cleared the entire building, dawn was breaking in the east. They had reached the 6th floor of the Lin Corporation building. On the rooftop, torrential rain pounded down on the scattered corpses, blood flowing along the gutters and into the darkness below. The 13 survivors all had pale faces, tattered clothes, and were utterly exhausted. Only this few left alive. The Grand Elder's hand trembled as he gripped his walking stick. Earlier, they had failed to close the door in time, allowing the infant zombie and the hulking zombie to break in. The battle had raged for several hours. To kill these two mutants, they had paid with 7 companions' lives. The Grand Elder had reacted quickly enough, seeing several severely wounded showing blackening wounds. He immediately ordered them to be finished off before they could fully turn, preventing total annihilation. "It's okay, Uncle. At most 1 more hour until daylight. We can definitely fight our way out." Lin Maoying shouted hoarsely, his voice like a broken gong. "Fight our way out. Easier said than done." The Grand Elder muttered, but then noticed it had been quiet outside for quite a while. Too lazy to argue with Lin Maoying, he closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, one of the guards at the door rushed over. "Grand Elder, there were sounds of fighting outside just now, and it seems all the zombies are dead." "Fighting? Could it be Marong returning? Did he save us? Perhaps heaven won't let the Lin family perish after all?" Haha, before the Grand Elder could finish, the fire door rang out heavily. Bang! Everyone instinctively thought it was Lin Maorong and crowded toward the door. But the heavy fire door suddenly burst inward, the terrifying force sending the guard who was peering out flying into the crowd. The man's chest caved in, and after struggling briefly, he breathed his last. "Who's there?" the Grand Elder demanded sternly. From the stairwell came 2 distinctly different sets of footsteps, one heavy as an anvil hitting the ground, the other light as a young girl skipping. Each step struck the hearts of everyone present like death knells from hell. Someone was about to ignite the climax of this night of carnage. At that moment, the rain suddenly stopped. Suyu stepped out of the shadows, his gun-holding hand steady as a rock, speaking calmly. "Heaven won't let the Lin family perish? I will. Hey, who's there playing ghost?" Lin Maoying forced himself to shout with bravado. 2 of his subordinates exchanged glances and charged forward with drawn blades. The Grand Elder nodded slightly in approval. Anyone daring to provoke them at the Lin Corporation building must have some real skill. The 2 swordsmen had barely emerged when a white phantom suddenly flashed. A massive hammer came crashing down from above. tearing the air with a sharp whistle. In the next second, the hammer smashed into both men's faces, the sound of shattering bones mixing with spraying blood. The tremendous impact force literally ripped their heads from their necks, sending them flying to unknown destinations. The headless bodies convulsed twice before collapsing into the puddles. The zombie horde below suddenly became agitated, as if catching the scent of fresh flesh. Only then did the crowd realize that the two heads had flown dozens of meters away, landing directly in the zombie tide below. Such explosive power. Someone gulped, their voice barely a whisper. Only then did everyone see clearly that the one who had struck was merely a little girl. Blood gushed forth in torrents, staining Lu Wei's clothes crimson. The bright red liquid spread across her once snow-white fabric, like peonies blooming suddenly in the night, striking and bewitching. Suyu appeared moments later with unhurried steps, his heels clicking against the corridor floor with crisp, cold precision. Everyone stood frozen in shock, except for Lin Maoying, who stepped forward boldly and roared, "Damn it! What the hell are you people?" Without waiting for the Grand Elder to speak, he launched into a tirade of curses, raising his weapon high, ready to strike at any moment. The Grand Elder grabbed him firmly, his voice low and grave. "Don't be rash." They clearly came prepared. To lead an entire horde of zombies into the building undetected, then eliminate them all in an instant, this was definitely not the work of ordinary people. "Grand Elder, I wonder how our Lin family has offended you two young heroes." He maintained his dignity while clasping his fists respectfully. "That bitch just killed our people, and you're still being polite?" "Kill them," Lin Maoying bellowed, but others quickly clamped their hands over his mouth. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Suyu surveyed the broken furnishings around him and spoke indifferently. Who would have thought that the mighty Lin family would be reduced to just these few people? He spoke with complete calm, as if counting the corpses on the ground. The Grand Elder frowned as he studied Suyu, feeling that the man before him looked somehow familiar. Their eyes met, and in the next second, the Grand Elder's hair stood on end, his chest feeling as though gripped by a giant hand that was the scorching, oppressive aura of killing intent. Such a gaze, once seen, would haunt one's dreams forever. He couldn't fathom when the Lin family had offended this living king of hell. Why fear him? It's just two people, let's all attack together and kill him. Lin Maoying roared wildly, charging forward before he'd even finished speaking. "Protect the young master." The Grand Elder couldn't stop him in time and could only shout a warning. At this moment, just as Lin Maoying had said, there were indeed only two of them, Suyu and Lu Wei. However, Suyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not moving a single step. In his eyes, these people weren't worth his personal attention. The gap in levels, talents, equipment, and skills was an overwhelming advantage that he could see at a glance. Leave it to Lu Wei could use some evolution points, he thought to himself. Clang. Lu Wei's massive hammer crashed against Lin Maoying's giant shield, metal rang out, and sparks flew. Lin Maoying was forced back 5 steps before barely steadying himself, his arm guards trembling slightly, showing the strength of his defense. Just as Lu Wei withdrew her hammer, she was immediately enveloped in a layer of dark purple toxic mist. She had been poisoned. Suyu pulled up Lin Maoying's attributes. Invincible little tyrant, LV4, no profession, brank talent, corrosive exterior. This talent was known as one of the strongest brank defensive abilities, capable of secreting infectious toxins on the skin's surface that would backfire on and slow down attackers. Anyone who touched him would instantly suffer a 20 reduction in attack speed and movement speed, with stackable toxins lasting 4 seconds. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. This was the source of his confidence. People with this kind of talent only needed to focus entirely on building their constitution. Tonight, he had equipped several items that boosted constitution, making him even more brazen. However, this type of purely defensive talent held no plundering value for Suyu. But Suyu wasn't worried about Lu Wei after all. Lin Maoying's attack power wasn't particularly high. Moreover, Lu Wei possessed the vampiric ring, which restored her vitality with each attack. The ring's surface gleamed with a dark crimson light during combat, infusing her with renewed energy with every strike. Even if she found herself in perilous situations, she still had her bloodthirst skill to ensure her safety. Just slightly tougher than mutant zombies, I can handle this. Lin Maoying licked his cracked lips, raised his heavy shield, and strode forward confidently. Seeing their leader's unwavering confidence, the remaining subordinates' morale surged as they lunged at Lu Wei in waves, filling the air with the whistling sound of blades cutting through wind. This was Suyu's first time seriously observing Lu Wei in combat. Fighting 1 against 10, she appeared passive on the surface, yet her movements were flawlessly precise. That hammer strike should have been held back to connect with the next one. That was a good hit, but 3 inches higher would have been more devastating. Someone's attacking from behind. Use charge to dodge the damage while taking out an enemy. Suyu stood in the rear, offering quiet commentary like a calm instructor. With such excellent sparring partners available, wouldn't it be wasteful not to make full use of them? Surprisingly, Lu Wei's comprehension was remarkable. Within just a few moves, She grasped Suyu's intentions and even expanded upon them. This girl's combat instincts seemed to be written into her DNA. Suyu marveled silently. Hammer shadows whistled through the air as the offensive and defensive dynamics instantly reversed. Lu Wei appeared nonchalant, then suddenly delivered a crushing blow straight toward Lin Maoying's head. Caught completely off guard, Lin Maoying broke into a cold sweat. At this life-or-death moment, the pendant on his chest erupted in green light, forming a pale yellow shield that blocked the fatal strike with a resounding bang. He was knocked back over 10 steps and only managed to steady himself with the Grand Elder's support. This approach isn't working. The Grand Elder's eyes blazed as he glanced towards Suyu, who had been providing guidance from the rear. Their gazes met in silent confrontation, both understanding without words. Without Suyu, Lu Wei would have been captured long ago. Uncle, I'll keep the woman busy while you lead the others to kill that man first. Lin Maoying commanded viciously, glancing at his fallen subordinates with growing murderous intent. It seems these old bones of mine must enter the fray. The Grand Elder cracked his neck, his knuckles popping audibly. The few remaining clan members immediately perked up with renewed spirit. What? The Grand Elder is taking action personally? I heard that in his youth, his Tai Chi dominated all of Star City. What a rare sight. The last time the Grand Elder fought was the last time. The crowd whispered among themselves, both nervous and excited. Lu Wei tilted her head slightly, displaying an innocent expression, though her hammer handle still dripped with blood. The Grand Elder stepped forward steadily, closing in step by step. Young man, don't be so arrogant. I don't know who you are or why you're targeting the Lin family like this. But since you've chosen to act, let me tell you, as an elder, prepare to die. Before he finished speaking, whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, striking precisely into the Grand Elder's shoulder and pinning him firmly to the rooftop ventilation shaft. Blood trickled down the arrow shaft. Suyu spoke calmly. You forgot the one who told me that if you can act, don't waste time talking. The Grand Elder was none other than Lin Rufei's biological father. He knew full well about Bai Shihao's affair with his daughter and understood Bai Shihao's vile nature. Even the scheme to manipulate Suyu and seize the homestead had originated from him, perfectly aligning with Bai Shihao's interests. The saying goes that even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet the Grand Elder had personally pushed his daughter into the abyss. What's more, like a horn matching with a dog, Lin Rufei had willingly embraced all truths Suyu had discovered when examining Lin Rufei's phone earlier. If he killed them quickly, where would be the satisfaction of revenge? Suyu had no intention of ending the Grand Elder's life immediately. Aren't you proud of the Lin family? Then let me show you how your pride will be utterly destroyed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The air grew so still that the sound of blood flowing seemed audible. The masked man said nothing, yet had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. A cold gleam flashed, and the Grand Elder's right shoulder was pinned to the water pipe behind him with a wet thud, blood trickling down the pipe wall. Through excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and tried to pull out the arrow, but a second arrow silently cut through the air, precisely piercing his left shoulder and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Anyone who can still breathe, get up, kill that man. Lin Maoying roared, raising his shield as he charged toward Lu Wei. The other Lin family members, though shaken by Suyu's 2 arrows, were driven by fear to scream and rush forward. Suyu moved. He raised his hand with the casual motion of wiping dust from a table, yet unleashed a barrage of arrows. The arrows seemed guided by precision, cutting through the air and reaping lives. Each whistling sound corresponded to another Lin family member falling. In mere moments, bodies lay scattered like fallen wheat across the corridor, and no one had gotten within half a step of him. From the corner of his eye, he kept the Grand Elder locked in his sights. The 3rd arrow sealed his elbow, the 4th pierced his knee, the 5th pinned his ankle. Arrow after arrow nailed the Grand Elder firmly to the utility shaft, his limbs completely destroyed, blood snaking down the wall to form crimson pools. Screams rose and fell, assaulting Lin Maoying's nerves. The moment he turned his head in distraction, Lu Wei's heavy hammer struck his shoulder, the dull crack of displaced bones making his arm shake violently with pain, nearly causing him to drop his shield. Stop killing. They're completely defenseless now, the Grand Elder screamed, his voice trembling with agony. Hero, whatever demands you have, we'll meet them. Amid the wailing, he struggled to lift his head, watching Lu Wei raise her hammer again. Each time the iron hammer fell, it felt like a blow to his nerves, forcing tears and cold sweat to stream down his face. The dual torment of body and spirit dragged him toward collapse, but what made him even more desperate was not knowing his opponent's identity. Could this man be his daughter Lin Rufei's lover Suyu? The thought flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. According to the files, that Suyu was mild-mannered and harmlessly weak. Early in their relationship, he had sent people to teach him a harsh lesson and warned him not to overstep with Lin Rufei. Yet while this man resembled Suyu in build and voice, he possessed the bone-chilling killing intent that only came from truly walking through life and death, from personally spilling blood. Lin Maoying gritted his teeth and looked up, forcing himself to endure his shattered shoulder bone as he shouted, "What's your name? I need to tell my brother. Don't get cocky, he'll definitely avenge us." He took first place in the hidden battlefield at Star City Hospital. He's invincible. These words ignited the Grand Elder's last spark of hope. That's right, there was still Lin Maorong. Once his brother arrived, everything could be turned around. Thud! Lu Wei swung her final hammer blow, striking Lin Maoying's skull without hesitation. Lin Maoying's head exploded like a watermelon dropped from a great height, bright red blood and pale yellow brain matter bursting outward in an instant. The Grand Elder couldn't bear to look, but with his limbs crippled, there was nothing he could do. Dust drifted slowly through the air as he sat in the center of the blood-stained corridor, his arms and legs hanging limply like a broken rag doll nailed in place, unable to move. Suyu spoke in a flat tone. "Young Master Lin? Lin Maorong? He's already gone ahead of you." His words paused briefly as Suyu lifted his foot and stepped forward. The sound of his heel striking the marble floor rang out crisply, each impact hammering against the Grand Elder's heart. With every footfall came a whistling sound through the air, as another arrow embedded itself in the Grand Elder's flesh. "What? Lin Maorong is dead?" The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock. Suyu had not only spoken Lin Maorong's real name, but also accurately identified his alias from the apocalypse. He could no longer doubt the man's intelligence. After a moment of confusion, he croaked, Suyu. Only after confirming it once more did he truly believe that the man pressing closer with each step was indeed the former Su family heir who had once been dismissed as worthless. Suyu didn't respond, only slowed his pace, making each footstep a drumbeat of death. Arrows continued to pierce flesh as the Grand Elder's body quickly bristled with bloody shafts. In his view, Suyu struck sparingly but with deadly precision each time, while the little girl standing beside him maintained an eerily calm expression throughout. Still as stagnant water without the slightest ripple. Even while witnessing murder, she didn't blink. Her composure, so beyond her years, chilled the Grand Elder to his core. Despair wrapped around the Grand Elder like a spider's web. The mental anguish hurt more than his severed limbs. Just hours ago, the Lin building had echoed with his brother's laughter. Now only he remained, clinging to life while the entire building lay silent as a tomb. Everything the Lin brothers had worked so hard to build had crumbled to dust in mere moments. He forced himself to look up at the sky through his agony, his gaze hollow, as if he had aged decades overnight. With Suyu's power, finding his daughter would be child's play. Since Lin Rufei was nowhere to be seen at Suyu's side, it likely meant the child had also perished by his hand. Suyu finally stopped before him. On the system interface, the Grand Elder's collapse and weakness levels both jumped to 99. These numbers hovering at the edge of human limits sent a thrill of satisfaction through Suyu's heart. Simply killing was nothing special, but crushing someone both mentally and physically now, that was truly satisfying. The Grand Elder's breath was barely a whisper as he struggled to speak. Suyu, I truly regret. Suyu had no desire to listen further. Cold light flashed as an arrow pierced through the Grand Elder's mouth and out the back of his neck, forever silencing his remaining words. The Grand Elder's pupils rapidly dilated, yet his eyelids would never close again. The first golden ray of dawn filtered through the broken window frame, illuminating Suyu's cold features. "It seems your Lin family's tradition of dying with eyes wide open runs deep," he murmured, the vengeful satisfaction that had long been suppressed in his chest finally reaching its peak. Suyu turned around, gazing toward the misty direction of the river island. There lay by House territory, the Star City luxury residential complex. That island, developed by the Bai family and covering nearly 3,000 acres, was connected to the main urban area by only a single bridge. Bai House resided at the complex's heart, in a 100-acre mansion called Bai Stone Manor. Legend had it that on the fourth day of the apocalypse, a leader-class zombie had appeared in Star City luxury complex, only to be killed by forces organized by the Bai familia, tale that became the talk of Star City for a time. Suyu sneered. Murder and plunder next. Suyu was ready to make a big move. When the apocalypse struck, the tens of thousands of residents in the luxurious Xingqing estates were instantly transformed into zombies. They now roamed the streets and alleys, turning the entire community into their playground. However, the Baishar family was no ordinary clan. They possessed deep foundations and maintained a group of death warriors. These death warriors had undergone strict brainwashing and training since childhood to ensure unconditional obedience to every command from Baishar Hao. With his iron fist, Baishar Hao quickly stabilized the situation at Baishar Manor in the post-apocalyptic world. He then divided the Xingqing estates into different zones with strict isolation measures, gradually establishing a new order that belonged to the Baishar family. In the master bedroom of Baishar Manor, early in the morning, the anguished pleas of women could be heard. But these sounds didn't last long before fading away, leaving only the heavy breathing of a man and rhythmic pounding sounds. The heavenly soldiers patrolling the halls and corridors turned a deaf ear, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Baishar Hao named his elite troops heavenly soldiers, because he fancied himself a righteous army sent from heaven, paying homage to the unit that had conducted collective punishment against civilians in Shajia decades ago. They had used the same name. Shortly after, Bai Shihao slowly pushed open the door. Butler Wang, who had been waiting nearby for quite some time, adjusted his pants and handed over a towel and cigarettes. His peripheral vision involuntarily glanced toward the bedroom interior. Several women lay scattered across the floor, sofa, and desk in various positions. These women were all from the residential complex, beautiful young wives, gentle housewives, and even kept mistresses who had been pampered here. In normal times, they had been arrogant and never regarded ordinary people as equals. But after the apocalypse, some lost their families while others were offered up by their own relatives, ultimately becoming Bai Shihao's playthings. At this moment, they were completely naked and disheveled. Each one had rolled back eyes with mouths agape. If not for the rise and fall of their chests, one might think they were already dead. Young master, all heavenly soldier units have assembled 186 personnel total, all above level 4. This morning, many more survivors came seeking refuge. Butler Wang reported respectfully. There's an old Chinese saying, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. With so many experts, other survivors will naturally flock here. Handle it according to the usual rules. Yes, sir. We'll send them to Phase 3 to clear zombies. Whether they live or die depends on their own fate. Phase 3? The difficulty level there is quite high. It seems you Chinese are even more ruthless toward your own compatriots. Bai Shihao couldn't help but regard Butler Wang with newfound respect. You flatter me, young master. Butler Wang continued his report. Regarding Xingqing Hospital, the Hiroshima envoy hasn't returned to report yet. However, according to our informants, the director's office was seen on fire. Good. Those documents absolutely cannot be left behind. If they're leaked, even in the apocalypse, it would ruin my grand plans. Bai Shihao nodded and took a deep drag. In the post-apocalyptic world, Bai Shihao wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Understood, young master. I'll arrange for a heavenly soldier unit to go to the hospital for confirmation. Butler Wang, you're doing excellent work. You're becoming more and more like a good dog for me. Bai Shihao. Young master is absolutely right, absolutely right. Butler Wang bowed at a 90-degree angle, his attitude extremely humble. Don't worry, serve me loyally and you won't regret it. Pick any woman you want from inside. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Butler Wang waved his hands frantically. Wouldn't dare? Your eyes nearly popped out of your head just now. Bai Shihao sneered. Then I won't be polite. Butler Wang surveyed the room and finally selected an unconscious woman, struggling to carry her as he headed outside. Bai Shihao casually asked, by the way, have you found Lin Rufei and Suyu? None of these women you brought are any good. Young master, Captain went to that area personally yesterday. The terrain is complex and swarming with zombies, but he should be back soon. Should be. Bai Shihao's expression instantly darkened. What's the point of keeping you people? You can't even find 2 people in a whole day? His rebuke cut like a blade. Butler Wang was so startled, he dropped the woman in his arms onto the floor and fell to his knees with a thud, cold sweat streaming down his face. This was clearly the young master's own arrangement, yet now he was pushing all the blame onto him. Please calm your anger, young master. I'll send people right away, right away. Before he finished speaking, the villa's front door was pushed open. A short, seemingly malnourished man stepped silently inside. Wrapped in a black leather bodysuit, with a mask and gloves covering his face, only his sharp, hawk-like eyes remained visible. In his right hand, he carried a black bundle so heavy that the straps were stretched taut. This was Yamamoto Sakihito, the captain of Bai Shihao's heavenly soldiers. The title of Cherry Blossom Nation's strongest warrior weighed on his shoulders. Despite his frail appearance, he possessed incredible speed and strength, deciding life and death in the blink of an eye. In his previous life, he had single-handedly defeated 100 powerful enemies and even achieved the world's first kill against a Lord-level zombie. Even Bai Shihao didn't dare underestimate him. Senior Yamamoto, thank you for your hard work. Did you find Lin Rufei and Suyu? Bai Shihao hurried forward, his voice filled with urgency. Didn't find the man. Yamamoto replied flatly, economical with his words. Butler Wang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately approached to curry favor. Captain, you've worked hard. That bundle looks quite heavy. Let me help you carry it. Yamamoto didn't stand on ceremony and tossed the large bundle directly to him. Thud Butler Wang was caught off guard and fell backward under the weight. Where is she? Has she been cleaned up and waiting for this young master's favor? Learning that Lin Rufei had been located, Bai Shihao became as excited as a man taking a second dose of medicine. Here. Yamamoto raised his hand, pointing toward Butler Wang. Here. Bai Shihao and Butler Wang looked at each other, then both stared at the bundle, confusion spreading across their faces. Bai Shihao recalled his orders when assigning the task bring back the living or bring back the corpse. Could Lin Rufei have already turned into a zombie and been eliminated by Yamamoto? No. Given Yamamoto's nature, even if she had become a zombie, he would have brought her back alive and bound. He gave Butler Wong a meaningful look. Butler Wong had no choice but to untie the bundle with trembling hands. Instantly, a pungent odor hit their nostrils, the smell of blood mixed with rotting flesh, unforgettable once experienced. Inside the bag was a corpse, completely drained of blood. The head hung to one side, falling into Butler Wong's trembling hands. Their eyes met. Lin Rufei's bulging eyes protruded like copper bells, staring fixedly, as if silently accusing with unwillingness and rage. Was this really the woman the young master had been obsessing over? Butler Wong's face instantly turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and a certain part of him shrank back 2 inches with a whoosh. Having grown accustomed to being a traitor, he was naturally afraid of death, and now felt his stomach churning violently. The pungent stench invaded his nostrils, acidic bile filled his mouth, nearly bursting forth. Mr. Yamamoto noticed the disturbance and cast a cold glance. Butler Wong knew well that this senior was fastidiously clean. Anyone who dared vomit in his presence wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Weighing life and death, he forcibly swallowed back the vomit, his Adam's apple rolling violently as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Who was it? Who killed Lin Rufei? Bai Hao roared, his voice like a child who had lost a beloved toy, shrill and out of control. After a long moment, he suppressed his emotions and turned to Yamamoto. Senior, what do you think? Yamamoto became talkative when discussing combat. The woman was stabbed 10 times, each cut precisely, severing major arteries and veins. Blood loss exceeded 1,500 milliliters before death. Even more terrifying, each blade skillfully avoided the pain receptors. Even our family's top assassins couldn't replicate this technique. He continued his analysis. Death might have been instantaneous for her, but the process lasted 10 minutes. 10 minutes of despair, fear, and agony. The final cut to the throat was clean and precise. With the killer's skill, severing the head completely would have been effortless, yet they held back at the last moment. I don't understand why. Even more puzzling, they used only an ordinary dagger. Bai Hao frowned. What kind of person does this? If Suyu had been present, he would have scoffed. Boss, since you know it was a dagger, why not cut through in one stroke? Obviously the blade wasn't long enough. Yamamoto glanced at Bai Hao, who shrugged and countered. I don't know. Do you? Yamamoto continued. The woman died in that man's house. She also had a property deed on her. I'll put it in the bag. Bai Hao shot Butler Wong a meaningful look. Fighting back nausea, Butler Wong shuffled over, untied the enormous bundle, and pinched out the blood-soaked, maggot-infested document. His cheeks had long since gone numb from strain, and this time there was no escape. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he began retching violently. The yellowish-white vomit sprayed across the entire bag, giving Lin Rufei's head a soul juice shower. I hope none of you reading this are currently eating sheep's head. My apologies. Before the words had even finished, Butler Wong was hit by another wave of nausea. The remnants in his stomach poured out like an uncontrolled faucet, until even dark green bile was squeezed out. The sour stench instantly filled the entire room. Bai Hao was about to scold him when he could only helplessly hold his breath and retreat to the corridor with Yamamoto Senjin. Hurried footsteps echoed outside the door as a soldier ran up to the 2 men, breathlessly reporting. Young Master. Sergeant. Something terrible has happened. Over 70 people in the Lin Corporation building were attacked last night. They've been completely wiped out. Were the attackers human or zombies? Bai Hao pressed. Both, the soldier answered decisively. After hearing the report, Bai Hao and Yamamoto Senjin exchanged silent glances. Lin Rufei's mysterious death, the Lin family's accident, and now the massacre of the entire building. This series of incidents made both men suspect whether the same mastermind was behind it all. Yamamoto Senjin steadied his emotions and analyzed. Young Master, while we can't confirm if it's the same perpetrator, we can be certain that although it appears to target the Lin family, it's actually aimed at you. Exactly. Lin Rufei died at the hands of an expert. These events are suspicious. Bai Hao frowned, Suyu's name flashing through his mind. Lin Rufei had been called away by him and died at his place. But thinking of Suyu's unremarkable abilities, he immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. That waste Suyu couldn't accomplish all this. After pondering for a moment, he looked up and ordered. Whoever it is, strengthen the defenses of Baishir Manor. There's an old Chinese saying, if it's fortune, it's not disaster. Suyu woke up near noon. A table full of Cantonese dim sum, a pot of Tiguanyin tea with char siu bao, har gao, egg tarts, and siumai packed the table completely. He ate leisurely while checking last night's spoils. Aside from the protective necklace taken from Lin Maoying, the other loot was mediocre. As the aroma spread, rustling sounds suddenly arose in the hallway. Suyu looked up to see a hammer flying straight at him without warning. He dodged and counterattacked. Moments later, the doorway was littered with corpses of zombies and survivors, blood and shattered bones forming a long corridor. He felt both helpless and amused. Ding. Luwei killed survivor LV3, gained evolution points 30. Ding. Luwei's survivor kill count reached 50, grade promoted to elite. System notifications rang out consecutively. With Lu Wei's great upgrade, besides 5 to all attributes, she gained a new skill, Intimidating Strike. Slam the hammer into the ground, dealing damage to enemies within range, with double damage to those at the center. Suyu was secretly pleased. It seemed killing humans could also level up Lu Wei. He sorted through equipment, equipping both himself and Lu Wei with usable pieces. Now both their equipment slots only lacked helmets and rings. He then pulled up the attribute panel. Even with mental preparation, their stats were still impressive. Lu Wei, level 5, strength 72, spirit 14, constitution 37, agility 11. Lone Wolf, Suyu, level 6, strength 45, spirit 37, constitution 53, agility 68. After packing the new loot, the two headed straight for Star City Luxury Residential District. At the entrance, fleeing survivors had spontaneously formed a long queue, waiting to enter the island's sanctuary. Suyu carried his pack while Lu Wei followed closely behind with her hammer on her shoulder. He concealed all his presence. Suyu discreetly led Lu Wei as they quietly blended into the crowd. Suyu equipped both of them with some inconspicuous common-grade gear. These pure white, blank, equipment pieces carried no attributes, yet they were more durable than steel blades and rifles from the human world. The cold gleam striking the metal alone was enough to intimidate most survivors. Unfortunately, the colors were too eye-catching, one grass green, one ocean blue, making them stand out like two neon lights in a crowd. In the current environment, even a single piece of excellent grade equipment could make an ordinary survivor the center of attention, so their current outfits naturally couldn't remain unchanged. Suyu activated his mask disguise talent, quickly altering his personal information. Since he was going to kill people from the Cherry Blossom Nation, he simply chose a code name that matched their constitution, Little Boy. After processing the information, he led Lu Wei into the long queue in front of Star City Manor. He chose not to charge in directly, not because he lacked the ability. Star City Manor covered a vast area with nearly 200 heavenly soldiers guarding it. Any direct assault would surely alert the entire shelter. What Suyu needed more were intelligence, and positioning a silent infiltration would far surpass a bloody charge. However, the queue seemed nailed in place, barely moving at all. Suddenly, a middle-aged man squeezed over sideways, his posture resembling a scalper hawking fake tickets outside a stadium. Wu Ying, no profession, LV4, drank talent, tactical enhancement. Seeing that Suyu ignored him, he continued pressing closer, his eyes shrewd like a predator surveying prey before striking. Hey there, buddy, new here? Star City Manor has been completely taken over by the Baisher family. They only open to ordinary survivors like you twice a day, 7 a.m. and 5 p.m., 1 hour each. Miss it, and you'll have to wait for the next round. Suyu raised his wrist to check the time. It was indeed afternoon. Many people ahead had already laid out blankets and were resting with closed eyes, while others had simply set up stalls selling cheap items from the human world like lighters and band-aids. The middle-aged man's words didn't sound fabricated. Seeing Suyu's thoughtful expression, Wu Ying perked up and lowered his voice. What should I call you, buddy? Given your age, I'll call you Little Boy, all right? Just call me Brother Wu Ying. Wu Ying's real name was Wu Ying. He used to be a construction waste company owner who gave himself this nickname after becoming obsessed with a movie. Little Boy, Suyu gave his alias. Haha, straightforward. I have connections to get you in. Want to give it a try? It's not free, is it? Suyu feigned eagerness. Now that's refreshing. The normal process requires registering information, first very tedious procedures. If your level is too low or your attributes insufficient, you'll be sent back. The Baisher family doesn't support freeloaders. There's really such a rule? Suyu followed up with questions. He subtly glanced at Lu Wei. She was level 5, while he was disguised as level 3. If they really checked, his level would actually be the liability. Wu Ying had already used his inspection skill to check both their stats, and continued revealing his hand. Just one universal resource capsule. Any type will do, and I'll take you in immediately. If you don't trust me, you can pay after we get into the manor. Suyu nodded. All right. Thanks for leading the way, Brother Wu Ying. When Wu Ying led the two of them past everyone in the crowd, some hesitated to speak, others showed regret on their faces, but not a single person looked envious. Suyu took in all the expressions around him, mentally marking Brother Crow as dangerous, but kept quiet about it. Captain Su, these two are my family members. What do you think? Brother Crow spoke respectfully while directly stuffing a pack of cigarettes into the hands of the captain in the corner. Boss Wu, I didn't expect you to have so many family members. Captain Su's expression darkened slightly as he pushed the cigarettes back. Orders from above strictly control the number of people going to the island. The implication was crystal clear. Brother Crow cursed inwardly but obediently pulled out half a pack of precious cigarettes from his storage ring and forced them over. This won't happen again. Captain Su gripped the cigarettes tightly and glanced at the siblings before him. The brother was level 3, the sister level 5. They looked completely harmless, so he waved them through. After all, even if these two lambs crossed the bridge, they'd probably end up in Crow's hands anyway. While crossing the bridge, Brother Crow exchanged glances with several people stationed at the bridge entrance. Those men stood up in perfect coordination, one on the left, one on the right, plus two following behind, surrounding Suyu and Lu Wei in their formation. The other survivors kept their distance, everyone knowing Brother Crow's notorious reputation. Brother Crow, your methods are truly impressive. Suyu remained composed as he retrieved a prepared supply capsule from his ring and handed it over. This is the agreed payment. Little brother, there are too many eyes and ears here. Wealth shouldn't be displayed openly. Let's make the exchange over there. Brother Crow's eyes, however, were fixed on the several pieces of excellent grade equipment the two were wearing, barely glancing at the capsule. The two followed him through the corridor. Just as they were about to turn into a corner, a young man mustered his courage to chase after them. He had barely opened his mouth to warn Suyu when one of the accompanying thugs blocked his way. Pulled back urgently by his companions, the young man had no choice but to retreat. Suyu and Brother Crow exchanged glances, both showing annoyance at the interruption. They entered the community library, and the door slammed shut with a bang. Right here, little brother. As Brother Crow's words fell, over 30 people emerged from the shadows like a dark tide, surrounding the siblings in layers. Only 4 days into the apocalypse, and he had already assembled a team of 30. These guys had been operating in the gray areas before the end times, and now they had completely torn off their masks. Robbery brought money faster than killing zombies. Killing people was much easier than killing zombies. Within 2 days, dozens had died at their hands. Women were utilized to the fullest, by them played with until broken, then fed to zombies, squeezing out every last bit of value. Their ability to run rampant in the Star City luxury residential complex was due to, by Surehouse tacit approval, someone had to do the dirty work. Robbery, equipment, items, gold coins, capsules, hand them all over. A fat guy wielding a sharp axe pushed to the front. Upon seeing Lu Wei, he grinned so widely that the fat on his face trembled, his tone immediately changing. Brother Crow, wait a moment. I want to rob some beauty first. A robbery? How interesting. This is right up my alley. Suyu said slowly. As his words fell, more than 30 desperados of all sizes surged forward in a semicircle formation. Lu Wei touched her toes to the ground and positioned herself directly in front of Suyu, her back slightly arched and twin hammers raised horizontally. This was her instinctive reaction, driven by her absolute enslavement talent. Whenever any threat appeared, she had to protect her master first. Suyu surveyed the fan-shaped crowd with an ambiguous smile. Across from him, Brother Wu Ying, his face full of brutal flesh, first froze, then threw back his head in loud laughter, his chest shaking so hard that his leather jacket crackled. Just you two little brats think you can rob us? Brother Wu Ying laughed so hard, he wiped the corners of his eyes. I don't believe it. Kid, do you really think having a level 5 bodyguard means you can do whatever you want? Hand over all your equipment and supplies right now, and we'll let this little misunderstanding slide, might even spare your life. But he held up his palm, stopping the chubby guy beside him, and pointed at Lu Wei. This girl stays behind. As he spoke, he gestured with his chin toward the library's second-floor ceiling. A steel rod suspended a naked man whose flesh was torn open with bloody holes everywhere, his life or death uncertain. The gruesome sight was heart-stopping, yet it invisibly boosted the confidence of this gang of bandits. Laughter, whistles, and applause erupted around them, mockery tinged with cruel to them. Being willing to let Suyu leave alive was already tremendous mercy. However, everyone understood these were just empty words. If they actually killed their opponents, they could only pick up the equipment left on the ground. Forcing them to surrender would allow them to drain both the points and materials in their bracelets, maximizing their gains. Suyu lightly brushed his sleeve, his voice cold. You've wasted my time, what will you compensate me with? His gaze swept over each of the 30 people, darkness flickering in his eyes. Not a single rank talent, and even branks were scarce. He had originally hoped to pick up some good loot, but instead found only a bunch of small fry, immediately feeling it was a waste of effort. Compensate. With your lives? He said, lifting the corner of his mouth. Perfect timing. Lu Wei just advanced. Let me see what she's made of. Before his words finished, both he and Lu Wei raised their hands simultaneously, blue-green equipment flashing onto their bodies, bracers and chest guards reflecting blinding cold light in the illumination. Before the crowd could react, Lu Wei, who had been silent all along, suddenly exploded into action. Boom. The tiles beneath her feet shattered as her figure transformed into a gale, her charged talent instantly closing the distance. In the blink of an eye, she burst into the densest part of the crowd, twin hammers raised high like pillars supporting the heavens, then intimidating strike activated. The first hammer struck the chubby guy's face directly. Amid the dull sound of cracking bones, his entire face caved in, his fat tongue touching his brain stem for the first and last time. He was as dead could be. The hammer's momentum continued, its aftershock smashing into the library floor, sending concrete fragments and tile pieces flying in all directions. For bandits within 5 meters were lifted into the air by the shockwave, then crashed back down to the ground. Their screams never left their throats before they fell unconscious, their survival uncertain. This sudden bloody crushing exceeded everyone's expectations. Previously, the resistance they encountered had always been the desperate struggles of cornered beasts. These two before them attacked like hunters, decisive in their killing. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd quickly scattered to both sides. After all, anyone bold enough to rob and plunder wasn't afraid enough to freeze in place. The bandits drew knives and loaded crossbows, pressing close to bookshelves and stone pillars, trying to regroup their offensive. Brother Wu Ying had just wiped the smile from his face when Four Eyes beside him adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling but forcing composure as he shouted, "Brother Wu Ying, these two are heavily equipped, they won't be easy to deal with." Someone in the crowd lowered their voice, but couldn't hide their apprehension. "Damn it, what's there to be afraid of?" Brother Wu Ying brandished his blade and pointed forward with a menacing expression. "Everyone attack. Remember to leave them breathing, give them the full treatment, with all 10 tortures. If I don't torment them to death today, how can I show my face in the underworld again?" "Exactly. Boss is right. With so many of us, what's to fear?" Voices of agreement rose one after another as dozens of thugs gripped their weapons tightly and surged toward the lone pair like a tide. Each one looked fierce and aggressive, and their levels weren't low either, all level 4 and above, with several level 5 experts mixed in. If this team had been transported to last night's battlefield on the Lin family rooftop, they could have swept the entire scene. Unfortunately, this time they had misjudged the situation and picked the wrong targets, provoking the very people they should never have crossed. After a brief exchange of glances, the crowd focused their main firepower on level 5 Lu Wei, while 5 accomplices, including one level 5, were dispatched to surround Suyu, who appeared to be only level 3. In their eyes, this guy in luxurious equipment was nothing more than an empty shell with a flashy exterior. Suyu's eyes darkened as the Huaxiao war bow in his hands gleamed coldly. He weaved back and forth through the dense crowd of figures, his steps as light as dancing on wind. Arcs cut through the air, each arrow seeming to have built-in navigation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 5 extremely brief sounds of cutting wind, all 5 attackers simultaneously clutched their groins, screaming in agony as they collapsed and curled into balls. The library's wooden floor echoed with the pounding of shoe soles, ceiling lights swayed, as if providing accompaniment to that familiar old song, "Keep the Roots Alive." The dozen or so people attacking Lu Wei turned at the sound, their scalps tingling at the sight of their comrades' twisted expressions scattered across the floor. They couldn't help but clench their legs together, even feeling certain, nerves being pulled by sympathetic resonance as cold sweat slid down their spines. At this moment, they finally understood that Lu Wei, whom they had been so carefully guarding against, posed no threat whatsoever compared to Suyu. Suyu suddenly slowed his pace, deliberately giving his opponents the illusion of a chance to pursue. Over a dozen figures immediately pounced forward, but before they could even touch his clothing, a purplured arrow had already formed on the Huaxiao war bow arrow of punishment. Purple lightning like cold radiance swept past. 6 people were struck in the legs and fell with a series of thuds, their agonized screams deafening. Suyu had no intention of wasting time here. He raised his bow and fired repeatedly, picking off the archers hiding behind second-floor bookshelves and shooting from windows one by one. Shattered glass, broken arrow shafts, and muffled cries of alarm wove together into chaos. In just 1 minute, only Brother Wu Ying remained standing in the library hall. If he hadn't needed to leave survivors for Lu Wei to interrogate, this efficiency could have been raised several notches higher. Thud! Brother Wu Ying's knees gave out as he heavily collapsed to the ground. The despair of being completely crushed by overwhelming combat power seized him. His throat went dry, and his breathing became as ragged as a broken bellows. If even the boss was in such a state, how could the rest dare to resist? Those who could still move struggled to crawl towards Suyu, sweating profusely from pain, yet still remembering to raise their hands high in surrender. "Lu Wei, stop!" Suyu commanded. Lu Wei's tumper-long warhammer froze with a whoosh, its head stopping less than half an inch from the man's nose. The man was certain he would die, and immediately lost control of his bladder, liquid dripping from his pants. Suyu glanced over and sneered. "Who would have thought that despite your broad shoulders and thick builds, you're quite flexible around the waist?" Survival instinct drove these men to plead through tears and snot. "Young master grandfather, Lu Wei grandmother, we were truly wrong. Please show mercy and spare our lives. As long as you don't kill us, you can take whatever you want." Suyu knew full well that these desperados valued their lives above all else. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. If they hadn't begged for mercy, he really wouldn't have had a good way to squeeze out their remaining value. "Having me spare you isn't impossible." Suyu spoke slowly. At these words, everyone present was stunned. The man Suyu had gone from launching into combat to suddenly backing down, never playing by conventional rules. These bandits had always made their living through robbery. Growing numb to their victims' pleas for mercy, they robbed and killed without hesitation. But they also understood that those who walk by the river will eventually get their shoes wet. Having chosen this profession, they could fail and be killed at any moment. The group exchanged glances and turned their attention to their leader, Brother Wu Ying. Brother Wu Ying swallowed hard and asked tentatively, "Really? You mean it?" "Of course. When your little boy, give my word, I always keep it." Suyu's tone was resolute. While relieved, everyone was also puzzled what exactly did Suyu want. Brother Wu Ying steeled himself and asked again, "Little boy master, this can't be free, right? You're in this business, what do you think?" Suyu replied coolly. Catching the hint, Brother Wu Ying quickly bowed. "Terribly sorry for wasting your precious time. This is a small token of compensation, please accept it." He gestured to his accomplices. "Little boy master, this is common grade equipment. This is excellent grade gear. This is a universal supply capsule." Over a dozen bracelets flashed simultaneously as various items were neatly arranged at Suyu's feet. After piling up the ground, their storage compartments were completely emptied, no longer glowing. Suyu had expected to see rare treasures, but seeing only ordinary goods, his interest instantly vanished, and the temperature seemed to drop. He scanned the crowd, his voice ice cold. "That's it." These words hit like ice water, causing several tough bandits to break down in tears. Brother Wu Ying's mind raced, and suddenly spotting Lu Wei, he had a flash of inspiration and whirled around, shouting at his accomplice, "Monkey, quickly bring out your treasure and present it to the little boy master." The one called Monkey was lean and wiry, shuffling reluctantly towards Suyu. "Little boy master, this is my treasured possession." Suyu narrowed his eyes, indeed sensing these people were hiding something. Monkey slowly withdrew a pink lace bra from his bracelet and it was even growth-type equipment. Suyu raised an eyebrow but didn't reach for it. Thinking the style wasn't to his liking, Monkey decided to go all in and dumped everything from his bracelet. Stockings and bras of different colors and styles, each vacuum sealed with detailed labels, name, age, measurements all clearly marked. The pile formed a small mountain that stood out starkly in the wasteland, shocking enough to cause an uproar anywhere. Suyu casually picked up one item and weighed it in his hand. Nice size. 666. And it's still got the original scent. Seeing him handle the items, the others thought their ordeal was over and secretly breathed sighs of relief. However, Suyu's expression grew increasingly dark. Everyone sensed trouble brewing. This felt like the ominous moment when the music starts and the curtain falls, the whole village waiting to be served up as dinner. They scrambled to speak up. "Little boy grandpa, we've been completely drained by you. There's truly nothing left." "Exactly. You can't expect me to strip off my last pair of underwear for you, can you?" "Little boy grandpa, do you really have such tastes? Then you might as well just kill me." "Little boy grandpa, if he can't do it, I can." Seeing his gang in chaos, Wu Ying quickly waved his hands and added an explanation. "Little boy grandpa, the Baisher family just collected protection money from us yesterday. There's really nothing left." He even spilled everything about their dealings with the Baisher family. On the surface, it was pleading, but he was actually hinting to Suyu that while he might not be important, he had the backing of the renowned Baisher Hao. If Suyu wanted to wipe them out completely, he'd better weigh the consequences. "Oh, Baisher Hao. That does sound like his style." Suyu remained calm. Wu Ying's heart trembled. This person dared to call Baisher Hao by name directly. His background must be significant. He laughed awkwardly. "Are you two perhaps honored guests of the Baisher family? My sincere apologies, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. We also work for young Master Baisher, so this must be a case of allies not recognizing each other." "Working for Baisher Hao? That makes your death even more certain." Suyu's casual remark crushed their last shred of confidence. His gaze swept over them. "Who says you have nothing left? Don't you still have gold coins?" At these words, everyone suddenly understood. After defeating zombies or completing missions, their bracelets would reward them with gold coins. Though everyone knew these would eventually become hard currency in the apocalypse, they were still in the beginner phase with shops and auction houses unopened. The coins had nowhere to be spent and seemed worthless compared to a supply capsule that could be used immediately. Everyone checked their bracelets. 100, 200. The leader Wu Ying had an astonishing amount, over 1,000. Combined, they had more than 4,000 coins. Adding Suyu's original savings, his account balance instantly broke 10,000. Who knew how many people they had robbed? Suyu silently marveled. While robbery required no skill, it certainly brought in money fast. After all the gold coins were transferred to his account, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Little boy grandpa, now that you've taken the money, perhaps." "Fine." Suyu clapped his hands and walked toward the door, looking thoroughly satisfied. Everyone felt reprieved. As long as there are green hills, there's no fear of lacking firewood. But before they finished speaking, they noticed Lu Wei still standing in place. "Grandma Lu Wei, what are you?" A massive iron hammer came crashing down. Wu Ying's body instantly shortened by a section, his head bursting like a punctured balloon, blood and flesh splattering as his body crashed to the ground. "I said I'd let you go, but Lu Wei never agreed to that." Suyu coldly delivered the final blow. In an instant, the library transformed into a hellish scene. Curses, terror, and regret intertwined, as the smell of blood rapidly spread between the bookshelves. Fortunately, after today's battles, Lu Wei's combat skills had visibly improved. When the final hammer fell, even the floor trembled. From Suyu entering the library to slowly walking out took just 2.5 minutes, with most of that time spent demanding their belongings. This wave of freeloading 4,000 gold coins was indeed quite satisfying. He calmly helped himself and Lu Wei change clothes again, then disappeared into the depths of the library. Moments later, deathly silence once again enveloped the sea of books. After leaving, Suyu walked down the street and overheard several passers-by discussing. Buddy, why are you guys going to District 3? A boss-level zombie appeared there this morning. Haven't you heard? The Baisher family is recruiting people for a raid. You get supply capsules just for joining. Supply capsules? Then I can just collect them and slack off, right? Of course it's real. Most people are planning exactly that. So it's already begun. Suyu's lips curved upward. Murder and robbery, an indispensable plot element in novels Suyu certainly wouldn't miss out. Suyu walked openly behind the group with Lu Wei, but after just a few steps, he heard the unmistakable sound of a growling stomach. He paused. Puzzled had eaten well that morning, and though it was mealtime, he shouldn't be this desperately hungry. When a second gurgle echoed, he instinctively looked down, only to realize the sound was coming from the little zombie beside him. Suyu raised his hand and pulled up Lu Wei's status panel. Lu Wei, no class, LV5. Debuffs, hunger, thirst, all attributes 80. The string of crimson numbers on the panel was painfully bright. Except for her dozen or so strength points, all her other attributes had plummeted to single digits. An 80 reduction in all attributes was no joke. Unlike survivors who needed chance encounters to awaken their talents, zombies typically developed special abilities naturally once their attributes, level, or mental state reached certain thresholds. The talents section, which had been empty moments before, now displayed a new line of text. Talent. Big Eater. All attributes decrease by 80 when hungry or thirsty. All attributes increase by 20 when well-fed. Suyu frowned. Common knowledge dictated that zombies neither needed sleep nor food for energy. When night fell, they would naturally heal and regain their vitality. Of course, some zombies had a habit of devouring the living or their own kind, but that was hardly mainstream. Yet ever since Lu Wei had been enslaved by him, she seemed to have lost her ability to recover during the night. During last night's brutal battle with the Lin family, she hadn't displayed the attribute bonuses zombies typically enjoyed after dark. From the moment he'd encountered this little one, he'd sensed she was different in every way. Right now, the most important thing was filling her stomach. There's a whole crowd of men, women, young and old on this road. Which one catches your eye? Just tell me. Suyu naturally assumed human flesh would be on the menu. But Lu Wei shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. You won't eat humans? How about finding a zombie then? I've killed plenty these past few days, but I've never seen you take a bite. Suyu reached out to grab her slender arm, only to find she wouldn't budge. Lu Wei raised her hand and pointed at the spatial ring on his wrist. Suyu was stunned this little girl actually wanted to eat human food? He suddenly remembered the unfinished Cantonese dim sum from that morning. When they'd left, Lu Wei had looked back longingly, her expression like someone bidding farewell to their last taste of earthly delicacies. Having gone a whole day without food and endured 2 fierce battles being starved to the bone was perfectly normal. Suyu chuckled. Even the Baisher family couldn't eliminate a leader-class zombie that quickly. On impulse, he led Lu Wei into an unfinished, rough-built villa. Looking across the entire residential complex, there were at least 100 similar empty houses. Before the apocalypse, each had sold for tens of millions, but now they sat like abandoned bird nests. People could be rich or poor, but fate could flip in an instant. Entering the dusty living room, Suyu casually pulled out a handful of energy capsules from his ring. The silver capsules gleamed coldly in the dim light, and the moment they appeared, Lu Wei's throat involuntarily bobbed. Want to try some? Suyu caught her subtle reaction and couldn't help but break into a doting smile. Lu Wei nodded eagerly like an adorable little penguin, her cute demeanor melting Suyu's heart completely. However, when Suyu thought about Lu Wei's background, his smile gradually faded. He dropped his teasing tone and swept his long arm across, causing 6 portable capsules to pop open in his palm. One by one steam rose from the metal shell's openings as hot, fragrant dishes instantly filled the air with their aroma. Then he pulled a clean white cloak from his pocket and carefully spread it on the ground as a tablecloth. Lu Wei still wore her expressionless, emotionless face, but she sat down cross-legged directly, her eyes sparkling like a small animal waiting to be fed. Her slender fingers moved back and forth among the dishes, steaming stew glistening with oil, tender fish slices so slippery they seemed ready to jump away, distinct grains of fried rice wrapped in egg fragrance. She devoured all the food in large bites, her cheeks puffing out and flattening again, looking exactly like a hamster munching on sunflower seeds. Stew broth dripped down her fingertips, fish bones were picked completely clean and white, and she didn't miss even the smallest grain of rice in the fried rice. In the tense days of the apocalypse, Suyu had long developed the habit of eating light lunches. After taking just 2 symbolic bites himself, he looked away and retrieved from his bracelet space a massive planning map that covered almost an entire wall, one he had forcibly torn down from the library wall. The blueprint marked the locations of all buildings, roads, and walls in Star City luxury residences. Key points were circled in red pen, some with notes written beside them. Most conspicuous was a roughly outlined red circle, Star City luxury residences Phase 3, with 2 large characters for danger that stood out like bloodstains. Suyu could tell at a glance this was Brother Wu Ying's handiwork after the apocalypse. He had taken over the entire library as his base with his underlings, leaving behind these warnings. In just a few minutes, when Suyu looked up, the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the cloak had been completely swept clean, with even the roasted chicken bones gnawed down to bare white joints. Lu Wei's pale little hand reached over again, her meaning crystal clear. Suyu had no choice but to reluctantly reveal his trump card, an entire 10-pound roasted suckling pig, its skin still sizzling with oil. As the suckling pig's aroma rose, low conversation from 2 passers-by across the way reached Suyu's ears, but he temporarily set aside his attention to avoid disturbing Lu Wei's meal. Moments later, Lu Wei let out a loud burp, her small belly slightly rounded as if she had hidden all the food in a bottomless pit. The next second, she returned to her quiet, expressionless, harmless appearance. Suyu was surprised to see a new message on his panel, Lu Wei's satiated state, all attributes 20. He made a mental note. Before any major battle in the future, he must first feed this girl until she was stuffed. After confirming no one was nearby, the 2 quietly left the villa. At the street corner, a survivor pushed a cart piled with human and zombie remains, heading toward a smoking fire pit in the distance there. Their final traces in this world would disappear. All the way to the Phase 3 entrance, Suyu saw that Baishir's family and others had already assembled and were clearing out the remaining zombies along the road. The wind carried the scent of blood and gunpowder as he squeezed his wrist, confirming the enemy luring pot lay quietly in his bracelet. Looking at the enemy luring pot in his bracelet, Suyu came alive. Suyu placed Lu Wei into the trial space and made his way alone to the bamboo grove at the corner of the perimeter wall. The dense bamboo forest, with its interwoven branches and leaves, provided perfect cover as he held his breath and slipped through undetected, successfully avoiding all patrol guards. Mission accomplished. He scaled the cold iron fence with ease, using his arms to vault over in one fluid motion. The moment he landed, the sky seemed to darken, and a thick, nauseating stench of blood hit him like a wall, making his throat constrict. Looking around, severed limbs lay scattered like discarded rags, rotting flesh clinging to white bones while flies buzzed incessantly. The once pristine marble pathway was now soaked in human and zombie blood, taking on an eerie dark hue. Each step pulled up sticky strands of blood, like walking through a swamp. Not far ahead, nearly 200 people had gathered, led by the Baishir family's elite guards, with the rest being hastily recruited evolved fighters and civilian militia. However, Suyu quickly noticed that Baishir Hao was nowhere to be seen among the ranks. If not Baishir Hao, then who was commanding? A suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it really be that person? Though mentally prepared, the group still turned pale when confronted with this hellish scene. Some doubled over and vomited on the spot. The Baishir family members tightened their formation, quickly adjusting positions as they led the large force slowly toward the Phase 3 center. Suyu assessed the situation. This hastily assembled force would likely use the ordinary fighters as cannon fodder when it came to hunting the boss-level zombies. With this thought, he knocked an arrow tied with a lure potion and quietly shot it into the grass behind the group. Whoosh! The fragrant scent dispersed from the vial. Moments later, the grass exploded as dozens of zombies burst forth with bone-chilling shrieks, led by an elite zombie, massive and grotesque, rolling toward them like a tidal wave. "Watch out!" the guards shouted. But the warning came a split second too late. Several rear guards were swallowed by the zombie horde, leaving only a cloud of blood mist. Some panicked and huddled together in defense, while others scattered in all directions, only attracting more zombies. At this critical moment, a guard commander barked orders. "Divide the battlefield. Break them down one by one." These hastily assembled fighters weren't novices, most were level 34. Though initially panicked by their first encounter with elite zombies, they quickly steadied themselves through combat experience. Charge! For glory! With overwhelming numbers on their side, the first wave of zombies was soon cleared like experience points. However, as one wave ended, another began. Suyu targeted another particularly vicious zombie and fired again, directing it toward a guard who was fleeing in terror. The guard stumbled forward, his entire body soaked in blood. His chest, abdomen, shoulders, and back were covered in gaping wounds, his left arm torn clean off, leaving only bone fragments dangling from shredded flesh. His eyes were wide with terror, as if he'd seen the most horrifying monster imaginable. Behind him, a massive zombie with grotesque purple skin and impossibly fast movements gave chase. With a thunderous bang, It struck like purple lightning, stomping the guard deep into the rubble before bending down to tear at his limbs. Blood splattered everywhere as life instantly drained away. Thunder Zombie level, 7 elite grade. Basic attribute strength, 40, spirit, 10, constitution, 10, agility, 60. It's an elite level Thunder Zombie, someone screamed from the crowd, their voice filled with helplessness and despair. Rumor had it that this zombie was once a fitness blogger before its transformation, with a well-proportioned physique and exaggerated muscle definition. Even after mutation, while its spirit and constitution weren't particularly outstanding, its 40 points in strength gave it monstrous power, and its 60 points in agility made it terrifyingly fast, turning it into the most spine-chilling creature of Phase 3 with combat power that was off the charts. What it had just torn apart was actually a level 5 celestial soldier. Witnessing the shattered armor and mangled corpse, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. A level 5 celestial soldier had been killed instantly. The Thunder Zombie raised its head, its gray-white pupils catching sight of the crowd. After a low, menacing growl, it casually flung aside the broken corpse beneath its feet. In the next moment, its gaze locked with the man who had been speaking. Its legs suddenly tensed, and it charged into the crowd like a speeding locomotive. Each swipe of its claws, each charge, claimed multiple lives. Blood flowed across the ground, screams rose and fell in waves, and the battle instantly became one-sided. Survivors scattered in all directions as despair spread through their hearts like a plague. When it was only 100 meters from the residential stronghold, a cold wind swept across the ground, and the air became thick with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, Suyu was hidden in a nearby 2-story Western-style house. The windows here offered a wide view, allowing him to survey the entire street. He watched the chaotic street and calmly assessed the situation. The real target hadn't appeared yet, so he would hold off for now. God, save me. Mommy, I want to go home. Take care of my great-uncle. Wails and cries mingled together, voices hoarse with terror. Just then, a small but agile figure approached from the distance, moving with light steps like a shadow gliding across the ground. With elegant and swift movements, a single sword strike precisely severed the Thunder Zombie's hamstring. The zombie stumbled and fell, roaring as it tried to escape, but the man stayed close, his blade cutting through the air in rapid succession. In less than 2 minutes, the zombie's head hit the ground, black blood splattering everywhere. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the street corner. Who is this fully equipped expert? He's incredible. You don't know? He's the strongest warrior from Star City's luxury district squad leader, Yamamoto Shinjin. I've only heard the name, never seen him in person. I heard his team has never failed. Really? I find that hard to believe. Before the speaker could finish, Yamamoto Shinjin turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over them, and the chatter instantly fell silent. He retrieved a pair of fresh rubber gloves from his wrist-mounted spatial ring, snapped them on with a crisp sound, then crouched down to examine the Thunder Zombie's remains. Soon, he found a ring among the flesh and blood. After studying it briefly, he shook his head dismissively, tossed the ring to a nearby attendant, then turned and walked away, his departure swift and decisive. So it really is you, Yamamoto Shinjin. Suyu watched through the window, his gaze ice-cold. Apart from Bai Hao, this man was his #1 enemy. Suddenly, Yamamoto Shinjin felt his hair stand on end in the middle of the street, as a deadly aura poured down his spine like ice water. It lasted only a tenth of a second before disappearing. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Must be my imagination. Good thing I react quickly." Suyu quickly suppressed all his aura and let out a long breath. Just one moment of eye contact had allowed his opponent to sense his killing intent, which actually excited him. Since his rebirth, he hadn't truly fought against any human powerhouses yet. In his previous life, he had faced Yamamoto Shinjin twice, winning once and losing once. As long as Yamamoto Shinjin died, Bai Hao would lose a crucial ally. This time, Yamamoto Shinjin, you're definitely going to die? After a minor incident, the group finally reached their destination. As soon as they stepped into the abandoned dock, they saw Bai Hao celestial soldiers arrayed across the empty plaza. Nearly 100 troops stood in formation with weapons gleaming and movements synchronized, resembling a moving wall of steel. The real enemy stood directly in front of the celestial army format Iona monster towering 10 meters high, wrapped in dark red iron armor, dragging a massive iron anchor thicker than a streetlight. The anchor's tip scraped against the ground, sending up a shower of sparks. Armored Giant Zombie Leader. Level 8 Boss Class. Base Attributes: Strength 50, Spirit 10, Constitution 80, Agility 10. Talents: 1. Pseudo-giant form. Massive size combined with impenetrable full-body armor renders ordinary weapons nearly useless. Armor reduces damage by 90. Joints remain unprotected by armor plates, taking 100 additional damage when hit. 2. Special talent cannot be plundered. 3. Pseudo-Earth Shaker. Any successful attack has a 50 chance to stun the target and interrupt their actions. Skills: Scorching Steam. High-temperature steam continuously vents from within, approaching critical levels, dealing sustained area damage to anyone nearby. Clear the channel, locks onto a target and hurls the ship's anchor. If it hits, the enemy is pulled back and stunned. If the anchor catches terrain, the user pulls itself forward. Devastation slams the anchor into the ground, causing spikes to erupt from below, damaging and stunning all enemies in the area. This zombie won't be easy to handle. Suyu glanced at the data panel, already forming his assessment. The monster had incredible offense and defense with tremendous vitality, but poor mobility was its fatal weakness. If cornered, it could even shed parts of its armor to gain movement speed and buy breathing room. To win, they had to exploit this vulnerability relentlessly. Most survivors still relied on close combat habits from before their class changes, but the scorching steam made any close contact suicidal. This made Suyu's longbow the most suitable source of firepower on the battlefield. For a boss-level creature, this zombie wasn't exactly weak, but since his rebirth, Suyu's growth had been almost cheat-like. Even without Lu Wei's assistance, he was confident he could defeat it in single combat. The crisp sound of soldiers falling into formation had barely faded when a celestial soldier approached quickly, dropping to one knee to report quietly. Squad leader. All the pigs have assembled. 170 expected, 110 present. During the march, another 60 stragglers had died in the wasteland. Including the celestial soldiers, the entire force barely maintained around 200 members. A bunch of weaklings. Yamamoto Sakahito's face showed no emotion as he waved his hand dismissively. Several celestial soldiers immediately brought over a bucket of thin gruel and a box of rock-hard steamed buns, dropping them with a thud in the center of the group. In reality, this food had been secretly poisoned. Yamamoto never intended for these so-called pigs to return to camp alive. The surrounding survivors looked at each other as unrest spread like a pinprick hitting a hornet's nest. Some sensed something was wrong, and emotions exploded like a grenade going off in a public restroom, stirring up outrage. I want to protest. This isn't what we agreed on. Weren't there supposed to be supply capsules? Why is there only gruel and steamed buns? We've lost dozens of people, and when I get out of here, I'm definitely going to expose you. You bunch of liars. However, before he could finish his words, Yamamoto Shinjin waved his hand, and the crossbow archers beside him sprang into action. A cold gleam flashed as several arrows cut through the air, landing with precise thud-thud sounds into the chests of those who had been shouting the loudest. The crowd's explosive anger was instantly frozen, and the surroundings fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Still making noise? Do you want to attract all the zombies from Phase 3? The lead archer dropped his crossbow, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a blade. When the battle begins, you'll automatically receive your missions. Whoever participates in the kills gets reward packages and guaranteed supply capsules. Do you understand? He pointed toward the pile of dry rations in front of them. We're giving you basic rations so you have strength to fight, not so you can dawdle around. If you don't want to do this now, you can get lost immediately. But once the battle starts, anyone who dares retreat will be executed without mercy. Captain, do you have anything to add? The archer asked respectfully. 2 minutes. Finish eating and let's move out, Yamamoto Shinjin said coldly. Someone silently stepped forward and grabbed a steamed bun, wolfing it down hungrily. Seeing this, the others gradually followed suit. As soon as the battle erupted, Suyu saw through Yamamoto's scheme. Yamamoto's 100-man team only needed to sacrifice fewer than 20 people to kill the armored titan. But he had always cherished his soldiers like his own children, and during their first challenge, losing just 2 subordinates had pained him greatly. So he pushed the outside survivors to the front lines, using their lives to fill that 20-person gap and create openings for his own men. Without being ruthless and merciless, how can one deserve a kingdom? Suyu gritted his teeth silently, but he had no intention of letting the others succeed. The moment the armored titan saw the dense crowd, its eyes immediately lit up like light bulbs. Its thunderous footsteps shook the ground as it suddenly hurled the iron anchor in its hand. Bang! The anchor drove into the ground. The heavenly soldiers reflexively retreated quickly, but the survivors nearby were caught off guard, watching helplessly as the giant used the anchor chain to pull itself violently forward, instantly closing in on the crowd. Heaven and earth destruction. Beneath the giant's feet, sharp stone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, extending wildly within a 20-meter radius from the center. The spikes shot up unexpectedly from heel to crown, leaving blood spattering everywhere they passed, with deadly silence covering everything in an instant. Fight back quickly, someone roared. The heavenly soldiers led the charge, hurling blades, spears, arrows, and supernatural abilities all at once toward the giant. But the giant curled its body into a ball, covering all the gaps in its armor. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as 90 of the damage was forcibly absorbed, making everyone's attacks seem like they were merely tickling it. Hiss hiss. 2 streams of white vapor shot from the giant's nostrils as its steel armor quickly changed from gray to red, glowing with scorching heat. Within a 5-meter radius around it, thick water vapor rose like a boiling pot. Those closest had their flesh sizzling and were cooked on the spot, while those slightly farther away instantly developed grotesque blisters on their arms and legs, rolling on the ground in agony. After repeated back-and-forth attacks, the temporarily recruited survivors were nearly all dead. The Armored Titan's health bar had only a sliver remaining. At most 3 more rounds of attacks would finish it off. At this moment, the Shirakawa family's heavenly soldiers completely took control of the battlefield. Suddenly the ground trembled slightly, with dust flying in the distance. A level 3 man came running wildly, his face written with fierce menace that spelled trouble. Someone like that clearly has no good intentions, someone muttered quietly. Yamamoto, damn your ancestors. Suyu shouted loudly. Yamamoto Senjin's face flushed crimson with rage. He had gone through tremendous effort to inherit the Yamamoto name from his grandfather. Raised on Bushido and military philosophy from childhood, he refused to follow his mother's example of taking his husband's surname after marriage. His mother's Yamamoto clan had produced a legendary ancestor who received a state funeral and was even enshrined in a sacred shrine. Driven by this obsession, he spent nearly 20 years earning his grandfather's approval to officially change his surname to Yamamoto and his given name to Senjin, vowing to uphold his ancestors' honor. At this moment, Suyu's careless remark had struck his most sensitive nerve. Yamamoto Senjin roared furiously. This is like Zuckerberg starting a company Facebook. You're dead meat. Bakayaro. Attack. In his rage, he even burst into his native dialect. Instantly, all the heavenly soldiers adjusted their aim, muzzles trained on Suyu. However, limited by distance, most shots missed their target. As everyone scrambled to reload, a sudden change occurred. A massive horde of zombies had somehow approached the street entrance, with elite zombies from the notorious Phase 3, leading the Charaya rough count revealed over 40 of them. If they broke into the crowd, the consequences would be catastrophic. The heavenly soldiers exchanged uncertain glances before turning back to Yamamoto Senjin. Their expressions like dung beetles encountering someone with severe digestive issues. Should they really take this on? Time was running short. Suyu suddenly pivoted, burst through a wooden door, and dove into a nearby residence. This precise maneuver led the pursuing zombie horde straight toward the heavenly soldiers' formation. The next second, zombies and soldiers clashed in chaotic combat, with roars and gunfire intertwining as the scene spiraled completely out of control. Hold your positions. I'll deal with that arrogant Chinese. Yamamoto Senjin made his decision instantly, issuing the command with confidence written across his features. He believed that regardless of who his opponent was, he would eliminate them within a minute. Otherwise, how could he face his Yamamoto ancestors? Blue light flickered as he drew his katana and charged toward the house where Suyu was hiding. Yamamoto Senjin, level 6, no profession, S-rank talent, Dance of Death. Though the same level as Suyu, he was far from simple. After all, Suyu had reached level 6 through constant advantages and multiple strokes of luck, while ordinary people who could reach this level were already invincible among their peers. Dance of Death was precisely one of the talents Suyu most wanted to plunder. All attacks ignored defense and shields, dealing direct true damage. However, if he simply seized it from the start, wouldn't that greatly diminish the pleasure of revenge? Given Suyu's nature, he preferred to torment his enemies both physically and mentally before finding satisfaction. As Yamamoto Senjin entered firing range, Suyu, lurking in the shadows, suddenly squeezed the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He swiftly loosed 3 arrows from different directions, cleverly forcing Yamamoto Senjin to halt his advance. Despite his unique footwork honed through rigorous training since childhood, Yamamoto found his rhythm disrupted by the sudden killing intent, with the final arrow nearly grazing his shin. What incredible speed, he thought in alarm. Such archery prowess was unmatched within the entire Shiraishi clan. No wonder this challenger dared to be so arrogant. The stronger his opponent, the more excited he became. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't encountered anyone who could make his blood boil like this. Countless challengers had fallen beneath his katana. What he'd assumed was just another boastful nobody actually had real skill. You're worthy of being my opponent. State your name. I am Yamamoto Senjin, and I don't kill nameless weaklings. He lowered his blade, his voice as cold as steel. Little boy. Suyu emerged from the shadows carrying his Huaxiao war bow, his tone calm and steady. Yamamoto's brow furrowed slightly. The name, Little Boy, carried an unspeakable weight of historical trauma, forever etched into the memory of the people of Sakura Nation. Yet here stood this tall man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, bearing precisely that name. Little Boy, LV3, no class. The status information left Yamamoto uncertain whether this was deliberate mockery or mere coincidence. His opponent's equipment was no inferior to his own. This battle demanded his utmost caution. Suyu finished charging his power and struck again. Whoosh, 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 another volley of 3 arrows. A flash of insight crossed Yamamoto's mind. If the first 2 arrows locked down his movement, the third would have 50% better accuracy. Too bad, that means nothing against me. Drawing on his previous experience, he dodged effortlessly, his form barely brushing past the arrows. Though taciturn in daily life, Yamamoto loved to taunt during combat. He laughed heartily. Haha, Huaxia boy, is that all you've got? This habit had developed gradually after changing his name, born from his confidence as a master. But Suyu saw clearly such confidence could also become a shackle. In battles between experts, victory often hung by a thread. Steadying himself, Yamamoto believed he'd figured out his opponent. This guy must rely on some mysterious skill to rapid-fire 3 arrows. If that was his only trick, victory would surely be his. His footwork remained light and graceful, each step like a dance, confident he could evade any attack. Whoosh! Arrow of Judgment. A purplured crystal arrow tore through the air straight toward his chest, its power making the very air hum. With nowhere to hide, Yamamoto pivoted on his toes, his figure flashing as he created nearly 10 meters of distance. That moment of retreat had already betrayed his wariness of this particular arrow. Ha! Despicable Huaxia dog. Your arrows are fast, but your aim still sucks, like a turtle retreating into its shell. Yamamoto panted heavily, maintaining his taunts despite his disheveled state. Before he finished speaking, anguished wails erupted behind him. 6 of his subordinates had been struck down, groaning in agony. The previously suppressed mutant zombies immediately counterattacked, roaring as they pounced on the broken formation. Another squad attempted to provide support, only to be skewered like candied fruit on a stick by Suyu's skill. In the next second, the mutant zombies unleashed their savage combat prowess, literally staging a scene of tearing devils apart with bare hands. Oops, my baddie missed. Suyu spoke words of apology, but his face wore an expression of mockery that was utterly infuriating. Yamamoto Senjin's face turned ashen. Only now did he realize that this man's target had never been him from the very beginning. Every subordinate by his side was a skilled fighter capable of handling situations independently, yet in just 10 seconds, that man had claimed 11 lives while Yamamoto couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. You shameless Chinese, playing such dirty tricks. Yamamoto Senjin roared. His system panel flashed current collapse rate 30, weakness level 0. Without hesitation, he activated his acceleration skill. Electric sparks shot from his boot soles as he transformed into a black shadow, charging straight at Suyu. If he could get close, he had 100 ways to ensure his opponent would die without a proper burial. However, with all his equipment bonuses, Suyu's attributes had long surpassed Yamamoto Senjin's in every aspect. If he wanted, Yamamoto wouldn't even be able to catch his dust. At this moment, Suyu completely ignored the murderous pursuit behind him, humming a familiar tune while leading Yamamoto in circles around the battlefield's edge. We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet eliminates an enemy. His voice was light as his war bow danced through the air. Knock-a-row released, headshot. Knock again, draw again, another headshot. Every movement flowed like water without the slightest pause. 1, 2, 3. Even counting aiming time, in just 2.5 minutes, over 40 heavenly soldiers and more than 10 mutant zombies lay at his feet. This wasn't even his limit. 0.5 seconds per arrow was the limit of Chinese war bows, but it couldn't keep up with his rhythm. If not for some mutant zombies having thick hides, his kill count would be even more impressive. Suyu even precisely controlled the ratio between heavenly soldiers and mutant zombies, preventing either side from becoming too dominant and losing control of the battle. He glanced at his war bow and secretly decided, perhaps it was time to switch to a more suitable weapon. On the other side, the battlefield grew increasingly brutal. An archer with a cold arrow piercing his shoulder stumbled to Yamamoto Senjin, reporting urgently. Captain, we've suffered heavy losses. Yamamoto Senjin surveyed the corpses scattered across the ground, suppressing his rage. How many are dead? The archer's voice trembled. The first squad leader responsible for restraining the armored giant was unfortunately killed by an arrow. To ensure the mission continues, the second squad has taken over. But during the handover, we lost several more brothers. The outer third squad had it worst. Cut the chatter. Give me the total. Captain, we started with 103 heavenly soldiers. Now, including you and me, only 44 remain, with 8 severely wounded and unable to continue fighting. Whoosh. Before he could finish, a punishment arrow sliced through the air, precisely piercing the archer's heart right before Yamamoto Senjin's eyes. The arrow's momentum continued, pinning several wounded soldiers behind him, instantly freezing the survivor count at 39. Suyu raised an eyebrow, his voice lazy yet ice-cold. The number 4 is unlucky in China, so I'm giving you a different one. Bakiaro. Despicable. You have no honor, completely ignoring the way of the warrior by attacking the wounded. Yamamoto Senjin roared furiously, his eyes burning with rage. Next, he pulled a bubbling green potion from his bracelet and downed it without hesitation. Shameless Chinese, you must pay for your actions. Current collapse rate, 60, weakness level, 0. Berserker potion, fine grade consumable for 60 seconds, increases movement and attack speed by 30 each, while boosting attack power and defense by 30 each. After the effect ends, the character enters a weakened state with all attributes reduced by 90 for 1 hour. Only one potion of this type can be active at a time. This was Yamamoto Senjin's final trump card, a rare treasure he had obtained from a refined chest days earlier. The moment the potion slid down his throat, a blazing power exploded through his body like a torrent. His limbs swelled with muscle, veins bulged, and he could almost hear the roar of his own blood. According to his precise calculations, his movement speed should now exceed Suyu once he closed the distance. He had hundreds of ways to pulverize his opponent. Predatory excitement flickered in the depths of his pupils. Yamamoto Senjin activated his acceleration skill without hesitation, transforming into a blurred phantom as if wings had sprouted from his back. Yet Suyu stood motionless, his expression indifferent, as though watching a tedious performance. "This is a berserker potion," Yamamoto Senjin snarled through gritted teeth. "Cunning Chinese, you're finished. Within 60 seconds, you're dead for sure." At the captain's command, the surrounding soldiers erupted in frenzied cheers. They had never seen their commander so excited. In the next moment, Suyu raised his hand, and a dark red triangular symbol appeared above Yamamoto Senjin's head. Deathmark. Lasts 10 minutes, providing Suyu with additional movement and attack speed bonuses. Yamamoto Senjin was shocked. He had assumed their speeds would at least be comparable, but the reality was a world of difference. Suyu darted across the battlefield like an arrow released from its bow, while he could only stumble in pursuit, the distance growing ever wider. "Don't run, cowardly Chinese, fight me Heathen," he screamed hoarsely. Suyu sneered. Where was even a shred of the strongest warrior's dignity in Yamamoto Senjin now? Worse still, over a dozen of Yamamoto Senjin's trusted subordinates fell one after another to arrows. Suyu's projectiles pierced their lungs with precision, tearing through their airways. Their agonizing gasps for air echoed above the ruins, each cry stabbing into Yamamoto Senjin's nerves like a blade. The 60 seconds stretched endlessly in torment, each second like a rusty nail driven into his skull. Current collapse rate, 90, weakness level, 99. When the berserker effect ended, Yamamoto Senjin collapsed like a withered leaf, gasping for breath. His dozen loyal subordinates, dragging their half-broken bodies, surrounded him in desperate protection. Only the intermittent grinding of gears from the armored titan remained on the battlefield, like a dying beast. Yamamoto Senjin looked towards Suyu, confusion and terror intertwining in his eyes as he whispered hoarsely, "What exactly are you?" Deep in his consciousness, he recalled that nightmare from over a century ago, when the Cherry Blossom Nation was dominated by the terror of Little Boy. Now he understood. With his remaining forces and the half-destroyed armored titan, there was no way to defeat Suyu. Once the titan fell, Suyu could even use its wreckage to claim even greater spoils. An almost insane thought flashed through his mind. "Come and fight, Captain." Suyu's taunting voice pierced his eardrums like an ice pick. Yamamoto Senjin looked up, despair spreading through his pupils. Suddenly, he screamed hysterically, "Everyone die with honor." The remaining soldiers didn't hesitate, clustering around him like moths to flame as they charged toward the already tottering armored titan. Suyu knocked an arrow, and several cold flashes later, the soldiers supporting Yamamoto Senjin collapsed instantly, their blood spraying in a crimson mist. The moment the others embraced the titan's steel shell, scorching steam erupted violently, consuming them entirely. Just as the armored titan was down to its last breath, its body suddenly began to transform. In an instant, massive amounts of steam erupted from the armored giant's body, billowing in all directions. The scorching white mist rolled like a tide, instantly covering a 100-meter radius and reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. Within the fog, the giant's cracked steel armor seemed to be smoothed by invisible hands. Blood evaporated rapidly, and torn wounds healed at a visible rate, as if time itself were reversing. As the steel plates clicked back into place, its form grew nearly another meter taller, deep blue sparks shooting from its metallic joints, while an overwhelming aura of power swept forth, forcing onlookers to instinctively hold their breath in awe. The next moment, a pale blue barrier hummed into existence like a translucent dome, trapping everyone within the sea of mist. The system notification echoed in their ears. Ding! The armored giant has reached its kill limit and successfully evolved into a Lord-class boss. At this stage, the Lord-class boss is extremely powerful. All survivors are advised to proceed with extreme caution. The barrier will automatically disappear after the newbie protection period ends. For safety reasons, it is strongly recommended that survivors wait until the protection period concludes before engaging the Lord-class boss in combat. Yamamoto Sakihito, who had originally intended to avoid Suyu and opportunistically scavenge benefits, froze momentarily before realizing he had inadvertently facilitated this monster's evolution. Within mere seconds, his depleted sanity meter shot back up to 50, his heart pounding with a twisted sense of elation. Armored Giant King Zombie Lord. Level, 9 Lord Class. Base Attributes, Strength 80, Spirit 10, Constitution 100, Agility 10. Talents. 1. True Giant's body massive frame encased in impenetrable armor, reducing damage from ordinary weapons by 99. Damage to unarmored joints and mobile parts is doubled. This talent cannot be plundered. 2. True earth-shaking force, all hits guarantee, action pause, and inflict stun effects. Skills. Scorching Steam, passive high-pressure steam surrounds the entire body, dealing continuous area damage to approaching enemies. Clear the channel hurls an anchor to lock onto targets. Hitting enemies forcibly drags them back, while stunning them. Hitting terrain pulls the user to the anchor point. Heaven and earth destruction strikes the ground with the anchor, causing underground spikes to erupt and damage surrounding enemies while stunning them. Yamamoto collapsed to the ground, chest heaving violently, yet his eyes gleamed with madness. He quickly scanned the armored giant king's stats, strength soaring to 80, constitution breaking 100, plus the epic enhancement of the giant's body talent. Both offense and defense had reached their peak. If not for his S-rank talent Dance of Death that could ignore defense and shields, he wouldn't even have the courage to face it directly. With this iron tower standing before them, he was certain Suyu had no chance of survival. Ha! Pathetic Chinese, there's no way you can defeat it. He struggled to his feet like a shellless turtle, his face twisted with triumphant glee. Oh, is that so? Suyu lifted his gaze slightly, his voice as calm as wind skimming across a lake's surface. Deathmark. A crimson sigil materialized from thin air, striking the armored giant king's head with blood-red brilliance. To kill this beast, speed would be everything. The newly evolved armored giant king immediately sensed Suyu's hostility. This monster, standing over 4 meters tall, charged forward, dragging an anchor heavier than itself, like a runaway stallion with steel hooves striking sparks against the ground. Yet with only 10 agility points, despite its terrifying appearance, it moved as slowly as if stuck in slow motion. Each step crushed fist-sized craters into the earth, while the anchor carved a dark furrow through stone and soil. From their previous encounters, Suyu had already dissected every skill and movement of the armored giant king. Startup animations, casting range, strike zone, she knew them all by heart. Now he moved like a phantom, his form impossibly light and swift, leaving Yamamoto Sakahito gaping in stunned silence. Time and again, he caught the subtle muscle tremors of the armored giant king, signals that a skill was about to activate, yet each time watched as the giant forcibly pulled back its attacks. Wrong angle, incorrect distance. Suyu's calculations were too precise, trapping it in that awkward zone of ready to strike, but unable to commit. Finally, the giant could restrain itself no longer. With a furious roar, it hurled its grappling hook, the anchor tearing through the air towards Suyu. Immediately after, its massive form crashed down as the heaven-destroying skill activated, causing barbed spikes to explode from the earth like mountain peaks. But before the spikes even emerged, Suyu had already slipped beyond their edge by half a step. The giant king stood stunned. Even it couldn't always escape this move, yet its opponent had dodged it effortlessly. Clearly, during their first encounter, Suyu hadn't been fighting at full strength. Yamamoto Sakahito sneered and shook his head. A mere Chinese, can he even break through its defense? Suyu drew his bow and fired 2 consecutive arrows aimed at the giant's eye sockets. The arrows whistled through the air, but were easily deflected by steel-plate eyelids with a casual blink, leaving only faint red marks on the surface. With 99 damage reduction, all conventional attacks felt like gentle scratches. Yamamoto Sakahito burst into laughter. Huh? Poor Chinese fool. You can't even pierce its defense, can you? Oh my S-rank talent Dance of Death ignores all defenses. Wanna borrow it? Come and take it yourself if you dare. Sensing his life nearing its end, he spent his remaining strength on mockery. 99 weakness. And that last one is all in your yapping mouth. Even after cremation, that mouth of yours would probably still be running. In his mind, talent theft was pure fantasy. Oh, sounds good. Suyu's lips curved into a smile, cunning flashing in his eyes as he raised his plundering hand. He had originally planned to defeat the armored giant king through sheer skill, but Yamamoto Sakahito had practically walked into his trap. Since you're offering it to me, I won't be polite. Ding. You have used plundering hand on survivor Yamamoto Sakahito. Yamamoto Sakahito's current collapse rate: 50, weakness level 99, talent plunder successful. Remaining uses 0. Ding. You have acquired S-rank talent Dance of Death. Talent level SS. Effect: Thoughtless Blade. All your attacks deal true damage, ignoring all armor and shields. Yamamoto Sakahito felt his soul being hollowed out, as if some priceless treasure had been violently torn away. He frantically checked his status panel, pupils dilating in shock. His S-rank talent had truly vanished like a butterfly taking flight. His earlier jest had become prophecy. This is impossible, he shrieked, clutching his chest in agony as blood erupted from his mouth. Suyu didn't have time to torture Yamamoto just yet. After all, good things come to those who wait. He casually fired 4 arrows in quick succession, each one hitting its mark with a series of wet thuds as they pierced through Yamamoto's limbs, pinning him to the ground and completely immobilizing him to prevent any interference with his plans. Just as Suyu had anticipated, despite trembling all over from the excruciating pain, Yamamoto endured it through sheer force of will thanks to his S-strength talent. Sweat poured down his face and neck in streams, leaving him looking as disheveled as someone dragged out of a sauna. Suyu silently noted to himself that this plundering had drained half of his energy if not for his high mental attributes. He would have suffered backlash long ago. He quickly pulled out an energy potion and downed it in one gulp, barely managing to recover a fraction of his strength. Whoosh, whoosh. The bowstring sang again as arrows shot through the air, aimed directly at the armored Giant King's eyes. A mocking glint flashed in the Giant King's eyes as it snorted disdainfully, releasing 2 puffs of hot air from its nostrils. Trying the same trick twice? Not a chance. It was confident that its armor, capable of blocking 99 of all damage, made even its eyelids impenetrable. It closed its eyes, preparing to tank the attack using the same old method, but this time, the arrow pierced through its eyelid with a wet sound, driving deep into the eyeball before bouncing back out under the intense heat and pressure. In an instant, blood gushed from the massive eye socket, turning its vision crimson. The searing pain made the armored Giant King roar in fury. Damn it! I can't even touch that cunning monkey, and my defense was actually breached. It refused to believe it, though a chill crept into its heart. It had to be a fluke. But Suyu showed no mercy. Following his philosophy of use it early, cool down early, he unleashed all his skills in rapid succession: punishment arrow, sacred arrow slaughter, and more. The barrage of arrows fell like rain. Despite the Giant King's dual talents of double strike and death's dance, plus the thick health and super defense granted by its 100 constitution points, it still ended up looking like Zhuge Liang's straw boats bristling with arrows from head to toe, a thoroughly undignified sight. While it felt no physical pain, being shot through the eye by a mere human was a humiliation far worse than any wound. By chronological order, it was the 10th zombie on Blue Star to evolve to Lord class. Each of its predecessors had been a terror that struck fear into survivors' hearts. Yet here it was, the only Lord to be driven to such a pathetic state by an insect-like hunter. Upon reaching Lord class, zombies gained intelligence rivaling that of humans. It had thought that with its newfound power, it could claim victory with its own hands, never expecting to be forced into playing its trump card, the unique skill that only Lord-class zombies possessed. It slammed the massive anchor in its hand against the ground with a thunderous crash that made the earth tremble. Unlike leader-class zombies, Lords didn't need to rely on enslavement to command hordes. Merely standing within their territory naturally emanated an invisible aura of dominance. With a single command, every zombie within the domain would bow in submission. This was the suppression of bloodline itself. At that moment, Yamamoto Shinjin snapped back to his senses, only to be shocked by the sight of a massive horde of zombies breaching the barrier and closing in. The thick barrier seemed like a torn curtain as the undead poured through. 1 leader-class zombie, 16 mutant zombies, and 35 ordinary zombies, including several troublesome opponents that had given Yamamoto a hard time during Phase 3. What alarmed him most was that the creature once known as the basketball zombie had actually evolved to leader class. Pathetic Chinese, he sneered while reporting through his communicator. So what if you stole my dance of death? I'd like to see how you handle this many zombies all by yourself. Suyu remained calm, not retreating a single step. His bowstring sang as arrows pierced through the air, striking down the zombies that had just entered the barrier with deadly precision. Yamamoto dismissed this as a dying struggle, his voice growing more triumphant. Ha ha, foolish Chinese. Standing still like that. How many can you possibly shoot? The zombies have you surrounded. Where can you run now? You're dead this time. The nearby armored Giant King, taking a brief rest, turned its head with interest to watch. Everyone wanted to know whether Suyu's composed expression came from confidence or sheer stupidity. The encirclement rapidly tightened. If this had been yesterday, Suyu would have been doomed. But today was different. Lu Wei, Suyu suddenly shouted. Before his voice faded, a short-haired girl wielding twin black iron hammers appeared in a flash, positioning herself behind him. Intimidating strike. Suyu crouched slightly, dodging the leader-class basketball zombie's whistling heavy punch. In the next second, 2 black iron hammers crashed down mercilessly, striking the basketball's head dead center. With a thunderous impact, the ground caved in around the basketball zombie's skull, forming a crater half a person's depth, while nearby zombies were sent flying like broken kites. Suyu sighed with slight regret. Go easier on them, leave them breathing. These are all precious experience points. Lu Wei had been itching for action and was still swinging her hammers excitedly. Suyu had to raise his voice. Lu Wei, if you kill another one outright, we're having 1 less dish for dinner. 1 less dish? That won't do. The girl immediately restrained her strength, pulling her punches. Yamamoto's throat bobbed as all his taunts stuck in his gullet. He couldn't fathom how Suyu had been hiding such a powerful ally who could go toe-to-toe with a basketball zombie boasting 70 points in strength. If this girl had joined the earlier battle, would they have stood any chance? The armored giant king was equally puzzled. It couldn't understand why an elite-class zombie from its own territory would help humans. Watching its subordinates' numbers plummet, it let out a low roar and suddenly shed its heavy iron armor, instantly boosting its agility to 80 points, no longer inferior to Suyu's speed. Unwilling to become a lonely ruler right after claiming lordship, it inspired the remaining zombies with its killing intent, spurring them into a counterattack. However, Suyu remained composed. He raised his hand and sent an arrow through the leader-class basketball zombie still pinned beneath Lu Wei's foot. Ding! Successfully eliminated AI Kuan, the invincible zombie leader LV8, gained 800 experience points and 80 gold coins. Ding! Level increased to 7, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plundering Hand, 1 use remaining. The armored giant king's collapse and weakness levels had accumulated sufficiently. This was the perfect moment to strike. This is what I've been waiting for. Ding! You used Plundering Hand on armored giant king zombie lord. Current collapse rate 50, weakness rate 80, current plundering success rate 130. Talent Plunder successful. Due to True Giant's body being a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Successfully plundered second talent. 0 uses remaining. Ding! You have acquired strength talent, True Earth-Shaking Might. Ever since Suyu seized the Dance of Death talent from Yamamoto's ancestor, his attack power had increased dramatically. If he truly wanted to kill, the armored giant king would have been dead long ago. However, he kept this monster alive for one reason: had his eyes set on its second talent, True Earth-Shaking Thunder. This talent seemed to open an entirely new world for Suyu. Compared to ordinary human talents, the zombie system was in a completely different league. Take stunning abilities as an example. Even the top-tier talents of human awakeners had trigger rates of merely 35. Ding! You have acquired Strength talent, True Earth-Shaking Thunder. Talent level, Strength. Time lock. After a successful hit, 100 chance to lock the target in temporal stasis for 0.1 seconds, with additional stunning effects. Not bad at all, Suyu muttered under his breath. He had initially hesitated about plundering this talent. After all, before the armored giant king's advancement, the trigger rate was only 50. But after its evolution, that number shot straight up to 100. Though the stun lasted only 0.1 seconds, once he pushed his attack speed to the limit, enemies would be like playing a high-end game on an ancient phone, completely frozen and unable to move. This ability was tailor-made for melee rogues. As long as you were fast enough, opponents could only stand there and take the beating. However, even with all buffs stacked, achieving 10 strikes per second was no easy feat. Looking across Blue Star, even the legendary thief gods of his previous life would struggle to reach such heights. Future prospects aside, now that the talent was his, Suyu's attacks immediately became devastatingly sharp. Lu Wei, the remaining small fry are yours to handle as you see fit, he commanded with a wave of his hand. With his objective achieved, only the armored giant king remained in his sight. Simultaneously, the giant king roared its orders, and its zombie minions charged toward Lu Wei in unison, general against general, soldier against soldier. At this moment, the two leaders' gazes locked firmly onto each other. Clear the channel, the armored giant king bellowed as its massive anchor tore through the air. Knowing it couldn't hit the agile Suyu directly, it targeted the ground behind him instead, using the explosive impact to close the distance. Its enormous body expelled white steam as the armored giant king charged like a runaway steel tank. Suyu sidestepped and dodged, his bowstring singing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew like a sudden downpour, so densely packed that gaps were barely visible. With nowhere to dodge and nothing to block with, the armored giant king was forced to use its thick arms to tank the arrows. It understood that forcibly interrupting its skill would mean immediate retreat. Otherwise, not only would its plan fail, but Suyu would create distance between them once again. Crack, crack, crack. The armored giant king's fluid attack movements seemed to be repeatedly hitting a pause button. Although each pause lasted only 0.1 seconds, this brief interruption made the armored giant king's once fluid movements become choppy and disjointed. The massive figure froze midair, its face filled with disbelief that was clearly its exclusive talent. So how had it ended up in Suyu's hands? Rage and terror surged simultaneously, yet it was powerless to act. In battles between masters, victory or defeat often hinged on the smallest margins, and once an offensive was disrupted, the outcome was nearly predetermined. Suyu was confident and composed. Before the battle began, he had repeatedly analyzed the armored giant king's talents and techniques, pinpointing weaknesses that even the giant itself hadn't anticipated. Even if the giant king shed its heavy armor and fled desperately, it couldn't escape this impenetrable net. In a flash, the giant king raised its anchor high, like a moving iron mountain descending from above. Bang! The ground exploded into a crater several meters wide. debris flying everywhere, while Suyu had already stepped back, half-turned, and let his figure glide past the anchor's shaft in an instant. Before the anchor's shadow had settled, he touched down with his toes and leaped onto the massive 1,000-pound ship anchor like a graceful swallow. The intense metallic scent hit him as Suyu stood steady, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. The arrowhead aimed directly at the giant king's face. Yamamoto Shinjin, watching from a distance, was nearly stunned. Such high-level maneuvering would succeed maybe once out of 10 attempts for him. Yet Suyu made it look effortless, as if toying with the world. Basic stuff, no big deal. Suyu smiled faintly to himself. This was exactly the level expected of someone reborn from the apocalypse. Dancing on a knife's edge was just routine for him. Before the giant king could recover from its shock, Suyu had already raised his hand and fired 3 consecutive arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Close quarters combat required no precise aiming. The giant's massive frame left virtually no room to dodge. Sparks flew from the armor as the giant king's eyes turned blood red. The next second, steam erupted thunderously, creating a scorching wall of mist that instantly enveloped the surroundings, making it impossible to see one's own hand. Within the fog, the giant king swung its anchor in unpredictable patterns, trying to seal off every escape route for Suyu. But this, blind both enemy and self, tactic was ultimately a Pyrrhic strategy. The white mist equally impaired the zombie's perception. Suyu had already activated his silverbird claw, gaining an aerial view that tore through the fog like paper. Such rare treasures, which others could barely dream of, were piled like mountains in his storage ring, ready to use at will. Moments later, the giant king's devastating skill finally finished cooling down, and it frantically absorbed the surrounding steam. The mist dissipated and clarity returned to heaven and earth, but Suyu was nowhere to be seen. The next second, a mutated zombie struck by Luo Wei's stunning blow was coincidentally triggered by the 10-stun effect, coincidentally lost its balance, and coincidentally crashed hard into the giant king's side, sending the colossal creature staggering back a step. The opportunity came in that very instant. The bowstring hummed low as Suyu's long-hidden crimson arrow transformed into a streak of blood, a direct hit to the rear. It struck straight and true into the armored giant king's most indescribable region. Facing the mighty form of the armored giant king, ordinary arrows were like toothpicks, utterly insignificant. However, the punishment arrow that had been charging for so long was thick, long, black, and incredibly heavy, as if it had been custom-made specifically for the armored giant king. Yamamoto Shinjin, watching from a distance, witnessed the entire scene and clearly saw where the arrow penetrated. The armored giant king's pants were instantly soaked with blood gushing from that particular area, making one's scalp tingle. Yamamoto Shinjin felt a chill run through his body, his mind churning with turmoil. What kind of unspeakable preferences did his opponent have? What was the purpose behind sparing his life? He swallowed hard, filled with terror and dread, even regretting that he hadn't died earlier on the battlefield. Aja, Suyu forced an awkward smile. Boss, this arrow was originally aimed at the thigh. I really didn't mean to shoot there. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it myself. He then shifted all responsibility away. Lu Wei, you're the one who lured the zombies here, so you bear primary responsibility for this arrow. The secondary responsibility goes to that elite zombie. Lu Wei tilted her head, completely puzzled by his explanation. This emotionally detached, expressionless girl found it difficult to show her thoughts even if she had any. The armored giant king felt no pain, but its flower, which had remained intact since childhood before the apocalypse, was being penetrated by an arrow for the first time. It had aspired to become a great mage since childhood, and this dream hadn't wavered even after becoming a zombie. I fear not being crushed to pieces. I only wish to keep my purity among the undead. At this moment, its face showed grievance. If you're so capable, just kill me with one strike. Why humiliate me like this? I may not be human, but you're a real bastard. Grievance ignited towering rage, and it raised its massive anchor, preparing for a final battle with Suyu. Just then, the mutant zombie lying on the ground groggily tried to stand up, grabbed the punishment arrow, and used it like a railing, pulling hard. Pop! The arrow was forcibly yanked out, immediately creating a fist-sized bloody hole behind the armored giant king, with blood gushing like a fountain, instantly drenching the mutant zombie in blood. The armored giant king roared, its fury completely erupting. Unable to defeat the humans, now even this little zombie dared to bully it? It swung its anchor wildly, each strike shattering the ground, and the mutant zombie couldn't withstand the assault at all. After venting its rage, it turned back towards Suyu, knowing defeat was inevitable, but still determined to unleash a devastating ultimate attack. The mutant zombie lying on the ground finally realized it had caused tremendous trouble, staring blankly at the still dripping punishment arrow in its hands. The size perfectly matched the bloody hole in its boss's back. It could only interpret this as its boss's new equipment. Lord-level zombies were indeed extraordinary. With its limited intelligence, this was as far as its thinking could go. However, Looking back, it would have been better if it hadn't tried to understand it all. Just as the armored giant king was about to confront Suyu, a metallic clang rang out. BR. The mutated zombie had once again forcefully reinstalled the arrow of punishment into its own crispy outside, tender inside, vital spot. Suyu scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Boss, I told you it wasn't me. This time, the unlucky zombie that was previously only partially responsible now bore full responsibility. Even Yamamoto Sunjin gasped, his mind conjuring up memories of an old friend from his homeland named Tachibana Yukio. Tachibana Yukio, the chrysanthemum goes in again. The absurd scene was too much for even Suyu to watch, but even more ridiculous events were yet to come. The armored giant king turned its head in confusion, staring intently at the mutated zombie. What was this stupid thing trying to do? The mutated zombie held the arrow, pondering for a long time before suddenly slapping its forehead. Wrong angle. 15 degrees to the left would be perfect. It then measured the depth. Oh no, went too deep. Need to pull it out a bit. Huh, seems off again. Finally, the armored giant king's fury exploded. It raised its anchor high and smashed it down, the thunderous impact cracking the ground. It pummeled while roaring, but just then, Suyu's combo attack delivered the final blow. The massive body crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain. The arrow of punishment pierced completely through the shell, its tip standing erect, perfectly illustrating the phrase, standing tall and proud. Meanwhile, after her feast, Lue was at peak fighting spirit, her power even surpassing that of the armored giant king. With Suyu's permission, she unleashed her full strength, clearing the battlefield in mere moments. Ding! Successfully defeated armored giant king zombie, Lord LV9, gained 9,000 experience points and 900 gold coins. Ding! Zombie Lord has been defeated. The barrier will automatically disappear in 10 minutes. Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to solo a Lord-level zombie, earning the unique achievement Lone Hero. World announcement incoming. After hours of fierce battle, every survivor's terminal on blue star lit up simultaneously. The silent earth erupted with excitement from the Order Keeper's announcement. Whoop-whoop-whoop-whoop-whoop world announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has created a miracle in the apocalypse, single-handedly defeating a Lord-level zombie, earning the unique achievement Lone Hero and massive rewards. The announcement played 3 times. The channels instantly flooded with messages. Lone Wolf, how old are you? Why are you so amazing? What are you waiting for? Charge, charge, charge. Lone Wolf, big brother, it's you again. Honey, I dreamed you brought me steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat. This little fairy hasn't eaten in 4 days and is about to faint QAQ. God bless you. Another Chinese person. This guy's strength crushes our lighthouse country's strongest. We must find a way to eliminate him. A transgender survivor squinted and complained, I love telling the truth. Then rolled over and went back to sleep. Somewhere in China, a man who looked like a leader spoke gravely. Shaoli, have you found Lone Wolf's identity yet? We must locate him before other organizations do. For China's sake, failure is not an option. In the Japanese channel, someone exclaimed, Nanny? It's the Chinese Lone Wolf again? He who laughs last, laughs best. When the captain returns victorious, I can level up too. A pained cry came from the corner of the room. You bitch, you bit me. Shiraishi Hiroshi's face darkened upon hearing the announcement. The kneeling girl trembled as she cooed. Master is the best. Who is this Lone Wolf anyway? Everyone's talking about him. Her face bore some resemblance to Lin Rufei, though it was unclear where Shiraishi had captured her from. At this moment, Yamamoto Senjin looked at Suyu, trembling all over. Yamamoto Sakahito witnessed the Lord-level zombie crashing to the ground, his expression instantly becoming extremely complex. His limbs were completely severed, joints twisted unnaturally, blood trickling down from his fingertips in winding streams. He lay there like a piece of fish carelessly thrown onto a chopping board, unable even to struggle. Yet even in this state, he felt no fear even if he died here. The Baishir family still had dozens of elite heavenly soldiers personally commanded by Baishir House stationed at their stronghold, their combat power far exceeding that of his own squad. However, his soldiers had been completely annihilated. To the mighty Baishir family, this was merely acceptable losses, but to Yamamoto Sakahito, it represented his life's work. The world announcement from minutes ago surged through his mind again. The first to awaken SS-level talent. The first to single-handedly kill a boss-level zombie. The first to single-handedly kill a Lord-level zombie. Could it be this very man before him? But the announcement clearly mentioned a little girl participating in the battle. How could this count as a solo kill? He desperately sought explanations. Among the 100 million survivors in China, surely some lone wolf would coincidentally kill a Lord-level zombie. No, impossible. It couldn't all be coincidence. His gaze returned to the man before him, and Yamamoto Sakahito grew increasingly alarmed. Every gesture, every step the man took was stripped of flourish and routine, leaving only the most direct and efficient killing intent, clearly an instinct honed through years of real combat. Yet his voice carried the distinctive rawness of youth, obviously no more than 20-something. The apocalypse had only begun 4 days ago, which meant he was likely a local from Star City, but the Baishar family had operated in Star City for years and had never heard of such a powerful warrior. The words Star City and powerful warrior collided repeatedly in his mind until suddenly a name emerged: Lin Rufai. The young master of the Baishar family had ordered him to find this person, but that woman had already been brutally murdered by a terrifying warrior using a dagger. The killer had used a dagger, not a bow, unless the same person had mastered both weapons to perfection. Suyu? The thought lingered only briefly before he dismissed it. Their builds were similar, but Suyu had always been submissive and meek, never leaving the woman's side, while the man before him stood proudly erect with blade-sharp eyes. They couldn't possibly be the same person. What troubled him even more was that last night, over 70 members of the Lin family had been slaughtered in gruesome fashion, most pierced by arrows then crushed to pulp by heavy objects, methods identical to those used by these two. If they were indeed responsible, why had they targeted the Lin family, and why attack him? Everything had a reason, yet the other party hadn't revealed even a hint of their motives. Questions tangled his thoughts like a mess of threads. He could only watch in bewilderment as Suyu slowly approached, his steps unhurried, yet carrying irresistible pressure. The strongest warrior of the cherry blossoms? Captain Yamamoto Sakahito? Why aren't you barking anymore? Suyu casually drew a bloodstained blade from his Brasilita butcher's knife he had specifically picked up from a market he'd passed earlier. The blade gleamed coldly, with thick, brownish-red bloodstains congealed into fine lines along its curved surface, appearing particularly striking under the dim yellow light. He thought to himself, using a pig-slaughtering knife to butcher a Japanese, would that be wasting the blade, or even insulting the pigs? Across from him, Yamamoto Sakahito struggled to lift his head, his grayish-white pupils rolling within bloodshot eyes as they met Suyu's gaze directly. His twitching lips curved into a mocking smile, his laughter hoarse and echoing in spirals through the air. The strongest warrior of Japan? My soldiers are all dead. Oh, I still deserve to be called a captain? Corpses lay scattered across the floor, still bleeding, while the air reeked of rust, scorched earth, and gunpowder, the spoils left behind after Suyu had slaughtered his carefully trained subordinates one by one right before his eyes. Yamamoto Sakahito knelt on the broken wooden floor, blood soaking through his pants at the knees, his limbs as limp as if the tendons had been severed. He couldn't even raise his hand to perform the most basic seppuku ritual. Despair swallowed him like a black tide, yet his consciousness remained painfully clear. Killing was merely a means of revenge. Destroying the spirit was the ultimate art. At this moment, his breakdown had reached its peak. When a man is about to die, his words are kind. He mimicked Baishar Hao's usual tone, his voice hoarse yet forcing enthusiasm. You can kill me, but I have several knots in my heart that I can't untie. I won't rest in peace. Who exactly are you? Did you kill Lin Rufai? Did you destroy the Lin family? Suyu, lone wolf. Are you the same person? In his unfocused eyes, a glimmer of desperate curiosity suddenly ignited. Sorry, too many questions. Suyu's tone was flat, like ice pellets hitting water without creating the slightest ripple. He had intended to end it with one stroke, but his thoughts shifted in that instant. Wouldn't it be even better to let his opponent die with doubt? Yamamoto Sakahito's breathing quickened as he tremblingly managed another sentence. Then, just one question. Lin Rufai, you killed her, didn't you? Suyu stepped forward with the knife, gently tapping the blade against Yamamoto Sakahito's still damp cheek, scraping off the congealed blood stuck to the blade's back. He smiled faintly. Want to know? Yamamoto Sakahito nodded frantically like a pecking chicken, his gaze burning so intensely it seemed ready to ignite sparks in the air. Actually, Suyu leaned down, lowering his voice to a whisper. Before he could finish, his hand moved and the blade fell. A crisp crack seemed to tear through the silence as blood sprayed in a fan shape. The butcher's knife proved razor-sharp, indeed, cutting through a human head like slicing a melon. The severed head flew several yards with lingering shock, struck the wall, bounced back, and finally rolled to Lu Wei's feet. The wide-open eyes seemed determined to etch Suyu's final movement into their pupils. Want to know the answer early? Then you shouldn't have wasted the opportunity. Suyu sneered inwardly. This doubt would probably cling to his soul after death forever. Like, what exactly did the pangolin say? He walked over and kicked the rolled head back into position, face up, then stepped on it. I remember this face crystal clear. With a light grinding motion of his foot, he spoke coldly. If there's a next life, talk less and act more. With that, he stepped back 2 paces and gestured to Lu Wei. Lu Wei had already raised her black iron hammer high. Boom. The head exploded into blood mist and bone fragments with a muffled crash. The strongest warrior of Japan, the distinguished captain of the Baishar family Yamamoto Sakahito, had fallen. Suyu stood quietly, his chest still heaving rapidly. With each enemy's fall, Another link in the heavy chain around his heart broke. Another name crossed off the list. He exhaled deeply, feeling his shoulders lighten somewhat. Next, it's your turn by Shirhao. Suyu meticulously scoured the battlefield, ensuring no equipment or items were left behind. The barrier's light screen had grown thin, and he calculated the remaining time before simply pocketing the torn cloth in his hand and rushing out of the battlefield with Lu Wei in one swift motion. All the elite zombies from the 3rd district had been slaughtered in the previous bloody battle, leaving only the stench of decay and congealed blood in the air. Darkness had fallen, and the dim remnants of sunset cast long shadows between the buildings, while the surroundings were so quiet that even the wind seemed swallowed, which explained why no other players could be seen at this moment. On the return journey, Suyu's mind raced with calculations as he raised his hand to shoot scattered zombies while protecting Lu Wei as they moved along the walls. The two stepped over broken glass and zombie remains, quietly sneaking back to the 1st district. Upon reaching the vicinity of Baishir Manor, he selected a structurally sound standalone building. Intact exterior walls, clear sightlines, perfect for a temporary hideout. The fierce battle had brought rich rewards. He first claimed the world announcement reward, the lone hero achievement. Reputation 1000, gold 1000, bracelet storage space expanded to 3 cubic meters, and obtained the world's unique permanent title, the ambitious all attributes permanently 10, damage against Lord level and below zombies 35. The attribute bonus alone was equivalent to being 8 levels ahead of others, and compared to his previous pioneer title, it provided an additional 15 zombie damage. But tonight's target was killing people rather than killing corpses, so Suyu unhesitatingly switched back to the chosen one title, damage 10, damage received 10. After confirming this, he began tallying the drops. The results were quite disappointing. Dozens of mutant zombies hadn't dropped a single excellent piece of equipment, and the ground was littered with superior-grade scattered items that weren't even worth his attention, which he casually tossed back into his bracelet. His only hope lay in the remaining 2 treasure chests, the legendary grade chest from the boss-level zombie and the mythic grade chest from the lord-level zombie. Last time, he had obtained the mythic skill death mark from a mythic chest. At this thought, he rubbed his hands together like a starving fly and bowed reverently to the 4 directions. Click, the treasure chest's opening light flashed, but what followed were 3 superior-grade scattered items, which he ruthlessly tossed into a corner again. Next, the legendary chest produced 2 excellent pieces of equipment. 1. Hunter's Gauntlets, excellent. Constitution 5, Strength 5, Damage 5. 2. Hunter's Shoulder Guards, excellent. Constitution 5, Strength 5, Damage 5. While the quality wasn't particularly stunning, it meant the Hunter set now had 4 pieces, with only 2 more needed to activate the complete set attributes. Without hesitation, Suyu removed his original 2 superior pieces and equipped the new gear on his wrists and shoulders. Ding. Hunter's Gauntlets equipped. Ding. Hunter's Shoulder Guards equipped. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor. You have successfully activated the 4-piece Hunter set effect. The equipment panel instantly updated. Hunter set. 2-piece. All attributes 2, crossbow damage increased by 10. For piece. All attributes 3, crossbow attack range increased by 25. For Suyu at this moment, the 25 range enhancement was practically tailor-made for ambushes. Whether launching sneak attacks or clearing zombies, he could now draw his bow and release arrows from even more distant shadows, silently claiming enemy lives. Next, the legendary helmet in the chest caught his eye. Suyu's mouth twitched. Deceiver's Mask, legendary. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 5. Special passive, when worn, conceals personal information. Cannot be seen through unless opponent is 3 levels higher. Anyone else would be thrilled, but Suyu already possessed the false face talent. Not only could it block information, but it also allowed him to change his name, level, and appearance at will. In comparison, this mask was merely a castrated version of his talent, taking up a precious equipment slot. Not to mention that in the late apocalypse, when the strong frequently crossed paths, simply hiding one's profile had limited value. Sigh. Working for the little girl again. He muttered, tossing the mask to Lu Wei beside him. Lu Wei had just finished an entire 4-pound Sichuan grilled fish plus 2 servings of staple food, and was now contentedly burping. Her outrageous appetite nearly made Suyu's jaw drop, though he had abundant supplies. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, this girl would have starved to death 8 times over if she'd followed someone else. Suyu suddenly slapped his forehead. No wonder my luck's been so bad. The chest-opening ritual subject 3 dance. I almost forgot. He turned to Lu Wei with a smile. Full yet? Lu Wei tilted her head and let out another soft burp, which served as her answer. As agreed. You have to dance subject 3 every time I open a chest. Suyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He volunteered to provide accompaniment, singing, when swords rise, grudges fill the rivers and lakes, sleeves brush against the bright moon. West wind brings falling leaves and withered flowers. Resting on blade and sword, sleep eludes. His voice carried resignation, yet was filled with hope. He desperately wanted to get some good loot. The song ended. Suyu pressed his palms together, silently praying to the Buddhas in all directions. When the moment was right, he opened the chest. The bottom was nearly empty, containing only 2 items indeed. Good chests were always minimalist. The first item, a purple quality skill book. Ultimate Death God's Arrow. Rules exist to be broken. Fires a Death God's Arrow. The farther it travels, the higher the damage. Explodes on first impact, dealing massive damage. 6-hour cooldown. His tat's brutal. Suyu sucked in a sharp breath, already calculating in his mind. He'd let those incompetents at Whitestone Manor have a taste later. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze to the final Itema bow. 10 famous bows. Overlord's bow mythic. Ranked 3rd among China's 10 famous bows, unique equipment. Legend says it was once wielded by the Overlord, crafted with a true dragon's sinew as the bow body, combining power with precision. Attributes, strength 20. Passive hero, critical hit rate 30, critical damage 100. Active ghostly champion, summons the Overlord to fight alongside you. Inheriting 80 of host's total attributes. Lasts 10 minutes, 12-hour cooldown. Mythic grade weapon, and its unique equipment. Suyu gripped the bow, his heart pounding. A mythic grade weapon with unique equipment properties. Looking at the gleaming golden Overlord bow, Suyu's excitement was beyond words. Brilliant golden radiance flowed along the bow's intricate patterns like living creatures dancing through the air, and he could even hear his own heart pounding thunderously in his chest. Mythic grade treasure chests should theoretically yield mythic grade items, but those things were always like lottery tickets 9 times out of 10. You get a disposable consumable scroll, and finding a skill book was reason enough to burn incense in gratitude, let alone getting actual equipment. In his previous life, Suyu had tried countless times, only managing to glimpse mythic grade equipment on rare occasions. But in this life, he'd hit the bullseye with just one shot, directly obtaining a mythic grade weapon with the unique equipment. A tribute his luck was simply heaven-defying. Thinking about how he'd immediately secured the max-level luck talent upon his rebirth, Suyu felt increasingly grateful. It was as if fate had filled in all the gaps. Just in the previous battle, Lu Wei had been complaining about lacking a proper weapon, and now, one of the 10 great bows of China, the Overlord bow, lay quietly in his hands. Suyu looked toward Lu Wei, his lips curving into a benevolent smile like an elder-esque subject. 3 was truly wonderful. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 8th year of the apocalypse that he'd touched his first mythic grade weapon, the Bone Jade Staff. Though both were mythic grade, their rarity levels were worlds apart. The Bone Jade Staff was considered a standard model. Any legendary grade treasure chest on Blue Star had a chance of producing one. They weren't particularly scarce, and many apocalypse veterans had wielded one at some point. Ultimately, it was just obtainable if you tried hard enough. But the Overlord bow possessed the unique attribute. Once someone obtained it, there would never be a second one in the universe. Suyu had only heard of this concept through intelligence reports in his previous life, and had never seen it firsthand. So at this moment, he almost wondered if he was dreaming. He quickly pulled up the attribute panel. 1. Base attribute strength 20, meeting the standard configuration for mythic weapons. 2. Passive skill hero among men, critical hit rate 30, critical hit damage 100. 3. Active skill ghostly champion summons a melee overlord general inheriting 80 of the user's total attributes, capable of continuous growth. Critical hit attributes were as scarce as luck values in the apocalypse equipment system. Ordinary people defaulted to only 2 critical hit rate and 150 critical hit damage, making it practically useless. Equipment that could stack these 2 attributes was second only to the luck-boosting series in rarity. Every piece that appeared became a treasure fought over by powerhouses everywhere. Even more outrageous was Ghostly Champion. It belonged to the summoning category, but unlike one-time consumables or fixed templates, it directly absorbed 80 of Suyu's total attributes. With his current stats, this was equivalent to gaining an additional close combat berserker clad in heavy armor and dual-wielding sword and shield, one that would upgrade alongside the main body's growth. Its potential was clearly visible. Suyu's mind raced through calculations, growing more satisfied with each consideration. The summoned creature could automatically cover his close combat gaps during ranged attacks, and combined with the tactical systems he'd accumulated from his previous life, it was like simultaneously controlling 3 major roles: damage dealer, tank, and controller. Of course, even the most perfect skills had flaws. Both Ghostly Champion and Sacred Arrow Slaughter were ultimate level abilities with lengthy 12-hour cooldowns. The only weakness lay in the skill cooldown time, which, like Sacred Arrow Slaughter, required a 12-hour cooldown period. However, the skill's duration is quite impressive at 10 minutes, which is considered excellent in combat. If a battle remains undecided within 10 minutes, it often means the opponent has lost any chance of victory. During this upgrade, Suyu didn't hesitate to invest all his attribute points into strength once again, finally free from the headache of deciding how to distribute them. Afterward, he reorganized the equipment for himself and his teammate, instantly elevating their overall attributes to a new level. Lone Wolf, Level 7, no class. Personal attributes, Strength 88, Spirit 52, Constitution 72, Agility 83. Equipment, Overlord Bow, Ring of Vitality, Ring of Energy, Sacred Arrow Necklace, Helmet of Spirit, Hunter's Chestplate, Hunter's Greaves, Hunter's Shoulder Guards, Hunter's Gauntlets, Super Rocket Boots. Primary talent, Plundering Hand SSS. Secondary talents, Dance of Death SS, Maxed Luck S, Double Strike S, Earth Shaking S, Maxed Agility S, Absolute Dominance S, Disguise Mask C. Skills, Ghost Hero, Death Mark, Sacred Arrow Slaughter, Ultimate Death God's Arrow, Arrow of Punishment, Healing Arts. Here comes the little flying stick. Lu Wei, Level 5 Elite, no class. Personal attributes, Strength 84, Spirit 13, Constitution 39, Agility 18. Equipment, Black Iron Hammer 2, Vampire Ring 2, Shield Necklace, Disguiser's Mask, Chestplate of Spirit, Greaves of Spirit, Shoulder Guards of Agility, Gauntlets of Agility, Boots of Agility. Talents, Natural Divine Strength, Titan's Grip, Big Eater. Skills, Charge, Bloodlust, Stunning Strike, Disguise. From dawn until now, the changes in their attributes and equipment could be described as earth-shattering. Suyu knew clearly that the heavenly soldiers in Whitestone Manor were no easy opponents, but faced with absolute power disparity, even the most dazzling reputation was nothing but an empty shell. At this moment, Baishurhao sat upright in his study, eyes closed in meditation, his right hand rhythmically tapping the desk, unable to hide the anxiety between his brows. Suddenly, he violently kicked away the woman hidden under his desk, roaring, "You useless whore! I've been teaching you for so long, and you haven't improved at all." The woman trembled all over, crawling back to her position in terror. In just a few hours, this study had witnessed countless beautiful women coming and going, one moment laughing, the next vanishing without a trace. From fragments of conversation, one could deduce that most of them met unfortunate ends. Despite her tattered clothes, she could only work harder to please him for the sake of survival. Baishurhao's emotions surged, forcing his subordinates' reports to be interrupted. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating whether to speak. Seeing him wave them away, they felt relieved and filed out of the room. "Butler Wang." Baishurhao suddenly called out to the last person. Butler Wang's heart tightened, his previously gloating expression instantly replaced by flattery as he bowed and asked, "Young master, what are your orders? It's so late, hasn't the captain returned yet?" Butler Wang was stunned, then reluctantly replied, "Young master, it seems he hasn't. Should I send someone to investigate now?" He dared to respond only because he had gathered relevant information beforehand. "What's the situation in District 3 now?" Baishurhao's tone carried impatience. "Young master, the situation in District 3 is troubling. Since this afternoon, the zombies have been unusually active, and some even claim a barrier has appeared inside. We'll need to wait until tomorrow morning for confirmation. What about Blackfly's tribute today? They're becoming increasingly disrespectful. All of Blackfly gang died in the library. The specific cause is still under investigation." Investigation? 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 Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Baishurhao's gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice suddenly rising. "Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Butler Wang dropped to his knees with a thud, hearing only his own heartbeat pounding like drums. His displeased expression clearly showed dissatisfaction with this answer. After his rebirth, the moment Suyu resolved to kill Lin Rufei with his own hands, the entire world seemed to undergo a butterfly effect of monumental change. In his previous life, when the apocalypse descended, Baishurhao and Lin Rufei were lost in passionate intimacy, oblivious to the chaos engulfing the world. Later, when Baishurhao grew tired of her, he orchestrated her return to Suyu's side, allowing her to continue corroding and tormenting him. However, much to Baishurhao's surprise, Suyu actually managed to rise to power. So Baishurhao once again schemed against Suyu, making him a target of universal hatred, which led to the scene at the beginning of this story. In truth, all the misfortunes Suyu suffered during the apocalypse were orchestrated by Baishurhao himself. "Young master I am." A woman dressed in luxurious attire and exquisitely made up gently pushed open Baishurhao's door, led by a portly man. She wore a form-fitting qipao that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. Her ample bosom and curved hips resembled ripe peaches. Her face was pure yet seductive, with eyes that rippled like autumn waters and eyebrows as graceful as distant mountains. However, there seemed to be a hint of melancholy between her brows, with traces of tears still visible. From the gates of the Bai estate to Baishurhao's room, in just a few hundred steps, she had witnessed many beautiful girls being brutalized. Fear and the urge to retreat surged through her heart, making her tremble uncontrollably. As she hesitated, the man behind her gave her a forceful push. "Young master Bai, this is my daughter. Please show mercy," the man said humbly. Before the apocalypse, Baishurhao had treated him as an honored guest, showing him great respect. However, after the apocalypse, his official position became worthless. For his family's survival, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and personally deliver his goddaughter to Bai Shihao. Director Gua, this is your goddaughter, isn't she? Bai Shihao burst into laughter, clearly quite satisfied with the woman before him. Haha, young Master Bai, I won't disturb you then. Xiaomei, serve young Master Bai well. When you're living the good life later, don't forget your father. Butler Wang, take Director Gua to collect the supply capsules. Bai Shihao scooped up the woman and entered his study. Soon, Xiaomei's heart-wrenching screams echoed from within the study. Xiaomei had originally planned to use all her skills to satisfy Bai Shihao to the best of her ability. However, she realized with horror that in his eyes, she was nothing more than a plaything, subjected to endless torment. Though his member wasn't particularly large, the tools he employed were endless in variety. At first, she could still endure it, but then her screams turned to cries for help. Xiaomei had never known she could be so fragile, so utterly defenseless. For a time, pleas for mercy, curses, screams, and the sounds of violence intertwined, creating an endless cacophony. Bai Shihao paid no mind to this. Instead, he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of tormenting others. But then, his brow furrowed deeply. Since discovering Lin Rufiai's corpse that morning, everything had gone wrong, leaving him feeling immense pressure, almost suffocating him. Lin Rufiai's death and the Lin family's destruction had all happened too suddenly. He disliked this kind of unpredictable and uncontrollable situation. Now, he needed to quickly investigate the cause of all this. At this thought, Bai Shihao's left eye suddenly twitched. He then burst into laughter, his body trembling with excitement. Left eye twitching means fortune. Looks like something good is about to happen. The woman collapsed weakly on the ground, her body limp and powerless. Her clothes were torn to shreds, scattered across the floor in complete disarray. Her eyes rolled back, her face flushed red with tear stains, her entire body covered in bruises and finger marks, unable to move. Suyu and Lu Wei stood at the foot of Baishir Manor, looking up at the magnificent mansion atop the mountain. What was truly remarkable was that the Baishir family, as developers, had ingeniously integrated the entire Baishir Manor into the small mountain within the residential complex. Through their meticulous renovation, this small mountain had now become Baishirhao's private domain. The original roads were equipped with multiple checkpoints. However, this afternoon, Suyu and Lu Wei had completely wiped out the heavenly soldiers under the captain's command. Baishirhao seemed to sense the crisis and had withdrawn all his security forces back into the manor. This keen intuition had helped Baishirhao escape danger multiple times before. Baishir Manor held the high ground, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Although only about 80 heavenly soldiers remained, as Baishirhao's personal guard, they enjoyed top-tier equipment and resources. Compared to Yamamoto's heavenly soldiers, their advantages were even more pronounced. Using the power of the Silverbird Claw, Suyu stealthily infiltrated the manor's perimeter. He discovered that all passages and key locations leading into the manor were heavily fortified. The guards were all well-trained, their faces radiating killing intent, maintaining high alert. What was astonishing was that just days after the apocalypse began, these people's long-suppressed bloodlust erupted like a volcano. Suyu was deeply impressed by this group. They were undoubtedly Baishirhao's most loyal confidants. All of them were orphans from the land of cherry blossoms, adopted by the Baishir family from childhood. Through brainwashing cultivation, they had become utterly devoted death warriors, deeply influenced by the Bushido spirit. Their loyalty to Baishirhao was impeccable. Even if he asked them to eat excrement, they would immediately produce and consume it themselves. Later, Baishirhao's rise to power in China, even becoming a foreign war god who dominated an entire region, was inseparable from their strong support. Their formidable strength was evident from this. Suyu carefully observed the surrounding environment, grateful he hadn't acted impulsively. Originally, he had planned to use the enemy luring pot to attract zombies and replicate last night's strategy of attacking the Lin family, gradually leading them into Baishir Manor. However, within the first phase, all zombies had already been eliminated by the Baishir family's heavenly soldiers. To lure zombies from other areas would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but might also attract unwanted attention. However, this brought one advantage. When dealing with them, Suyu and Lu Wei wouldn't be interfered with by zombies. Even if it might succeed, the effect would be quite limited, as this place was different from the Lin Corporation building. That building had been completely sealed off, allowing Suyu to easily control the situation and eliminate everyone as easily as catching turtles in a jar. Baishir Manor was built on a small mountain, with convenient transportation and access from all directions. Not to mention their considerable strength. If the zombies weren't numerous or powerful enough, it was uncertain who would kill whom. Even if chaos could be triggered, they might still escape. This was why Suyu chose not to charge in directly for a massacre. With his abilities, simultaneously fighting dozens of full-strength heavenly soldiers wouldn't be difficult. But the key issue was that once combat began, Baishirhao had the ability to quickly escape when his forces realized they were outmatched. If he let this big fish Baishirhao slip away, so you probably wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. As a qualified strategist, Suyu chose the most secure approach. In others' eyes, Baisher Manor's defenses might seem impregnable. However, in Suyu's eyes, he could easily spot the flaws. After all, during the 10 years of the apocalypse, Suyu had to maintain high vigilance every day. Combat techniques and positioning strategies had long been integrated into his instincts. The next moment, Suyu felt the long-missed surge of hot blood coursing through his body, brimming with passion. Now, Yamamoto's predecessor had already fallen to Suyu's blade. One of the Baisher family's most crucial pillars of support had been cleanly severed by Suyu. By his assessment, aside from Baisher Hao himself, no one else within Baisher Manor posed a real threat to him anymore. To be safe, he crouched in the shadows, meticulously tracking every guard's movements and conversations, even quietly noting their breathing patterns. After gathering all this intelligence, a bold and clear plan rapidly took shape in his mind. As time passed, the sky shifted from dusk to complete darkness. The apocalyptic night wasn't pitch black. A blood-red moon hung high above, casting an eerie crimson glow across the ground. Though dim, this red light was sufficient for those with keen eyes to discern details. Outside the walls, heavenly soldiers rotated their patrols. Within the estate, beneath a surface of midnight tranquility, lights blazed brightly. Baisher Hao's study connected to his master bedroom. Since the apocalypse began, the study had long lost its original quietude. A luxurious debauchery had become the norm. Women were frequently summoned, and once they fell from favor, they were bestowed upon his subordinates. At this moment, harsh lights illuminated the room where glasses clinked together, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a banquet. Meanwhile, the night outside the manor grew deeper, providing Suyu with perfect cover. The sudden chime of 2 o'clock in the morning rang out, as if tolling a death knell for the Baisher family. Suyu, who had been lying in wait for hours, immediately sprang into action. This was the moment when ordinary people's vigilance was at its lowest, his optimal window of opportunity. To avoid exposing his position, he had preemptively shut off all light sources on his equipment. Though his bracelet had built-in concealment functions, it still wasn't sophisticated enough to fool those familiar with apocalyptic gear. Suyu was exactly that type of person, could identify any piece of equipment's origin from a single intricate, ancient pattern, which made him all the more cautious. "Stay here and follow my lead," he whispered to Lu Wei. Lu Wei tilted her head without making a sound. This subtle gesture was her acknowledgement of the command. Their understanding required no words. The hunter's set was black as the abyss itself. Wrapped within it, Suyu nearly vanished into the night. His 83 points of agility made his muscles spring like coiled steel, his steps light as a cat's shadow, moving so fast the naked eye could barely track him. As the dark figure swept past, dried leaves were caught up in the air currents, spinning as they settled back to the ground without making the slightest sound. After the apocalypse struck, the manor's surveillance system had completely failed, forcing the heavenly soldiers to rely on old flashlights for their rounds. During his reconnaissance, Suyu had never truly rested, constantly observing the sweeping patterns of those beams of light. He had mentally cataloged exactly when each soldier would turn, where each light column would sweep, creating a precise timetable in his mind, even remembered which bulbs had started to flicker. As his operation began, he moved swiftly along his pre-planned route, hugging the walls. Up, down, left, right, every direction change aligned perfectly with the outer wall's angles and corners. His silhouette was swallowed by shadows only to emerge from them again, like a familiar master strolling through his own garden. He gripped a backup flashlight in reverse, its reflective surface pressed against his arm, serving both as a close-quarters shield and preventing any telltale glare. Each movement was timed to avoid the guard's flashlights by half a second, as if those beams of light were actively clearing a path for him. Before long, he successfully reached a blind spot beneath the perimeter wall. Oh! At that moment, a young celestial soldier positioned overhead suddenly let out a tremendous yawn, the sound particularly jarring in the silent night. This wave of drowsiness had been going on for nearly an hour. When the first yawn occurred, the other celestial soldiers thought something had happened to him, and dozens of flashlights immediately swept over to check on him. Only after confirming he was fine did they withdraw their beams. After that, it became like the boy who cried wolf. Whenever someone yawned again, the patrol would simply flash their lights briefly before quickly moving them away. Yawning was contagious, and all the outer perimeter guards were now intermittently succumbing to fatigue, inadvertently exposing a fatal weakness. The moment the young soldier's eyes drooped slightly, Suyu moved like a parkour athlete, silently scaling the perimeter wall in just a few swift steps. Taking advantage of this brief window, he had already dropped down in front of the guard. The soldier had barely opened his eyes when he found himself staring into a pair of blood-red pupils. A tall man in a thick black cloak and wearing a grotesque ghoul mask stood before him. Terror exploded in the soldier's eyes as he instinctively tried to call for help, only to have his mouth sealed by a large hand in medical gloves. A cold flash, the Lu Huaqiang watermelon knife sliced through the air with a faint whistle, precisely targeting the throat. Suyu's talent, earth-shaking, created a 0.1-second paralysis, causing the soldier to momentarily forget to struggle. The next second, blood erupted in a geyser, shooting half a meter high like a dark crimson fountain in the night. Without even managing a sound, his body crumpled. As the flashlight slipped from his grasp, Suyu deftly caught it with his shin, preventing any noise. This blade was one of his spoils from today, the Lu Huaqiang watermelon knife, excellent grade equipment. Attributes, strength 5. Passive, inflicts fear effect when dealing damage to humans, lasting 10 seconds. Truly a fine blade, it can terrify targets in his speechlessness, Suyu murmured appreciatively. Compared to the sharp whistling of arrows, the blade worked almost silently, making it perfect for night raids. He propped the corpse against the wall with the flashlight beside it, creating the illusion of a guard slacking off and dozing. Unless patrol lights came very close, the deception would hold. Suyu then moved stealthily along the wall, using his silver bird claw perception ability to quickly locate all the hidden sentries. The outer perimeter originally had 25 guards, now only 24 remained. The darkness provided perfect cover. Suyu moved like a phantom, each strike precise and decisive. The watermelon knife was like death's scythe, slicing throats with barely a whisper. His movements had become mechanically efficient. Strike, slit throat, catch flashlight, position body, all in one fluid motion without a drop of blood staining his clothes. In just 2.5 minutes, he had systematically eliminated every celestial soldier around the perimeter wall. Now, the manor's defenses had been completely dismantled, leaving only the final patrol group on the outer perimeter. With only these few remaining, Suyu could now use his bow and arrows without restraint. However, clearing the field with a single shot wasn't realistic. Those celestial soldiers weren't stupid enough to line up and wait for death. Just as he was weighing his next move, the patrol team's flashlight beam suddenly swept over the nearest sentry. "Kuntaro, what's wrong? Can't even hold your flashlight steady." The lead celestial soldier yawned as he walked over, completely oblivious to the sinister truth. The Kuntaro they were addressing had been killed by Suyu's watermelon knife 5 seconds earlier, his throat slashed, now lying behind the low wall, while Suyu held the flashlight in the corpse's stiffened hand, directing the beam perfectly toward the patrol group. Suyu pressed himself against Kuntaro's back, using the low wall to conceal his form while manipulating the corpse and silently calculating distances. Several flashlight beams swept over, revealing Kuntaro with his head down, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, shoulders slightly hunched, creating an aura of weary melancholy, exactly the trap Suyu had carefully orchestrated. "Kuntaro, you've been hiding cigarettes? Give me one, damn it. I'm dying of exhaustion." The sergeant confiscated all the cigarettes. "You sneaky bastard." "Exactly. Damn it. I need to find some cigarettes tomorrow too." The mention of cigarettes was like lighting a fuse among the nicotine addicts. After the apocalypse, cigarettes weren't classified as survival supplies, and Baishurhao had scavenged all the remaining ones from the supermarkets. The celestial soldiers were suffering from withdrawal, their private stashes long depleted, and at 2 in the morning, this was the most torturous time. The foreman patrol followed the light beam to Kuntaro's side. Seeing him still silent with his head down, they weren't surprised. Kuntaro had always been the strong, silent type, whose only pleasures outside training were singing, dancing, and basketball. Just hours earlier, he'd been practicing air shots in the apocalyptic ruins, drawing angry curses from nearby survivors. Now on the wall ledge sat a half-pack of Furong cigarettes and a lighter, clearly displayed, as if saying, "Help yourselves." They all rushed forward, each first pulling out a cigarette to tuck behind their ear, then lighting another to stick in their mouth. Sparks flared, smoke swirled in the cold wind, and they leaned against the low wall shoulder to shoulder, leisurely blowing smoke rings as if truly finding a moment of peace. "Brothers, did you notice? The other guy's flashlights aren't moving at all." They looked around the perimeter and indeed saw that over 20 flashlight beams remained perfectly still. Strange, yet they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Suddenly, Kuntaro's head tilted, his entire skull falling backward at an impossible angle. You could even clearly see the blood vessels and trachea at the severed neck. The 4 heavenly soldiers instantly became alert. Something was wrong. Just as they were about to speak, a dark red arrow suddenly tore through the air, the arrow of punishment. Under the tremendous draw strength of the Overlord Bao, this arrow was as thick as a child's arm, even more terrifying than the one that had previously pierced through the armored giant king. In the next second, the arrow ripped through the air, penetrating all 4 men's chests, instantly piercing their hearts and lungs as bone-chilling cold shot straight through their spines. At this life-or-death moment, one of the heavenly soldiers desperately pulled out a distress flare from his waist, a common-grade consumable that could call for backup from nearby allies without alerting ordinary zombies. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was the most widespread form of communication, but in the later stages, it became a double-edged sword in the dark forest. No one could be sure whether the signal came from friend or foe, or what kind of response it might bring. So most people preferred not to use it and kept their distance when they saw one. The flare's operation was extremely simple. Press the button, and the device would immediately launch into the sky. Upon reaching its peak, it would emit special smoke and produce a continuous sharp beeping sound. That heavenly soldier managed to press the switch just before the arrow of punishment pierced his chest. Whoosh, the flare shot skyward. Suyu's eyes narrowed as he locked onto the coin-sized metal object. Whoosh. Another arrow cut through the air. Using a fired arrow to hit a rapidly ascending flare required calculating both their speeds, wind resistance, and gravitational acceleration enough to make Newton roll in his grave. But while others couldn't do it, Suyu could. He had calculated it perfectly. The arrow's speed far exceeded that of the flare. Just as the flare was about to explode, the arrow struck with divine precision, detonating it midair. The smoke and beeping were snuffed out before they could form, completely silencing the distress call. Suyu knew the characteristics of distress flares like the back of his hand. Back when he used to run dungeons with that Burden Lin Rufei, she would play with flares like toys, often leaving him in embarrassing situations. It was precisely because of this that he was completely confident in making this shot. Is this even reasonable? Not far away, a heavenly soldier who had left his post to relieve himself witnessed the entire scene through the bushes, asking this soul-searching question. For Suyu, it was perfectly reasonable. But no one answered his question in the next instant. An arrow tore through the darkness, exploding his head like a watermelon. The Overlord Bao's first normal attack on a person triggered a critical hit, leaving the head connected to the neck by only blood and bone. Compared to Chinese war bows, the Overlord Bao's power was wildly domineering. With this, all 25 sentries and patrol heavenly soldiers around the perimeter of Baishur Manor had been eliminated. Lu Wei, guard the outside. Anyone who tries to escape kill without mercy. Suyu made a hand signal. The expressionless girl didn't hesitate, raising her bow and moving forward. At that moment, the villa's main door creaked open. A heavenly soldier rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawning and muttering. Did that idiot forget about the shift change? Slacking off and sleeping again, he had just stepped over the threshold. A gust of wind swept by, cold light flashed, and an arrow struck him square in the chest. The tremendous kinetic energy dragged the corpse backwards several meters. Fortunately, someone behind him provided support, or he would have collapsed powerlessly, dying on the spot. Who's there? The latter was forced back half a step by the impact, absorbed the force, and slowly spoke. As the villa's main gate slowly creaked open, an overwhelming stench of blood instantly poured out, brazenly saturating the air. The scene inside was even more horrific than the carnage Suyu had left outside the villa. Within the main hall, over a dozen female corpses lay scattered in grotesque positions, creating a sight too tragic to behold. These unfortunate women included some who had once been playthings that Baishur Hao had casually bestowed upon his imperial guards, while many more had been captured by the heavenly soldiers during their raids in this post-apocalyptic world. In this chaotic era, these men had long since lost their humanity, becoming utterly depraved and indiscriminate in their appetites. Whether elderly cleaning ladies or trending tech influencers, whether young girls in their prime or alluring mature women, anyone caught alone would inevitably face a cruel fate. As their master, Baishur Hao was constantly presented with women of all kinds. He showed complete disdain for such offerings and never competed with his heavenly soldiers for them. Consequently, these soldiers freely treated the women as disposable toys. Under the chaos of the apocalypse, all rules had vanished, and disappearances had become commonplace. These heavenly soldiers had fully inherited Baishur Hao's cruel nature. To satisfy their base desires, they unleashed their brutality like wild beasts. However, how could these helpless women possibly withstand the repeated assaults of these soldiers? Under their bestial lust, none survived even a single night. Some victims still vaguely resembled human forms after the attacks, while others had been savagely dismembered into countless pieces. The one questioning Suyu was the captain of the Imperial Guards, an elderly man with white hair. Honda Badeo, level 3, no profession, a rank talent, golden hoop defense. Before Suyu had shot and killed the heavenly soldier with his arrow, Honda Badeo had been sitting upright in the villa's main hall. At that time, he was meditating with closed eyes. As the commander of these heavenly soldiers, Honda Badeo had always maintained a high-profile presence. From the Cherry Blossom Nation to China, he had accompanied and assisted 2 young masters, helping both become heads of the Baishur family. Although no Baishur blood flowed through his veins, his loyalty to the Baishur family had been carved deep into his very bones. This was his pride and his unique honor. However, Suyu was unfamiliar with this man. Honda Badeo, only level 3. Despite his relatively low level, he was the captain of this group of heavenly soldiers. Suyu had no recollection of this name or face, speculating that in his previous life, this person hadn't lived very long. Honda Badeo pushed aside the corpse in his hands and squinted toward the entrance. Though he couldn't see anyone, he felt a chill wash over him. causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Killing intent. Honda Badeo could sense the endless killing intent emanating from the main gate. He had experienced countless internal conflicts within the Baishar family and believed he had weathered every storm of blood and violence. However, compared to the overwhelming murderous aura outside the gate, those past experiences seemed utterly insignificant. The sheer difference in presence alone was enough to create a massive psychological impact. This wasn't an exaggeration, considering that during the so-called Warring States period, the narrow land of the Cherry Blossom Nation had been divided into dozens of small countries, each ruling their own territory and engaging in what they considered impressive battles. One could only say that ignorance had limited his imagination. Of course, it wasn't just Honda Badeo. The previously lively main hall fell into dead silence after that challenging shout, with everyone turning their gaze toward the main entrance in unison. These celestial soldiers were utterly ruthless, their hands stained with blood. The relentless carnage following the apocalypse had pushed their bloodlust to its peak, and everyone in the villa could smell the thick, almost tangible killing intent hanging in the air. After a brief silence, all the soldiers raised their weapons in unison, guns and blades aimed directly at the main entrance. Cold wind swept through the hall, causing the door to creak with faint whimpers, and aside from the wind, the surroundings were deathly quiet. "Who's there?" Honda Bato roared, his voice thundering like rolling thunder. As soon as he spoke, a tremendous aura exploded outward, pressing down on everyone like something tangible, revealing overwhelming strength that surpassed even Yamamoto's predecessor. The noisy villa fell silent instantly, leaving only heavy breathing rising and falling. The study door opened, and Shiraishi Hiroshi emerged, pulling up his pants, his body still trembling, clearly oblivious to the sudden change outside. "What's going on?" "Keep the music playing, keep dancing," he muttered. Without waiting for orders, the soldiers immediately formed a fan-shaped defensive line in front of him, their faces taut as iron. Time passed minute by minute, yet the doorway remained empty. Only then did Shiraishi Hiroshi notice his subordinate lying on the floor, a black feathered arrow piercing his chest, blood seeping into the tile cracks. "Have they really come?" He stared wide-eyed, his panic mixed with a hint of frenzied excitement. "Young master, rest assured," Honda Bato whispered his guarantee. "With this old servant strength, no one can touch a hair on your head." He turned back and made a silencing gesture. Shiraishi Hiroshi nodded and retreated to the wall, preparing to observe. Then Honda Bato took a deep breath of cold air and questioned toward the door. "Why do you lurk in the shadows? If you intend to slaughter our people, at least give us an explanation." Though his voice was forceful, it carried clear wariness. The guards around the villa's perimeter had likely been completely wiped out. To eliminate over 20 elite soldiers without alerting anyone would be impossible even for the Heavenly King himself. Yet the master outside had accomplished exactly that. Was this person human or divine? While everyone held their breath, the real intruder had already left the doorway. Suyu vaulted over the wall in one fluid motion, lightly landing on the second-floor railing and looking down at the hall. All eyes remained fixed on the main door, completely unaware of his presence above. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the threshold. A blue-haired, towering giant in full heavy armor, eyes gleaming with ghostly light, strode in dragging a gleaming long blade. "If heaven won't accept me, I shall defy heaven," he growled. This was precisely the active skill of Suyu's mythic weapon, Overlord's Bow Ghost Hero. The oppressive force accompanying the skill's activation descended like a massive boulder, instantly enveloping the hall. Ghost Hero summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80 of host's attributes. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Overlord, LV7, Class, Overlord. Strength 70, Spirit 42, Constitution 58, Agility 66. Suyu glanced at the status panel, confirming the summoned entity shared his level and possessed complete class characteristics. Displacement, control, shields, protection, a typical high survival tank class, plus special permissions for autonomous operation or direct consciousness control. Against these soldiers, it was practically a dimensional advantage. "Attack together, leave survivors," Honda Bato roared. "Since you've shown yourself, let's have a proper fight." Before his words finished, that mountain-like figure suddenly launched forward like thunder tearing through the sky. Blade light whirled, armor clashed, and the soldiers' defensive line was instantly torn apart, screams and wails echoing continuously. 50 soldiers swarmed forward, yet retreated step by step under the heavy slashing blade, their once impenetrable formation hacked to pieces. Faced with absolute attribute superiority, the battlefield had devolved into one-sided slaughter. Under Suyu's mental control, the Overlord continued slaughtering the celestial soldiers. These celestial soldiers all belonged to the Baishar family. Though their strength was vastly inferior to the Overlord's, they remained fearless in the face of death, charging at the steel giant like moths to a flame, wave after wave. Suyu deliberately controlled the Overlord to use sweeping, dramatic moves. Flashing blades and swinging axes created a spectacular display, yet he intentionally left several openings. Sure enough, the celestial soldiers under Honda Badeo's command soon believed they had found their opportunity, roaring as they surrounded their target. But this was exactly Suyu's strategy, feigning weakness to lure the enemy deeper. In an instant, the remaining 30-odd celestial soldiers swarmed the overlord completely, using their bodies to pin down his limbs and joints. If Suyu wished, he could easily exhaust these men with subtle movements. But there was no need to waste more energy. Concentrating his targets was his true objective. Young master, Captain Honda, the overlord's strength is too overwhelming. This armor is impenetrable, can't even cut through his tendons. Don't panic. I have rope, let's tie him up first. Over a dozen celestial soldiers' corpses lay scattered across the ground, their blood trickling down through the stone cracks. Baisha Hao gripped his sword tightly, grief mixed with ruthlessness in his voice. There's an old Chinese saying, the wise adapt to circumstances. Speak. Who sent you here? His eyes flashed with cold light. The Baisha family has many torture devices. I guarantee I can make you talk. If you don't confess honestly, I'll make you wish you were dead. However, Honda Badeo felt an uneasy stirring in his heart. The man before them radiated murderous intent, yet remained eerily silent. This strange quiet sent chills down his spine. If this person could silently eliminate all the celestial soldiers outside the manor, could he have accomplices? As this thought crossed his mind, his breathing hitched, and a familiar suffocating sensation instantly gripped his throat, as if that deadly arrow from before had returned. From the corner of the second floor, killing intent surged like a tide. He looked up sharply, but it was already too late. Suyu drew the overlord bow, pulling it to a full moon. A black arrow materialized instantly on the string. Death energy swirled around the arrow shaft as it shot forth. The pitch-black arrowhead tore through the air with a sharp, piercing friction sound, blood-red light spreading along its path, as if countless vengeful spirits were shrieking, wailing, and crying out, trampling over each other as they surged toward the mortal world. Ultimate Death God Arrow. Suyu called out in a low voice. Rules are meant to be broken. Ultimate Death God Arrow. Effect. Fires a Death God Arrow whose damage continuously increases with distance during flight. Upon first impact with target, immediately explodes, causing massive area damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. This was precisely the legendary skill book Suyu had obtained from a mythical treasure chest. Unlike Sacred Arrow Slaughter's single-target ultimate strike, Death God Arrow leaned more toward area annihilation. Honda Badeo never imagined that someone would actually aim their arrow at their own ally, the Overlord. This wasn't surprising, since the Overlord was meant to serve as bait to lure enemies. Besides, the duration was nearly over. Run quickly. Honda Badeo had barely opened his mouth to warn them when a black arrow cut through the air, striking precisely the heavenly soldier clinging desperately to the Overlord's leg. The moment the arrowhead penetrated, a blood-red rose exploded. Double strike, Dance of Death, plus the Overlord Bow's passive effect triggered in succession. Ignoring all defense and shields, it stacked an additional 88 points of strength. With the 30 critical hit rate activated, the arrow detonated among the crowd with a devastating 250 critical damage. Combined with the hunter's set bonus damage, this single shot nearly maxed out the damage meter. Against these mortal flesh bodies, it was like using a 105mm rocket launcher to slaughter pigs. Suyu had imagined how terrifying the arrow of death would be, yet still underestimated the scale of this massacre. A deafening explosion swept through the entire hall. Within a 10-meter radius, over 30 heavenly soldiers were instantly obliterated, leaving not even a single piece of flesh larger than 4 inches. Chunks of meat and blood churned through the air, and when they fell, they painted the floors and walls completely red. The hall, already littered with corpses, now resembled hell itself. Honda Badeo and Baisha Hao stood fortunately at the explosion's edge, their eardrums ringing, their vision filled with blood mist. Bone fragments and flesh splattered across their bodies, even flying into their mouths, yet they remained as numb as statues. Baisha Hao felt his throat dry and instinctively swallowed. Ugh, he suddenly spat out a blood-covered eyeball and immediately bent over, retching violently. What is this? Honda Badeo looked around. The Overlord had vanished without a trace, but all the heavenly soldiers who had followed were now dust. He raised his hand to rub his eyes. In the span of closing and opening them, his entire squad's lives had ended. Bang! A black figure plummeted from above, heavily crushing the corpse of a heavenly soldier slain by the Overlord, splattering flesh everywhere. Suyu wore a mask, his red eyes cold as blades through the blood mist. That ordinary physique and harmless appearance carried the chill of one who looked upon the dead, making Honda Badeo's heart tighten suddenly. His memory quickly compared build, features, or everything matched, leaving only one name ready to emerge. So it's you, Suyu? Honda Badeo demanded in shock. You're also the one who killed Lin Rufei and destroyed the Lin family? How is this possible? Baisha Hao couldn't believe it. How could that waste become this powerful? Jime Yume, take the young master and go. Protect the young master with your lives. Honda Badeo roared. Two girls in tight black clothing instantly appeared, shielding Bai Hao as they rushed into the study, slamming the door shut with a bang. Suyu had already marked Bai Hao for death no matter where he fled. He couldn't escape the skill rules of the apocalypse. Mr. Suyu, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Honda Badeo roared. You killed Lin Rufii, didn't you? You wiped out the Lin family too, didn't you? Yamamoto Sensei still hasn't returned. Was that also you're doing? His accusations fell like thunderous drumbeats as Honda Badeo stood tall with his chest out, his eyes locked firmly on Suyu. I'll admit it, Mr. Suyu, you are indeed very powerful. He raised his hand in acknowledgement. But if you have the courage, face me in honorable combat. Don't worry. I, Honda Badeo, value martial virtue above all else and won't kill lightly. Yet even as he spoke, a chill ran through his heart. 60 years of martial arts experience told him that this young man, barely in his 20s, was absurdly strong in ways that defied common sense. How could one person defeat Yamamoto Sensei in such a short time, annihilate the Lin family, and effortlessly clear out all the heavenly soldiers in the manor? Recalling the image of that ultimate death god's arrow tearing through the sky moments ago, Honda Badeo still couldn't believe it was real. Instead, he convinced himself that Suyu had bewitched him with some strange apocalyptic skill. As long as he stayed vigilant, he was confident he could easily subdue this young master. He maintained his stance, clasping his fists and stepping forward into a solid horse stance, the perfect, please make your move posture. Though his status panel showed he was merely level 3, equipped with only a few randomly matched excellent grade items, the overwhelming aura he suddenly unleashed even seemed to surpass Yamamoto Sensei's. Suyu, however, revealed a meaningful smile. Now the answer was crystal clear. No wonder Honda Badeo, despite his considerable strength, would fade into obscurity shortly after the apocalypse began. In Suyu's memory, martial artists were extremely rare in the late apocalypse, with most perishing within the first month. Old-school martial artists like Honda Badeo adhered to building solid foundations, training in the scorching heat of summer and bitter cold of winter, rejecting modern comforts like air conditioning and heating, firmly believing that pure physical prowess far exceeded cold statistics. They scorned personal panels, skills, and equipment, dismissing them as unorthodox practices. This blind confidence accumulated over decades allowed these so-called martial arts masters to survive against weakened zombies during the newbie protection period. But once the 7 days ended and zombies received full enhancements, they instantly became fodder. Honda Badeo would follow the same path. However, he still possessed 2 trump cards. First, 60 years of celibate martial training. Second, his A-rank talent Golden Hoop Defense. Golden Hoop Defense, a rank talent. Surrounded by golden hoop formations that reduce damage by 60 and can absorb damage equivalent to 300 of the user's vitality. The formation refreshes every minute. This talent was indeed formidable, but Suyu had chosen a path of decisive killing, never considering defensive abilities, much less bothering with pretending to be weak. With Honda Badeo's talent and 60 years of celibate training, he could even face multiple mutated zombies hidden. Even Yamamoto Senpai couldn't achieve this level of skill. If Yamamoto Senpai, with his S-rank talent Dance of Death, was the sharpest spear of the Baishir family, then Honda Badeo, with his formidable physique, was their most solid shield. Facing this impenetrable fortress, Butler Baishir couldn't help but shout, "Sir, times have changed." Suyu remained silent, instantly drawing his overlord bow to its full extent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in 1 second. 2 arrows shot out like parallel silver serpents, cutting off Honda Badeo's left and right escape routes, while the third aimed straight for his chest. Honda Badeo's reaction was terrifying. He leaped up suddenly, twisting his waist and hips midair with tremendous force, letting all 3 arrows barely graze past his groin. Suyu immediately followed with a 4th arrow at a cunning angle. The old warrior gritted his teeth and twisted again, using his powerful core strength to dodge what should have been an unavoidable strike. Upon landing, he spun twice to completely dissipate the momentum. "Suyu, you bastard!" he cursed under his breath, veins bulging at his temples. His age showing, he began gasping heavily the moment his feet touched the ground. "Young man, you have no martial virtue. My 60 years of celibate training nearly went to waste. If this is all you've got, surrender now." Suyu thought to himself. If that had been Yamamoto Senpai just now, he never could have dodged it, but Honda managed to do so. Before the apocalypse, such agility would have ranked him among the top martial arts masters. After the apocalypse, stubborn old methods would eventually be outplayed by cunning tactics. "The old guy's got some skills," he commented coolly. Though a new understanding dawned on him, warriors who had honed their physical abilities to perfection possessed reflexes and flexibility far beyond ordinary people, and couldn't be measured by simple levels or attributes alone. Since his opponent prided himself on hand-to-hand combat, Suyu decided to teach him a lesson using post-apocalyptic rules. Before Honda Badeo could steady himself, Suyu suddenly fired another 3 arrows, forcing him to leap into the air again. Honda shouted a warning. Young man, the same trick won't work on me twice. His response came in the form of a skill's radiance. Suyu called out, Sacred Arrow Slaughter. Skill activated. 3 seconds of free movement while unleashing 20 arrows in the same direction, plus 25 additional critical hit rate, each arrow dealing 30 damage, with the ability to forcibly interrupt at any time. Buzz. 20 streaks of cold light tore through the sky like a torrential downpour, completely sealing off all of Honda Badeo's escape routes. Is this humanly possible? Honda's eyes widened in shock. In his moment of stunned disbelief, he forgot that even godly techniques like Ultimate Death God Arrow existed, let alone a mere Sacred Arrow Slaughter. Midair, he strained every joint and muscle in his body, dodging left and right. The first 10 arrows whistled past his clothes without truly hitting their mark. However, he was no Superman after all. Starting from the 11th arrow, he seemed glued to the air, his speed plummeting as despair spread in his eyes. Any arrow that hit would trigger Suyu's Shrank talent, true heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, causing time to freeze for 0.1 seconds. The skill and talent worked in perfect harmony, as if tailor-made for him. Honda Badeo still managed to protect his vital points through sheer willpower, but under the coordinated bombardment of the Dance of Death, all defenses crumbled like paper. The final impact pinned his entire body against the wall, his eyes wide with unwillingness and despair. Despite Honda Badeo's desperate evasive maneuvers, though he managed to dodge most of the dense arrow barrage, 10 arrows still found their mark. The arrowheads tore through muscle, one even piercing clean through his arm, yet he still managed to avoid vital spots. Blood dripped from his sleeves as his breathing grew increasingly labored, his strength slowly draining away. When he looked up and met Suyu's gaze, he clearly caught the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the man's brow, his heart clenching tight, a shocking mix of fear and awe. Am I really getting old? Honda Badeo thought bitterly to himself. In just 2 brief exchanges, not only had he failed to close the distance, but he'd been pinned to the wall by an arrow, unable to move. His 60 years of rigorous training in virgin martial arts seemed to crumble like glass before these cold arrows. His chest ached with humiliation and grief, yet he could find no outlet for his rage. From the corner, Suyu raised his crossbow again, the cold metal reflecting a sharp gleam under the lights. Honda Badeo's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to pull out the arrow, but had lost even the strength to lift his hand, only able to watch helplessly as the next arrow whistled toward him. You have no martial honor. Young man, we should fight fairly, he roared hoarsely, his voice mixed with bloody foam. In his worldview, combat should be a contest of muscle and technique, not taking lives from a distance with cold weapons. I'm not some martial artist. What do I care about martial honor? Suyu replied coolly, his tone full of cold indifference and mockery. Looking at the old man, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. In the apocalypse, strength alone was far from enough. Without weapons, without sensitivity to the times, even the deepest martial skills were just a living target. The bowstring vibrated. The next arrow entered through Honda Badeo's mouth, instantly piercing his brainstem. Death came, without warning, only felt his throat grow hot before consciousness was swallowed by darkness. Then came another devastating blow, the arrow breaking through his skull, bones cracking, blood mist spattering. His legs kicked instinctively as blood gushed out, quickly soaking through his clothes. Deep within the study's safe room, 2 young women stood quietly. They had slender figures and stern faces, their eyes showing a determination that didn't match their age. The elder sister, Tomomi, wore a crimson tight-fitting combat suit with her ponytail tied on the left side. The younger sister, Yumi, was dressed in black battle gear with her ponytail hanging on the right, like mirror images of the same soul. Both suits hugged their curves, outlining bodies with explosive power, indicating they were far from ordinary secretaries. Those left and right ponytails were markers deliberately left by Shiraishi. Hiroshi, one of his fetishes, was grabbing those 2 ponytails like reins, fantasizing about driving 2 parallel carriages racing across endless grasslands. He not only enjoyed flirting with women of all kinds, but particularly relished galloping together with this pair of sisters. In real combat, Tomomi and Yumi were agile and formidable fighters individually. When they fought together, even Honda Badeo wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. Since childhood, they had grown up alongside Shiraishi Hiroshi as his cousins, serving as both personal bodyguards and household managers, as well as his forbidden treasures that he would never allow others to touch, the final line of defense built with their lives, sworn to protect him to the death. However, in the mid-apocalypse period, to obtain a mythical-grade piece of equipment, Shiraishi Hiroshi casually gave them away to someone else. It was said that after being given away, the sisters became despondent and met quite tragic ends. Despite the sisters' best efforts to comfort the terrified Bai Shihao, his expression still revealed deep fear. He had speculated countless times about the killer's identity, but never imagined it would be Suyu, that man he had once easily manipulated, who had cowered before Lin Rufei. How could he possibly be the same person as that powerful killer beyond the security network? Bai Shihao's mind was in turmoil. Honda Badeo had always been known for his ability to read people to the bone and his photographic memory. Now that he pointed to Suyu without hesitation, Bai Shihao had no choice but to accept the reality. He had slept with Suyu's woman and coveted his old mansion, and now the man was likely seeking revenge through total annihilation. This is too ruthless, isn't it? He muttered to himself, unable to calm his increasingly chaotic thoughts. Reflecting on his life of debauchery and countless entanglements with women, he had never imagined that a woman would bring him such mortal danger. When all the clues connected Lin Rufei's murder, the Lin family's destruction, Lin Maorong's mysterious death at Xingqing Hospital, Wu Ying's gruesome death in the library, Yamamoto's disappearance, everything pointed to Suyu. It must be him. There's no other explanation. Yet he couldn't understand how the man had discovered his affair with Lin Rufei, or how his power had grown so dramatically in such a short time. If it weren't for that old fool from the Lin family's terrible idea, Suyu would be dead already. I wouldn't have had to make that bitch Lin Rufei toy with him. I could have just finished him off directly. Bai Shihao's thoughts grew more frantic and incoherent. Young master, please don't panic. The sisters continued trying to steady his emotions. Uncle Honda is incredibly powerful and can certainly stop that killer. Even if the killer shakes off Uncle Honda, he won't be able to find the safe house. Even if he knows the method, without the correct passage, he can't get in. The safe house was built to military bunker standards and could sustain them for months in complete isolation. But the two women weren't entirely confident in this post-apocalyptic world. Could peacetime fortifications really stop the current Suyu? Meanwhile, the villa was a bloody hellscape. Suyu stepped over Honda Badeo's corpse, his eyes fixed on the pulsing death marker on his wristwatch as he gestured toward the doorway. A petite girl tilted her head and followed lightly behind him. Once in the study, the marker's direction was crystal clear. It extended from beneath the desk straight down into the ground. Suyu crouched down and easily triggered the mechanism, revealing the hidden entrance without any concealment. Heavy steel plates blocked the passage, but he paid them no mind. Luwei, Suyu called softly. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 thunderous punches from Luwei, the 10-centimeter thick steel plates crumbled with sparks flying. As the plates fell, the passage door burst wide open. In the next instant, Jimei and Yumei, one in black and one in red, shot out like 2 bolts of lightning, carrying powerful killing intent as they swiftly attacked Suyu. Shiraishi Tomomi, LV4, no profession, rank talent, natural seductive physique. Shiraishi Yumi, LV4, no profession, rank talent, natural seductive physique. Natural seductive physique, rank rare talent, awakening probability of 1 in 10,000. Once possessed, the body can be reshaped, allowing appearance and curves to be adjusted at will while maintaining eternal youth. All damage dealt to the opposite sex is increased by an additional 50. As expected, they're twins with identical levels and talents. Suyu thought to himself as he pulled up their profiles for evaluation. In his eyes, rank barely qualified as passing, yet among survivors it was extraordinarily rare. He had heard whispers about natural seductive physique in the late apocalypse. Many wealthy families treated women with this talent as playthings, proving that class stratification had never truly disappeared. The current Suyu merely regarded rank talents as conversation pieces unless they were a rank or higher. He could hardly be bothered to look. Just as 2 green glowing daggers closed in, their cold light aimed directly at his throat, a whoosh sounded. Golden light flashed in Luwei's eyes, and without waiting for orders, she suddenly sprang into action. She charged forward fiercely, instantly closing the distance to her opponents, then unleashed her signature, devastating strike. This combo had never failed her. If the twin blades continued their descent, the Shiraishi sisters would surely be blasted into bloody mist on the spot. The massive hammer roared through the air, its force tearing through the atmosphere. Both Shiraishi Tomomi and Yumi felt their hearts sink as the shadow of death surged over them like a cold tide. Their blade edges were about to slice through Suyu's skin but stopped just half an inch away. Should they gamble? Bet that their blades were faster, or that the black iron hammer would sweep over their heads first. In the span of a single breath, they reached the same conclusion: no gamble. Even if they could kill Suyu first, they couldn't escape being crushed into pulp by the massive hammer. Moreover, if young Master Shiraishi lacked the strength to lead them to safety, this strike would be meaningless. Furthermore, Suyu had displayed physical attributes far beyond imagination. Even if he took the dagger's heat in, he would suffer at most superficial wounds with no real threat to his life. Not to mention the little girl before them wielding 2 large hammers. She clearly wasn't someone to mess with. In fact, even without Luwei, Suyu's agility gave him complete confidence in dodging. However, the absolute enslavement talent came with built-in protection mechanisms. Whenever the master's life was threatened, servants would instinctively trigger their protective response. Thus, Luwei struck without hesitation at the first opportunity. The hammer shadow missed the Shiraishi sisters, but continued with undiminished force. The office desk instantly turned to powder, the floor shattered, and even the steel reinforcement bars were exposed. The devastating power of that strike sent cold sweat down both women's spines. Grateful they had chosen to dodge. A direct hit would have meant certain death. As the immediate crisis passed, Lue smoothly withdrew and flashed back to Suyu's side, her expression remaining cold yet maintaining a combat-ready stance. Both women knew that facing them head-on with brute force would be futile, and they reached a silent understanding with just a glance. Years of being treated as pets by Shurhao had made the sisters exceptionally sharp at reading situations. At this moment, they seemed to see their own reflection in Luai for Suyu. The relationship appeared more like master and servant than siblings. Indeed, all despicable men were the same. With their chance for a direct assassination lost, Jime and Yume quickly adjusted their strategy. For the sake of young Master Baishur, they decided to offer their bodies once again. The two ninja girls in tight black and red combat suits flicked their wrists and shook their blades, the steel gleaming with cold flashes before they placed their short swords down with a sharp clang. As they bent over, glimpses of snow-white skin and deep cleavage flashed beneath their necks. Simultaneously, each secretly slipped a poisoned shuriken from their sleeves, waiting for the right moment. Then, almost simultaneously, both pulled out pure white undergarments from their combat suits, their tall figures clearly outlined under the lamplight. The tight fabric trembled slightly, accentuating their curves. They waved their undergarments in a gesture of surrender, their gazes instantly softening as an ambiguous atmosphere quickly filled the cramped study. This confidence stemmed from their great seductive talents. Their reconstructed bodies, faces, and voices were lethal to any lustful man. Combined with techniques honed since childhood, their words carried hypnotic power. Their voices were low, magnetic, and gentle, like warm spring water against the eardrums. Big brother, we can't beat you, we surrender. We've thrown down our weapons though, you want to search us personally? We can't very well give you our crotchless stockings and thongs from under our bodysuits, can we? Just spare young Master Baishur, and we sisters are at your disposal. We know how to please men, want to try right now. As they spoke, their hips swayed gently, movements fluid as silk, yet perfectly controlled the skilled body control earned through group activities. Suyu and Lue seemed to lower their guard, so the sisters tentatively moved closer. Oh, is that so? Then call me daddy. Suyu's tone was flat, yet seemed to hit their funny bone. The two women exchanged glances and smiled, convinced this man had fallen for their trap. Daddy, before the soft, sweet syllable finished, the sisters had already positioned their shurikens at their fingertips, ready to strike. However, despite their seductive tone, Suyu still caught the glint of killing intent in their eyes. 10 years in the apocalypse had shown him too many examples of people dying from being soft-hearted. Just as the two women opened their mouths, Suyu's bowstring suddenly sang, and an arrow pierced the air. Completely unprepared, neither woman expected him to act so decisively. Their tried-and-true seduction had utterly failed against Suyu. The ambiguous atmosphere was swept away by the arrow's wind as they failed to dodge in time, their bodies thunderously pinned against the bookshelf, trembling violently. Their eyes then became unfocused, and the poisoned shurikens in their hands clattered to the ground. Suyu peered into the secure passage, where the death marker remained motionless. Baishurhao had just learned of his two female companions' deaths. Knowing there was no escape from Suyu's terrifyingly overwhelming power, he could only stand in the center of the safe house, waiting for his approaching enemy. The room was dimly lit, and behind him hung a world map that covered the entire wall, densely marked with red pins indicating the Baishur family's branch strongholds scattered across the globe. Suyu approached with steady steps and cold eyes. In the next instant, he drew his bow, the string pulled taut like a full moon, and a dark red arrow of punishment shot through the air at meteor-like speed, aimed directly at Baishurhao's knee. The wind generated by the arrowhead created a piercing whistle in the confined space that made one's heart tighten. When the arrow struck its target, a sharp metallic scraping sound exploded through the air like clashing swords. The expected burst of flesh and blood never came. Instead, the arrow shaft instantly shattered into countless dark red crystal fragments that scattered and vanished. The arrow of punishment, which had wreaked havoc on countless battlefields, failed to leave even the slightest mark on Baishurhao. Baishurhao, level 5, no class, strength talent, absolute defense, special talent, cannot be plundered. Absolute defense. When Constitution attribute exceeds opponent's strength, spirit attributes, grants immunity to all physical and skill attacks. He wore exclusively Constitution-enhancing equipment and had invested all his free attribute points into Constitution, boosting this stat to an astounding 85 points. Correspondingly, his strength, spirit, and agility were all suppressed to lower levels. But as long as his Constitution dominated, even Lu Wei with her 84 points of strength couldn't break through his defense. Even Yamamoto Senjin with his S-rank talent, Dance of Death, couldn't shake him in the slightest. Suyu's spirit attribute was merely 52 points, making skill attacks like the Arrow of Punishment completely harmless to Bai Shihao. Seeing the arrow easily deflected by absolute defense, Bai Shihao's chest rose and fell slightly as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu, however, slung the overlord bow across his back, his face seemingly showing the helpless expression of giving up. Then, his right hand quietly gripped the dagger that had once been used to assassinate Lin Rufei, and he continued his approach. He had carefully honed this dagger, deliberately dulling its edge to inflict tearing, blunt pain. When cutting flesh, the duller the blade, the more agonizing the kill. Today, he would let Bai Shihao experience this firsthand. As his greatest enemy from his previous life, Suyu knew Bai Shihao's talents, attributes, and combat methods like the back of his hand. After a brief moment of panic, Bai Shihao regained his former arrogance. Facing Suyu's aggressive advance, he straightened his chest and spoke with his usual composure. My talent is absolute defense, with 85 points in constitution. If your strength can't exceed that number, all your attacks are futile. Now, do you have time to listen to what I have to say? He paused, assuming the posture of a negotiator, then continued. There's an ancient Chinese saying, all under heaven bustle about for profit, all under heaven rush about for gain. Suyu, you possess exceptional strength, while I, Bai Shihao, have the entire Bai Shi family's support behind me. If we join forces, we could easily control the prosperous Star City, the vast expanse of China, even the entire Blue Planet. Suyu, I believe we can discuss this. Bai Shihao stood with his back to the map, spreading both arms wide. It felt as though the entire Blue Planet was already within his grasp. Drawing on memories from his previous life, Suyu knew clearly that Bai Shihao's ambitions were far from empty boasts, but in this lifetime, he intended to make things a billion times harder for the Bai Shi family. The more Bai Shihao spoke, the more excited he became, with ambition practically bursting from his eyes. Yet when their gazes met, Suyu remained calm and composed. In that instant, Bai Shihao's smile froze on his face, and the wild euphoria surging in his chest was completely extinguished. The next moment, cold steel flashed as Suyu's dagger effortlessly sank into Bai Shihao's thigh. What? How is this possible? Excruciating pain exploded through him as Bai Shihao stared in disbelief. His absolute defense had been shattered in an instant. With his attributes, he prided himself on having over 50 points in agility and nearly 85 in strength. Yet this man cut through him like paper. As piercing screams echoed around them, Suyu responded quietly, sorry about that. My strength is 88 points. He removed his ghoul mask, his lips curving into a sinister smile. Unlike his crude approach with Lin Roof, this time he chose an assassination-style dissection, more suited to someone from the land of cherry blossoms. Rubber gloves snapped tight as he forcibly tore open the small wound with his overwhelming strength, plunging 2 fingers into the flesh. Bai Shihao gasped, but before he could react, the tearing began. The sound of ripping flesh mingled with agonized wails, each motion more torturous than any cutting, crushing, or twisting could be. Time seemed to stretch endlessly while pain amplified to its absolute limit. Since the apocalypse began, he had never experienced such torment. A single strike sent his breakdown meter soaring by 50. Cold sweat plastered his face as he drifted between unconsciousness and awareness, but his meager strength and agility left him unable to escape or fight back. His left leg was torn down to the bone, blood rapidly pooling beneath his feet. Suyu produced a vitality potion and poured it directly into the gaping wound without hesitation. The liquid burned like fire as Bai Shihao screamed himself hoarse. Suyu, I'm begging you, kill me. Don't torture me anymore. The potion's effects cleared his mind, but also sent his psyche careening back and forth on the edge of despair. Suyu chuckled softly. Kill you? Of course. But we'll take our time. That laugh seemed demonic to Bai Shihao's eyes. Before the words had fully left his lips, the dagger pierced his right leg. Tearing, peeling back, blood spattering. Bai Shihao's screams became as shrill as a pig being slaughtered. The same torture was repeated on his other leg. Muscle fibers stripped away strand by strand as his entire body convulsed, tears, mucus, sweat, and blood mixing together. This is just the beginning, Suyu announced calmly. With a twist of the blade, Bai Shihao's manhood was severed cleanly. The numbness that had begun to set in from the overwhelming pain was instantly reignited by this sudden amputation. Just as he opened his mouth, Suyu grabbed the severed piece and stuffed it down his throat, blocking all pleas and screams. As Suyu spoke, his next strike pierced precisely through Bai Shihao's wrist. This blade is my payback to you. Suyu's smile became increasingly sinister under the cold light as he stared at Bai Shihao, his voice low and icy. 10 years. You used Lin Rufei to suck my blood and feast on my flesh. Bai Shihao shuddered violently, terror and confusion swirling in his pupils. He tried to calm himself, but couldn't fathom what Suyu meant by 10 years from the day he started scheming against Lin Rufei. It had been a year at most. Absurd. He wanted to protest, but suddenly realized his throat was being crushed by his companion's grip, unable to squeeze out even a syllable. Before Bai Shihao could recover, Suyu raised his blade again, flicking his wrist as cold steel sliced through the air. This blade is also my payback to you. His voice grew even colder. In the apocalypse, you framed me as a traitor to China, making me despised by thousands and hunted by the 10 greatest masters. What is he rambling about? Has he mistaken me for someone else? Such thoughts surged through Bai Shihao's mind, yet he couldn't even shake his head, only stare at Suyu with wide, bewildered eyes. The madness in Suyu's eyes intensified as a contemptuous smile curved his lips. This blade is still my payback to you because I damn well feel like it. As his words fell, the dagger rained down on Bai Shihao like a storm. Each time the blade pierced flesh, his nerves convulsed as if set ablaze. His breakdown meter climbed relentlessly 70, 90, 100. Bai Shihao's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, his gaze losing focus as he lay in the pool of blood like a cold, dead pig. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, anyone would assume he was already dead. Was this how it would end? Suyu drew his overlord bow, knocked an arrow, and drew the string in one fluid motion. The bowstring thrummed as the arrow shot forth with devastating force. In the next second, Bai Shihao's body burst like a punctured balloon, exploding into scattered flesh and blood mist. The mountain that had weighed on Suyu's heart was finally lifted. Suyu let out a long, triumphant roar, his heart feeling incredibly light. With his great revenge finally achieved, he felt as if a massive boulder had been lifted from his chest, and every breath of air carried a crisp, refreshing quality. At this moment, the Whitestone Manor was devoid of all life except for one person. The lingering smell of blood in the air told the whole story. In his previous life, Bai Shihao had opposed him at every turn because of that entanglement with Lin Rufei. Later, when the 10 masters besieged him, it only added fuel to the fire. The Bai family? The 10 masters? And all those who had once hurt and humiliated him? Since they dared to make their move, they would all be consigned to destruction. However, the most urgent matter at hand was completing his class change. Having been reborn, his memories from his previous life were his sharpest weapon, and he had to hurry to strengthen his abilities. Suyu took down the world map from the wall, rolled it up, and stuffed it into his storage ring. The Bai family had established countless secret contact points around the globe and marked them with hidden signs, but he still needed to activate the specific coordinates and contacts one by one. The safe house was filled with gold and silver jewelry, precious gems and jade, antique calligraphy and paintings, and famous swords and blades looted from China, dazzling array of treasures. But in the post-apocalyptic world, all these luxuries were worthless. Even the masterfully forged famous swords and blades had long been reduced to scrap metal by the extreme environment in terms of sharpness and durability. Instead, a Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife that could cut both melons and meat was more practical for real combat. Suyu casually picked up an ostentatiously large gold watch while his storage ring could certainly tell time. Glancing at his wrist was more straightforward than calling up a virtual interface. Besides, this self-winding mechanical watch was sturdy and durable, far more reliable than the electronic watch he had used until it broke in his previous life, and it came with a bit of show-off functionality as well. After securing his spoils of war, Suyu hummed a leisurely tune as he stepped out of the tunnel. At the study door, the traitorous Steward Wang stared wide-eyed at him and Lu Wei. Lu Wei remained expressionless as always, only her crimson pupils flickering with an unfathomable light. In contrast, Suyu looked like he had just crawled out of the depths of hell, with dark red Lakita mixture of enemy blood and his own dried on his robes. A few minutes earlier, Steward Wang had gotten up in the night to use the bathroom, only to stumble upon the hellish scene inside the villa, nearly collapsing on the spot. Just as he crawled to the study door, he saw Bai Shihao's personal ninja pinned to the bookshelf and immediately realized his master was likely doomed. He was about to flee when he heard Suyu's contented humming nearby, and his legs gave out, simply wet himself on the spot, saving himself another trip to the bathroom. Awake! Suyu glanced at him, his tone as casual as if he were asking about the weather. The last living soul in the manor was just this Steward Wang, whose combat ability was virtually non-existent, so Suyu was in no hurry to deal with him. Skilled at reading people's hearts, Steward Wang instantly grasped the situation. This man and woman before him were the true demons who had massacred the manor. Terror churned within him, but he forcibly suppressed his trembling. When your backing isn't strong enough, you must immediately find a new, iron mountain to lean on. Wealth and status had always been earned through flattery. He knew the rules and was willing to humble himself. Great hero. He forced a fawning smile, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's. I'm not Japanese, I'm Chinese like you. My surname is Wang. You can just call me Little Wang. Though I come from humble origins, I do have some small cleverness. As long as you don't despise me, I'll go through fire and water for you, even unto death. Suyu had long been aware of Steward Wang's existence. After the apocalypse, he secured his position in the Baisher family through his extraordinary talent for flattery and sycophancy. While he appeared to merely cling to power, he secretly served as Baishur House strategist behind the scenes. From intelligence gathering to power division, every move was orchestrated by him, and he had never failed over the years. Baishur Hao's rise to power and eventual ascension to godlike status in China followed almost every step of the path laid out by this steward. Within the Baishur family, a saying circulated, "Wang waging alone is worth half a city." Survival in the post-apocalyptic world was harsh, and countless weak individuals had no choice but to attach themselves to the strong. For Steward Wang to achieve such status was already remarkable. However, at the same time, Suyu's reputation gradually reversed. The entire world turned against him, forcing him step by step into the abyss, and the mastermind behind it all was closely connected to Steward Wang. Suyu had sworn a venomous oath. Once he caught Steward Wang, he would dismember him piece by piece. Today, the moment to fulfill that oath had finally arrived. In the bloodstained hall, Suyu crouched down and looked up, his voice low and menacing. "So you're Wang Bancheng? Haha, you flatter me." Steward Wang instantly put on a fawning smile, repeatedly nodding as he bent his back lower than the withered branches by the door. Suyu pulled up his system panel, cold data appearing before his eyes. Wang Bancheng, LV2, no profession, frank talent, gold amplification. "I once swore to dismember you piece by piece and you're the one," Suyu announced coldly. "No way." Steward Wang's pupils contracted as his gaze fell on the cleaver Suyu brandished. The blade reflected a ghastly pale light, and his breathing immediately became erratic. The blade flashed, and Steward Wang's left leg was severed at the root, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. The excruciating pain left him unable to form complete pleas for mercy, his eyes wide with terror as sweat and blood flowed together. "Hero, please don't kill me." His tearful wails echoed through the empty hall. Struggling to breathe, he rapidly revealed his trump card like machine gun fire. "Since you've come to the Baishur family for revenge, I have the list of all the Baishur family's secret agents throughout China. Spare my life, and I'll give you everything." Suyu remained expressionless, though a hint of unexpected joy stirred within him. He had thought such top-secret information was known only to Baishur Hao, never expecting Steward Wang to be privy to it as well. When torturing Baishur Hao to death, he had wanted to extract this intelligence, but that man would rather die than speak. Now the opportunity had presented itself. However, opportunists always had insatiable appetites. Steward Wang endured the pain as he pulled out an exquisite little notebook, carefully clutching it to his chest, his voice trembling. "Hero, I've heard there's a type of red potion that can restore vitality when consumed. Could you perhaps give me a bottle?" "No." Suyu's motion of raising the cleaver was swift and decisive. The blade fell again, and Steward Wang's right leg flew several feet away, blood spreading across the floor in crimson patterns. His face turned deathly pale instantly, his sanity devoured by pain, leaving only heart-wrenching screams. "Hero, please. I'll give you everything, everything, just spare me." But the blade did not stop. One cut, two cuts, three cuts, each one precisely dismembering the body. Suyu had only one thought when you're in this business. You must keep your word. Having sworn in his previous life to dismember him piece by piece, he would show no mercy. The final cut aimed for that one sprout head, letting it taste despair as it hit the ground. Yawn. Suyu let out a weary yawn. After cleaning up the bloody, gruesome battlefield downstairs, he casually toyed with the gleaming golden Rolex in his palm, mentally calculating that less than 3 hours remained until dawn. He headed straight to the top floor and randomly pushed open a door at the end of the hallway. This was clearly a guest bedroom, yet it had been transformed into nightclub-level luxury. The walls were covered with suggestive paintings too explicit to examine closely. Purple lights cast reflections on the circular waterbed, where ripples shimmered like snake scales. In the corner, a 6-foot aquarium quietly bubbled away as lionfish with flowing fins glided through the glass, adding an extra touch of mystery to the already excessive atmosphere. Suyu curled his lip in mock admiration. Rich people's homes are just so humble and boring. As a zombie, Lu Wei didn't need sleep. Suyu retrieved an all-purpose resource capsule from his wrist storage space and handed it over. "Lu Wei, eat up and guard the door." The little girl's eyes lit up as she eagerly clutched the capsule, unscrewing the cap with the practiced skill of someone unwrapping a gift. Her innate combat instincts combined with her ravenous appetite for food made her Suyu's most reliable nighttime bodyguard. After a hot shower, Suyu collapsed onto the waterbed, heavy fatigue mixed with warm moisture quickly dragging him into deep, sweet slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was 10 o'clock. The room reeked of sour food scraps. Lu Wei sat on the carpet with crumbs still clinging to the corners of her mouth. Yet her little hand was already reaching toward him again clearly. One capsule wasn't nearly enough to satisfy this bottomless pit. "Good thing I have plenty in stock." Suyu rubbed his temples, tossing her a second capsule with a helpless, bitter smile. He pulled out a Star City tourism map from his luggage, something he'd lifted from Baishur House study the night before. The map clearly marked all of Star City's major attractions and landmarks, and his next target was already circled in red, the Star City Museum. Hidden there was the opportunity to unlock the strongest hidden archery class, God of Zongbu. To successfully change classes, the first step was reaching the museum. The museum's prized artifact was a bronze ritual vessel said to have been used in ceremonies honoring Ho-E. By activating it in a specific way, players would be transported into a hidden dungeon. Clearing it would reward the God of Zongbu class change scroll. In his previous life, Suyu had learned this entire process while teaming up with others at the museum. Back then, however, he possessed the Mage's Heart talent, which provided higher bonuses to magic skills, so he had switched to practicing as a necromancer thaw that was more than 10 days after the apocalypse began. Now it was only the 5th day, and the museum was likely still overrun with zombies. The class change system had beginner protection restrictions for the 3 standard classes mage, priest, warrior, requiring level 10 before accepting quests. But hidden classes followed a different path. As long as you obtained the scroll, you could change classes immediately upon reaching level 10. Suyu was determined to seize this opportunity first. After organizing his supplies, he stretched lazily, called for Lu Wei to follow, and stepped out through the gates of the Baishur estate. Faint sounds of survivors arguing drifted up from the foot of the mountain, apparently discussing plans to climb up and claim the spoils of war. In just one night, the security system of Star City's luxury district had completely collapsed, and the entire upscale neighborhood had fallen into chaos following the destruction of the Baishur family. Suyu knew well that this was only a temporary situation. Establishing a new order was only a matter of time. The apocalypse had entered its 5th day, and humanity was rapidly adapting to this ruined world. Hunger forced them to leave their homes, as mere resistance could no longer ensure survival. Even the strongest person would collapse after 5 days without food or water. Rather than wait for death, it was better to brave the dangers outside. Most zombies remained at levels 45, making direct confrontation impossible for individuals, so survivors began forming groups, hoping to seize a chance at life amid the chaos. The Xingqing Museum, Xingqing Library, and Xingqing Concert Hall stood side by side at the river delta, once the most popular destination for tourists and locals alike. When the apocalypse erupted, the delta was hosting a large-scale event with 50,000 attendees. Temporary metal barriers had sealed off the outer perimeter, instantly blocking all escape routes. Roars and screams merged into chaos as blood stained the musical fountain, with severed limbs floating on the water's surface. The fountain speakers crackled with static, interweaving with colorful lights to cast the entire plaza in an eerie red theater. Zombies swarmed the museum, library, and surrounding grounds, seemingly endless in number. Suyu raised his binoculars and saw a dense mass of zombie silhouettes at the museum entrance. The museum's interior was cramped, allowing for strategic positioning and individual kills, but in this open area, zombies numbered in the thousands. Even if he wore out his bowstring, he couldn't clear them all. Lu Wei's short legs and insufficient agility meant that if surrounded in the plaza, escape would be nearly impossible. Just as Suyu was contemplating infiltration routes, the concert hall's side door burst open, and nearly 100 survivors rushed out. This group consisted of band members, dance troupe performers, concert hall staff, and a few scattered visitors, generally young in age, having completely cleared the surrounding zombies. Their leader wore a conductor's uniform and was equipped with 3 excellent grade items, a cold gleam at his waist as he gestured animatedly toward the museum and library, outlining tactics. Though the other members had limited equipment, their eyes showed unusual determination, and they had specifically assigned sentries around the perimeter, displaying tight organization. As soon as the leader finished speaking, a few people turned and left, while more chose to stay. Suyu squinted and murmured quietly, "Interesting." In the apocalypse, temporary alliances formed and dissolved based on profit, and when facing life or death choices, so-called rules and morality often crumbled instantly. This remained a world where strength reigned supreme. In that case, why not use this team's power to clear the zombie horde? As long as he could successfully infiltrate the museum, he could avoid many unnecessary troubles. Star City Concert Hall. Nearly 100 players were gathered between the stage and audience seating, adjusting lights, tuning instruments, and rehearsing their positions. At the stroke of noon, the bells thundered down, and with them came the apocalypse. The monotonous echoes in the rehearsal hall were instantly replaced by distant explosions and screams of terror. Compared to the crowded, horrifying scenes at the museum and library, this place seemed eerily quiet. Yet this seemingly loose-knit performance troupe managed to carve out a bloody path to survival through fire and carnage. During their initial escape, they had to navigate through overturned instrument cases in the corridors and dodge roaring zombies at the entrance before bursting onto the streets. Fighting their way through, they rescued members of the dance troupe and gathered up scattered technical staff and security guards from every corner of the concert hall. Using the music hall as their anchor point, this team cleared out several small zombie clusters nearby, gradually expanding their safe zone. The man who held this group together was Lu Tianlong, The orchestra conductor, a diehard fan, who treated apocalypse novels like survival manuals. He had devoured over 1,000 post-apocalyptic books, memorizing plots, weapons, and evacuation procedures inside and out. When real disaster struck, his advanced preparation and cool head revealed remarkable organizational skills and decisive leadership. He mapped escape routes from the underground parking garage to the second-floor fire exits, stationed sentries, used stage spotlights as signal lights, and even converted the sound system into sonic decoys to lure zombies away. Ultimately, he led his people through the blockade lines, tearing open a bloody path through the zombie hordes, making the concert hall the only safe haven in the river delta. Lu Tianlong named this sanctuary Sleepless Star City, after a bar he used to frequent, symbolizing lights that would never go out. His personal equipment and level far exceeded others, making him the undisputed leader. In the apocalypse, the more helpless people felt, the more they wanted to stick together. Leaving the main group meant surrendering your chances of survival. So when Lu Tianlong raised his arm and called out the next mission objective, most chose to follow, with only a few quietly slipping away. Continuous hunting operations brought the team food, medicine, and rare equipment dropped by zombies. The sound of level-up notifications mixed with the metallic scent of blood, making hearts race with excitement that even overshadowed fear. They should have quit while ahead, but their brief victories bred arrogance. At this crucial moment, Lu Tianlong made a decision he would deeply regret: opening the doors without restrictions, allowing any survivor to join Sleepless Star City. Within just 2 days, all kinds of people flocked from every direction, some seeking merely to survive, others gambling on opportunity. The explosive growth in numbers scattered loyalties, making the group instantly difficult to control. The faction quickly split into 2 camps. The first, led by Lu Tianlong, consisted mostly of out-of-town performers who had fought their way out of the concert hall from the beginning. The second was headed by Huang Ding, a Star City local, with members who had mostly schemed their way in. Both sides were evenly matched in numbers and combat power, making opposition to the other the safest and most politically correct stance. The earlier followers of Lu Tianlong became, the more they believed in his abilities and strong leadership. Pushing their fighting spirit to its peak, they clamored to storm the museum and show their strength. After all, they were outsiders with no connections or support. Because of this, everyone understood one truth: to survive in this crisis-ridden world, the only way forward was to keep getting stronger. The newly joined squads had never received Lu Tianlong's protection. They could only use the team's banner to sneak into concert halls or basements, targeting isolated zombies for brief moments of peace. Lu Tianlong knew well that arguments would only waste energy and time. Better to settle things quickly. If he wanted Sleepless Star City to continue existing, he had to establish absolute authority. Several followers gathered around a makeshift round table for lengthy discussions, finally reaching consensus with him regardless of whether others were willing to join. The massive horde of zombies gathered at the museum represented a treasure trove of experience, supplies, and equipment that demanded a proactive strike. But the problem was obvious. Attempting a frontal assault from the plaza-facing position would be suicide. Tens of thousands of zombies congregated there, and once disturbed, the entire Sleepless Star City would be destroyed. Stop arguing. It'll be dark in a few hours. Go to the concert hall or basement if you want. Tomorrow morning at 8, we're hitting the museum. Lu Tianlong slammed the table with finality. His followers whistled, their morale soaring. At that moment, Huang Ding stepped forward. The museum? There are too many zombies there. Shouldn't we wait another day to get more people to join the Sleepless Star City operation? In Huang Ding's mind, delaying just one more day would let him use his connections in the old Star City to recruit newcomers. By using threats and bribes to bring them under his command, he could outnumber Lu Tianlong and the other outsiders. When that time came, he need only raise his arm and call out, and Sleepless Star City would officially fall under his control, allowing him to make a name for himself in this apocalyptic world. Don't worry, a frontal breakthrough won't work, but attacking through the basement is feasible. Lu Tianlong remained patient. Feasible? We only have about 100 people. Once we're inside, how can you guarantee everyone will make it back alive? Huang Ding raised his voice in challenge. It's decided. I'm announcing this as team leader. Lu Tianlong hesitated briefly, but still made the call. Huang Ding exchanged knowing smiles with his supporters. They had already decided to stay put the next day, waiting to watch Lu Tianlong fail. The next second, murmurs rose from the crowd like boiling water. Fortunately, the concert hall had decent soundproofing, or the zombies would have been attracted long ago. Lu Tianlong understood perfectly. No matter how much he said, those unwilling to follow orders wouldn't change their minds. His brief taste of power had left him with this uncontrollable bunch, yet now he couldn't bear to abandon the territory he'd worked so hard to establish. The intoxicating feeling of being surrounded by followers and wielding authority consumed him, but whenever someone more ambitious appeared, he couldn't help worrying about being replaced. At this moment, Suyu and Luwei had changed into ordinary clothes, completely unremarkable. Under their disguises, their personal information was completely hidden, appearing only marginally stronger than regular people from a distance. No one paid attention to their presence. When a kind-faced man slowly descended from the stairwell, no one noticed his arrival either. Behind him followed a petite, adorable little girl wearing a disguised mask. Suyu entered the Sleepless Star City directly with Lu Wei. Even in his casually matched long robe and combat boots, he stood out in the crowd with an extraordinary presence that made people unable to resist taking a second look, though of course, he was still slightly inferior to us handsome and dashing readers. Under normal circumstances, the city entrance would have guards conducting inspections, but the sudden commotion from a nearby building had drawn all the guards away to watch the excitement. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Su siblings smoothly passed through the gate, avoiding the hassle of registration and questioning. The moment his foot touched the plaza, Suyu caught sight of a glaring golden gleam in the corner. Huang Ding, with his almost luminescent blonde hair, would find it impossible to keep a low profile once seen. He could never be forgotten. What a narrow path for enemies to meet again. In his previous life, Suyu had ventured to the Star City Museum for a class change, and it was there he encountered Huang Ding. At that time, Huang Ding called himself an old hand of Sleepless Star City and a living map of the Star City Museum, among countless other titles. Suyu, being new to the post-apocalyptic world and naive about human nature, was swayed by that silver tongue and foolishly joined Huang Ding's team. The team originally consisted of dozens of people, but under the siege of zombie hordes in the museum, they suffered casualties along the way until only the two of them remained. Fortunately, despite the constant dangers within the dungeon, they managed to overcome each perilous situation and successfully completed their class changes. Logically speaking, comrades who had fought together for their lives, especially in the early days of the apocalypse when there were no conflicts of interest, should have maintained their relationship for some time. Unfortunately, what often tears apart bonds is a single valuable piece of loot. Suyu unexpectedly obtained an excellent grade necklace at the mission's end, which became the catalyst. One moment they were calling each other brothers, the next they were at each other's throats. Huang Ding's true nature of burning bridges after crossing was fully revealed. Though their strength was comparable, Huang Ding's God of Zongbu class was far superior to Suyu's Necromancer class at the time. Back then, Suyu's level, attributes, and equipment were all inferior to what he possessed now, and he only managed to achieve a hard-fought victory by exhausting all his trump cards. However, Huang Ding's final arrow before death pierced through Suyu's shoulder, leaving a scar that remained to this day. During his recovery period, Lin Rufei successfully approached Suyu under by Shurahou's careful arrangements, leading to the series of events that followed. After Huang Ding's death, no one else could trigger the hidden quest for the God of Zongbu class. This mysterious profession vanished forever in the dark corners of the museum, and now probably only Suyu remembered its secrets. At this moment, the appearance of Suyu and Lu Wei immediately caught Lu Tianlong's attention. The young siblings stood side by side with an extraordinary aura. Suyu wore two pieces of faintly glowing equipment and had a Lu Huachong brand, watermelon knife at his waist. Having already avenged his great grievance, there was no longer any need for him to use the ghoul mask to conceal his appearance. Lu Wei carried a pair of short blades on her back. With the purple glow of her imposter's mask now concealed otherwise, the legendary equipment would have been far too conspicuous. Even with its radiance subdued, the mask's polished metallic surface and intricate engravings still gleamed in the candlelight, reminding everyone that this was no ordinary piece of gear. When switching weapons, she had reluctantly stored away her familiar black iron hammer, leaving only the short blades at her waist. She had frowned and protested for quite some time over this change, only grudgingly accepting it after Suyu handed her 3 supply capsules. In the vast concert hall, only 2 people truly possessed 3 pieces of equipment: Lu Tianlong and Huang Ding, the leaders of their respective teams. The other members, even the most loyal followers, carried only 2 pieces of gear. Now with Suyu and Lu Wei's arrival, it was like dropping 2 heavyweight pieces onto the scales of Sleepless Star City. Whoever recruited these 2 would gain overwhelming strength and influence in a short time. Lu Tianlong was the first to sense this shift. He stepped forward, and over a dozen followers immediately fell in behind him, their footsteps gradually synchronizing from chaos into unity, causing the hall's chatter to slowly fade. Everyone turned to look in his direction, curiosity and anticipation written on their faces. When had Sleepless Star City produced 2 such powerful figures? Suyu's gaze swept around the room as he deliberately buttoned his coat to the very top, though it still couldn't conceal his commanding presence. This equipment is still too conspicuous, he muttered to himself. I clearly overestimated their average level. The previously bustling hall was reduced to whispered murmurs, the atmosphere suddenly tense. I am Lu Tianlong, the administrator of Sleepless Star City. May I ask how you 2 masters are called? Do you have any plans? Lu Tianlong stopped before the pair, his tone respectful. Brother Lu, I'm called Passerby A, and this is my sister Lu Wei. Suyu replied with an honest expression. Seeing how strong your team is, we're considering joining. Hearing the word administrator, Suyu raised an eyebrow internally. So the real leader wasn't Huang Ding after all. That guy really was quite the deceiver. Joining Sleepless Star City? Excellent. Brother passerby, Sister Lue, welcome. Lu Tianlong checked his interface to confirm that both were indeed level 5, and couldn't help but admire them. Compared to Huang Ding's aggressive nature, Suyu seemed much more reserved, and more importantly, the silent girl behind him clearly followed her brother's lead completely. Lu Tianlong extended his hand proactively, and Suyu grasped it in return. As their palms pressed together firmly, the tension that had built up in the concert hall seemed to dissipate like smoke in an invisible wind. Afterward, he invited the pair to a side lounge, not forgetting to signal the crowd to relax as they walked. In the corner, Huang Ding's face was dark as storm clouds, having remained silent throughout the entire exchange. He knew clearly that if Lu Tianlong truly won over these siblings, his own wavering followers would certainly be swayed. Had used this very tactic many times before, and it never failed. With this thought, he coldly withdrew his gaze, and in the next moment, he gathered his own followers as a malicious idea began to form in his mind. At this moment, in the temporary office, Lu Tianlong was engaged in animated conversation with Suyu and Lu Wei. An old-fashioned fan on the desk hummed noisily, causing the corners of several tactical maps to flutter slightly. Lu Tianlong's gaze kept wandering between the siblings, barely containing his joy that seemed ready to spill from the corners of his eyes. Suyu chuckled inwardly. The moment he stepped into Sleepless Star City, he had keenly sensed the subtle atmosphere here. Over 100 people were rigidly divided into two camps, wary of each other like strangers, with Lu Tianlong and his nemesis Huang Ding serving as the banners of their respective factions. The arrival of Suyu and Lu Wei, with their impressive levels and equipment, naturally made them hot commodities that both sides eagerly sought to recruit. Lu Tianlong's intensely burning gaze made Suyu unconsciously step back half a pace, even questioning the man's sexual orientation. Buddy, you came at just the right time. Lu Tianlong patted his chest with his hand, laughing heartily. Feel free to speak your mind. I call the shots around here, and Brother Lu guarantees to arrange everything perfectly for you. Suyu nodded slightly. Brother Lu, my sister and I want to try our luck at the museum. I heard you have plans to attack the museum? On the surface, he appeared easygoing, but deep down he was calculating another path. Infiltrating the museum was his real objective, and he couldn't possibly stay tied to the Sleepless Star City people forever. No problem. Lu Tianlong nodded vigorously and straightforwardly revealed the schedule. We plan to gather tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Sounds good. See you at the square at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Hearing this response, Lu Tianlong's eyes lit up even more. We'll clear the zombies together, and with luck, we can open the route to the museum within 2 days. Suyu silently assessed. These 100+ people had decent levels, but their equipment and combat skills were far inferior to the elite soldiers of the Bai family. Those elites would need 2 to 3 days to carve out a passage through this densely populated urban area. Using this group as cannon fodder would be sufficient. As the atmosphere grew warm, Lu Tianlong suddenly rubbed his hands together, showing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Buddy, Brother Lu has a favor to ask. Brother Lu lacks a decent weapon. You siblings have 3 weapons total. Could you spare one for Brother Lu? Of course, I won't take it for free. I'll trade 10 supply capsules for it. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Suyu sneered inwardly. Since the other party was asking him for a favor, wouldn't he be at a loss if he didn't fleece him thoroughly? He showed a somewhat awkward smile. Brother Lu, you know that weapons are the hardest equipment to drop. Absolutely right. Lu Tianlong nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed intently on Suyu's waist. Suyu smoothly drew out the Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife, weighing it lightly in the air as the cold gleam reflected from the blade swept across Lu Tianlong's face. Green quality, adds 5 points of strength, excels at cutting, chopping, and stabbing, and attacks can inflict fear effects. Lu Tianlong's eyes nearly blazed with light. Good blade, truly a good blade. After seeing the attributes firsthand, he was certain this was no ordinary weapon. Suyu gently rotated the handle, smiling without speaking. Tell me, this fine blade even bears your Lu family name. Can 10 supply capsules match the worth of this knife? All right, Brother Lu. I won't say much more. I'll add another 10 supply capsules. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man making the offer slapped his thigh with excitement written all over his face. Across from him, Lu Tianlong seemed to have a fire lit in his eyes as he also slapped his thigh hard, so thrilled that his beard trembled twice. 10 capsules, that was already his absolute limit. Since the apocalypse began, supply capsules had become the hard currency of Sleepless Star City, with each one worth half a life. Holy crap, Suyu exclaimed inwardly. He certainly understood the misunderstanding. Supply capsules were inexhaustible for him. On the surface, however, he feigned heartache, clutching the pile of capsules and sighing. Brother Lu, these are survival supplies. I need to save them for my brothers. Look, is there anything else you have? After 10 years in the apocalypse, Suyu's acting skills had reached perfection. At this moment, he put on an Oscar-worthy expression of dejection, his gaze sweeping over the bottles and containers Lu Tianlong pulled from his bracelet storage. There was quite a variety, but the quantities were sparse, and most were just ordinary items and basic potions. He couldn't even be bothered to look closely, disappointment written across his brow. Lu Tianlong instantly read that disappointment, his heart tightening. Had he let his brother down this time? He quickly probed in a low voice. Brother, don't you have anything special? Something really good? Suyu looked up, his tone calm, but cutting straight to the point. Pressed into a corner, Lu Tianlong's mind raced until suddenly he broke into a mysterious smile, lowering his voice and beckoning. Brother Lu, I actually do have something really good. How good? Suyu pretended his interest was piqued. High-level stuff, I guarantee you've never seen anything like it. Lu Tianlong built up the suspense before carefully pulling out a scroll wrapped in cloth from the depths of his bracelet storage. Unknown scroll, legendary grade. A line of pale golden inscription flickered along the scroll's edge. Only those who knew how to use it could open it. Suyu's heart jolted. Wasn't this the quest scroll that triggered the class change dungeon in the museum? That thing only appeared on zombies around the museum or in scattered treasure chests. Legendary quality with an absurdly low drop rate. What kind of incredible luck had Lu Tianlong stumbled into? Like Emperor Qin, meeting Chu Yushuan, a total win-win. Suyu was already celebrating inside, though his face remained perfectly composed. Clearly, Lu Tianlong had no idea of the scroll's true value. Wow, Brother Lu, a legendary scroll? It must be incredibly valuable. Suyu widened his eyes dramatically, his tone theatrical. See, brother? I wasn't bluffing. This is the real deal, good enough for you. Lu Tianlong preened with pride, beginning to boast. He was well familiar with the scroll's origin. A member of Sleepless Star City had found it by chance on a treasure chest monster near a trash can outside the museum. Those treasure chest monsters had ridiculously low drop rates that even Suyu found annoying. The news had caused quite a stir in Sleepless Star City at the time, but unfortunately, no one could open it. Each time the scroll changed hands, it only fetched one supply capsule, gradually becoming a running joke in the city. Now this joke had ended up in Lu Tianlong's hands, serving as his bragging rights. After all, even excellent grade items were rare as phoenix feathers these days, and legendary items were once-in-a-lifetime encounters. But bragging was ultimately just vanity, and he knew it himself. If he could trade it for the watermelon knife in Suyu's hands, it would be more than worth it. The next second, he made what would be both the most generous and most foolish decision since the apocalypse began. Brother, this is a legendary scroll, a once-in-a-lifetime find. Before he'd even finished speaking, he shoved the scroll directly into Suyu's hands. After all, he'd only paid one supply capsule for it originally. Suyu stood there stunned, completely bewildered. What a saint. Seeing him freeze up, Lu Tianlong worried the other man might feel uncomfortable and delivered the finishing blow. How about you take these 20 supply capsules too? I can't have this causing bad blood between siblings. That would be a real loss for me. Just as Suyu was about to decline, little sister Lu Wei gently poked his thigh with her fingertip, signaling him to accept. Your sister is still growing, don't be so stubborn about it, she added with a smile. Or Brother Lu will get upset. Good grief. All you could say was that Lu Tianlong had really paved his own road to ruin. Lu Tianlong was overjoyed, fondling the machete in his hands with exceptional delight, becoming increasingly talkative. The cold blade gleamed menacingly under the lights, and the more he looked at it, the more reluctant he was to put it down. Grinning widely, he boasted to Suyu. Having a true brother like Suyu is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Now that I've gathered 4 pieces of equipment, that bastard Huang Ding will definitely have a headache when he sees me. You know what, brother, there's actually a shortcut that leads directly to the museum. Lu Tianlong lowered his voice, adding mysteriously. It's in the basement, a hidden passage with not too many zombies. But there's a boss-level zombie guarding the entrance. Others have tried to break through, but they all returned empty-handed. This immediately caught Suyu's attention. Boss-level zombies that others couldn't handle had never phased him, had already slain Lord-level zombies. So why fear a mere boss? While chatting casually, he extracted every piece of intelligence Lu Tianlong possessed, quickly learning all the details about the route, guard numbers, and reasons for previous failures. Let's head out and hunt around. Gain some experience, Suyu said, patting Lu Tianlong's shoulder. But I suggest you hold off on entering the museum for now. With that, he left the office with Lu Wei. Lu Tianlong assumed Suyu had other plans and didn't take the warning seriously. Instead, he excitedly believed that after both sides strengthened themselves, they'd have better odds against Huang Ding. As he saw them off, he thumped his chest boldly. Go ahead, brother. Just mention Lu Tianlong's name anywhere in the deltate carries weight. The people of Sleepless Star City watched in amazement as their leader, a man in his 40s or 50s, treated these 2 young people as equals and personally escorted them out. Upon returning, Lu Tianlong remained immersed in joy, sitting in the music hall's worn seats and repeatedly examining his machete. Several followers gathered around curiously. Brother Lu, where did you get this weapon? He traded it with a fellow traveler. Lu Tianlong proudly brandished the blade. You'll never guess, I only spent 20 capsules plus a hot potato scroll. Just that scroll? Boss, that's incredible. Everyone cheered in unison, the blade's gleam mingling with their bright smiles in the dim lighting. Night would fall in an hour. Meanwhile, Suyu contemplated his strategy. First locate the secret passage Lu Tianlong mentioned, then find a safe spot to survive the night before attacking at dawn. Additionally, he needed to assess the boss-level zombies' strength currently. Ordinary zombies were around level 5, while he had reached level 7. If he could reach level 10 before the class change dungeon opened, his power would undergo a qualitative transformation. After completing the class change, his abilities would multiply exponentially, giving him a clear path to Huangding. But just as he stepped out of Star City Plaza, he suddenly stopped. Wait. Last night at the Star City Mansion, he had already proven capable of cutting through zombie hordes. If that was the case, why wait for daylight? He and Lu Wei together were more than capable of handling nighttime zombies. Now, with his and Lu Wei's combined strength, they could completely handle the nighttime zombies. This only shows that Suyu was still bound by the mindset of his previous life. While most people feared the darkness and cowered trembling in their homes, he had become the very thing zombies feared, thanks to his series of golden fingers. When night fell, he didn't need to worry about some blind fool suddenly jumping out to cause trouble. Having made up his mind, he continued forward with Lu Wei. The moment he stepped out of Never Sleep Star City's gates, his sharp senses caught an unusual presence. Over 10 people stood by the city entrance, tailing him from the moment he appeared, their intentions crystal clear. Suyu shook his head helplessly. He was clearly a good person, yet there were always those who wanted to bully honest folk. Sure enough, when the two reached the stairway, that group quickly surrounded them. Leading them was that distinctive blonde-hair Huangding. Arrogant beyond your reach, LV6, no profession, rank talent, quick draw. Suyu had already planned to deal with Huangding, but he never expected the man to deliver himself right to his doorstep. At that moment, Huangding swaggered over surrounded by his crowd, blocking the pair's path directly. His hair was slicked back with a glossy shine, and the thick gold chain around his neck was almost blinding. Gold watch, sunglasses, bracelet, gemstone ring, she had it all, looking like he'd hung every valuable possession on his body. His subordinates smoothly removed the suit draped over his shoulders as he bit down on his cigar, squinted his eyes, and spoke with arrogant tone. Kid, did that guy surnamed Lu show you his toilet paper scroll? Take some advice, stay away from him, or you won't even know how you died. Lu Wei said nothing, stepping between Suyu and Huangding, cutting off the latter's words. Huangding snorted coldly. Want your sister to take the bullet while you hide behind her? Don't think being underage gives you special privileges. When I really lose my temper. Suyu frowned as Lu Wei drew 2 short blades from her chest. Huangding sneered, glanced at Suyu, then raised his hand pointing behind him. Just you two? All 10 of my men here are level 5 and above. The numbers are right here. Who dares to stand against us? Those lackeys joined in the jeering, thinking Lu Wei was simply overestimating herself. After all, when the real fighting started, it would be others charging forward might as well blow off some steam with a bit of bragging. On the other side of the city gate, Lu Tianlong's faction saw trouble brewing and quietly turned to report back to their leader. The air suddenly grew tense. Lu Wei burst into motion, her figure shooting forward like lightning, instantly closing in on Huangding. Crack! 2 short blades sliced cleanly across his throat. Huangding's head rolled to the ground, still wearing an expression of shock, his arrogant words permanently cut short. His followers froze in place, staring at the headless corpse as it collapsed with a thud, their weapons momentarily directionless. They were nothing more than a hastily assembled rabble with no real loyalty to speak of. Suyu simply raised his hand and waved. Lu Wei charged into the crowd again, her short blades dancing as cold light formed deadly arcs. In an instant, dozens of bodies fell one after another, blood trickling down the steps in winding streams. Suyu calmly stepped over Huangding's corpse and continued forward with Lu Wei, leaving behind only a crowd of stunned onlookers. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The metallic scent of blood still swirled in the air as people stood frozen in place, their minds replaying Lu Wei's lightning-fast strikes and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Perhaps having witnessed countless deaths in this apocalyptic world, they weren't moved by a few fresh corpses, but rather shocked by the killer's age and technique. As the Suyu siblings slowly walked away, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, first stirring restlessly, then erupting into screams. Murder! Murder! That little girl took them all down in just a few moves. How is that even possible? So brutal, ugh. Panicked shouts mixed with retching sounds echoed through the narrow corridor. Lu Tianlong was polishing his Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife when he received the urgent report from his followers. His face darkened as he immediately grabbed his blade and headed out. Within minutes, he reached the scene. only to find it completely blockade. A sea of people crowded around the stairway leading to the basement, none daring to take another step forward. What happened? Did Huang Ding make his move? His heart tightened, goosebumps rising on his skin. If Huang Ding had indeed confronted the Suyu siblings, given their respective strengths, the basement below had likely become a slaughterhouse. Lu Tianlong pushed through the crowd, his steps nearly landing on corpses before he abruptly stopped. The dozen or so bodies sprawled on the ground were without exception his archenemy, Huang Ding's subordinates, including Huang Ding himself, who lay face up with his eyes still frozen in terror. More ironically, their armor and weapons remained intact clearly. Whoever did this had no interest in these spoils of war. For a moment, he almost burst out laughing. His greatest threat had just kicked the bucket, like that. Fortunately, years of apocalyptic training helped him quickly compose his expression. Boss Long, here's what happened. A loyal follower quietly recounted the events. When he heard about Lu Wei's instant takedown of Huang Ding, Lu Tianlong felt a chill run down his spine, silently thanking his lucky stars. If he hadn't shown goodwill early on, he might be the one lying on the ground right now. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand. Clean up the bodies. Several survivors who had previously followed Huang Ding immediately switched to calling him Boss Long. Their eyes now filled with reverence. They firmly believed this was all Lu Tianlong's precise strategy, bringing in experts to deal with Huang Ding. Back in his office, Lu Tianlong gazed at the confiscated equipment on his desk, barely containing his excitement. However, Suyu's parting words, "Stay out of the museum for now," kept echoing in his ears, weighing on his heart like a boulder. What exactly was hidden there? Meanwhile, Suyu adjusted the protective goggles on his nose bridge and muttered to himself, "Consider it a greeting gift for Lu Tianlong. I hope he behaves and doesn't come to the museum causing trouble." Originally, he had planned to deal with Huang Ding personally, but when faced with that disgusting demeanor, he instantly lost interest. Huang Ding's taunts triggered Lu Wei's protective instincts. With a flick of the girl's wrist and a flash of blade light, the man became a cold corpse. The basement Lu Tianlong mentioned wasn't hard to find, but its internal passages were labyrinthine. The underground parking garage shared by the three museums was packed with various vehicles due to free parking, with bloodstains everywhere under the dim lighting. Hordes of zombies wandered between the cars, and even more troublesome were those lurking inside vehicles. Whenever someone passed by, the cars would violently shake, accompanied by muffled impacts and roars. After escaping the crowd sight, Suyu led Lu Wei to quietly don all their equipment once again. With his enhanced equipment boosting his stats significantly, Suyu felt an immediate surge of agility and power. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, the bowstring humming softly as cold light flashed through the air. The arrow pierced straight through a zombie's skull, sending blood and brain matter exploding in a gruesome spray. Compared to close combat, ranged attacks are definitely more efficient, he muttered under his breath. The level 5 ordinary zombies before him posed no challenge whether slain by blade or pierced by arrow, so you could eliminate them with a single strike. The difference was that his bow allowed him to maintain complete control even when surrounded by multiple zombies. Even when an elite zombie occasionally appeared, no matter how imposing it looked, it couldn't last more than 3 seconds against him. The two of them cleared their way forward, stopping and starting as they progressed. By the time Suyu found the location Lu Tianlong had described, it was nearly 6 p.m. All other survivors had long since retreated to their shelters. Days of apocalyptic survival had taught everyone to fear the night. When darkness fell, zombies underwent temporary evolution, their overall strength jumping up an entire tier. Ordinary zombies became as vicious as daytime elites, while elite zombies surged to boss level. Keep in mind that even daytime boss level zombies could match 100 players of equivalent level. Now, Suyu was the only one in the entire city district who dared to move through the night. He looked up to confirm the sign at the entrance: Library, Expert Access. This passage led directly to the first-floor conference room. He retrieved the silver bird claw from his storage ring, channeling his mental energy into it to carefully probe ahead. The passage was clear, with only a few zombies scattered in the conference room. In the next instant, Suyu and Lu Wei had silently materialized inside the conference room. The few zombies didn't even have time to shriek before being pinned to the ground by a rain of arrows. After putting away his overlord bow, he surveyed the surroundings. Dried blood stained the walls. Tables and chairs lay overturned, clear signs that several brutal battles had taken place here. He selected a few relatively clean tables to sit at, pulling out a handful of supply capsules from his storage ring and spreading them out. Lu Wei didn't hesitate, eagerly unwrapping the provisions. Suyu began tallying their battle spoils. His experience had skyrocketed from the killing spree, and he was now more than halfway through level 7. Tonight, they planned to delve deep into the museum and push his level to 9. Unfortunately, the drops from this expedition were disappointing. 1. A universal supply capsule had an oversupply of these things and could skip it entirely, keeping only a small amount for daily consumption while converting the rest to gold coins for better value. 2. Several excellent grade equipment pieces. While others might consider them treasures, they held limited value for Suyu, so he casually stuffed them back into his storage ring. Fortunately, his ring's capacity had expanded to 3 cubic meters, and combined with Lu Wei's cultivation space, they could still manage to fit everything. Otherwise, they would have run out of storage long ago. Just as he was about to pack up the items, an unremarkable small stone caught his eye. Enhancement stone, excellent grade consumable. First enhancement guaranteed to succeed. Each success increases equipment attributes by 10. Maximum enhancement level, 10. With special talents, enhancement limit can reach 20. Higher enhancement levels carry greater failure rates. Finally dropped something useful. Suyu's lips curved into a slight smile. Enhancement stones could theoretically be applied to any equipment, and naturally, he wanted to use it on his most powerful mythic weapon. Without hesitation, he pressed the enhancement stone against the body of his overlord Bao. System notifications appeared in succession. Ding. Enhance 10 famous bows. Overlord Bao. Requirements. Gold coins 100. Current success rate 100. Confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bao 1. 10 famous bows. Overlord Bao 1. Quality. Mythic unique. The legendary war bow used by the Overlord, said to be strung with the sinew of a true dragon, possessing unparalleled power and accuracy. Enhanced attributes. Strength 2022. Passive skill hero among men. Critical rate 30-33. Critical damage 100-110. Active skill ghostly champion. Summon the Overlord to fight alongside you. Inheriting 80 of host's attributes. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Suyu raised the Overlord Bao high, and the dim yellow light in the room added to his imposing presence. The mythical equipment's original golden radiance flowed across the Bao surface, its razor-sharp lines surrounded by a pale white aura, the distinctive mark of one enhancement. Each upgrade level brought a change in color. The current one enhancement made Suyu feel lighter and more energized. Following his usual routine, he strode quickly toward the conference room door. Behind the door panel hung a fire escape diagram detailing the layout of the first-floor library. Among the 3 buildings, the library ranked second in zombie count, but its larger area made the density even higher than Xingqing Hospital. The 5-story library, according to intelligence provided by Lu Tianlong, required Suyu to first reach the 2nd floor, then cross the connecting corridor between the library and museum to enter the museum directly. He glanced back to see Lu Wei still happily gnawing on a pig's trotter. "Lu Wei, time to go," Suyu called out. Lu Wei pouted sullenly and reluctantly set down the trotter. This little girl was like an eternally hungry Tao Tai. Suyu chuckled and casually promised, "Give it your all, and once we reach the museum, I'll get you a whole roasted lamb for a midnight snack." Before he finished speaking, Lu Wei immediately straightened up, her eyes flashing with excitement. Though she maintained her usual expressionless demeanor, the anticipation practically overflowed from her pupils. She gripped her twin black iron hammers tightly, clearly planning to channel all her energy into smashing zombie skulls. "Sigh, I don't understand the world of foodies, and I don't dare ask," Suyu muttered self-mockingly as he pushed open the door. In the corridor outside, over a dozen mutated zombies swayed toward them. Their tattered high school uniforms still clinging to their withered frames. Clearly, they had been studying here when the apocalypse struck. Suyu raised his bow and drew an arrow. The 33 critical hit chance triggered precisely, and the first zombie's head exploded into a bloody mist. After the Overlord Bao's successful enhancement, all passive attributes except Ghost Hero increased by 10. If upgraded to 10, the boost would double. The zombie horde also noticed the 2 intruders and swarmed forward with shrieks. These miraculous high school students had average attributes about 20 higher than same-level zombies. But to Suyu and Lu Wei, this difference was negligible. "Go all out and guard the entrance," Suyu commanded. Lu Wei charged into the zombie horde with long strides, her 84 points of strength making the black iron hammers easily topple the first zombie. Unlike Suyu's agile dodging, as a mutated zombie herself, she chose the most direct approach. Ignoring claws and fangs, she bulldozed through the impact and smashed her opponent's heads into pulp. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining her armor red. Fortunately, Apocalypse equipment came with self-cleaning functions, or her gear would have been ruined by the gore long ago. Thinking of this, Suyu felt secretly relieved. Giving the vampiric ring to Lu Wei was indeed the right choice. Otherwise her body would have suffered serious damage. At this moment, Lu Wei had transformed into a fighting machine, standing alone at the entrance with unwavering courage. Suyu positioned himself behind her, maintaining an elegant and composed stance as he drew and released his Overlord Bao, each arrow precisely piercing through zombie foreheads. Within mere seconds, the 2 cleared the entrance and slipped into the first-floor corridor. The low growls quickly attracted more zombie hordes from the surrounding area, blocking their path completely. Without hesitation, Lu Wei charged forward with her hammer raised, using shockwave strikes to send clusters of approaching zombies flying. Meanwhile, Suyu completed his power charge judgment arrow. The dark red arrow, thick as a forearm, whistled through the air with devastating force, piercing through the skulls of over a dozen mutant zombies before finally stopping. With Lue holding the front line, he had unrestricted space to unleash his full offensive power. Whenever a critical hit triggered, even the strongest mutants fell with a single arrow. After an hour of fierce combat, they finally crossed the main hall and reached the area near the first-floor restroom of the library. The fire safety blueprints showed that the emergency exit door opposite the restroom was normally open. This route would be far less taxing than forcing their way through the main hall to reach the second floor. The two slipped into the restroom and put on ghoul masks, attempting to hide from the zombie horde that had gathered due to their battle. Clearing out all the zombies outside would take at least 3 hours. Under normal circumstances, zombies would disperse within 10 minutes of losing their target. The continuous shooting had left Suyu's forearms aching. He pulled out a white vial and drank it down stamina potion, a common-grade consumable that immediately restored 10 stamina, then continued to restore 2 per minute for the next 10 minutes. Similar potions could only take effect once. Along with vitality and energy potions, it belonged to the most basic tier of post-apocalyptic remedies, yet commanded a hefty price. In his previous life, Suyu could never afford such extravagance. As the potion went down his throat, the aching quickly subsided. He turned to look back at Lue, who was covered head to toe in a mixture of red and white fluids, looking as if she had just been pulled from a pot of boiling blood soup. Only her open palms retained some trace of their original pale color. Without that hint of skin tone, one might mistake her for some unknown new species. Lue, stay here and keep watch. I'll go check the restroom, Suyu instructed. Lue nodded, bracing her iron hammer horizontally against the door. If any zombies broke in, she could dispatch them with a single blow. As he approached the restroom, Suyu detected a strong presence. To deal with the high-level boss zombie that was about to appear, he first needed to eliminate the hidden threats here. He moved to the sink area and carefully peered around the corner. Inside the men's restroom, several zombies sat rigidly on toilets with their pants only pulled down to their knees. Clearly, they had transformed while relieving themselves. Seeing a human figure, these creatures immediately became agitated and lunged forward. Suyu silently thanked himself for not calling Lue into scene, was simply too disturbing to look at directly. As it turns out, walking around with your pants half down makes it easy to trip over your own junk. Thud, thud. Sharp, rapid thuds echoed through the narrow corridor of the men's restroom. Several zombies tripped over their pants bunched around their knees, toppling like dominoes in a chain reaction as they crashed face first to the floor. The lead zombie landed face down, rear end up, right in front of the cheerful sign reading, "One small step forward, one giant leap for civilization," its pale backside swaying shamelessly in Suyu's direction. Being flat on the ground didn't dampen their aggressive spirit. They clawed frantically, writhing across the floor in eager pursuit, though their speed was reduced to a pitiful crawl. If not for the intimidating ring of mutant zombies, Suyu might have suspected a couple of bratty kids could handle these things with ease. Absurd? Absolutely, but the scene before him was ridiculously over the top. Suyu decided not to hesitate any longer, knocking his bow and letting loose a rapid whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of arrows that found their marks precisely in skulls. After a few weak twitches, the zombies gave a final kick and departed this world for good. The men's restroom fell into sudden silence, but Suyu remained cautious. The silver bird claw had enhanced his perception, but it couldn't guarantee early warning against all specialized or heavily mutated zombies. So he raised his overlord bow, aiming at each stall door gap and firing 1 arrow per compartment. Restrooms were always prime hiding spots, and pushing doors open blindly was like opening mystery boxes, thrilling but dangerous. He had no desire to have some sneaky ambusher jump out while he was tangling with zombies. What about friendly fire? On the 5th day of the apocalypse, in a zombie-infested library, what were the odds of finding a living person taking a dump? As it turned out, his very next arrow provided the answer. The arrowhead flashed coldly as it pierced straight through a survivor's shoulder. The person was already covered in corpse spots and ice gold, clearly dead for some time. Suyu raised an eyebrow with a hint of helpless humor in his voice. "Sorry about that, buddy. Since you're not complaining, I'll take that as forgiveness." After confirming the men's room was clear, he walked steadily toward the women's restroom nearby. A prominent sign at the entrance read, "Under maintenance, do not enter." Suyu lifted the barrier and strode right in. The interior layout was nearly identical to the others he'd seen in. To clarify, those were all places he'd broken into after the apocalypse began. He had no history of trespassing in women's restrooms before this. Compared to the chaotic mess of the men's room, this place was remarkably clean, with tidy waste baskets and spotless floors, empty as a blank sheet of paper, making one momentarily forget that doomsday lurked just outside the door. However, from the deepest accessible stall came a thick, eerie presence, and it was the only door that was locked. Suyu repeated his previous routine, sending arrows through each stall partition in sequence. Everything went smoothly until he reached the final compartment. Before he could even release the arrow, he sensed that whatever was inside had detected his presence. Then came two low growls from within the Stallone high. One low, both raspy, and filled with hostility. Hold on, hold on. One stall, two growls, two zombies. Images of Cece and Baiha involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Suyu crouched down and peered through the gap under the door into the stall. He only saw two thick black calves, making Suyu wonder if his eyes were deceiving him. Weren't there supposed to be two people? Moreover, that pure black skin wasn't from clothing, but actual skin tone. Was this a native of the demon capital, or a foreigner from the African Union region? The zombie, displeased by Suyu's disturbance, suddenly struck out, completely destroying the partition wall. With one blow, the entire stall partition collapsed. In an instant, a familiar scene unfolded before Suyu's eyes. Just as expected, as anticipated, a muscular black male zombie was firmly supporting a yellow-skinned female zombie's peach, displaying incredible core strength. The female zombie had her arms wrapped around the black zombie's neck, with a leather cord tied around her throat. Her two alluring legs, clad in ripped black stockings that seemed to boost critical hit rates, rested gently on the black zombie's waist, her entire body suspended in midair. The two zombies, one pale and one dark, their skin bearing the faint gray tinge unique to zombies, were now pressed tightly together. This was identical to the tank zombie pair he'd seen in the livestream on the first day of the apocalypse. Except previously it was tank pushing, now it was an extremely high difficulty standing position. He'd thought those internet performers were already outrageous enough, but apparently there were even greater masters. At this moment, the black zombie stepped forward and charged rapidly towards Suyu. With each movement, the female zombie emitted eerie low growls while continuously swaying her zombified massive gray rabbit. If not for seeing these two zombies' terrifying appearance with rolled back eyes and sharp fangs, Suyu would have been tempted to ask for some mysterious code. Indeed, one of these zombies had great skill, and the other had great assets. Although Suyu's gaze was firmly captivated, the overlord bow in his hands didn't stop. He aimed at the black zombie's left leg and shot an arrow, hitting precisely. Instantly, the black zombie took an arrow to the knee, its kneecap shattered by the powerful force. With the supporting leg affected, the zombie's body swayed precariously, nearly falling. Just as its right foot was about to stabilize, the second arrow arrived as promised. After taking arrows to both knees, the black zombie crashed to the ground, creating echoes in the cramped restroom. Suyu condensed that familiar punishment arrow on his overlord bow. That thick, dark red arrow shaft exploded both their mouths with a single shot. He fired several more arrows before finally eliminating this pair of extremely playful zombie companions. Ding! Successfully killed mutant elite zombie LV8, gained experience 160, gold coins 16. Although its strength equaled that of daytime boss-level zombies, in Suyu's eyes, there wasn't much difference. While cleaning the battlefield, Suyu accidentally discovered both individuals' work IDs. The man's original name was Leo, a football coach at Chuanyu Academy. The woman's name was Yoshi, a library employee, and surprisingly, she was from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sorry to meet you both this way, Suyu said softly, finding the name somewhat familiar. Could this be Leo and Yoshi? Wasn't this the boss-level zombie from the museum in his previous life? Another old acquaintance. Back then, to escape its pursuit, a team of dozens was nearly wiped out, with only Suyu and Huang Ding barely escaping. In his previous life, it was unstoppable, eventually becoming Star City's most powerful zombie. However, this time, before it could evolve, it fell into Suyu's hands. It seemed that Leo and Yoshi from his previous life were indeed formidable, but today's Leo and Yoshi just couldn't cut it. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Important announcement. Good evening to all survivors struggling in this apocalyptic world. Your lord is back with more spoilers. The apocalypse has now launched a brand new enhancement system. So survivors, why not give it a bold try? Here are the enhancement rules, so please listen carefully. First, equipment must reach legendary grade or higher to use enhancement stones for upgrading. Second, the quality of enhancement stones directly affects the success rate of enhancement. Third, during the enhancement process, you can choose to use safety charms or luck charms to improve success rates. Fourth, the maximum enhancement level is 10, and when enhancement reaches 6 or higher, failure may cause the equipment to disappear entirely. As for other rules, I'll leave those for you to discover on your own. The Order Keeper cheerfully broadcast this lengthy message, his comical yet clear voice echoing through the apocalyptic radio waves. Hearing this information, Suyu simply nodded calmly. Had already memorized every detail. In his previous life, he knew that equipment enhanced to 5 and 10 would gain special effects. But back then, aside from his 8 weapon, he ultimately chose a more cost-effective approach, keeping his other equipment at 6. The money and materials consumed by enhancement were enormous, and without sufficient strength and courage, no one dared act rashly. Throughout all of China, those who could enhance their entire equipment set to 10 could be counted on one hand. In this life, Suyu seemed blessed by fate with cheat-like luck and abilities, so he set himself a modest goal: enhance all his equipment to 10. With this thought, he bent down to examine the last 2 supply capsules before him, his heart sinking slightly. Surely, he wouldn't be this unlucky? Come on, give me an enhancement stone. Just as he finished speaking, he found a stone glowing with gray light beneath a zombie's foot. Enhancement stone. Common grade. It was the same lowest tier as the one he had used before. High-grade enhancement stones were not only rare, but ridiculously expensive. Suyu wiped the blood from the stone's surface and carefully pressed it against the Overlord Bao's limb. Immediately, the familiar system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Enhance 10 famous bows. Overlord Bao 1. Requires 100 gold coins. Current success rate, 60. Friendly reminder. Safety charms or luck charms can be used for enhancement. Enhancement level will reset to 0 upon failure. Enhance, Suyu responded quietly. He wasn't afraid of the 60 success rate. Apocalyptic probabilities weren't like the illusory numbers in mobile games. When the system said 60, it meant a genuine 60% chance. Usually, before 4, few people would waste charms or use high-tier enhancement stones. The prices were simply outrageous. The next second, golden light rippled from the bowstring, and the originally white energy shell was coated with a pale green layer that complemented the Overlord Bao's inherent golden radiance, shining so brightly that Suyu squinted slightly. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 famous bows. Overlord Bao 2. Strength attribute increased by another 2 points. Critical hit rate increased by 3. Critical hit damage increased by 10. Suyu relaxed his shoulders, a satisfied smile crossing his lips. Excellent. The first step of this long journey was complete. Just as Suyu was about to leave, he discovered a legendary treasure chest glowing with purple light in an extremely hidden corner of the compartment. The chest's surface was covered with intricate and mysterious patterns, each line resembling fine microcarving art that reflected a cold gleam in the dim light. Without Suyu's 10 years of survival experience in the apocalypse and his exceptional eyesight and intuition, this treasure would never have been found. Whoa, isn't this a wild treasure chest? He whispered in amazement, surprise and excitement simultaneously spreading across his face. He then knelt down on one knee, placing his 5 fingers gently on the chest's lid. Ding. Opening a legendary chest requires 60 seconds, or use a master key to open directly. These wild treasure chests were completely different from the chests Suyu had previously obtained from boss-level zombies. Boss chests could be stored in his bracelet and opened at any time, while wild chests couldn't be moved and had to be unlocked on the spot. During the opening process, the opener's hand must remain on the chest at all times. If removed, the timer would restart. This was much like the force channeling mechanic in shooting games when installing or defusing explosive packages. The higher the level, the longer the channeling time. In his previous life, Suyu had encountered a mythic-level chest that took a full 10 minutes and was interrupted several times, nearly resulting in complete failure. To open it, he needed absolute safety. Suyu glanced toward the door where Lu Wei stood guard in the corridor, her expression alert. He took a deep breath and pressed his palm firmly against the chest. Open the chest. Survivor Lone Wolf is opening a legendary chest. 60, 59, 58. Ding. Successfully opened legendary chest. Gained reputation 10, experience 500, gold 235. This was the standard output from wild chests, reputation, experience, plus random gold. What came next was the real surprise. Inside the chest were 2 excellent grade equipment pieces, Hunter's Mask and Hunter's Boots. With these, the 6-piece Hunter set was finally complete. Hunter's Mask excellent. Granted only to marksmen of extraordinary skill and experience. Attributes: Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Attack Speed 10. Hunter's Boots excellent. Only the most elite marksmen deserve to possess these. Attributes: Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Movement Speed 10. Ding. Hunter's Mask equipped. Ding. Hunter's Boots equipped. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor has successfully activated the 6-piece Hunter set effect. Hunter set. 2 pieces all attributes 2, crossbow damage 10. 4 pieces all attributes 3, crossbow range 25. 6 pieces all attributes 5, crossbow autoloads magic arrows. This is absolutely incredible. Suyu nearly shouted out loud. All attributes 5 was equivalent to gaining 4 levels worth of attribute points for free, a true qualitative change. Drawing the bow would now conjure magic arrows from thin air, freeing his right hand and nearly doubling his attack speed. Besides the set equipment, at the bottom of the chest lay 2 rare legendary quality enhancement Renesa's Safety Rune and a Fortune Rune. Safety Rune legendary. When enhancement fails, equipment level does not drop and will not disappear. Consumed upon use. Fortune Rune legendary. Increases enhancement success rate by an additional 15. Consumed upon use. Roar. Just then, intense sounds of combat erupted from the doorway. Suyu gripped the Overlord Bao tightly and strode forward. The brief skirmish with 2 zombies in the restroom had clearly alerted more monsters lurking in the hall. Outside the door, a dark mass of zombies had gathered, roughly 100 at first glance. Lu Wei stood alone at the entrance, her black iron hammer whirling in an impenetrable defense, yet she could barely stem this surging tide of undead. Worse still, new zombies continued arriving from all directions, drawn by the scent of blood. Their roars rose and fell like waves, pressing closer to the pair. Nighttime zombies were far more dangerous after their mutation than during the day. Their strength and agility had improved significantly, but most lethal was their heightened perception and coordination abilities, amplified several times over. During daylight, the same commotion might not have disturbed distant zombie hordes, but now they reacted to every sound with near-instinctive precision. Suyu knew well that if they became completely surrounded, even he would struggle to escape unscathed. As the saying goes, don't start trouble, but don't fear it when it comes. His mind raced as he formulated a three-step strategy. First, use Lu Wei's skills to tear open a gap. Second, exploit the opening to break through the encirclement. Third, charge toward the fire escape across the hall in one decisive push, fundamentally shaking off these zombies. With his plan set, he issued commands in a low voice. Shield and Bloodlust activate everything. The shield skill came from the necklace seized from Lin Maoying's protective barrier. When activated, it formed a pale yellow light screen around the caster, capable of absorbing damage equivalent to 100 of their vitality for 10 seconds. Bloodlust was Lu Wei's innate support skill. Attack power 50, attack speed 50, life steal 30, duration 40 seconds, followed by hunger upon completion. Though Lu Wei's skill repertoire wasn't extensive yet, these two abilities would suffice for now. The next second, the pale yellow shield rapidly formed around her body like a translucent eggshell, blocking fangs and claws from reaching her. Simultaneously, the bloodlust effect ignited her bloodstream, filling the girl's originally clear eyes with crimson radiance. The black iron hammer became weightless in her hands, its handle seeming to extend her arm and merge seamlessly with her body. Bang! Lu Wei suddenly stepped forward, the dozens of pounds black iron hammer whistling through the air toward the nearest zombie. One devastating strike sent 3 zombies at the front flying into the air, their bones shattering like firecrackers. Before the bodies could hit the ground, continuous sweeping attacks cut them in half at the waist. Bone fragments, blood, and organs scattered everywhere, while zombies in the rear ranks were knocked about by their companions' severed limbs, yet still roared and pressed forward. The shield deflected every claw and bite, while bloodlust made Lu Wei's assault increasingly fierce. Hammer strikes blurred into afterimages, each impact point caving in with accompanying bone-cracking sounds. Within seconds, a layer of corpses in pale white and dark red accumulated at the doorway, yet still couldn't halt the advancing tide behind them. Suyu seized the opportunity to draw his overlord bow, firing several arrows in support. The projectiles whistled through the air with precision, piercing zombie skulls or throats, relieving pressure on Lu Wei's flanks. The two coordinated seamlessly, maintaining a corridor barely 2 meters wide while gradually moving toward the hall's edge, seeking their final breakthrough point. Time ticked by second by second. Lu Wei's protective shield completely dissipated at the 10th second, but she remained at the peak of her bloodlust, her crimson pupils burning like flames. She took a deep breath, gripped the hammer with both hands, and raised it high overhead. Using the brief respite to gather her full strength, she struck. The heavy hammer hit the ground with the sound of cracking floor tiles, the shockwave toppling numerous zombies and creating a precious clear zone. Now, Suyu made his decisive move, protecting Lu Wei as they rushed toward the fire escape. The pair raced across scattered limbs and fallen zombies, each step splashing blood. Behind them, furious roars grew denser but gradually fell behind. Once they successfully reached that reinforced fire door, they could temporarily escape the entanglement and gain breathing room for their next plan. Under the protection of her bloodlust skill, Lu Wei's combat power peaked for 40 seconds, her ferocity unmatched. Just as Suyu had taught her, she unleashed a bold and sweeping combat style that instantly turned the tide of battle. The previously precarious front line was pulled back through her fierce slashes and spinning strikes, sparks and chunks of flesh flying everywhere as the zombies' roars were drowned out by the steel-like ring of her blade, bringing the battlefield back to an even match. Suyu gripped the overlord bow tightly and stepped into the bloody mire, enhanced by his 6-piece hunter's set. At this moment, he no longer needed the cumbersome motion of knocking or rouse a magical arrow glowing with ethereal blue light instantly materialized at the bowstring. Electric arcs danced at the arrowhead like thunder ready to strike. The bowstring vibrated with a sharp whoosh that tore through the air as the arrow shot forth as a streak of blue light. Thwack! Excellent shot, Suyu praised silently. The arrow precisely pierced through the mutant zombie's skull, the massive impact stirring up a putrid wind that sent the target and its companions flying several meters back. The shockwave from this single arrow formed an invisible iron wall, forcing more zombies to instantly retreat and dramatically reducing the pressure on the scene. With Suyu's fire support, the previously taut battle line immediately loosened. He and Lu Wei worked in tandem, front and back, systematically eliminating the zombies that broke through. Each fallen corpse was precisely stacked along the pathway, quickly forming a chaotic wall of bodies beneath their feet that both carved out a unique passage and blocked the advance of subsequent zombies. In theory, as long as Lu Wei could continue withstanding the assault, clearing these zombies was merely a matter of time. However, without activating her bloodlust skill, her stamina and resistance were insufficient for prolonged combat. Once bloodlust activated, her combat power surged dramatically, but it could only last 40 seconds. Suyu kept his eyes glued to the timer, and when the countdown approached 38 seconds, he decisively called out, "Lu Wei, fall back." Upon hearing the command, Lu Wei sheathed her blade without hesitation and spun around, retreating behind Suyu with a swift backward dash. At this moment, they faced the fire door completely blocked by zombies. Suyu drew his bow to full extension, the string taut as a full moon, as a black arrow so dark it seemed to devour light suddenly took shape. The arrow shaft exuded a cold aura of death, making the surrounding air hum under pressure. Even the mindless mutant zombies instinctively halted their steps, seemingly sensing approaching doom. Ultimate Death God's Arrow. Suyu announced the judgment in a low voice. The arrow thundered from the string, carrying black mist and a piercing shriek straight toward the mutant zombie blocking the door. In an instant, the arrow shaft bloomed like a blood-red rose, exploding within the target's body. Boom. The short distance wasn't enough to maximize the range bonus, but the Death God's arrow's inherent destructive power remained terrifying. Over 100 zombies were uprooted, their flesh and limbs pulverized to dust, leaving an instant vacuum before the fire door. The enemy horde swept away. Suyu lowered his bow and glanced at Lu Wei, whose breathing was weak. Lu Wei returned to the training space. She was covered in blood, her attributes plummeting 80% due to hunger, clearly having no strength left to fight. Suyu had already placed the universal supply capsule gifted by Lu Tianlong in the training space she only needed to enter to resupply. If Lu Wei collapsed here, all their previous planning would be for naught. The next second, her figure dissolved like fragmented pixels, silently returning to the training space. Taking advantage of the remaining zombies' momentary confusion, Suyu relied on his exceptional agility to rush into the fire stairwell like a gust of wind. He had no time to count his spoils of war, hastily sweeping the scattered crystal cores, equipment fragments, and potions into his ring's storage space. After several sharp turns, he burst into a small office on the second floor, locked the iron door, and pressed his back against the corner wall. Suyu gasped heavily. Those brief dozens of seconds had drained him considerably. The office where Suyu was located served as the safe house Lu Tianlong had mentioned, positioned very close to the passage. Once the door was closed, even the strange roars and howls from the corridor outside became inaudible, leaving such profound silence that the ticking of a clock seemed to pound directly against his eardrums. Just as Lu Tianlong had said, this area was virtually free of zombies, or more precisely, no ordinary zombie dared to set foot in a boss-level monster's territory. The watermelon knife from earlier had already proven its worth, and the recent ultimate Death God's arrow had swept through in a single strike, instantly vaporizing over 100 zombies. Information notifications flooded his ears in rapid succession. Ding. Successfully eliminated mutant zombie LV5. Gained 50 experience points, 5 gold coins. Ding. Successfully eliminated mutant zombie LV6. Gained 60 experience points, 6 gold coins. Ding. Level increased to 8. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Talent. Hand of Plunder. Remaining uses 1. The barrage of notifications nearly overwhelmed him, but the results were gratifying. His level had risen to 8.5, and his Hand of Plunder had gained another use. After brief consideration, he unhesitatingly dumped all 5 free attribute points into strength, while his Shrank maxed agility talent automatically added another 5 points to agility. Though victorious, the battle had come at a cost. Lu Wei had sustained multiple injuries during close combat, with several deep wounds that cut to the bone requiring at least 2 days to heal naturally. Suyu's own equipment had also suffered damage, cracks, chipped edges, and similar wear. Fortunately, his inventory of excellent grade equipment was abundant, with enough quantity and variety to let the little girl go wild. He extended his consciousness into the bracelet space, where Lu Wei sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, clutching a battle axe stake nearly as large as her upper torso, with a bottle of cola standing beside her. Her sharp canine teeth tore through the meat fibers as she devoured it like a small beast, juice dripping from the corners of her mouth. Even more miraculous, those scratches and bite marks were visibly closing, scabbing over, and fading away, leaving only pale pink new flesh. Based on her current recovery rate, she'd be ready to take up arms again in less than an hour. Suyu frowned. Healing through mere eating? He must have missed something. He quickly reviewed the recent notification records and soon found his answer. Life Return, a special ability awakened after prolonged periods of massive food consumption. allows extreme utilization of rapid gastric digestion to absorb energy for wound recovery and stamina replenishment. Note: effect doubles when consuming meat. A mouse gnawing on an ox with joy. Truly, mouse eats beef awesomely. Suyu chuckled, finally understanding the deeper reason behind Lu Wei's carnivorous obsession. Every bit of strength Lu Wei gained translated to proportional feedback for himself, and this new talent was essentially a walking medical kit. While Lu Wei continued recovering, Suyu quickly examined the spoils from their recent battle. Since the enhancement system was activated, the drop rate for enhancement-related items had significantly increased. When this battle ended, Suyu picked up 2 more superior enhancement stones. Compared to common-grade stones, these had much higher success rates. As everyone knows, enhancement can be addictive, and Suyu believed in use it early, enjoy it early. So he decided to act immediately. In the entire post-apocalyptic world, he was probably the only one bold enough to use superior stones on 2 equipment. He raised his hand and pressed the first superior enhancement stone onto the 10 legendary bows, Overlord's Bow, without hesitation. The familiar system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Enhanced 10 legendary bows. Overlord's Bow 2? Requires 100 gold coins. Current success rate, 50. Friendly reminder: you may use safety charms or fortune charms for enhancement. Enhancement level resets to 0 upon failure. Enhance directly. Suyu responded in a low voice. The power of the superior stone was indeed impressive. The success rate for upgrading from 2 to 3 increased to 50, while common stones only offered 20. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 legendary bows. Overlord's Bow 3. He didn't even have time to check the new attributes before slapping the second enhancement stone onto it. Now attempting 3 to 4, the success rate dropped to 30, but Suyu was completely hooked. Failure would mean starting from 0, yet he didn't even spare time to blink. As the enhancement sound effect ended, he closed his eyes, adrenaline pumping wildly, his heart pounding like drums. His Adam's apple bobbed as he uttered the same phrase. Enhance directly. Ding! Enhancement successful. Critical enhancement triggered. Congratulations on obtaining 10 legendary bows. Overlord's Bow 5. A critical hit. Extremely rare. Whether it was his maxed out luck taking effect, or his unique enhancement rhythm triggering some hidden mechanism, no one knew. With a flash of golden light, the bow's radiant aura turned deep yellow, blindingly brilliant with special effects enabled. Suyu eagerly checked the attributes equipment, gains additional bonuses at 5. 10 legendary bows. Overlord's Bow 5. Grade: mythical, one of China's 10 legendary bows, unique equipment. Legend: the bow once used by the Overlord, crafted from a dragon's sinew, with exceptional power and precision. Enhancement attributes: strength 2010. Passive skill hero, critical rate 30-15, critical damage 150. Active skill Ghost King, summon the Overlord to fight alongside you. Inheriting 80-20 of host's total attributes. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Strength, critical rate, and critical damage all increased by 10 per level, while the Overlord's attribute inheritance in Ghost King gained an additional 20 that was the 5 enhancement. Suyu clenched his fists, barely able to contain his excitement. If only I could plunder a talent for 100 enhancement success, that would be perfect. His personal stats were now quite impressive. Lone Wolf, level 8. Strength 103, Spirit 67, Constitution 82, Agility 88. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the silence outside. Earlier, when he had just stepped onto the stairs, he felt the air thick with suffocating oppression. Now he pulled back the curtains and looked out. A small, lean zombie was lightning fast as it pounced on a massive mutated elite zombie, tearing it to shreds. Immediately after, the small zombie hung upside down by its legs in a corner of the hall, eyes closed as if sleeping, as though nothing had happened. However, it seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly opened its eyes. Those pupils flickered with an eerie red light, staring directly back at Suyu. A human and a corpse stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, time seemingly frozen in that moment. Suyu knew all too well that he was standing at the very edge of this zombie leader's territory, where even a single breath could alert the creature. After several minutes of deathly silence, the monster slowly closed its eyes. Seizing this brief window, he silently lowered the curtain and quickly scanned the entire space with his peripheral vision. The narrow room was densely woven with snow-white spider silk, forming a massive web that covered the walls and ceiling, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Cocoons hung in layers throughout the web, on the ground, and in every corner, concealing unknown horrors within. Even more alarming were the hundreds of reed spiders crawling along the silk threads, each the size of a small cat, wreathed in black smoke, patrolling their domain with every calculated movement. The true ruler hung inverted from the thickest strand of web at the center, a petite young woman with chestnut hair that nearly touched the ground, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her makeup was stunningly beautiful, creating an eerie contrast with the sinister surroundings. In the next moment, 8 jet black legs suddenly emerged from her back, each tipped with a dagger gleaming with an ominous green light. Jorigomo Mutant Zombie Leader. Level, 10 Leader Class. Base Attributes, Strength 105, Spirit 105, Constitution 60-30, Agility 80-40. Talents. 1. 8 Venomous Claws, 8 Poisonous Claws, fully enhanced jumping and climbing abilities. Increase attack power by 50-25 and inflict deadly poison. Grants complete terrain immunity within web areas and accelerates vitality recovery. Special talent. Cannot be plundered. 2. Paralyzing Bite. All attacks carry venom that poisons targets. Poison enemies suffer 2,512.5 reduction in attack and movement speed, with a 5,025 chance of missing attacks, lasting 105 seconds. Skills. 1. Puppet strings. After defeating targets, can create puppets from spider silk to fight on her behalf. 2. Extreme Thirst. In a state of desperate hunger for life, attack power increases dramatically and gains life drain effects. The nighttime bonus elevated this leader class zombie's combat power to nearlord level. Suyu noticed the symbols after the attributes represented nocturnal amplification. While her strength and spirit were mediocre, her agility had reached 120 points, making landing a hit nearly impossible. Combined with her 8 venomous claws, her movement and leaping abilities were ghostly and unpredictable. With terrain immunity in her domain, she moved through the web more freely than on solid ground. Even more troublesome was paralyzing bite. The combined slowing and fumbling effects would trap any enemy in a nightmarish state of sluggishness. This talent seemed designed specifically for plundering. The spider cocoons hanging throughout the hall and the reed spiders covering the floor were all controlled by puppet strings, forming her dual-range offensive capabilities. The inverted girl swayed gently, causing the web to vibrate as if testing the air currents around her. Suyu held his breath, not daring to let his boots make even the slightest sound. Those cocoons, spiders, and webs were undoubtedly under her control, serving as her perfectly orchestrated puppets and primary means of attack. As for Extreme Thirst, it compensated for her lack of offensive power while greatly enhancing her sustained combat ability. Truly formidable. Suyu understood clearly. This Jorigomo before him belonged to the same category as the armored giant zombie he had encountered at Star City Luxury Residences Phase 3. Their physical attributes approached human limits, and once they broke through, they would ascend to become terrifying beings far beyond ordinary people. The Jorigomo before him seemed even more troublesome than that armored giant zombie. Even if the Baishir family's elite warriors came here personally, they might not gain any advantage. Logically, such a powerful zombie should have quite a reputation in the apocalypse, yet she remained completely unknown, which made Suyu extremely wary. Recalling his previous life, that conjoined zombie, Leo Yoshi, lurking in the downstairs restroom, had likely defeated this very Jorigomo after evolving into a leader-class zombie. For safety's sake, the best strategy would be to wait until daybreak when the Jorigomo's attributes would decline before engaging her in combat. Just as Suyu was weighing the pros and cons, faint cries for help came from deep within the Hala man and woman, their voices trembling yet clear, reaching his ears. The two were named Ajin and Achiang. On the first night of the apocalypse, under a starless sky, they had just established their romantic relationship. Both were fairly high-leveled. Having managed to reach level 5 in the zombie-infested library was no easy feat, but that afternoon, while fleeing from an elite-class zombie, they had mistakenly entered this place and were both ensnared by the Jorigomo's silk threads. At this moment, the two hung upside down in the center of the web. Ajin tremblingly watched her bound boyfriend, her voice barely a whisper. Achiang, I'm scared. Achiang had already sustained serious injuries during his battle with the Jorigomo, yet he still struggled to lift his head and forced a smile to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Someone will definitely come to rescue us. As he spoke, his chest heaved violently, blood dripping from his torn clothing, yet he still tried to give strength to the girl. Hey, Achiang. Ajin's voice suddenly trembled, her pupils dilating as if frightened by a malevolent spirit. Before Achiang could respond, an icy cold wind had already pressed against his spine. Joro, it's the Jorigomo. Ajin's face turned deathly pale. Before she could finish speaking, Achiang's neck stiffened, not daring to move. He had witnessed several dying survivors being drained into mummified corpses by the Jorigomo. Was he next? He turned his head with difficulty to see blood-red eyes staring fixedly at him, that twisted smiling face mere inches away. A cold, wet tongue suddenly slid across his cheek. A seductive voice whispered in his ear, "Little brother, does big sister look beautiful?" In that moment, Achiang's previously trembling gaze suddenly became resolute, as if grasping his final dignity. He spat and roared, "Jorigomo, you hideous monster, go to hell." Before he could finish, that long tongue struck like a blade, piercing into Achiang's brain. Luo Xinfu, who had been beaming with joy moments before, now wore an ashen expression that looked particularly ghastly. In her previous life, Luo Xinfu had always been indifferent to others' doubts and mockery. Whether people criticized her abilities or questioned her education, she would simply laugh it off, as she had always been someone who marched to the beat of her own drum. For a girl like her, finding a wealthy second-generation rich boyfriend was no easy task. However, she was born in an era of highly advanced technology, which gave her more opportunities and possibilities. This face of hers was the result of expensive hextech procedures she had undergone in Korea. So while the originally plain-looking woman could tolerate many things, the one thing she absolutely could not bear was people criticizing her appearance. From beginning to end, what she found most unbearable were those sweet, loving couples flaunting their affection in front of her, especially those seemingly unbreakable pure romances. In her previous life, she had always viewed making money as life's primary goal, and this seemed to have become an instinct ingrained in her bones. So love and all that nonsense was just garbage. Even after becoming a zombie in the apocalypse, this mindset had never changed. Luo Xinfu had originally planned to drive a wedge between this young couple, to make them see how fragile emotions could be. However, to her surprise, this man showed no mercy and even called her an ugly freak. Ah Chong, Luo Xinfu, what have you done? I'll kill you. Ah Zhen's eyes widened as she watched her boyfriend Ah Chong, a bloody hole appearing at his temple, his hands dropping limply. In that instant, her eyes reddened. Ah Chong's gruesome death and his final moments of resilience shattered all hope in her heart instantly. Then, countless spider threads pierced into Ah Chong's wound, rapidly draining the blood from his body. Amazingly, Ah Chong's previously closed eyes seemed to regain life. He mechanically twisted his body, producing a voice that seemed to come from another world. Sister Luo, you're so beautiful. I really like you. That voice, those movements, perfectly mimicked how Ah Chong had been when alive. Little brother, your girlfriend is right here. This isn't right, is it? Oh my, why are you taking off my clothes? That dead fish-eyed, flat-chested girl. How could she compare to Sister Luo's figure? Little brother, you're just like a male dog, always wanting to lick. If I'm a male dog, then what are you? A female dog? Little brother, you're so capable. Your girlfriend is watching right there. I really can't help myself with you. Just this once. Next time you mustn't do such outrageous things to Sister Luo. Let me show you my real skills. Wow. Little brother, your skills are really hard and big enough. Giggle, do you like it? I love it. I just love the big and capable ones. Luo Xinfu put on a one-woman show in front of Ajun. The next second, under Luo Xinfu's control, she actually began engaging in NTR acts right in front of Ajun. You venomous woman. Luo Xinfu, you've gone too far. Ajun screamed helplessly from the side, but it was completely useless. What followed filled the entire space with Ajun's helpless curses and Luo Xinfu's wild moaning. Thud. After one final piercing scream, Ah Chong's body was completely drained, his withered corpse collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Xinfu let out a satisfied burp, her eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Ajun's tears had run dry, her voice so hoarse she could barely make a sound. She stared at Luo Xinfu with a blank expression, her heart filled with despair. Little sister, you should try this big guy Later's quite impressive. Luo Xinfu toyed with the spider silk at her fingertips, mockingly pointing toward a corpse in the distancia, mutated elite zombie she had just brutally killed, with something as thick as a human arm hanging grotesquely from its waist. Ajun couldn't help but clench her teeth, swearing silently. You disgusting bitch. I'm going to kill you. But Luo Xinfu was in no hurry to enjoy her praise body. For her, torture, screams, and terror were the only sources of pleasure since becoming a zombie. Just as this cruel atmosphere enveloped the hall, Suyu entered with Luo. Hey, you plastic surgery freak. Before Suyu finished speaking, a blue crystal arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the glowing green stone breast on Luo Xinfu's chest. The moment the arrow grazed the spider silk, the sharp sound alerted Luo Xinfu. The distance was too close even with 120 agility points. She had no chance to dodge. If not for the dozens of small spiders that swarmed out at that moment, the arrow would have hit its mark. Luo Xinfu clearly underestimated the arrow's destructive power. A 45 critical hit rate triggering wasn't surprising. Combined with double strike dance of death 250 critical damage, plus multiple damage boosting equipment and titles, the power was instantly maximized. The small spiders were pierced midair by the arrow, exploding into brilliant fragments like fireworks blooming in the night sky. The arrow's momentum dropped due to the impact, most of its damage distributed, but the remaining force still penetrated through, precisely piercing Luo Xinfu's thigh. Blood splattered as Luo Xinfu's blood-red eyes erupted with terrifying killing intent. Oh, another pair of toys has arrived, she sneered coldly, fury surging. Ding. A system notification suddenly appeared. Detected lone wolf encountering Luo Xinfu mutated zombie leader, triggering hidden quest Wrath of the Sea Queen. Quest description. Before the apocalypse, Luo Xinfu was like a sea queen. She got engaged, fell in love, then ruthlessly abandoned her ex-boyfriend. She hid her current relationship while getting engaged to a rich second-generation heir. When exposed at the engagement party, she even had her boyfriend sent to jail. She manipulated 5 high-quality men with her 5 fingers, using vicious methods. When the apocalypse arrived, she was on a date with her lawyer boyfriend at the library. Quest requirement: kill Luoxin mutated zombie leader. Quest rewards: gold coins 1000, reputation 1000, experience 2000, enhancement gift pack 1. Time limit: 4 hours. Quest penalty: upon failure or abandonment, automatic teleportation out of Xingqing library, level 1. Accept quest. Opponent is extremely powerful, strongly recommend declining. Suyu had anticipated that powerful enemies would come with hidden quests, so he immediately responded, accept quest. He knew clearly that facing a leader with nearly 100 minions required a quick, decisive battle. Young man, run quickly. This zombie is too powerful. Ajun warned with her torn vocal cords, still doubting Suyu's abilities. Before she finished speaking, spider silk wrapped around her throat, lifting her into the air, instantly silencing her as her life hung in the balance. Suyu had no time for distractions, roaring, summon Overlord, protect Luwei, and attack together. After enhancement with Overlord Bow 5, the summoned Overlord's attributes matched his completely. Overlord, level 8, class. Overlord, strength 103, spirit 67, constitution 82, agility 88. This tank standing in front of Berserker Luwei was perfect. Luoxin had expected Suyu to retreat after hearing the warning, but instead he attacked first. Her figure flickered, ignoring the obstruction of bookshelves and stone pillars, disappearing in successive flashes. Immediately after, over 100 small spiders swarmed out from the ceiling, walls, and book piles. Only now did Suyu see clearly that these weren't real spiders at all, but monsters assembled from human heads and limbs, with spider silk stitching together flesh and blood. Every face, every pair of eyes flickered with chilling light that made one's scalp crawl. Due to the Jorigomo's incredible speed, Luwei quickly lost track of its movements. She could only swing her 2 iron hammers each nearly half her height wildly at the swarm of small spiders rushing toward her feet. Every time the heavy hammerheads struck the ground, a spider would be smashed to pieces, shell fragments scattering everywhere. However, the spider silk on the floor quickly tightened and pulled, reassembling the broken limbs, leaving the number of small spiders completely unchanged. Bawang remained positioned at Luwei's front left throughout the battle, his shield constantly blocking the sharp forelimbs that lunged at her. With the same attributes as Suyu, he neutralized several deadly attacks. Suyu darted and weaved, his long blade cutting through the spider swarm like flowing light, striking with extreme precision each attack permanently stopping one of the creatures. When the three first began working together, Suyu commanded and coordinated, Luwei served as the primary damage dealer, and Bawang handled defense and support. Their teamwork was remarkably seamless. The good times didn't last long. The continuous close combat eventually allowed the small spiders to break through Luwei and Bawang's skin. Gray light instantly flickered across both their bodies. The Jorigomo's paralyzing bite had taken effect. A full 15 seconds of poisoning that drastically reduced their attack and movement speed, with a 75% chance of missing their targets. The moment they slowed down, the tide of battle began to turn. High above, the Jorigomo crouched deep against the ceiling, gazing down with mocking eyes. She considered these 3 brute force fighters beneath her, noticed that only one truly worth her concern was that man, Suyu. He was both the command center of the trio and possessed terrifying burst damage. His movements were so agile they were nearly impossible to track, and each precise slash would instantly destroy one of her spiders. Prolonging the fight would only waste more of her small spiders. The Jorigomo bit her crimson lips and decided to enter the fray herself. As long as her poisoned claws could leave even a single wound on Suyu, he would fall into the same poisoned state as Lu Wei and Bawang, his speed greatly reduced. Then, capturing this man would be child's play. Once they lost their commander and firepower, the remaining 2 couldn't possibly withstand her relentless assault. With all 3 under her control, she could turn them into marionettes dancing to her will. Men, especially those who consider themselves powerful, are always stubborn and refuse to trust others. The Jorigomo thought contemptuously. She suddenly accelerated, her slender figure weaving between walls and chandeliers, reaching the top of a bookshelf beside Suyu in the blink of an eye, then clinging to the ceiling above his head in a single breath. Suyu remained completely unaware. Seeing this reaction, the Jorigomo's smile deepened, incompetent and clumsy. At this moment, Suyu's head was completely exposed. The Jorigomo chuckled silently. This time, you will surely become my plaything. In an instant, the 8 sharp venomous claws on her back glowed with an eerie green light, extending like living creatures and sealing off all of Suyu's escape routes without a single gap. In that twisted previous life, under her parents' influence, she had learned how to manipulate men. Countless heroes and champions had willingly bowed before her seduction. Today, another man was about to become her toy. Meanwhile, Ajun, suspended in midair by spider silk, slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but shudder and hoarsely warned, Watch out! Ajin shouted desperately, but deep down she knew that avoiding the impending danger within such a short distance was nearly impossible. The air was torn apart by a piercing female scream in the next second. Just as the 8 venomous claws were about to pierce through Suyu's chest, he suddenly looked up, his waist and back twisted sharply like a swimming dragon as he dodged, instantly drawing his bowstring to full tension. The Overlord bow locked onto the Jorigomo before him, and the sacred arrow of slaughter thundered for the divine punishment born specifically to purge darkness. The giant king talent, true earth-shaking, triggered simultaneously, with a 100 immobilization chance that completely froze the target for 0.1 seconds. The Jorigomo was suspended in midair, as if someone had forcibly hit the pause button. Immediately after, 20 crystal arrows poured down like raindrops within 3 seconds, with a 70 critical hit chance creating successive ice-blue sparks on her exoskeleton. Each impact made her body convulse violently in the air, ultimately pushing her back several meters by the force, her back crashing into the web she had woven herself. Ever since Suyu acquired true earth-shaking and combined it with sacred arrow of slaughter, the 3-meter space above his head had become a forbidden zone that none dared violate. Any intruder would face devastating strikes. The current Jorigomo served as the perfect example. Riddled with arrows and fleeing in disgrace, Suyu's pursuit shots never missed their mark, each arrow finding its target. Even with her impressive 90 points in constitution, she could barely withstand such fierce assault. She painfully contracted her broken form, retreating to the dark recesses of the ceiling like a hedgehog bristling with arrow shafts, her 3 severed venomous claws filling her with terror. Without the Knight's enhancement, she wouldn't even have had a chance to escape. After evolving into a leader-class zombie, she had considered herself cunning and intelligent, yet now faced unprecedented defeat. She simply couldn't understand how Suyu always seemed to know her exact location. The answer lay in the death mark Suyu had placed during their first encounter. From that moment on, the Jorigomo's every breath and every web vibration was exposed to his perception. The movement and attack bonuses from the mark allowed Suyu to match her in speed. When she appeared in his field of vision for the second time, she happened to step into the coverage range of Hand of Plunder. During the attack interval of Sacred Arrow of Slaughter, Suyu unhesitatingly extended his left hand, and purple-black energy suddenly condensed into a vortex. Plastic surgery freak, your talent looks nice perfect for me. This taunt caused her collapse rate to surge another 10, instantly reaching maximum. Ding. You have used Hand of Plunder on Jorigomo Mutant Zombie Leader. Current collapse rate, 45, weakness rate, 55, plunder success rate, 100. Talent plunder successful. Due to 8 venomous claws being a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Second talent randomly plundered, remaining attempts, 0. Ding. You have acquired strength talent, paralyzing bite. Strength paralyzing bite. All attacks carry venom, poisoning targets. Poison units suffer 25 reduction in both attack speed and movement speed, with a 50 chance of missing attacks, lasting 10 seconds. Suyu had always lacked means to inflict massive negative status effects, and this moment perfectly filled that gap. While it might be slightly inferior to the A-rank slow talent in pure deceleration magnitude, it excelled in comprehensive stacking effects, reduced movement speed, weakened attack speed, and increased miss rate 3D buffs packaged together. But who cares about the individual strength when you get such quantity? One talent simultaneously stacking 3 different debuffs. What more could you ask for? Suyu's execution was absolutely flawless. With the talent secured, he rolled up his sleeves and unleashed his full firepower without holding back. In the corner, the Jorigomo lurked within the shadows of her web. The 5 captive survivors beneath her feet had already withered to skin and bones, their pupils ground to ashen gray by pain and despair. For them, death would perhaps be a merciful end. In the next instant, her remaining 5 venomous spider claws shot out simultaneously, piercing into the 5 victims' skulls. Toxins surged through them, and their faces bloomed with eerie yet relieved smiles in a split second. This was the Jorigomo's recovery skill, Extreme Thirst. For 5 minutes, her attack power would double, and every strike would drain life force. As vital energy flowed into her, the 3 previously severed claws visibly regenerated bone by bone, green phosphorescent light crawling up to their tips section by section. She flexed her neck, producing crisp crack sounds. But what could any of this change? Suyu's cold words, plastic surgery freak, cut into her eardrums like a blade. Though she didn't grasp the full meaning, she heard every syllable crystal clear. The tide turned dramatically the moment the toxins in Lu Wei and Bawang's systems dissipated. The Jorigomo was shocked to discover that her poison techniques had suddenly lost their effect. Meanwhile, the duo's stamina returned, and their fighting spirit soared as they instantly seized control of the battlefield rhythm. Working together as 3, they crushed swaths of small spiders into fragments, and the once-dense spider swarm withered away in an instant. In fury, the Jorigomo spun silk threads, and summoned a puppet army composed of dozens of complete mummified corpses, both human and zombie. Though their joints moved stiffly, they lunged at Suyu's trio like maniacs under the spider silk's control. To Suyu, this was merely the enemy's dying gasp. Lu Wei and Ba Wang exchanged no words, each charging forward with their attribute advantages, smashing through the first wave of the corpse-tied heathen without hesitation. Free from the shadow of the paralyzing bite, they moved with agility and even a sense of effortless satisfaction. Just as the Jurigomo began preparing her second assault, Suyu's arrows came whistling toward her as if they had eyes. Having experienced their power before, she dared not block them directly and could only dodge frantically with her barely healed body. Yet over half the arrows still found their mark with precision. Each hit inflicted a 0.1 second stun that made her brain ring, while the arrow's backlash effect reduced both her movement speed and attack speed by 14%. A heavy sensation immediately spread through her limbs, and even the mummified puppets under her remote control twitched and convulsed in place during those 0.1 second interruptions. Suyu's power was so overwhelming that his arrows pierced through bookcases and embedded into reinforced concrete. Despair engulfed the Jorigomo. If she didn't retreat now, she wouldn't even keep her life. She frantically spat out spider silk, wrapped up her last meal, ajin, and desperately climbed toward the passage leading deeper into the museum. At this moment, she had no time to control those string puppets, much less any chance to look back at Suyu's superhuman methods. She knew all too well that the slightest lapse in concentration would leave her vulnerable to Suyu's deadly strikes. The man before her was far stronger than Luoxenfu had anticipated. The overwhelming barrage of arrows forced her to retreat step by step, as wretched as a stray dog. Suspended in midair by spider silk, Ajun dangled like a balloon caught in the wind. From her vantage point overlooking the battlefield, she could clearly observe every dodge and collision between the two combatants, her mouth agape in amazement. Suyu's movements were precise to perfection. The slightest twitch of his bowstring could pinpoint Luoxenfu's hiding spots, while her every venomous claw strike, web attack, and ambush fell short against his arrows and agility. The more Ajin watched, the more astounded she became. In these few days since the apocalypse began, she had witnessed ordinary people struggle against elite zombies at their absolute limit. Yet the Luoxenfu before them was a leader-class zombie, her nighttime enhancement boosting her strength to Lord-class levels, while Suyu remained as composed as if he were practicing target shooting. She swallowed hard as a name suddenly flashed through her mind. Lone Wolf. Could he be the one A Chong had called China's strongest? Legend had it that only Lone Wolf on the entire planet could reliably defeat Luoxenfu. While Ajun's thoughts raced, the wounded Luoxenfu had silently maneuvered around the arrow storm, closing in on the airborne supply. She now regarded Ajun as her final source of vitality. If she could devour this girl, perhaps she still had a chance to turn the tide. Consume you, and I may yet have hope for a comeback, she whispered, driving a dark venomous claw deep into Ajun's temple. As paralysis spread and numbness took hold, Ajun felt no pain, but a Chong's figure appeared before her eyes, standing in the distance and waving gently. You jerk, I will definitely come back. Ajun suddenly flashed a brilliant smile at Luoxenfu just as her consciousness began to fade. Luoxenfu froze, unable to comprehend why someone on death's door could still smile. In the next instant, a streak of crimson flashed by. Judgment arrow. The fully charged arrow struck like thunder, instantly severing the venomous claw's control and jolting Ajun's mind back to clarity. The arrowhead then slammed into Luoxenfu's artificially enhanced face, reconstructed at the cost of hundreds of thousands, in that kimchi nation, pinning her entire body into the concrete ceiling at the tunnel's end. What followed was a torrential downpour of arrows. Clusters of cold light hammered into her webbing and carapace like sledgehammers, completely overwhelming Luoxenfu. Her life force drained rapidly from her pupils until it reached zero. Confirming the leader's death, Ajun finally closed her eyes in peace. In Suyu's field of vision, the system panel flooded with notifications once again. Ding. Successfully eliminated Luoxenfu. Mutant leader, zombie LV-10. Gained experience 5,000, gold 500. Ding. Hidden quest Wrath of the Sea Queen completed. Ding. Quest rewards obtained. Gold 1,000, reputation 1,000, experience 2,000, enhancement gift pack 1. Ding. Level increased to 9, gained free attribute points 5. Ding. Talent Hand of Plunder. Remaining uses 1. The 5,000 experience points from the kill combined with the quest's 2,000 points pushed Suyu solidly to level 9, with his experience bar showing a small surplus remaining. As his level skyrocketed, ordinary zombies could barely contribute any experience, and this time-transcending, leveling speed was something he was experiencing for the first time. Scanning the ground, Suyu collected the treasure chest dropped by Luoxenfu into his backpack, then calmly gathered everything and vanished into the depths of the tunnel. After passing through the passage door, Suyu thoughtfully blocked it shut behind him. The wall trembled from his movements, causing bits of plaster to crumble and scatter at his feet with soft rustling sounds. He knew full well that new zombies would soon flood into the Jorigomo's empty nest, but he had no idea what strength these replacements might possess. To prevent others from reaping the rewards of his hard work, he chose to be extra cautious. Looking around, the cramped space contained cleaning supplies, detergent, and a metal frame bed. This had originally been just the museum's janitorial storage room, yet it surprisingly maintained its pre-apocalyptic tidiness. The smooth concrete floor reflected faint glimmers of light in the dim illumination, and Suyu's footsteps were so light that no zombies in the museum were disturbed. It was now approaching dawn. Through the remote vision of his silver-bird claw, he could see that the exhibition halls were packed with zombies, and deep within lurked an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. His most reliable skills were still on cooldown, making further exploration clearly unwise. Fortunately, this storage room seemed to have been used as a temporary shelter. Besides the metal bed, there was a barely functional shower head in the corner, sufficient for basic washing. Suyu casually pulled out a handful of supply capsules from his storage ring and handed them to Lu Wei. The girl hugged the capsules and sat contentedly on the edge of the bed, bringing a brief moment of quiet to the scene. Next came his most anticipated moment, taking inventory. Suyu dragged over a metalwork table and laid out his spoils of war. A legendary treasure chest dropped after killing the Jorigomo, and an enhancement chest obtained from completing the hidden quest. Looking at these two hefty boxes, he felt both joy and frustration. Defeating a mutant boss-level zombie at night increased the difficulty exponentially, yet the rewards remained the same as during the day, which was probably just another twisted quirk of the Order Keepers. Glancing at Lu Wei, she was gnawing on a bone while swaying her slender waist to the rhythm, dancing the subject 3. Suyu chuckled and opened the legendary chest. Ding. 1. 3 supply capsules, opened immediately for a late-night snack. 2. 2 excellent grade enhancement stones, glowing faintly. 3. A legendary skill book emanating dark purple light, soul-devouring hand. He quickly scanned the skill information. Universal two-handed melee weapon. Void grip, grab enemies ahead. Absorb their life force, then hurl them away, causing splash damage to backline targets while boosting the caster's strength by 30 for 10 seconds. Can grab targets in defensive stance, though certain specific enemies are immune. The cooldown wasn't particularly long. His Suyu sucked in a sharp breath. The skill combined life steal, area damage, and crowd control, plus provided a burst buff, truly a godly technique for melee combat. Looking at the book's name, he was reminded of a comedian's famous signature move from years ago, and couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, he had committed to the archery path and couldn't use this book. Selling it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. Suyu had made up his mind, and was about to store the skill book back in his ring when he noticed Lu Wei had stopped dancing. Her small hand reached toward him as she stared intently at the book with blinking eyes. You want this? Suyu raised an eyebrow. The last time she had been this proactive was when she asked for the black iron hammer. Lu Wei nodded gently, her pink hair swaying at her shoulders. Though somewhat reluctant, Suyu handed the skill book to Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei was nothing like Lin Rufei, that dead weight. Every bit of strength she gained meant more help for Suyu. Could summoned creatures actually learn survivor skills? This was an entirely new path Suyu had never imagined. Right now, his combat power far exceeded Lu Wei's, and with her limited skill set, she always seemed like she was missing a crucial piece in battle. This new skill book could perfectly fill that gap, allowing her growth to keep pace with Suyu's without falling too far behind. Suyu handed over the skill book. The previously expressionless girl tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips curving upward, her unique way of expressing joy. Suyu thought to himself that not even an entire roasted lamb had ever brought such pure happiness to Lu Wei's face. Ding! Congratulations to Lu Wei for successfully learning the skill, soul-devouring hand. Next, he turned his attention to the hidden quest rewarding enhancement chest. These chests only appeared in hidden quests or dungeons, specifically producing enhancement-related items, enhancement stones, talismans, and even auxiliary skill books. His Overlord Bao was already enhanced to 5, and going higher would drastically reduce success rates, with the risk of equipment destruction upon failure. Without protection charms or guaranteed success talismans, he wouldn't dare take such a risk. The chest opened. 2 excellent grade enhancement stones, 1 legendary grade enhancement stone, 2 protection charms, and 1 guaranteed success talisman. What should have been a 3-item guarantee somehow produced 6 items. If the Order members saw this, they'd surely weep with envy. In the apocalypse, every guaranteed success talisman was priceless. Guaranteed success talisman, mythic grade consumable. Used for equipment enhancement, guarantees success upon use, disappears after use. Suyu took inventory again. 3 excellent grade enhancement stones, 2 fine grade enhancement stones, 3 protection charms, 1 fortune charm, and that guaranteed success talisman. Despite such luxurious resources, he decisively shook his head. Should I upgrade now? Absolutely not. His current damage was sufficient for all situations. Even upgrading the bow to 7 or 8 would provide limited improvement. Without absolute certainty of reaching 10, it would only add unnecessary stress. Having endured 10 years of hardship, what was the rush now? After securing all the supplies, he murmured quietly, "That's enough for now. Time to rest. Tomorrow brings another tough battle." With everything arranged, he fell into deep sleep. At noon on the 6th day of the apocalypse, Suyu slowly awakened. Luwei stood guard by the door, silent throughout the night, ensuring his peaceful rest. Today's objective was clear: venture deep into the museum and reach the special exhibition hall that would trigger the hidden profession quest. Last night, he had found an internal map in the storage room and memorized the entire layout. "Open the door," he commanded softly. Luwei stepped aside as Suyu gripped his 80-pound sledgehammer with both hands and smashed the door lock. The dull thud echoed through the corridor. The lock mechanism shattered, and the iron door burst open. The tremendous noise instantly alerted the entire museum, and countless zombies came rushing with howls and shrieks. "Fire in the hole." Suyu raised his hand and hurled a handful of lure potions toward the doorway. The expensive glass vials traced arcs through the air before shattering on the ground, their medicinal scent rapidly spreading. The zombies immediately became agitated, their eyes gleaming with wolf-like hunger as they fixated on the source of the smell. The stimulating mist from the vials drove the front row zombies into a frenzy of biting and clawing, while the zombie horde behind them caught the strange scent and surged forward recklessly. In the terrifying silence, only the low growls of zombies could be heard as they approached in hordes. Suddenly, a deep crimson and pitch-black arm tore through the void, its 5 fingers clamping like steel pincers around the throat of the zombie charging at the front soul-devouring hand, a skill Luwei had just acquired. The zombie had long lost its sense of pain and knew no fear. Yet despite its limbs flailing wildly and claws tearing through the air, that hand remained locked like a clasp welded to bone, not loosening an inch. The arm's surface gleamed with a dark luster, devouring life force like a black hole. The zombie's muscles instantly collapsed, its once grotesque face shriveling into wrinkled cloth, eye sockets sunken deep, suffering in silence. Blood boiled within its body, and in the next moment, it erupted from every pore, forming a blinding crimson fountain. The impact sent the corpse flying backward, toppling several zombies in the rear ranks as they were drenched in the blood wave. The air instantly filled with a thick, sickeningly sweet stench that made one nauseous. What a dominating skill, Suyu silently praised. He immediately recognized that the soul-devouring hand's damage was linked to strength attributes. At this moment, Luwei's entire body was wrapped in a golden aura, the visual manifestation of strength amplification. The fallen zombie's position was quickly filled by its companions. They staggered forward even more ferociously, swinging their mutilated limbs at Luwei. Suyu was ready, drawing his bowstring to its limit. The judgment arrow he had been charging burst forth, its tail trailing silver-blue light as it pierced through several zombies along its path, pinning them to the ground. Enhanced by the soul-devouring hand, Luwei's combat power soared, truly achieving the feat of one person holding the pass against 10,000. The two fought side by side for a long time, piling up thick walls of corpses at the museum entrance, bodies stacked layer upon layer, nearly blocking the passage completely. The corridor outside had long been packed with zombies drawn by the commotion, roughly over 1,000 at first glance, still desperately pressing forward, trying to crush the pair into powder. A frontal breakthrough was utterly impossible. Yet this desperate situation was part of Suyu's plan. He had deliberately lured the zombies here to seek another exit. The museum's structural blueprint was already burned into his mind, remembered clearly which walls were load-bearing and which were merely partitions. Suyu slammed the main door shut with a bang, locking out the surging tide of corpses, and commanded in a deep voice, "Luwei, break through the wall." Without hesitation, Luwei swung her 80-pound sledgehammer at the side wall. Stone fragments scattered as the wall was instantly gouged with a crack. With the second strike, the entire wall crumbled, revealing a hidden space, the museum's equipment room. This place was already remote, further concealed by the wall, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to discover. However, the scene before them was like descending into hell. Scattered across the floor, equipment, and corners were hundreds of mutilated corpses, both human and zombie, all cut into regular chunks with edges as clean as freshly sliced meat. The heavy stench of blood mixed with machine oil assaulted their senses. In the corner of the room, a woman was tightly bound to a chair. Her wrists and ankles were rubbed raw and bloody, her skin an ashen gray, continuously emitting pitiful whimpers be the sound of it. She had already turned into a zombie. As Suyu approached, he saw a female zombie dressed in a museum guide uniform. Her eyes were covered with a blindfold, her mouth gagged with a ball gag, and her limbs forcibly spread apart with thick ropes. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and used condoms were scattered on the ground. Clearly, this zombie had suffered inhuman treatment. The ID badge hanging around her neck showed that she had been a beautiful woman in life. In this apocalyptic world, perverts were everywhere, not only challenging the bottom line of humanity, but also taking pleasure in violating even zombies. In the corner, he discovered over a dozen corpses of beautiful women, neatly arranged but completely naked. They had all suffered unspeakable abuse without exception. Suyu observed carefully and found that some traces hadn't even dried yet, which made him sigh with emotion. For the weak in the apocalypse, death sometimes seemed like a form of liberation. However, Suyu also understood that this viewpoint wasn't entirely correct. Surprisingly, even with the help of the Silverbird Claw, from last night until now, Suyu hadn't sensed any abnormalities. Obviously, this equipment room must be hiding some secrets. Suddenly, Suyu keenly noticed a figure silently passing behind him. After a moment's thought, he calmly said to Lu Wei, let's go. Just as he turned around, suddenly, a vicious roar came from overhead. Hee, think you can leave? Brother Tai is going to send you to hell today. A short man suddenly leaped down from the overhead storage rack, gripping a fine-quality horizontal blade that slashed fiercely towards Suyu's head. The blade flashed with blinding white light. This was the universal melee skill, Crescent Blade. This move's attack range far exceeded the blade itself, making it impossible to guard against. Anyone else would have been terrified by this sudden attack. The man had relied on this skill to kill enemies repeatedly and was full of confidence. As long as he killed Suyu, another cute little loli would be added to his collection of beauties. He noticed that Suyu used a bow and arrow, and at this distance, even a god would find it difficult to help. However, Suyu showed no panic and gracefully sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the blade. Suyu even grabbed the man's wrist with one hand and slammed him hard against the ground. The man immediately saw stars, and blood quickly gushed from his head. Bang! Suyu had smashed the man's head open with his bare hands. Playing sneak attacks with me? Interesting. Suyu suddenly felt his grip loosen as the man he had been holding tightly suddenly disappeared. The man had activated Wind Step, forcibly concealing his form. Hee. Brother Tai is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Suyu shook off the blood on his hands and looked at the man who had concealed his form and was now running around wildly in the equipment room. The moment they made contact, he had already marked the man for death. Yang Yicheng Shan, level 6, no profession, strength talent, enhancement master. Yang Yicheng Shan lived up to his name even before the apocalypse. He was no good. Put it this way, he had violated every law in the criminal code except the cover page. However, his wealth had allowed him to escape proper punishment time and again. In the apocalypse, people with such antisocial personalities, whether they became zombies or remained human, posed great threats to others. But then again, this person was worthless, but his talent was quite appealing. Suyu chuckled softly, thinking how lucky he was. Thank goodness he hadn't killed his opponent instantly, or it would have been a huge loss. What perfect timing! This was one of the most profitable talents in the apocalyptic world. When Yang Yicheng Shan first awakened his talent, he felt a surge of excitement. The mere words "shrank" were enough to fuel his fantasies of dominating the apocalypse and reaching new heights of power. But when the end times truly arrived, this seemingly prestigious talent proved as useless as scrap metal. If the Order hadn't publicly announced the new enhancement rules last night, he might have forgotten he even possessed this ability. Not everyone was blessed with maxed out luck like Suyu. Since his awakening, he had only managed to obtain his first enhancement stone yesterday after tremendous effort, but without legendary equipment, the stone was nothing more than a pretty ornament. To survive now, he had to rely on his old profession. The museum was packed with visitors due to a major event, and he directed his subordinates to scout the area amid the chaos, the very same organization Suyu had encountered at Xinjiang Hospital. The plan was crystal clear: strike when night fell, loot the national treasures, and transport them overseas under cover of darkness. The sudden apocalypse forced them to abandon their scheme, leaving Yang Yicheng Shan in dire straits. But every coin has two sides, and places like museums that instantly transformed into hellscapes were far better at forcing evolution than any greenhouse environment. When the zombie horde struck, his subordinates fell one by one, turning into the undead. He made a split-second decision to barricade himself in the equipment room, using its heavy iron door to hold back the tide of corpses. From that moment, he made the equipment room his lair, hunting both zombies and survivors throughout the museum. When he encountered zombies, he killed them outright. When he met survivors, he posed as an ally, luring them into the equipment room before striking them down. His blade, armor, skill books, everything he owned had been ruthlessly taken from others. The reason Suyu hadn't detected his presence was Yang Yicheng Shan's special equipment, a stealth cloak. The cloak had no additional attributes, but perfectly concealed both his form and presence. Without exaggeration, aside from the slow-moving zombies, most survivors in the museum had died by his blade. He lacked neither strength nor cruelty, but such people often shared a fatal flaw: the more they killed, the more arrogant they became. Whether his brain had been caught in a door, or this was some self-invented tactic, he approached Suyu with serpentine movements that made him look like a jumping clown in Suyu's eyes. It was truly like Su Kuan ringing the doorbell, Dinner delivery had arrived. Just as Yang Yicheng-shan was about to close in on Suyu, he misstepped, his foot landing on a female corpse's entrails with a barely audible squelching sound. The air was immediately torn by an eerie arrow whoosh, shattering the silence completely. The arrow seemed to possess divine sight, tracking his position even as Yang Yicheng-shan activated Wind Step and entered stealth mode. In a flash, he swung his blade to block. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. His prized weapon was actually severed clean through by the arrow. The impact hammered his grip like an iron fist, blood spurting instantly as bones shattered to fragments. Even with its power diminished, the arrowhead still buried itself firmly in his left shoulder, piercing through bone. Pain tore through his muscles like flames, yet he merely curled his lips in a cold smile, forcibly swallowing his groan and revealing his utterly ruthless nature. He quickly retreated to cover, biting his lip and breathing heavily. He had initially believed that while invisible, as long as he made no sound, he wouldn't face another attack from Suyu. However, he was wrong. In fact, once locked onto by Suyu's death mark, there was nowhere left to hide between heaven and earth. Yang Yicheng-shan naively thought it was his careless noise that had drawn the killing intent. His mind raced with calculations. Once he killed the man before him, he would devour that little zombie beside him alive. At this thought, he looked down at the scattered debris at his feet, murderous intent flooding his eyes as painful memories surged. Damn it, she dared bite me when alive, so I killed her. But even in death she still haunts me? The next instant, a black-feathered arrow silently cut through the air. His swift step ability had just expired, and the arrow pinned him directly to the wall. Excruciating pain tore through his nerves, and Yang Yicheng-shan could bear no more, erupting in a hoarse and piercing shriek. Even while restrained, he still stared intensely at the siblings before him, like a failed hunting dog still fantasizing about a comeback. Boss, you're amazing. Far stronger than me. He forced out a fawning smile through the pain. That girl beside you is a zombie, right? I'm a core member of the Black Death organization. Let me Gowrie, actually the same kind of people. Our organization spans the globe and will eventually rule the world. Before he could finish speaking, Suyu raised his palm. Ding. You have used plundering hand on survivor Yang Yicheng-shan. Yang Yicheng-shan's previous collapse rate. 50, weakness level. 60, talent plunder successful. Remaining uses, 0. Ding. You have obtained strength talent. Enhancement master. Suyu glanced at him casually and said coldly. Good eye. Recognizing Lu Wei as a zombie at first sight. His tone darkened. Noisy. Another mention of the Black Death Organization name referenced in the Star City Hospital files. Now, he simply had one more reason to kill. Drawing his longbow again, an arrow struck Yang Yicheng-shan's chattering mouth directly. The man's body convulsed instinctively twice before dying on the spot, without even a chance to struggle. After confirming the enemy was completely dead, Suyu turned his attention back to his newly acquired talent. Talent, Enhancement Master. Level, Rank. Description, experience gained from years of enhancement failures allows simultaneous use of multiple enhancement stones with stacking probability. Simply put, with enough stones, even the lowest grade enhancement stones can achieve 100 success rate. In his previous life, countless survivors had gone bankrupt in the enhancement system, and Suyu had suffered greatly as well. Now with this talent, he no longer needed to anxiously calculate probabilities or pray for luck. He opened his bracelet's storage compartment and poured out all the enhancement stones he had recently found at the storage room entrance. 6 excellent grade, 2 superior grade, and a large handful of common grade stones. The Binjiang Delta was already Star City's enhancement treasure land, and combined with his high luck stat, obtaining these resources was perfectly normal. This batch should easily get me to 10, right? Suyu spread the common grade enhancement stones all over his 10 famous bows. Overlord Bow. Ding. Enhanced 10 famous bows. Overlord Bow 5. Requires 1,000 gold coins. Current success rate, 8. Friendly reminder, protection charms or fortune charms can be used for enhancement. Upon failure, level resets to 0 with a chance of destruction. Suyu had already calculated the success rate after stacking. It was exactly 102. The extra 2 was a generous bonus, and he confirmed without hesitation. While a single 1,000 gold coin enhancement was astronomically expensive for others, he spent money like water. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 6. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 7. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 8. With the common stones exhausted, he raised his hand and took out the golden, shimmering guaranteed success charm. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bow 10. Congratulations to survivor, Lone Wolf, for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to enhance equipment to maximum level, earning the unique achievement. Qualitative and quantitative change. World announcement incoming. In the next second, all survivors on Blue Star were stunned to receive a global announcement from the Order. Whoosh. World announcement. Order reporting. Order reporting. The mysterious hero from China Lone Wolf has once again demonstrated extraordinary power in the harsh apocalyptic environment, becoming the first person to fully upgrade equipment to maximum level. Achievement unlocked. Qualitative and quantitative change, world unique, along with massive rewards. You lazy bunch, if you don't work harder, you won't even be able to afford a 79 gold coin eyebrow pencil. Order reporting. Order reporting. After 3 consecutive world announcements, this news exploded across Blue Star like a bombshell. All of this, from the enhancement system activation to the global announcement, took less than a day. Most survivors had never even seen what an enhancement stone looked like. Even if some had seen one, how many could possess legendary-grade equipment? Looking across China, there were barely over 100 pieces of legendary equipment at this moment. In those smaller nations, such items were even rarer. Although everyone had already suspected Lone Wolf's Chinese identity, this time the Order had officially confirmed it. Lone Wolf, big brother, is that you? Your little darling has been waiting so long. I want chicken, chicken. Little Fairy, on her deathbed, heard the Order's announcement and drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. Damn it. If I hadn't been short a few hundred enhancement stones, this world announcement would definitely have featured our great Dahan Empire. A talented youth from the Kimchi nation angrily stared at his four-katana. Shaoli. According to intelligence analysis, Lone Wolf should be in the central China region. Send people to find him immediately. A military uniformed leader walked out of the safe house with a serious expression, issuing orders. Baka, another Chinese? What happened to that Shiraishi Hiroshi kid? Still no word from him. Elder, it looks like you'll have to personally make a trip to Star City. Meanwhile, Suyu in the Star City Museum happily claimed his recent rewards. Achievement reward claimed for qualitative and quantitative change. Reputation x 1000. Gold coins x 1000. Bracelet storage space expanded to 3.5 cubic meters. Title obtained. Ancient Greek God of Enhancement. Ancient Greek God of Enhancement World, unique title, permanent title. The first survivor in the apocalypse to enhance equipment to maximum level. Attributes. All attributes permanently 1. When wearing this title, enhancement success rate permanently increased by 50. Suyu knew this achievement reward couldn't compare to his previous world-class achievements. Compared to those earth-shaking accomplishments, this one was relatively modest. But even a small mosquito is still meat. This permanent enhancement success rate boost would undoubtedly save him countless enhancement stones. Save when you should save, spend when you should spend. Next up was that 10 Overlord Bow. 10 Great Bows Overlord Bow 10 Mythical Great Equipment. One of China's 10 Great Bows, unique equipment. Legend says this bow was used by the Overlord himself, crafted from a dragon's sinew, possessing tremendous power and precision. After enhancement, its attributes have been upgraded. Attributes, Strength, 2020. Passive skill, Hero Among Men. Increases critical hit rate by 30-30. Increases critical hit damage by 100,100. Active skill Ghost Hero. Summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80 of the host's attributes plus an additional 40, lasting 10 minutes with a 12-hour cooldown. Setting aside the Ghost Hero skill, just the extra 40 points of strength, 60 critical hit rate, and 200 critical damage were enough to make Suyu's blood boil with excitement, almost blurted out. Who else wants some? He safely stored Luwei back into his personal space. This upcoming Parker-heavy sequence was undoubtedly his forte. Taking advantage of the gap while zombies were being lured away, he crept out of the equipment room in a low crouch. The earlier commotion had drawn away most of the zombies, leaving only scattered moans echoing through the corridors. Suyu needed just one sweep of his eyes to identify the optimal route. He started with a single arrow to set the rhythm, then followed up with a barrage of consecutive shots, carving out a path forward. The zombies didn't even have time to shriek before they collapsed one after another. The museum was filled with display cases and lined with murals, yet Suyu moved as if he were navigating a familiar obstacle course. He created crisp sounds with his bowstring while tossing decoy pots to scatter the zombie hordes. The sounds of shattering glass and exploding pottery echoed throughout, guiding the zombies to move in the wrong directions. His figure glided past the exhibits along the walls, moving with such agility it was as if he were weaving between the murals themselves. These are high-difficulty maneuvers, kids. Don't try this at home. After finishing off 2 more zombies blocking his path, he rolled into the special exhibition hall. Sure enough, the place was packed with zombies when the apocalypse struck. They had gathered here following the scent of blood and commotion, surrounding a bronze ritual vessel on loan from an external collection to the Xingqing Museum, the Cauldron of Ho-E. The Cauldron of Ho-E was imposing in size with bold, fierce patterns. The characters Ho and E were carved on the left and right sides of the cauldron body with sharp, powerful strokes. The front depicted E shooting down 9 suns, while the back showed him eliminating 6 evils. Both reliefs corresponded with the inscriptions inside the cauldron. The inscriptions recorded the complete story of how Ho-E shot down 9 suns and eliminated 6 evils, only to be ambushed and killed by his disciple Feng Ming with a peachwood club, and was subsequently granted the title King of 10,000 Ghosts, God of Zhongbu, by Emperor Jun. Thus, Hou Yi possessed a triple identity of human, god, and ghost, half god, half human in life, and half ghost, half god in death. Now, a rotating pale blue light formation appeared beneath the cauldron's base, as if revealing some kind of opportunity. The moment Suyu stepped through the hall entrance, the unknown scroll he had obtained from Lu Tianlong in Sleepless Star City immediately resonated, a legendary scroll with an extremely low drop rate that could only be unsealed by someone who truly knew how to use it. As long as the scroll bearer stepped into the magic circle, they could enter the class change dungeon. Suyu and Luwei had killed at least 100 zombies in this area, yet the scroll had never dropped, demonstrating its rarity. Now that the scroll had appeared, the zombie horde turned their heads in unison, their eyes glowing with terrifying red light. To enter the dungeon, he had to clear out these guardian monsters. Suyu still had the ultra-ultimate Death God arrow in his possession, but to preserve his trump card for the upcoming class change challenge, he chose to hold back. Before the zombie horde could charge at him, he made the first move. Drawing his bowstring to its limit, he sent a dark red punishment arrow whistling straight toward the cauldron of Hou Yi. The bulletproof glass protecting the artifact shattered with a crash, and piercing alarms filled the entire special exhibition hall. However, the arrow crumbled the moment it touched the cauldron. Even its impact sound was absorbed. "Time for dinner," he muttered to himself, then pulled out his decoy pots. Stepping on the zombie's shoulders, he scattered several ceramic pots into the crowd like throwing beans, and the sour, putrid stench exploded instantly. The zombie horde instinctively followed the scent, clearing a path for him. Suyu leaped into the teleportation circle. A pale blue light barrier rose up, and the surrounding zombies froze in place, as if time itself had been forcibly paused. Ding! Detected that lone wolf possesses an unknown scroll. Are you willing to accept Hou Yi's summons and begin the trial? Ding! An unknown scroll has been detected on lone wolf. Do you accept Hou Yi's summons to begin the trial? Accept. Suyu responded without hesitation. As his words fell, the faintly glowing scroll in his hand rapidly dissolved into points of light, as if all reason for its existence had been drained away. Lone Wolf has accepted Hou Yi's summons and will now begin the trial. As the notification ended, the world before Suyu suddenly transformed from blinding white light to deep azure blue. He instinctively closed his eyes as his body became light as a feather, floating in invisible currents. After a brief moment of weightlessness, a ring of silver-white radiance swept past. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing firmly on a platform suspended in midair. The stone slabs beneath his feet were smooth and cold. A straight path extended from the center of the platform, leading to 3 towering stone doors at its end. The first was blood red, the second gleamed with golden light, and the third was pitch black, perfectly symbolizing Hou Yi's 3 states of mortal, divine, and spectral. The scene resembled the environment when Suyu first awakened his hidden class, yet carried an additional air of mystery. Back then, he had faced only a single black door representing the necromancer, requiring just 1 trial to obtain the class change scroll. Now, the additional mortal and divine doors indicated that this time, he might need to complete 3 trials to succeed. Since he was already here, he might as well see it through. Suyu hesitated no longer and strode toward the crimson stone door, pressing his palm against its rough surface. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, for successfully opening Hou Yi's first trial. System notifications appeared simultaneously in his ear and on his wrist panel. First trial, the sun-shooting hero. Trial description: Hou Yi, the mighty archer wielding the crimson divine bow, has trained for 1,000 years, achieving unparalleled archery skills and unbreakable will. In ancient times, he assisted Emperor Yao by single-handedly shooting down 9 suns, allowing the earth to be reborn. Trial requirement: emulate Hou Yi by using the temporary equipment, sun-shooting bow, to shoot down 9 suns, leaving only 1 hanging high to maintain light for the mortal world. Trial restrictions: all current equipment and skills are disabled. You may only rely on archery and wisdom to complete this challenge. Trial rewards: sun-shooting bow temporary, class change fragment X1. Trial time limit: unlimited. Time flows differently within this instance compared to the outside world. Please manage your time carefully. Trial penalty: if the challenge fails, you will be forever trapped in this place, unable to return to the real world. Suyu was slightly stunned. The system information before him was completely different from his previous life. When he last changed classes to Necromancer, he had experienced a tower defense-style trial where equipment and skills weren't sealed. Despite failing over 100 times, he had eventually succeeded. This time, however, the comprehensive restrictions gave him a slight headache. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open with both hands. The inner side of the stone door rolled back like a scroll, and the scenery changed abruptly. A dawn grassland rushed toward him. Faint morning mist hung in the air, obscuring the distant horizon and tinting the broken sunrise a dim yellow. The withered grass beneath his feet had turned grayish-yellow from drought, and each step produced a clear crack as it broke underfoot. The air was dry and cold, carrying the scent of scorched earth, and on his back appeared that legendary divine weapon, the sun-shooting bow. Ahead, a group of people trudged forward with faltering steps, their silhouettes appearing frail and exhausted against the dawn light, like a band of listless spirits. Gravel crunched beneath their feet as they pressed on despite parched throats, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads in the morning light. Having just crested a gentle slope, they spotted Suyu quickly catching up from behind. One of them turned around and shouted loudly, "We're almost there. You said the highest mountain by the eastern sea lies ahead. Your archery is unmatched in this world. Never missing a shot, Yuri, our last hope." The shout dispersed the thin mist hanging in the valley. Suyu frowned, only now realizing his appearance had become identical to the legendary Ho-E. After a brief conversation, he quickly grasped the current situation. The trial before him perfectly matched the millennia-old legend of Ho-E shoots the suns. 1. In the distant eastern seas stood a colossal tree called Fusang. 2. 10 three-legged golden crows roost in its branches, the 10 suns known to mortals. 3. They were meant to take turns, alternating daily to bring light and warmth to heaven and earth. 4. Bored by the monotony of their routine, they decided to soar through the sky together. The consequences were immediate. 10 suns blazing simultaneously turned the earth into a furnace, forests withered, rivers dried up, and crops and vegetation died inch by inch. After crossing countless mountain ridges, Suyu finally reached the eastern seacoast. Waves crashed against the rocks, sending white foam spraying as he looked up at the towering mountain before him. Its base touched the turbulent sea, while its peak nearly pierced the clouds. The ragged crowd at the mountain's base, despite their extreme hunger and thirst, excitedly pointed eastward. "Look, the sun is rising." Before the words faded, 10 blazing golden orbs simultaneously leaped above the horizon, circling and playing in the sky. Heat waves instantly rolled forth, turning the ground a dark red like charcoal fresh from a forge, the air itself seeming to carry the acrid smell of burning. Ding. Trial countdown, 5 minutes. Failure will restart the trial. Golden countdown numbers appeared in the corner of his vision as Suyu gripped the sun-shooting bow. The scorching vapor distorted heaven and earth as the red longbow gradually became covered in brilliant golden radiance, and a familiar, mighty power surged from his palms. "Here we go," he muttered encouragingly to himself, taking a deep breath and straining his arms to draw the bowstring. The string didn't budge. The 10th sand-pound draw weight far exceeded his expectation. She couldn't even conjure an arrow. From the mountain's base, disappointed murmurs drifted up on the wind. Suyu's heart sank. How had Huang Ding from his previous life passed this trial? "Boy, I'll only teach you once." A deep, authoritative male voice thundered in his mind as Ho Yi's spirit seemed to speak across the ages. Suyu didn't panic but closed his eyes to listen, letting his consciousness merge completely with that will. In the next breath, Ho Yi stood in the depths of his mind, countless scenes of sunrises and sunsets, millennia of arduous practice and trials unfolded before him. Whoosh. Suyu steadied his breathing. When he opened his eyes, cold light flashed in his pupils. He gripped the bow and pulled again, this time bending it into an exaggerated arc as golden light gathered along the string. Hum. The first golden arrow took shape and shot through the air. Bang. The sky exploded as a three-legged crow shrieked and plummeted, turning to burnt ash. Suyu's movements flowed like clouds. Drawing the bow a second time, the arrow shot forth. Hiss. 2 more fireballs were torn apart, crashing to earth as birds. Now only 7 suns remained in the sky, their blood-red pupils fixed intently on the archer atop the mountain. Drawing the bow a third time, the muscles of his shoulders and back stood out like steel cables. The golden arrow blazed forth, and 4 suns exploded into a rain of fire. The remaining 3 golden crows circled in terror, their wings trembling. Suyu hesitated no longer, repeatedly drawing and shooting. The sound of arrows splitting air rang out continuously as 9 suns vanished one after another, blazing feathers falling like rain across the sky. The heat waves suddenly diminished, and heaven and earth returned to coolness. The people below fell to their knees as wave after wave of cheers erupted. Excellent! 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 Ho Yi's spirit praised 3 times in his memories of the apocalyptic setting. The last person to pass the first trial had trained arduously for 2.5 years. Yet this man had succeeded on his first attempt. His consciousness grew slightly hazy as the golden light faded. When Suyu opened his eyes again, he was back on the trial platform. Before him stood the golden stone gate, representing the second trial of the Gate of Gods. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, for successfully completing Ho Yi's first trial. Rewards obtained: Sun Shooting Bow, temporary equipment, class change fragment X1. The system's crisp notification still echoed in the air as a blazing red glow condensed into form a divine bow whose temperature seemed capable of scorching one's palm, its patterns resembling flowing magma. Suyu lifted it to test its weight. The bowstring was taut, yet it still didn't feel as comfortable as his familiar overlord bow. Meanwhile, a fist-sized radiant orb floated before him, its fragment edge as sharp as if cut by a blade, emanating the unique iridescent glow of mythic-grade items. Class Change Fragment. God of Zongbu Mythic Grade. Description: collect 3 fragments to synthesize a class change scroll, or use individually with reduced effectiveness. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. That Huang Ding could leave behind this weakened fragment from the first trial, yet it still surpassed the complete version of the Necromancer, revealed its tremendous potential. Lost in thought, he took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing rhythm. Time stood still within the trial space. Every second of the real world sealed away. Hunger, thirst, and fatigue became irrelevant concepts only successful completion of the trials could grant return. Over 90% of survivors were forever lost in this place, a fact he knew all too well. Maintaining mental stability was the only vessel for crossing this purgatory. He stored the fragment in his smart bracelet, then walked toward the stone door ahead that emanated a gentle golden radiance. Unlike the previous cold, crimson gate of man, this golden door felt warm as sunlight to the touch. Suyu hesitated no longer and pushed it open with both arms. System notification. Congratulations, Sun-shooting hero Lone Wolf, for successfully opening Ho Yi's second trial. Second trial. Path to deification. Trial description. By Emperor Yao's command, eliminate the 6 great fierce beasts that linger in the mortal realm, unwilling to return to the mountains, and embark upon the path to godhood. Objective: eliminate Yayu, Zhaoqi, Jiuying, Dafeng, Fengxi, and Xiosha. Beast strength will scale with the challenger's level. Restrictions: all original equipment and skills disabled. Only archery and willpower may be used. Rewards: plunder hand usage x1, class change fragment x1. Time limit: unlimited. Penalty: failure results in permanent imprisonment within the trial space. This trial will immediately reset and must be restarted from the beginning. 6 legendary beasts to slay consecutively with no respite between battles. Suyu's mind flashed to the tragic memories of the 5th year after the apocalypse. That year, these 6 calamities first appeared in the world, born as Lord-class creatures. Years later, Jiuying and Xiosha's levels even broke through to Emperor tier. China had once assembled great armies to subjugate the 6 calamities, and he had accompanied them as an unnamed minor mage, witnessing their terror firsthand. The golden stone door slammed shut behind him, and the scene before him instantly transformed. Only a single blazing sun remained in the sky, so scorching it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Searing wind struck his face as dust and sand swirled. In the next moment, Suyu heard thunderous cheers erupting behind him, the fervent shouts of people seeing Ho Yi off as he embarked upon his magnificent journey to eliminate the 6 calamities. However, when Suyu took his first step, the voice behind him suddenly vanished. That became the last human voice he would hear in this trial. The sky abruptly split open, and a dark red giant arrow hung like a burning brand, its tip pointing steadily toward the central plains. Suyu tightened his grip on his bow, pushed off with his feet, each step thundering as he raced along the crimson guidance. Looking up, he watched the sun and moon alternate, stars wheel in their courses, as if coldly observing some ancient, forgotten myth. The previous trial had tested strength and skill, but this one clearly examined endurance and tactics. For 7 days and 7 nights, he crossed mountains and valleys, finally reaching the Yayu's lair. Yayu, beast chieftain once a celestial immortal who, after being wrongfully executed and cursed, grew a dragon's head and serpent's body, feeding on human flesh. Level: 10 chieftain class. Base attributes: strength 80, spirit 1, constitution 80, agility 80. Legend claimed it couldn't even withstand one of Yi's arrows, and its current stats looked even more pitiful. Probably even Lu Wei could take it in single combat. The pent-up Suyu drew his bow and knocked an arrow, and despite losing his equipment bonuses, still managed a killing shot to the throat. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for slaying Yayu, beast chieftain. Second trial progress, 16. As the notification faded, he embarked on another long journey. Apart from the constantly rotating crimson arrow in the sky, the world was so empty only the wind remained. He first crossed the central plains, then turned to the southern marshes, moving through the eastern Qingqiu, the western Senglin, and finally breaking into the northern De's treacherous waters. At each location, he struck down a beast chieftain. Slain Zhuoqi, beast chieftain. Trial progress, 26. Slain Dafeng, beast chieftain. Trial progress, 36. Slain Fengxi, beast lord. Trial progress, 46. Slain Jiuying, beast lord. Trial progress, 56. As the battles progressed, the beast's levels and quality steadily increased. Yet through flashing blades and flying arrows, Suyu maintained his advantage, had memorized every talent and attack pattern. The only regret was that the system disabled skills, leaving him to watch those premium talents helplessly beyond his reach. How much sorrow can one man bear? Like a group of eunuchs visiting a brothel, he cursed while traveling, until the crimson arrow turned south again. South again? System, are you messing with me? Suyu looked up and unleashed a string of colorful expletives, regretting that he hadn't finished off the shosho when he was killing Zwichi in the south. The road still had to be traveled, and his anger still needed venting. In his spare time, he practiced with the sun-shooting bow until he achieved mastery. When the bowstring hummed, he seemed like Reborn. The destination appeared at Dongting Lake. Through thin mist, a lone flatboat sat moored at the shore. He stepped aboard, sending ripples across the water's surface. Xiosha, beast lord also called Bash, dwelling in the Dongting region, living by water its entire life, feeding on fishermen. The snake in the saying, human hearts are never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, refers to the Bash. Level 12 Lord Class Base Attributes, Strength 120, Spirit 10, Constitution 120, Agility 50. In the myth, Ho-E first struck the boss snake with an arrow, then pursued it to the distant west, where he severed the giant serpent in two. Its remains transformed into Mount Bailing. Today, at Bailing Square, a 5-story tall stone sculpture of Ho-E slaying the boss snake stands tall, as if still watching over the monsters lurking in the depths of the lake. Though his archery was precise, facing such a massive beast, these attacks were merely superficial wounds. The boss snake gracefully swayed its tail beneath the lake's surface, silently drawing closer. In the next instant, its enormous jaws snapped shut, biting Suyu's small boat in half as wooden fragments scattered everywhere. Suyu kicked hard against the remaining gunwale and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the crushing bite. The serpent's head rose up, its gaping maw casting a shadow that seemed ready to swallow him whole. As the cold, fishy wind rushed toward him, Ho-Yi's deep and powerful voice suddenly echoed through the air. Young man, what a pity. Try again. Immediately after, a blinding crimson light rapidly spread across the scene. Dongting Lake was stained blood red, and the previously churning waters instantly fell into deathly silence. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, for slaying the Shio Snake Beast Lord. Second trial progress, 66. Well, looks like I underestimated you. In the void, Ho-E slowly closed his eyes, replaying every subtle movement of Suyu's battle against the Shio Snake in slow motion. Only after fully comprehending that archery technique did he whisper the truth. Just as Suyu was about to be swallowed by the Shio Snake, he used the momentum to draw his sun-shooting bow along the creature's gaping maw in an incredible arc. In that instant, the bowstring trembled, and an arrow containing tremendous impact force shot forth like a cannonball, piercing straight into the depths of the Shio Snake's throat, bypassing its hard scales to strike precisely at its most vulnerable heart. In his previous life, humanity had sacrificed nearly 1,000 lives to develop this tactic against the Shio Snake. Yet Suyu had ended it with a single arrow. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Ho-Yi's second trial. Rewards obtained. Class Change Fragment X1, Plunder Hand Usage X1. As the familiar system notification faded, Suyu felt as if he were in another lifetime, unable to tell how long he had spent in the trial space. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on the floating platform. Not far ahead stood a black stone door, the entrance to the final trial, symbolizing the Gate of Ghosts. He carefully stored the class change fragment in the storage ring on his wrist while walking forward, quietly calculating. Strength, perseverance. What is the third trial test? Most people would reach their limit after the first 2 trials, but Suyu's eyes remained determined, his steps steady, showing no sign of retreat. The red gate of humanity felt like room temperature. The golden gate of divinity carried warmth. However, when he touched this pitch-black gate of ghosts, a bone-chilling cold penetrated his skin, the breath of death itself, making him shiver involuntarily. Almost simultaneously, the system notification and his bracelet panel lit up. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for successfully opening Ho-Yi's third trial. Third trial, King of 10,000 Ghosts. Trial description: the Great E was betrayed by his disciple Feng Meng and, after death, was appointed by the Wheel of Fate as the god of Zongbu, commanding all ghosts. Trial requirement: evade Feng Meng's pursuit in the trial arena. The system will provide real-time combat performance ratings. Achieving grade C or above constitutes a pass. Trial restrictions: no limits on equipment or skills. Only 10 arrows provided their allocation will determine success or failure. Trial reward: class change fragment X1. Trial time limit: unlimited. Trial penalty: failure results in eternal imprisonment here. Unable to return to the real world, trial will reset immediately. 10 arrows. Suyu murmured, his palm tightening slightly before taking a deep breath. The black stone door slowly opened, and his figure was transported to a dense forest. The scent of moist earth hit him immediately, with towering trees reaching toward the sky, the ground covered in withered grass, and sunlight unable to penetrate the thick canopy. At this moment, He stood within a blue magical formation, and 100 meters away, a man held a bow, facing him from afar. Suyu understood clearly that once he stepped out of the formation, the third trial would officially begin. This was undoubtedly a scripted death, where the system would provide a comprehensive rating based on survival time and damage dealt to the enemy. His face remained expressionless, but his mind quickly pulled up his opponent's information. Feng Meng level, class, Godslayer. Basic attributes. Talent. Skills. Except for the line Godslayer, everything else was blank. The level gap was so vast that Suyu's system detection proved utterly useless. Kid, here's a tip: try to stay alive as long as possible. He called out condescendingly from his lofty position. What if I kill him instead? Suyu's lips curved into a slight smirk. You're too naive. He found himself momentarily speechless. Of course he remembered how Suyu had broken through the first two trials with just one life each. But Feng Meng had learned nearly all of his archery techniques and possessed combat power equivalent to his own. If Suyu's equipment and skills were stripped away, such bold words would become nothing but a joke. However, facing the unknown Godslayer, Suyu remained supremely confident. As he lifted his foot to take the first step out of the formation, the sound of a bowstring cutting through air immediately followed Feng Meng's first sneak attack. You sneaky bastard. Upon hearing the arrow's whistle, Suyu not only didn't retreat, but charged forward toward the incoming projectile. The overlord bow in his hands was already thirsting for action, and he reflexively released his string, sending an arrow piercing through the air. Two arrow shadows crossed in midair, forming the shape of a person before both fell to the ground. Current rating, drank. The system notification appeared as long as he didn't make any major mistakes from here on. Clearing the trial was within reach. Not bad luck. Feng Meng assumed it was merely coincidence. His first arrow had eliminated countless challengers on the spot. But Yi, watching as an observer, was stunned by Suyu's choice. Advancing instead of retreating? Did he really intend to kill Feng Meng? Impossible. Feng Meng was emperor level among the survivors. What gave this human such confidence? The second arrow, the third arrow. Suyu's arrows met Feng Meng's arrows in precise mid-air collisions 10 consecutive times, their shafts striking sparks. This exchange had transcended pure technique and resembled naked provocation step by step advancing, with mounting pressure. Current rating, crank branker rank. Only Yi himself had ever been able to match Feng Meng for 10 arrows in the past. Suyu's composure stood in stark contrast to the mounting fury accumulating on Feng Meng's face, making him appear all the more composed. Years ago, Feng Meng had studied archery under Yi, and upon mastering the techniques, he considered himself invincible, even going so far as to kill his mentor. But now, Suyu's archery made him doubt himself for the first time. Frustration gnawed at his mind as he cursed irritably. His breathing became erratic, and his bowstring produced harsh, grating sounds as he drew it. Rage and pressure exploded in his chest, as if ready to erupt at any moment. As an observer, Yi couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying archery skills of this young man, which had already surpassed his own. In the arena, Suyu's quiver was completely empty, having shot all 10 of his remaining arrows. In contrast, Feng Meng had his bowstring drawn, with a black-feathered arrow aimed directly at Suyu's throat. Catching sight of the empty quiver, Feng Meng's lips curled into a mocking sneer as he whispered coldly, "Die, you insect." The moment the bowstring was about to release, Suyu's overlord bow suddenly glowed with a dark red radiance, and a crimson energy arrow materialized from thin air, the arrow of retribution. Although his 6-piece hunter set was sealed, limiting him to only 10 physical arrows, all his other abilities remained intact except for the arrow count restriction. He could still conjure arrows automatically, using his innate skill. How is this possible? Feng Meng's pupils contracted sharply as scenes from the past flashed through his mind. Years ago, when his master Yi was cornered, he had used the arrow-biting technique, desperately gripping his final arrow between his teeth. Yet this young man before him could simply create new arrows completely dishonorable. The crimson arrow of retribution thundered forth, forcibly devouring Feng Meng's black-feathered arrow mid-flight, before piercing deep into his chest. As the arrow's power exploded, pale gray lightning coursed across Feng Meng's body. Yu's newly acquired strength talent, Paralyzing Bite, had activated, reducing Feng Meng's attack and movement speed by 25 for 10 seconds. Current rating, Shrank. The searing pain from his wound forced Feng Meng to lower his bow. He reached behind his back and drew out a peachwood club bearing ancient, weathered patterns. Memory surged it was with this very club that he had once launched a sneak attack, delivering the fatal blow that ended his master Yi's life. People always said peachwood could ward off ghosts, and perhaps it was fitting that Yi, who would later be revered as the Lord of 10,000 Ghosts, had ultimately fallen to peachwood. In a way, this made Feng Meng the founding father of the assassin's path. He slipped into the shadows along the ground, the peachwood club spinning silently in his palm as he targeted the vital points on Suyu's back, preparing to recreate that deadly sneak attack. However, Suyu remained calm and composed, drawing his overlord bow as if he had already seen through his opponent's movements. Even if you still have arrows, there's no way you can hit me. As Feng Ming moved through the darkness with incredible speed, his form became like a phantom in the night. Feng Ming's pride could not tolerate any form of failure. In the next instant, his black hair began to fade from the roots, turning silver-white. Surging silver-white spiritual energy burst forth from his pores, wrapping tightly around his body. Ultra Instinct activated. From his Godseiya view, Hou surveyed the entire battlefield, his tone calm, yet resolute. Kid, this fight is over. In his opinion, Suyu's ability to drag the battle this far and achieve in strength evaluation was already remarkable. Once Feng Ming revealed Ultra Instinct, the outcome was already written. After all, both Feng Ming and he himself had endured thousands of years of deadly battles and trials before barely awakening this talent on the edge of life and death. No matter how strong Suyu was, he remained mortal flesh. When perception beyond instinct descended, whether any subsequent attacks could even hit Feng Ming became uncertain. Ultra Instinct separated mind from body, limbs, skin, even hair tips could autonomously detect danger without waiting for the brain's commands. Even while moving silently, Feng Ming still trailed a silver-white afterimage behind him, his steps ghostly yet precise. Suyu could see at a glance that the gap between his movement technique and his opponent's was like a chasm. Feng Ming's deep blue eyes locked onto Suyu, calculating in his mind how to twist off his head. In their first clash, he immediately brought out the peachwood staff he had used to kill Hou, showing his caution. Suyu stood in place, killing intent from all directions, almost taking physical form, yet he neither shifted his gaze nor changed expression. Why close your eyes? Confusion flashed through Feng Ming's mind. Was this submission? Or madness? It was madness. Suyu knew that conventional tactics couldn't harm Feng Ming. He closed his eyes, letting memories from every moment in the trial flash by. Every strike, every wound replayed in his mind. Initially, it was Hou Yi's figure providing guidance. Then, that figure was replaced by himself. Silver shadow flickered. Feng Ming struck, raising the peachwood staff high, stirring the air into a shriek. Suyu remained unmoved, even his breathing steady as before. Tremendous force crashed down. He tilted his head, the staff's shadow grazing his hair as it smashed into his shoulder. A dull thud accompanied the sound of tearing fabric as the hunter's shoulder guard deformed from the impact, its durability reduced to 10%. Had Suyu's physical attributes not been exceptional, his shoulder blade would already be powder. This was the first time he had truly been injured since his rebirth, and it was the limit of his evasive ability. The battle is over, Feng Ming and Hou declared in unison. After landing the hit, Feng Ming's heart relaxed. The man called Lone Wolf had finally exhausted his tricks. Just as his vigilance slightly dropped, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, enduring the tearing pain as he drew the overlord bow to full draw. The bowstring exploded with a sharp twang, the air seeming to tear apart. Feng Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Never expected this kid still had a killing move in reserve. How is this possible? Both exclaimed in unison. At this distance, even with the ultimate instinct ability, it would be nearly impossible to dodge this lethal strike. Sacred Arrow Slaughter activated. 20 arrows under Suyu's control seemed to come alive, roaring through the air like furious cannonballs with sharp whistling sounds, tearing through the atmosphere as they hurtled toward Feng Ming. The arrows spun and twisted in flight, as if mocking their prey's helplessness. The Overlord Bow's 60 critical hit bonus stacked with Sacred Arrow Slaughter's 25 critical hit bonus made nearly every shot deadly. The Strength talent, paralyzing bites, slowing effect wrapped around Feng Ming like chains, making his steps stiff and movements sluggish. Immediately after, the stunning effect of true heaven-shaking earth-shattering swept through his entire body, trapping him as if in thick swamp mud, making even turning around difficult. Arrows rained down like light, instantly piercing through his entire body as blood and roars intertwined. System Judgment. Third trial current rating, S rank. Feng Ming threw back his head and roared. You old fool. How many more techniques are you still hiding from me? He mistakenly believed Hou was secretly intervening, while Hou looked equally bewildered. Double Strike, Dance of Death, and other talents and equipment continued stacking damage as Feng Ming's health plummeted drastically, and his psychological defenses crumbled along with it. Taking advantage of his weakness, Suyu silently activated Hand of Plunder. Though he couldn't see through all of his opponent's talents, he knew this ancient Chinese powerhouse was anything but ordinary. Ding. You used Hand of Plunder on Feng Ming. Current collapse rate, 50, weakness rate, 15, plunder success rate, 65. Talent plunder successful. Never miss and Godslaying Arrow are special talents and cannot be plundered. You successfully plundered the third talent. Remaining plunder attempts, 0. Ding. You obtained SS rank Talent Ultimate Instinct. Talent level, SS rank. Ultimate Instinct Technique. Greatly enhances perception, can consume mental energy to further expand perception and range, allows separation of body and consciousness, enabling limbs to perform conditioned reflexes without brain commands, maximally improving speed and reaction time. Encountering an SS strength target for the first time and succeeding in plundering it immediately left Suyu shaken. What concerned him more was that ultimate instinct only ranked third. The power of never miss and God-slaying arrow was beyond imagination. In just an instant, his perception ability even surpassed the limits he had when using the Silverbird Claw. "You sneaky bastard, you've been fighting me with this talent all along, haven't you?" Suyu's expression remained impassive. As his words fell, he instantly activated ultimate instinct. His black hair visibly turned white at an alarming rate, his mental energy gushing out like floodwater through opened gates. Yet in exchange came unprecedented insight. The trajectory of dust particles in the wind, the dispersal of blood mist, Feng Ming's subtle breathing, everything was crystal clear. He finally understood the true trump card behind Feng Ming's perfect accuracy and ghostly positioning. Feng Ming's heart shook violently. The talent he had relied on for so long had been forcibly stripped away. "You, what exactly did you do?" The system prompted again. "Third trial current rating, SS rank." Suyu spoke indifferently. "The rating reached SSS so quickly? Then what would it become if I killed you?" Before his words finished, he summoned Overlord and Lu Wei. Watching this scene unfold, Feng Ming's face turned to Shinso. This man still had cards left to play. However, that was no longer the point. The talent had already been seized. He summoned both Overlord and Lu Wei in succession, solely to accelerate the progress of the third trial. Having lost his ultra instinct, Feng Ming could no longer pose even the slightest threat to Suyu despite wielding his peachwood staff. After a brief but intense close-quarters struggle, Suyu's long-prepared ultimate death god's arrow tore through the sky and pierced straight through Feng Ming's chest. The reverberations of the bowstring had barely faded when Feng Ming's form froze in place. His crimson eyes blazed with fury and terror, twisted so grotesquely that even his facial features appeared deformed. Suyu put away the Overlord bow, and the pressure that had been building in his chest for so long finally released, leaving him feeling as light as if he had shed heavy armor. From a Godseya view, the Order Keeper responsible for monitoring spoke to himself like someone with split personality disorder, his tone fluctuating wildly, as if someone were manipulating his emotions. "What's going on? Why did you call me here? This is the strongest class change dungeon in the Huaxia region. Should this trial be rated SSS? But the strength he's displayed has long exceeded SSS standards. Do you know what you're saying? Beyond SSS level? To achieve an SSS rating, one must survive at least 30 minutes. Survive half an hour? He lasted a full 30 hours and killed the Guardian boss." "What? He killed the Guardian boss? But the trial's maximum rating is only SS. Give him an SSS rating. Additionally, whoever slays the Guardian boss must receive the ancient inheritance." A deep judgment voice fell, and everything was settled. Suyu waited quietly until the system notifications rang out in succession. Ding. Lone Wolf survived 30 hours in the trial, earning SS level rating. Ding. Lone Wolf dealt over 10 damage to Feng Ming, earning another SS level rating. Ding. Lone Wolf's overall performance in the third trial is rated SS level. Ding. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Ho Yi's third trial and receiving reward. Class change fragment 1. So I only needed to reduce Feng Ming's health by 10. Killing him still only amounts to SSS. Suyu muttered quietly in response to the notifications. It wasn't that the system was stingy, but rather that the trial itself had an SSS ceiling. In the original design, no one believed anyone could actually defeat Feng Ming. This ancient powerhouse possessed combat strength comparable to Emperor-level zombies. The final class change fragment fell into his palm, while the temporarily borrowed divine artifact Sun Shooting Bow simultaneously dissolved into flowing light within his bracelet. The three mythic-level fragments immediately fused together, forming a deep crimson scroll out of thin air, radiating an aura both majestic and mysterious. Class change scroll, Zongbu God. Grade, Super Divine. Effect, upon reaching level 10, automatically changes class to the hidden profession Zongbu God. Note, this scroll is bound, cannot be traded, and will not drop upon death. This is like Emperor Qin knocking on the door, a guaranteed win. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. In his previous life, the Necromancer scroll he had obtained was only legendary grade, but this one before him was Super Divine, grade the highest known level. In Suyu's understanding, Super Divine, level hidden professions. Its rarity across the entire Blue Star is probably even scarcer than those who possess SS-level talents. Unfortunately, the system still hasn't unlocked the class change function, and with Suyu's level not yet reaching 10, everything has to be put on hold for now. Scanning his surroundings, he was surprised to discover that after killing Feng Ming, he wasn't teleported out of the trial space as usual, but instead found himself back on that familiar central platform. What's going on? In his understanding, after completing the trial and obtaining the class change scroll, the system should have ejected the trial participant directly. But this time, after the flash of light, he was back at square one. Suyu's heart tightened. Could he be stuck in a glitch? What if he really got trapped for 10 years by a bug, leading to some ridiculous plot like Reborn for 10 years, stuck for 10 years, invincible after 10 years? The system couldn't let him restart. With some trepidation, he immediately pulled up his wrist interface. Behind the taskbar, sure enough, 3 blood-red words, incomplete, were still hanging there, reminding him that everything was far from over. At that moment, the familiar mechanical notification sound suddenly rang out, slightly calming his anxious heart. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, for completing Ho Yi's summons and killing Feng Ming, exceeding the requirements of the triple trial. Please continue forward to receive the ancient inheritance. As the voice faded, the 3 stone doors behind him rumbled shut, gold above, red in the center, black below, with distinct colors. On the door panels, reliefs of Ho Yi in his human, divine, and ghostly forms were lifelike, almost identical to the layout in the Mawangdui silk painting at the Star City Museum. Ancient inheritance. Suyu was stunned. His hesitation lasted only a second before he stepped forward and pressed both palms against the door surface. 3 completely different sensations: the scorching heat of flames, the lava-like warmth, and the bone-piercing cold of ice alternately struck his palms. Accompanied by a dull clicking sound, the stone door slowly opened. Behind the door was a hidden cave passage that suddenly opened up. At the end it was a practice chamber so spacious that echoes could reverberate, with ancient murals covering all 4 walls. In the center, a dark red longbow stood quietly, ancient yet concealing sharp power. Suyu recognized it at a glance as the legendary sun-shooting bow. However, compared to the overlord bow in his hands, this ancient bow held limited appeal for him. His true attention was firmly captured by the surrounding murals. The next second, the murals seemed to come alive, colors flowing as the scenes transformed into moving images. The protagonist in the paintings, Ho Yi, originally named Yi, possessed 3 identities: divine, human, and ghostly. The murals first depicted his feat of assisting Emperor Yao in shooting down 9 suns, leaving only one to illuminate the world. Then the scene shifted to show the 6 menaces: Yu, Zhaoqi, Jiuying, Dafeng, Fengxi, and Xiaoshich falling to his arrows. The images flickered again, showing the Yellow River Water God being suppressed and the Luo River Goddess being rescued. Finally, a Peachwood Club fell, and the betrayal by his disciple Feng Ming led to the hero's death. When the dust settled, Emperor Jun sealed him as the king of 10,000 ghosts, Zongbu God. The murals concluded with a passage in seal script. After Ho Yi's death, his soul was sealed in the cauldron of Ho Yi, which became the source of this trial. Challengers must pass through 3 stages in sequence: sun-shooting hero, path to godhood, and king of 10,000 ghosts, to receive Ho Yi's power. Only those who achieve perfect completion can inherit his full strength. After reading this information, Suyu finally realized he had met all the conditions. Can I really inherit Ho Yi's legacy? He murmured to himself, his heart racing uncontrollably. He walked to the center of the practice chamber and reached out to grasp the sun-shooting bow. The moment his fingertips touched the bow's body, the entire cave was engulfed in blood-red radiance. According to the laws of the apocalypse, only super divine level equipment could emit such brilliance. Suyu felt endless power surging from the sun-shooting bow, an overwhelmingly intense sensation like swallowing an entire tube of wasabi in one gulp, with the burning rush shooting straight to the top of his head. Accompanied by rolling waves of heat, he clearly watched the bow's colors transform in sequencered, gold, purple, blue, finally settling on a deep, mysterious green. At last, the sun-shooting bow returned to rest in his palm. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for completing the ancient inheritance and inheriting Ho Yi's power. Ding! Ho Yi's trial is complete. Teleportation to a random safe zone will commence in 60 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to Lone Wolf for obtaining inheritance rewards. Ho Yi's sun-shooting bow. Bonus experience x10, 000, gold coins x5, 000, reputation x5, 000. Ding! Level increased to 10. 5 free attribute points awarded. Ding! Talent. Hand of Plunder. Remaining uses, 1. Ding! Lone Wolf has reached level 10. Due to incomplete class change, further leveling is impossible. All experience will be accumulated. Ding! Lone Wolf has reached level 10. Body has gained immunity. Zombie virus infection is now only possible when the body suffers severe trauma. System notifications cascaded one after another, and Suyu finally confirmed that the inheritance was complete. In the next instant, his vision flickered, and he found himself standing in the surveillance room of the Star City Museum. Reality remained the afternoon of the 6th day of the apocalypse, with time perfectly unchanged. However, his state of mind was entirely different. On the surveillance screens, the zombies that had previously besieged this location were nowhere to be seen, ensuring temporary safety. The 10,000 experience points from the trial settlement pushed Suyu directly to level 10, but the class change pathway remained temporarily closed since it hadn't officially opened yet. Tomorrow, when the class change system reopened, he would only need to activate the scroll in his possession to complete his class change and lift the level cap. Compared to the imposing trial, the rewards seemed surprisingly meager. Beyond the standard resources of gold coins, experience, and reputation, there was only one piece of equipment: Ho Yi's sun-shooting bow. Suyu looked puzzled. This was supposed to be an inheritance reward? That's it. He immediately opened his attribute panel, only to discover that his stats had barely changed. With no other option, he could only focus his attention on the bow in his hands. This bow, hailed as super divine grade, had now dropped to excellent quality, though its design and feel remained absolutely top tier. 10 grooves were carved side by side along the bow's back, with the first groove glittering with brilliant golden stars while the other 9 remained empty, seemingly concealing deeper mysteries. Bow King. Ho Yi's sun-shooting bow, excellent grade equipment. Power sealed, evolvable, one of the 10 great divine artifacts of the primordial era, crown jewel among China's 10 legendary bows. Unique equipment, usable only after inheriting Ho Yi's legacy. Equipment bound to Lone Wolf, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. This bow was forged from extraterrestrial dark iron in the 9 nether-earth fires, with bowstring twisted from divine dragon sinew. Arrow shafts crafted from sacred wood essence, fletched with phoenix feathers. Named Bao King because Ho Yi once used it to shoot down 9 suns. Attributes: Strength 1, Spirit 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Active skill: Chaos, capable of devouring other equipment to evolve and unlock new abilities. If it devours the 10 great bows, it can directly acquire their corresponding attributes and skills. Passive skill: Awe. When the Bao King emerges, all other bows retreat. When equipped, automatically reduces damage from any bow and arrow attacks by 80%. So inheriting Ho Yi's legacy grants access to the sun-shooting bow, and it can even devour other bows? Suyu's heart burned with excitement, eager to test the sun-shooting bow's limits. He quickly summoned piece after piece of excellent grade equipment from his ring, and in moments, over 30 weapons had piled up into a small mountain. Sun-shooting bow, do you see this? This is the empire I've conquered for you. Suyu commanded without hesitation to devour them all. Each piece of equipment transformed into vibrant emerald energy the moment it touched the bow's body, flowing along the bowstring into the bow itself. Within mere breaths, the entire equipment mountain had been cleared. Ruthless, Suyu shook his now empty ring and smiled bitterly. Over 30 pieces of equipment, devoured in one gulp. A sudden mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! The sun-shooting bow's energy absorption has reached its limit. It must devour specific equipment to break through. Specific equipment? Suyu raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of the Overlord bow in his hand. Could it be targeting this? After a moment's hesitation, he still drew out that golden red bow radiating unmatched power, the 10 great bows. Overlord bow. Ding! Use the Overlord bow to enhance the sun-shooting bow. After enhancement, the Overlord bow will disappear. Yes. As his words fell, the Overlord bow transformed into a blazing golden orb of light, instantly merging with the crimson body of the sun-shooting bow. As energy flowed through it, the sun-shooting bow's third empty slot was completely filled, erupting in golden radiance. Ding! The sun-shooting bow has successfully devoured the 10 great bows, Overlord bow, and evolved into fine-grade equipment. Screen-like data appeared before Suyu's eyes. Bao King, Ho Yi's sun-shooting bow. For basic attributes: 3. New skill. Overlord's forceful draw 2-star inherits all attributes and skills of the 10 Overlord bow, can freely switch between sun-shooting bow Overlord bow forms. With a thought, the longbow on Suyu's shoulder completed its transformation in a breath, its outline becoming sharp and angular. It was the Overlord bow itself. So the sun-shooting bow's third groove corresponded exactly to the third-ranked Overlord bow. The sun-shooting bow ranks first, the Overlord bow ranks third. This growth potential is simply terrifying. Suyu marveled. Each bow devoured would activate all its attributes and skills simultaneously. Collecting all 10 would be equivalent to gaining 9 additional weapon slots. Thinking of Lu Wei's Titan strength talent that allowed her to dual-wield giant axes, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Was it reasonable for him to dominate the equipment slots with just one bow? If he could truly collect all 10 great bows, that scene. Even Ying Zheng couldn't describe his satisfaction. He'd need to be Ying Zheng's ancestor at least. Suyu shook his head. This sun-shooting bow's design is quite similar to my plundering hand. However, the 10 great bows were scattered across China, and even after one lifetime, he'd only heard of a precious few. Fortunately, the upcoming first martial arts tournament was the perfect opportunity in his previous life. His insufficient strength relegated him to spectator status. This time, he would compete and claim victory. Because the champion could choose their own reward, and in his previous life, that champion had selected the 10 great blades. If the mechanism remained consistent, Suyu would use it to complete his collection of famous bows. After storing away his bow, arrows, and remaining items, he took a deep breath. Recalling the final battle, he had fought Fengming for a full 30 hours to achieve victory. The trial space knew no fatigue, but his spirit had long been drained. That's enough for now. Time to sleep. Suyu stretched wearily. Tomorrow was the last day of the newbie protection period, and he wanted to use his current attribute and equipment advantages to clear out as many zombies as possible. Suyu muttered to himself that after tomorrow, the zombie's strength would increase, so he decided to spend the entire last day in the museum. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at noon, Suyu opened his eyes from his nap, cold sweat on his forehead quickly evaporating in the gradually warming air. He glanced at his wristwatch. Only 6 hours remained on the countdown, with the end of the novice period looming ahead. Turning his head, he saw Lu Wei sleeping peacefully beside him. Last night's evolution had propelled her directly to level 7, while all the zombies throughout the museum had simultaneously risen to level 7 as well. Suyu himself remained at level 10, perfectly positioned at the threshold for maximum benefits, creating an ideal experience farming window. Since acquiring the Ultra Instinct talent, he no longer needed to rely on the Silver Bird Claw to extend his perception. If he wished, he could instantly operate at full capacity, spreading his awareness throughout the entire museum. The cost was his energy draining like a burst dam, and his current mental stats couldn't sustain it for long. Even so, with such a rare opportunity, he still pulled Lu Wei along as they shuttled back and forth through the exhibition halls. Shattered glass from abandoned display cases, electrical wires hanging from the ceiling, and dried bloodstains together outlined treacherous hunting routes. The pair worked tirelessly all day, fighting from the paleontology section in the morning all the way to the modern history hall before dusk, finally clearing out most of the zombies in the museum. The statistics panel flashed a notification. Enough experience had been gained to level up twice more. However, their luck with equipment was mediocre. Level zombies were already rare, and throughout the day they only encountered common and elite zombies, yielding no truly impressive weapons or armor. But among items and consumables, they had accumulated quite a pile of enhancement stones. The sun-shooting bow was only excellent grade and couldn't absorb stones for upgrades. So Suyu simply used all the enhancement stones on Lu Wei's legendary impersonator's mask, pushing it straight to 10. 10 consecutive enhancements without triggering a single critical success, earned through 5,500 gold coins, instantly emptying his wrist device's balance. Impersonator's Mask 10 Legendary. Origin, relic from ancient battlefields. All previous owners preferred to hide among mortals. Attributes, Strength 1010, Constitution 55. Special passive, can conceal wearer's personal information. Only opponents 33 levels higher can see through the disguise. There are always higher heavens and stronger people. As Suyu handed the mask to Lu Wei, this familiar maxim flashed through his mind: if someone truly possessed opportunities comparable to his and was 3 levels higher than Lu Wei, this mask's disguise could be instantly exposed, and once her zombie identity was revealed, it would cause an enormous uproar. Before nightfall, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Tianlong's Sleepless Star City team at the museum's main entrance. Since Suyu had dealt with Huang Ding's group, Lu Tianlong had secured his position as team leader. After brief pleasantries, they immediately joined forces to break through the encirclement and retreated to the concert hall. With the safe zone's doors locked, their long-tensed nerves finally found release. Some team members opened a dusty piano, fingers dancing rapidly across the keys. Light dance steps traced bright arcs in the darkness, freely expressing the joy of victory. Others were more pragmatic, pulling energy bars and compressed water from their supply capsules, quietly replenishing their strength or trading spoils of war while waiting for deep night to arrive. As everyone busied themselves with their tasks, Suyu in black robes slowly stepped into the hall. Even though he had suppressed the sharpness of his predator set to the extreme, that piercing presence still cut through the air like an arrow, drawing all eyes to him. Despite Suyu having concealed the edge of his predator set, those with discerning eyes could still tell at a glance that this equipment was far from ordinary. However, the ghoul mask covering his face made his appearance even more mysterious, like the Grim Reaper himself, instinctively sending chills down people's spines. The black metallic mask clung tightly to his skin, concealing most of his face and revealing only a pair of deep, cold eyes. Those eyes were like icy blades, seemingly capable of easily cutting through any pretense in one's heart. Vocal, "You look absolutely amazing," someone in the crowd shouted in admiration, and this thunderous exclamation immediately resonated with others. The onlookers voluntarily cleared a path, everyone nodding in agreement, their gazes filled with awe and curiosity. Lu Tianlong had just pushed through from the back, his face beaming with joy. "Buddy sis, we finally made it back." This wasn't just pleasantries. The nearly 200-person team had been charging forward triumphantly, but their killing spree had led them too deep into enemy territory, where they were surrounded by hordes of zombies. After a full day of fierce fighting, with nightfall approaching, the situation had become critical. If Suyu hadn't arrived in time and used his precise archery to take down key targets and turn the tide, they would have been completely wiped out. It's worth noting that Suyu had remained in the rear providing long-range suppression, while Lu Wei charged forward with her blade, her brave performance attracting most of the team's attention. At this moment, Suyu scanned the noisy crowd and walked toward the so-called main stage, which was actually just the team's internal trading area. Everyone formed in a regular circle, setting up stalls with their items, engaging in the most primitive form of bartering. Suyu had already calculated. Although his drop rate was high, he was still just one person. Take this trial. For instance, if he hadn't casually obtained that useless scroll from Lu Tianlong, the process wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In contrast, while this group had lower drop rates, they had the advantage of numbers. Suyu was curious about what treasures they might be hiding in their storage rings. Even if there were no legendary equipment among them, most of this 200-person team was around level 5, which meant a considerable amount of gold coins. And what did they need most right now? Not equipment, not items, but supply capsules. Suyu had witnessed it firsthand. A single supply capsule could drain all the gold coins from someone's possession. After today's brutal battle, their supplies were nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Suyu had stockpiled over 1,000 supply capsules. These silver-white capsules, about the size of knuckles, took up virtually no storage space. Yet he acquired them much faster than he consumed them. With the safe zone not yet open, no one knew the true purpose of gold coins. Why not take this opportunity to trade capsules for gold coins, stocking up ammunition for the battles ahead? Bro, what's going on here? Lu Tianlong asked, looking puzzled as he saw Suyu's hands full of capsules. Big brother, I'm doing business here. Could you help me drum up some customers? Suyu smiled and handed him a supply capsule. Before he finished speaking, Lu Wei had already efficiently pulled out a pristine white cloak from her storage ring and spread it on the ground as a display cloth. Suyu immediately followed by producing handfuls of supply capsules, their silver gleam dazzling in the setting sun. Lu Tianlong grinned from ear to ear and immediately raised his voice. Buddy, leave it to me. I'll get you all set up perfectly. Everyone, look this way. I have an announcement. As his voice rang out, the previously noisy trading area fell silent instantly, with everyone turning to see which fool was making such a commotion. Having successfully attracted the crowd's attention, Suyu nodded slightly. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, he took a deep breath, stepped forward onto the front half of the cloak, and spoke with a clear voice and rhythmic cadence. Are you still troubled by the scarcity of supply capsules? Still feeling helpless about gaining nothing from battles with zombies? To solve everyone's problems, I'm willing to share my supply capsules and trade with all of you. Whether it's gold coins, equipment, or items, I welcome them all. This is your last chance. Your last chance, not 998, just 888. Are you tempted? What? You only have 230 gold coins. Suyu looked up at the ragged survivor standing before him, smiling as he tapped away on his calculator. No problem. I'll give you a grilled fish meal for 3 people. That's quite a deal. But to compensate for my hard work, charging you an extra 30 gold coins isn't unreasonable, right? Oh, only 190 gold coins left. Suyu raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. What's that? You still have 2 bottles of potions? I'm practically giving these away. I'll take a loss here and give you 3 capsules. The other party carefully pulled out 60 gold coins. Suyu immediately shook his head. 60 gold coins? That's far too little. Why don't you pool your money with those other guys from earlier? That might be more cost-effective. The survivor hesitated for a moment, then, as if remembering something, pulled out a worn skill book. Oh, you have a skill book too? Let me take a look. Suyu flipped through the pages, wrinkling his nose as he assessed it. This skill book isn't worth much. I'll give you 5 capsules for it. Without any excessive promotion from Suyu, the supply capsules seemed to possess an almost magical allure in these people's eyes. The makeshift Suyu supply capsule mega store had been open for less than 10 minutes, yet crowds were already surging around the stall, with a line stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Wei stood behind the stall carrying 2 massive hammers thicker than her waist, occasionally hauling back anyone who tried to cut in line. Lu Tianlong stood with his arms crossed like a wall guarding the side, and surprisingly, order was maintained perfectly. Meanwhile, Suyu sat leisurely on a low stool, his abacus clicking away as he watched his gold coin count steadily climb, grinning from ear to ear. They say there's no business without some cunning. But Suyu called himself a people's entrepreneur and never overcharged in the safe zone that was about to open. Official supply capsules cost 100 gold coins each, had monotonous flavors, and were limited daily. Suyu's stall offered everything from the 8 major Chinese cuisines to beer and barbecue. And while each item was priced slightly differently, the average still worked out to 100 gold coins per capsule. When he sold cheap, it was a favor. If he dared sell expensive, it would be trouble. With his strength, he could easily rob people, yet he never bullied anyone with his power. Problems? Of course not. In just half an hour, Suyu traded over 400 capsules for more than 20,000 gold coins, plus several pieces of equipment, various items, and even acquired a skill book. Having tasted the sweetness of being a middleman for the first time, he was practically floating on air. Just as he was preparing to pack up, Suyu looked up and called out playfully, "Hey, do you want this? 1,000 capsules." Before he finished speaking, a chill swept over the area. The crowd automatically parted as a fierce-looking man approached the stall and slammed a black scroll onto the table with a sharp smack. The entire scene fell silent instantly. Suyu's gaze locked onto the scroll. Its black surface was mottled and stained with dried blood, looking like an ancient bamboo manuscript stolen from a museum. With his extensive experience, he recognized it immediately a hidden dungeon activation scroll. Compared to the previous Star City Hospital dungeon, the hospital was more like a battlefield featuring deadly battles between teams. The dungeon corresponding to this scroll emphasized close combat with zombies. Both were equally dangerous, but completely different in style. Such scrolls were extremely rare even in the Universal Auction House, their scarcity beyond question. Suyu's heart was churning with excitement, but he forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that 1,000 supply capsules was no small amount. Hey, 1,000 capsules. For this damn scroll, our team lost over a dozen brothers. The speaker was Hei Long, whose mismatched excellent-grade equipment stood out conspicuously among the drab crowd, though he wasn't a resident of Sleepless Star City. As his words fell, his companions and outsider team that had recently arrived in this territory immediately gathered around, their faces grim and radiating blade-like killing intent that chilled the surrounding air. They had come in haste, and were only staying temporarily, barely interacting with the city folk. Lu Tianlong had suffered losses to them elsewhere, yet his bleeding heart still led him to bring them into the settlement. Both sides had always maintained their distance with surface-level calm, but when Suyu began pulling supply capsules from his bracelet, the outsiders' gazes instantly locked onto him. This was their first time actively seeking a trade with the people of Sleepless Star City. 1,000 capsules is no small amount. Suyu's tone was casual, as if commenting on nice weather. Knowing Suyu might not actually have that many, Heilung immediately lowered the price. How about 800? Suyu remained silent. Heilung retreated further. 600. The atmosphere grew tense. Heilung stepped forward aggressively. 500. That's my bottom line. If that's not enough, we'll take equipment instead. After a long standoff, Suyu finally spoke. I do have a fine-grade piece of equipment. How much would that be worth? Heilung was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Suyu rummaged through Lu Wei's equipment storage and pulled out a pair of discarded red boots gorgeous in appearance, with leather gleaming with the distinctive blue light of fine-grade gear. They had a nickname, Russian Roulette Super Rocket Boots, with a 16 failure rate. Upon activation, they might explode on the spot, run uncontrollably, or even spiral skyward, resulting in instant death. It was precisely because of this danger that they were considered good stuff. Heilung stared fixedly at the boots, greed practically overflowing from his pupils. Good. This equipment is worth 200 capsules. Got anything else? Suyu frowned. He didn't care about the price, he just despised the man's greed. If not for the scroll still being out of reach and his concern about system recovery, he would have acted already. Seeing the two locked in negotiation, Lu Tianlong stepped in to mediate. Brother Heilong, this is fine-grade equipment. Give me some face here. How about 400 capsules? Fine. 400 it is. Lu, I'm doing this as a favor to you. Heilong agreed readily. In the end, Suyu traded 100 supply capsules plus the super rocket boots for the target scroll. Instance, Taiping Ancient Street, legendary consumable, solo instance. Available after character reaches level 10, can be activated at Taiping Ancient Street in Star City. He glanced at it briefly before storing the scroll in his bracelet. Taiping Ancient Street wasn't far from the safe zone, perfect for a detour tomorrow morning. With business concluded, he and Lu Wei retreated to a corner to open self-heating meals for dinner. Meanwhile, Heilung clutched the rocket boots excitedly like he'd found treasure, showing them off to everyone. At exactly 6 p.m., the newbie protection period officially ended. Suyu had been waiting for this moment and immediately activated his class change scroll Zongbu God. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, for becoming the first person to complete a class change in the apocalypse, earning the unique achievement, Pathfinder. World announcement incoming. Suyu couldn't be bothered to think about announcements anymore. In his previous life, his enemies had fought him to a standstill with just 1/3 of a yellow cauldron fragment. Now, in this life, he possessed the complete class change scroll and had inherited Ho Yi's supreme legacy. How could he not be eager to witness the true might of the legendary complete form, Zongbu God? Class, Zongbu God. According to legend, during the Xia dynasty, Ho Yi of the Yoqiong kingdom once shot down 9 sons with a single arrow, saving all living beings from catastrophe. After his death, due to his extraordinary achievements, he was appointed by the Heavenly Emperor as the Zongbu God, commanding all spirits in the underworld. Attribute description. 1. Each level up grants an additional fixed 5 points to strength and 5 points to agility, beyond the standard 10 free attribute points. 2. When a character's specific attribute reaches certain thresholds, corresponding Zongbu God skills are automatically unlocked. Ding! Your strength attribute has reached 80 points. Unlocking new skill, Explosive Spark. Explosive Spark. The moment you kill a target with the sun-shooting bow, it triggers an area explosion, dealing splash damage to surrounding enemies. Ding! Your spirit attribute has reached 80 points. Unlocking new skill, Necromantic Control. Necromantic Control can forcibly command deceased units to fight for you. Controlled units are invincible, but vulnerable to dispel-type skills. Ding! Your Constitution attribute has reached 80 points. Unlocking new skill, Lightless Shield. Lightless Shield gathers death energy to form a protective barrier. When the shield breaks, all absorbed damage is reflected back to nearby enemies. Ding! Your Agility attribute has reached 80 points. Unlocking new skill, Silent Step. Silent Step consumes stamina to move at near teleportation speed to enemy flanks or beyond. Speed and distance increase with stamina consumption. His 7 Suyu, who had survived 10 years in the apocalypse and seen countless wonders, couldn't help but gasp. These few lines of attribute descriptions convinced him that this class truly deserved the title God. After the 10th level class change, ordinary professionals only saw their free attribute points increase from 5 to 10 per level. Even hidden classes merely granted an additional 5 points. Take his previous life's hidden class, Necromancer, for example, it only provided 2 extra spirit points per level. But now, Zongbu God granted a fixed 5 points to both strength and agility, each level equivalent to 2 levels worth of growth for ordinary people. Even more outrageous was that all 4 basic attributes had simultaneously crossed the 80-point threshold, unlocking 4 new skills at once. Explosive Spark, Necromantic Control, Lightless Shield, and Silent Step. From their descriptions alone, he could tell they were far from ordinary. Suyu was itching to test their power in battle immediately. At this moment, he had reached level 12, and Hand of Plunder's usage count had increased by 2 more times with his level. After combining his level up, equipment, and talent bonuses, his character stats had soared to jaw-dropping heights. It was absolutely ridiculous beyond belief. Basic attributes. Strength, 127. Spirit, 81. Constitution, 86. Agility, 122. This was with Suyu having reached level 12, but still having 20 unused free attribute points. Despite his mental attribute already reaching an impressive 81 points, the increasing energy consumption from skills and talents forced him to make a decision. He chose to allocate all remaining attribute points to his mental stat. Suyu sat by the window of his temporary stronghold, reviewing his character panel. His fingertips moved methodically as he confirmed each allocation while continuing to study the synergy between classes and skills. Suddenly, the tranquil night over the blue planet was shattered by a series of explosive system notifications. Beep, 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 beep. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has risen above all others in this apocalyptic world, achieving yet another milestone by becoming the first person to reach level 10 and complete class advancement. He has earned the world-unique Achievement Trailblazer along with massive rewards. Does Lone Wolf's rise spell doom for other survivors? Is there any force powerful enough to stop this unstoppable player? This world needs more heroes to emerge. Step up your game. You weaklings. How dare you lag behind? The announcement echoed 3 times, instantly igniting survivor channels across the globe. That damn Lone Wolf again. In the Lighthouse Nation channel, a survivor who was biologically male, psychologically female, and attracted to women clutched their headset and cursed furiously. I swear to God, when I catch up to you, I'll kick your ass with my boots. The Free Lighthouse Nation, which proudly recognized over 100 different genders, made such self-introductions merely the tip of the iceberg. What the hell? Level 10? Class advancement? Investigate this thoroughly. This lone wolf person must be a descendant of our great Han Ming nation. In the Kimchi Nation channel, a deranged commander's roar was deafening. Meanwhile, inside a certain quarantine safe house, a military uniformed leader stepped out with a grave expression. Shaoli, the Black Death organization has begun infiltrating various locations. We must act quickly, find Lone Wolf, and make him work for us. That's an order. On another channel, Maka Paka, a player calling herself Little Fairy, uttered her final words before falling unconscious, leaving the channel instantly silent. Suyu calmly pressed the claim button. Trailblazer Achievement Reward. Reputation 1000, Gold Coins 1000, Bracelet Storage Space expanded to 4.5 cubic meters. Permanent title acquired Apocalypse Trailblazer All Attributes 5. When equipped with this title, gain an additional 10 attribute suppression against enemies in combat. These recent 2 titles, Apocalypse Trailblazer and Greek God of Enhancement, have pretty mediocre stats. He glanced at his panel, comparing them to the ambitious 1 title that granted 10 to all attributes from his solo kill of a Lord-level zombie, and thought to himself, guess I'm being a bit pretentious here. He lifted a pot of freshly brewed Longjing tea to his lips for a gentle sip, the delicate tea fragrance wafting through the hall. Everyone held their breath as they listened to the world announcement from beginning to end twice more. Ever since acquiring the Ultra Instinct talent, Suyu's perception of his surroundings had become incredibly acute. Someone was fantasizing about having his children. Someone wanted to become his disciple. Someone was trying to form a sworn brotherhood with him. Their admiration overflowed, and every whispered conversation reached his ears. At that moment, Black Dragon's elite squad returned. The team leader had barely stepped through the concert hall doors when his gaze locked onto Suyu, his expression changing drastically before he leaned down to whisper a report in Black Dragon's ear. Suyu looked up. Divine Eye Insight. Rooster, LV7, no class, strength talent, Divine Eye Insight. It was a terrifying talent capable of seeing through essence and identifying weaknesses, meaning his and Lu Wei's secrets might be exposed on the spot. However, Suyu wasn't concerned. Had already extracted all the value he could from this group, and it was time for them to serve their final purpose. Holy shit, it's Lone Wolf again. Let us have a piece of the action too. Black Dragon shot to his feet, his hoarse roar echoing through the hall and completely drowning out the previous conversations. He turned towards Suyu and Lu Wei in the corner, flashing them a profound and malicious smile. Mr. Lone Wolf, Miss Zombie, do you agree with what I'm saying? As his words landed, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, Lu Tianlong clapped his hands and stepped between everyone, facing Black Dragon directly. Brother Black Dragon, are you joking? This guy's personal info clearly shows random passerby, and he's level 7, just like you. How could he possibly be Lone Wolf? Besides, Sister Lu Wei fought alongside us today, killing zombies together. How could she be a zombie? How about you take off that mask and let everyone see your true face? The hall fell into deathly silence once again, with only the soft sounds of Suyu brewing and pouring tea echoing in the air, seemingly adding an eerie touch to the tense atmosphere. Shoo, could it be that Lu Wei is covering her face because she's been disfigured? I was just about to say, I saw Lu Wei eating earlier, and her mouth really looked like a zombie's. Someone whispered in a hushed voice, unable to hide their terror. Right at the museum entrance, I saw with my own eyes a zombie scratch her. I thought I was seeing things. Oh yes. Look at her skin. Look at how she moves. The more you look, the more she resembles one. And she's not wearing a bracelet. The exclamation cut through the air like a blade, and all eyes instantly turned to Lu Wei. Her pearl-white arm was bare, completely empty where a bracelet should have been. After the apocalypse, bracelets became the only mark of the living. As long as someone remained alive, their bracelet would always exist. If an arm was severed, the bracelet would move to the ankle. If all limbs were lost, it would wrap around the neck. And if even the neck were cut off, that person would already be long dead. A final cold taunt drifted from deep within the crowd, sealing Lu Wei's fate with an icy stamp. Everyone instinctively reached for their weapons as fear rapidly spread through their eyes. Suyu remained silent, essentially confirming their suspicions. Black Dragon seized the opportunity to announce loudly. Everyone here gets a share. Kill the zombie, capture the Lone Wolf, and take everything they have. That's right. Fortune favors the bold. Next time, it could be us making the world announcement, someone chimed in. Kill the zombie, capture the Lone Wolf. Kill the zombie, capture the Lone Wolf. The chants rose and fell as Black Dragon had already planted his people throughout the crowd, and the flames of incitement spread rapidly. Suyu smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire concert hall. These people still dared to make a move after learning he was the Lone Wolf. Excellent. He had already drained their bracelets of resources anyway, so let them serve one final purpose as his harvest. He slowly raised his cup and drained the last sip of tea, the cup's bottom ringing crisply against the table like a farewell toll. Black Dragon stepped forward, stopping exactly 30 meters from Suyu with a maximum range for an archer. He grinned threateningly. Will you surrender voluntarily, or shall we take matters into our own hands? We have 300 people. You couldn't possibly resist us all. The moment Suyu made any move, he planned to rely on his super rocket boots to quickly create distance. Bowstrings vibrated as Suyu struck first. He deliberately slowed his movements, casually releasing an arrow with an air of provocation mixed with nonchalance. Black Dragon saw it clearly and was greatly alarmed, immediately activating his rocket boots. However, in the blink of an eye, Suyu transformed into an invisible shadow, using his newly acquired skill to vanish from everyone's sight. The next second, he appeared behind Black Dragon, his 5 fingers locking onto the man's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Black Dragon's eyes widened in shock as he could only watch helplessly as the arrow flew toward his forehead. Terror instantly shattered his reason, and warmth spread down his trouser legs. Boom. The arrow struck, accompanied by the explosive spark skill, and a black lotus-like flower of death bloomed. Black Dragon was killed instantly, and a massive crater was blasted into the ground around him. His expensive full-body equipment was completely destroyed in the shockwave, leaving only those demon red, gleaming super rocket boots tumbling out of the smoke and into the crowd. Although the explosion caused no real harm to Suyu, he still activated his lightless shield. It wasn't fear of injury that motivated him, but rather his desire to avoid being stained by the dragon's blood and organ fragments, maintaining his flawless elegance. In the next instant, he unleashed all three of Zongbu God's signature abilities at once: Silent Step, Explosive Spark, and Lightless Shield. The intertwining aftershocks of these three powers rippled through the air with such tremendous force that even he was somewhat surprised. Silent Step allowed him to teleport 35 meters instantly, though this brief distance drained nearly a third of his energy. Explosive Spark functioned like a simplified version of the ultimate Death God's arrow. While its range and power fell short of the original, its extremely short cooldown made it another reliable area effect killing move alongside the punishment arrow. The Lightless Shield enveloped his entire body, black as ink, yet solid as steel. However, his thunderous strike didn't frighten anyone away. Instead, it completely ignited the crowd's bloodlust. Within seconds, Suyu transformed from fighting companion to walking treasure vault in their eyes. Every gaze fixed hungrily on the riches stored in his spatial ring, representing endless wealth and glory. The Black Dragon's arrogant words still echoed in everyone's minds: 300 against 2. The advantage is ours. How could we possibly lose? Now that the Black Dragon was dead, Pheasant quickly seized command, coldly ordering, "Everyone give it your all, suppress the lone wolf." Nearly 100 people turned to surround Lu Wei, while the remaining 200 raised guns and brandished blades, charging directly at Suyu. Suyu knew Lu Wei's combat capabilities well and felt no concern for her safety. Instead, the crowd's roars filled the air with the scent of blood. Kill the zombie. Capture the lone wolf. Arrows and bullets rained down on him like a torrential storm. Though the lightless shield appeared as merely a thin layer on the surface, it absorbed the full first volley from nearly 100 attackers. The sun-shooting bow's passive ability reduced arrow damage by another 80%, leaving Suyu standing without moving a single step. Pheasant took aim from a distance, his eyes flashing with green light. His strength talent, Divine Eye, allowed him to precisely determine that the shield had almost no strength remaining. He roared, "Melee fighters, charge. Quick victory. Watch me shatter that shield with one arrow." Then he burst into maniacal laughter. What can an archer without a shield possibly do against us? The piercing sound of his arrow cutting through air rang out as it struck the lightless shield in an instant. The black barrier shattered into points of light, exactly as he had predicted. But the death by 1,000 cuts he anticipated never came. The moment the lightless shield broke, it exploded outward. Every sword and shield warrior and spearman who had charged within 10 meters was hurled high into the air by the invisible shockwave. The crisp sound of shattering bones mixed with the sharp screech of twisted metal armor plates, while blood and organs sprayed in all directions like burst water bags. When they hit the ground, their bodies convulsed twice before falling completely silent. Pheasant's pupils dilated sharply, yet he gritted his teeth and continued staring fixedly at Suyu, who remained standing in the same spot. However, he didn't give up because of this, still rallying the crowd to continue their attack. Attack! Attack! He must be out of skills. Shanji roared at the top of his lungs, waving his blood-dripping machete as his rallying cry struck like a heavy blow into everyone's hearts. Kill the zombies. Capture the lone wolf. Driven by this battle cry, everyone understood all too clearly. Once the blade was raised, there was no turning back. The crowd that had hesitated moments before reformed into a torrent under Shanji and his accomplices shouting. They trampled over their comrades' still warm corpses, quickly plugging gaps in the battle line, with blood and mud splashing on their pants legs as no one looked back. The shield of darkness surged with black radiance, its domineering aura of offense and defense once again secretly amazed Suyu. What a tyrannical shield of darkness! However, as the encirclement tightened, he fought while retreating, finally revealing his trump card that he had never used before: corpse manipulation. Ding! Based on the corpse's strength when alive, the current controllable number is 6, with a duration of 60 seconds. In an instant, those confirmed dead bodies in the crowd stood upright, their flesh turning dark red. Some missing an arm, some with half a skull gone, some with spines twisted at grotesque angles, all driven by an irresistible force. 6 corpses moved like marionettes pulled by strings, their steps stiff yet vicious as they lunged into the battle circle, following Suyu in slaughter. Their movements were rigid, yet carried cruelty cold to the extreme. Blades stuck in bone joints remained unpulled, shattered finger bones still clawed into the throats of the living. Blood sprayed in all directions amid the corpses tearing, with wails rising and falling. What the hell are these things? Why can't we kill them? Terrified shouts echoed everywhere. People swung spears, hurled hammers, fired pistols in short bursts only to discover that whether headshots or severed limbs, nothing could make these undead stop for even a moment. In truth, these corpses individually had combat power only slightly stronger than ordinary zombies, and even all 6 together merely equaled 1 elite zombie. However, their most terrifying aspect was precisely that invincible characteristic. At this stage, when people hadn't changed classes and couldn't cast dispel magic or holy healing, any attack became futile. The unknown combined with the unsolvable, fear corroding everyone's will like poison. He can control both zombies and corpse cysts, this lone wolf, even human. Someone in the group felt chilled to the bone. Moreover, Suyu and Lu Wei had used just a few exchanges to slaughter nearly 100 people with lightning speed and power. And those 6 invincible corpses, for every second they remained on the battlefield, were like dull knives thrown into everyone's hearts, grinding torment and despair over and over. Having tested his skill, Suyu put away his casual demeanor, his gaze locking onto enemies like cold stars. Once he became serious, his opponents had no room for maneuver. Brothers, don't stop. Let's finish this in one push. Shanji's voice had barely exploded halfway through the sentence when the bowstring in Suyu's hand suddenly trembled violently, 2 cold gleams shooting through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The first arrow precisely severed his right arm, the second ruthlessly pierced through his thigh. Overwhelming pain swept over him as he screamed in agony, his face pale as paper. The arrow's power was devastating, causing blood to gush from the wound and stain his clothes crimson. Shanji's arm and thigh were nearly shattered by the arrow's impact, bone fragments grinding together as excruciating pain coursed through his nerves. He struggled for only a few seconds before succumbing to unconsciousness from the agony. Ding. You have used Plundering Hand on Survivor Shanji. Shanji's current collapse rate: 40, weakness level: 60, talent Plunder successful. Remaining uses: 2. Ding. You have obtained Strength Talent, Divine Eye of Heaven. Talent, Divine Eye of Heaven Strength. One of the 5 eyes in Buddhist tradition, capable of seeing the true nature of all things and providing immunity to charm, hypnosis, and other mental skills. By channeling spiritual power into your eyes, you can expose enemy weak points and gain a 50 damage bonus. This talent is widely recognized as top tier among strength support abilities. With this in hand, clone-type enemies can no longer hide, and exposed weak points significantly boost damage output. With such a powerful talent at his disposal, Suyu felt increasingly confident about the approaching end of the tutorial period. In contrast, the crowd before him had already lost all morale after witnessing Zongbu's complete skill set and seeing Suyu successfully plunder talents. With Shanji unconscious on the ground, the leaderless crowd instantly descended into chaos, scattering like headless flies. Some took the lead in fleeing, with many others following suit, resulting in a complete rout within seconds. However, though the concert hall was spacious, only a few exits remained enhanced by Ultra Instinct. Suyu's gaze was hawk-like as he scanned every shadow, picking out each panicked figure. Every time he raised his hand, someone would cry out and fall, but he always held back. Killing served no purpose for him, as Lu Wei was the true harvester. Under Suyu's guidance, Lu Wei's attacks became increasingly sharp and precise, with each assault resembling textbook perfect execution. In the final moments, the deeply desperate survivors mustered their remaining courage for one last counterattack against her. Facing the surging crowd, she calmly raised her hand, and a stunning blow erupted instantly. The air seemed to transform into a massive hammer, sending enemies flying through the air. Before they could even hit the ground, Lu Wei unleashed soul-devouring hand, dark red energy reaching out to instantly drain their life force as she harvested the final wave like a reaper cutting wheat. Ding. Lu Wei has killed a level 5 survivor, gaining 50 evolution points. Ding. Lu Wei has killed 500 survivors, advancing to boss tier. System notifications flooded the screen as Suyu quickly surveyed the battlefield. Corpses lay in heaps, all life extinguished within 10 minutes. Only Lu Tianlong remained alive, crawling out from the pile of bodies with those flashy super rocket boots somehow strapped to his feet. Engines roared and flames shot out as he transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting skyward, moving so fast that even Suyu couldn't pursue him. But the acceleration wasn't over yet. The boots suddenly malfunctioned. High in the air, the thrusters exploded, flames tearing through the night sky. With an explosion that shook the entire city, Lu Tianlong and his rocket boots became a ball of fire. The concert hall went from chaos to deathly silence in just 10 minutes. Suyu stood among the ruins, his gaze profound, knowing that this battle's end didn't represent true peace. Whoa! World announcement. Dear surviving friends, I've missed you all so much. The easy and pleasant tutorial period has come to an end. Welcome to the real apocalypse. At the very moment Lu Tianlong exploded, the Orderer's world announcement slowly appeared. Most survivors in China had already retreated to their respective shelters, busy tallying up the day's spoils. The 7-day newbie protection period had gradually made everyone complacent, but just then, that familiar yet jarring system notification sound suddenly rang out. World announcement. Dear surviving companions, I've missed you all so much. The easy and pleasant newbie phase has ended. Welcome to the real apocalypse. Updates are as follows. 1. All zombies' activity levels, mutation rates, evolution speed, and nighttime attributes receive epic level enhancements. 2. Every 7 days, zombie hordes will launch a zombie tide against human settlements. 3. When zombie numbers in any area drop significantly, the system will randomly replenish new zombies. 4. Survivor level cap is now raised to level 60. 5. New map system activated personal bracelets will sync explored areas. 6. City-based safe zones are fully operational, featuring shops, auction houses, dueling arenas, and other facilities. 7. The 3 major class totems Warrior, Mage, and Taoist are now available for class changes, or you can use class scrolls to switch. 8. Ranking system is online, divided by country region for power rankings, reputation rankings, and divine weapon rankings. Those who make the list will receive generous rewards. 9. More fixed dungeons and battlefields are opening, waiting for you to explore on your own. Whether you understand or not, just get to it. Welcome to Apocalypse Season 1. The originally light blue bracelet interface instantly turned deep black, with lines of blood-red text slashing across everyone's vision like blade edges. The Orderer remained as casual as ever, yet that chilling and oppressive atmosphere signaled the official dawn of a brutal era. Suyu looked up, understanding in his heart that the announcement only revealed the tip of the iceberg regarding Apocalypse Season 1's rules. Meanwhile, the entire blue planet was quietly turning upside down. The 7-day suppression was finally lifted, and zombies welcomed their long-awaited dawn. Their attributes instantly increased by 50, and since it was currently nighttime in China, the nighttime bonus stacked on top ordinary zombies from before now had combat power approaching boss level. Worse still, large numbers of ordinary zombies began to mutate. They were no longer just low-level creatures wielding fangs and claws. The beasts sleeping within them awakened, breaking free from their shackles, seeking to replace humans as the new rulers of the blue planet. Those with exceptional strength would develop extraordinarily solid limbs, transforming into berserk zombies with terrifying destructive power. Those with exceptional mental attributes mutated into specialized zombies wielding toxins, curses, and elemental powers. The physically robust ones experienced explosive muscle growth and thickened bones, their skin rapidly hardening into armor-like shells that encased their entire bodies. Meanwhile, the supremely agile individuals underwent extreme shrinkage, their bones and sinews becoming feather-light as they transformed into phantom zombies capable of killing without a trace. In the next moment, every zombie across the blue planet simultaneously raised their heads and let out piercing howls, their collective roar sweeping across the land like a tsunami, causing the earth itself to tremble. From that point forward, the world was torn into starkly opposing realms of light and darkness. During daylight hours, survivors harnessed the sun's power to become hunters. When night fell, the zombies stirred, and the roles of hunter and prey instantly reversed. Even more terrifying was the emergence after sunset of a horrific type of zombie that had previously existed only in rumors. To survive, everyone had to fight with everything they had, holding out until the first rays of dawn bathed the desolate earth. Near Star City Plaza, the ground suddenly shook violently, thunderous roars echoing like a minor earthquake. An entire city block rose from the ground, instantly solidifying into metallic defensive walls that formed a brand new urban safe zone. Simultaneously, every Star City resident's wristband projected the apocalyptic Star City map with coordinates that area was temporarily free of any zombie presence. The temperature also reached extremes at that moment. Daytime brought scorching heat waves averaging over 40 degrees Celsius, while nights plunged to minus 20 degrees Celsius, with conditions only growing more severe. Ordinary clothing disintegrated instantly in such an environment. Only true apocalyptic gear could withstand both the blazing heat and bitter cold. Therefore, to keep breathing, one had to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies and equipment. Before closing the panel, Suyu triple-checked that the information matched his previous life exactly. Having fought his way through 10 years of apocalypse in these increasingly harsh conditions, every detail was burned into his memory. At this moment, Lu Wei had advanced to leader class, and according to zombie evolution patterns, she possessed at least the potential to reach Lord class. He turned to see the little girl munching loudly on a bag of boneless chicken feet. Before the tutorial period ended, she had successfully leveled up, gaining 10 points across all attributes, but receiving no additional abilities. Suyu frowned. After becoming his slave, had she lost the opportunity to continue evolving? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lu Wei's petite body suddenly convulsed violently, emitting the distinctive raspy breathing of female zombies. Strangely, her mental link with Suyu remained intact. Suyu could clearly sense that the remnants of humanity within Lu Wei were locked in a vicious battle with the zombie virus. After a long while, she stopped trembling and resumed casually nibbling her chicken feet as if nothing had happened. Dinga system notifications suddenly chimed. Due to Lu Wei reaching leader class, her combat power exceeds preset parameters and cannot continue enhancing attributes. completing mutations, or benefiting from nighttime bonuses. A second notification immediately followed. As compensation, Lu Wei has acquired the talent Berserker's Blood and may change her class to a warrior-type profession. This outcome didn't surprise Suyu at all. When he had chosen his class change earlier, he noticed that Lu Wei's status screen completely lacked any class change options. Now, with this compensation, he could plan a much more suitable path for her, one far superior to the system's random mutation evolution, perhaps even incredibly awesome. Berserker's Blood. Every wound and pain Lu Wei suffers converts into personal strength. The more health she loses, the more terrifying her attack speed and resistance become. Hiss. Upon seeing this talent, Suyu already had a plan forming in his mind. Lu Wei's raw, untamed strength perfectly matched her natural talents, instantly bringing a specific class to Suyu's mind. Berserker. Legend had it that berserkers, in their relentless pursuit of ultimate power, would make pacts with demons and spirits, trading away their very souls. In ordinary times, they appeared no different from anyone else, but once their emotions ignited, their eyes would flood with crimson in an instant, unleashing devastating attack speed and overwhelming strength. The price was a psyche as fragile as thin ice. Should their willpower crumble, they risked being consumed by the very demons they'd bargained with, descending into madness where they could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Assessments had shown that among all melee classes, berserkers in their frenzied state ranked first in combat power. Yet Suyu felt no concern about Lu Wei. Even if she lost control, he could forcibly take command through his absolute domination talent, making her obey like a marionette. What truly bothered him was how the zombie mechanics limited Lu Wei's leveling speed. She could only advance by killing enemies or through passive nighttime upgrades. At their current pace, reaching level 10 would take several more days. Pushing these thoughts aside, Suyu turned his attention to his wristband, where the newly refreshed ranking system blinked with update notifications. The moment he opened it, electronic announcements rang out in succession. Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, for claiming first place on the Huaxiao region combat power rankings with a combat rating of 9,527. Would you like to hide your name? Congratulations to Survivor Lu Wei for securing fourth place on the Huaxiao region combat power rankings with a combat rating of 888. Would you like to hide your name? Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for topping the Huaxiao region divine weapons rankings with the excellent great equipment Bao King, Ho Yi's sun shooting Bao. Would you like to hide your name? Congratulations to Survivor Lu Wei for claiming second place on the divine weapons rankings with the legendary grade equipment Disguiser's Mask 10. Would you like to hide your name? In short, on the combat power rankings, Suyu dominated with an overwhelming lead, while Lu Wei followed closely in fourth place. As for the top 10 divine weapons rankings, they'd swept the top 3 spots: the sun shooting Bao in first, the Disguiser's Mask in second, and Suyu's own Hunter's Set in third. Don't hide any of them, Suyu declared without hesitation. Where people of status know, what's the point of hiding? Ding. Settings confirmed. Ranking names are now public. Combat power rankings. 1. Lone Wolf, level 12 class. Zongbug God combat power, 9527. 2. Wang Chong, level 8 class. Nun combat power, 985. 3. Nameless in White, level 8 class. Nun combat power, 911. 4. Lu Wei, level 8 class. Nun combat power, 888. Note: combat power values are calculated by the system's comprehensive assessment of level, attributes, class, equipment, talents, skills, and other factors. Reputation rankings. 1. Lone Wolf reputation 11510. 2. Wang Chong reputation 1210. 3. Nameless in White reputation 1085. 4. Scattered Soldier reputation 1077. Please note that reputation values in this ranking represent the system's total compilation of all reputation gained by each individual, including reputation that has already been spent. Divine Weapons Leaderboard. First place, Bao King Ho Yi's Sun Shooting Bao, grade, excellent, equipment score, 4,396, owner, Lone Wolf. Second place, Disguiser's Mask 10, grade, legendary, equipment score, 365, owner, Lu Wei. Third place, Hunter's Set, grade, excellent, equipment score, 355, owner, Lone Wolf. Fourth place, Ghost Head Staff 7, grade, legendary, equipment score, 300, owner, Wang Chong. Please note that the equipment scores on this leaderboard are comprehensively evaluated by the system based on rarity, attributes, skills, and other factors. Suyu's bracelet continued flashing as system notifications popped up one after another. The leaderboards refreshed in real time, and as long as equipment or personal data remained on the rankings for 24 hours, the system would distribute daily gold coins and experience points. That income was enough to sustain an entire team in the post-apocalyptic world sitting comfortably in a shelter while resources rained down like drops from the sky. Suyu had essentially achieved financial freedom in an instant. For Suyu, all of this was entirely expected. Combat power rankings, reputation rankings, equipment rankings, she dominated them all with overwhelming advantages, his stats nearly 10 times higher than the second-place holders. Particularly on the combat power heavenly rankings, the first person in the previous apocalypse to break 10,000 combat power had taken a full year to reach that milestone, while Suyu had accomplished in 7 days what others needed a year to achieve. Of course, combat power values were merely quantitative indicators and couldn't fully represent true fighting ability. Even if a dozen top-ranked experts joined forces, they might match Suyu numerically, but in actual combat, the gaps in experience, technique, and physical prowess would be like 10 3-year-olds facing a 30-year-old adult. The numbers might seem close, but the outcome would be beyond question. Chinese players weren't surprised to see Suyu dominating the leaderboards when they opened the rankings. After all, the Lone Wolf moniker had appeared in world announcements 5 times and was already widely known. His profession bore the title God, which was inherently sensational, not to mention he was the first person to enhance equipment to maximum level. However, that maxed out weapon didn't appear on the Divine Weapons leaderboard, only a solitary excellent grade bow hung there. Yet this bow score was so outrageous it exceeded maxed legendary weapons by 10 times, truly worthy of calling itself Bow King. When Suyu made his personal information public, people immediately discovered that both his profession, Zongbu God, and weapon, Ho Yi's sun-shooting bow, were closely related to Ho Yi, the sun-shooting hero of Chinese mythology. Following this lead, both surface and underground factions in China quickly pinpointed his location. However, Suyu didn't care about his identity being exposed. Reborn in this life, he had always planned to personally eliminate his unfaithful girlfriend and destroy the Baishur family. Having single-handedly raised the Baishur estate, why would he fear others? When a king-tier player was stuck in a bronze-level game, was there any need for concealment or pretending to be weak? Naturally, he would casually harvest opponents with ease. As night fell, he was planning to find an abandoned shelter to rest when he suddenly detected slight vibrations in the ground's steady rhythm, growing closer. He raised his wrist to call up the holographic map and saw a massive red dot rapidly approaching. The corner of Suyu's mouth curved upward slightly. It seemed tonight would bring some action. The marker that appeared on Suyu's map was a conspicuous red money pouch icon. Suyu looked up to see the familiar massive mobile castle slowly making its way through the streets and alleys of Star City, Chinese mythical dragon turtle, carrying the entire castle on its back, each step striding over small houses with leisurely yet aimless movement. Pedestrians could simply touch the mechanism beneath the dragon turtle's giant feet to be teleported into this wondrous structure. The castle's exterior incorporated rich Chinese architectural elements. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, mobile castles were carried by Kappa. In the Lighthouse Nation, they were supported by advanced mechs. Every city had its own mobile castle, each concealing an apocalypse mall within, where the quality and rarity of goods far surpassed those in the system shops of safe zones. Not bad luck, Suyu murmured. He hadn't expected Star City's mobile castle to be nearby at this moment. Night had fallen deep, and zombie strength had surged, so he immediately stored Lu Wei in his bracelet's cultivation space to avoid being hindered during movement. With his exceptional agility and silent steps skill, Suyu quickly left the Riverside Delta. But even the most cautious footsteps couldn't escape zombie detection. Roars erupted from all directions as dozens of zombies swarmed toward him, their commotion attracting even more companions. Suyu knew clearly that tonight's primary objective was entering the mobile castle, not engaging in prolonged combat. Soon, he found himself cornered beneath a solitary large tree, with only the trunk for cover. Sorry, gotta run, he muttered self-mockingly, activating silent steps, once more, changing direction in the darkness, and stealthily approaching the dragon turtle's massive foot. His fingertip lightly touched the totem at the base of the foot, and Suyu's figure vanished, leaving only a carefree silhouette melting into the night. The zombies immediately turned to attack the dragon turtle, but were sent flying in waves by a gentle tremor from those heavy feet. The next second, Suyu landed steadily on the teleportation array inside the castle. What greeted his eyes was a corridor he had visited over a dozen times in his previous life, and knew like the back of his hand. But now, the surrounding walls and wooden floors were covered in cracks, with trails of still wet blood winding across the ground toward the castle's depths. The entire structure seemed unusually quiet and eerie. Clearly, other survivors had already broken in. Suyu stepped onto the wooden floor, his boots creating crisp sounds that echoed through the spacious hall. The moment he entered the front hall, a chilling aura of death hit him full force. Ding! Warning! Warning! Star City's mobile castle has been invaded by zombies. Please eliminate all zombies within the castle immediately to restore normal mall operations. Mission description: a fleeing squad has been forced to take refuge inside Star City's mobile castle. Unexpectedly, there was a traitor among the group who, harboring false hope, concealed the fact that he had been bitten by a zombie. Within just a few minutes, this person completely transformed into a zombie and rapidly infected all the remaining members of the team. Mission objective: completely eliminate all zombies within the castle and ensure the mall's safety. Current progress: 0-12. Mission rewards: 500 gold coins, 500 reputation points, 1000 experience points. Time limit: 2 hours. Mission penalty: mission failure or abandonment will result in automatic teleportation out of the hidden room and a reduction of 1 level. Ding. Would you like to activate the mobile mall mission? Once this mission begins, other survivors will be unable to join your team. This mission has high difficulty. Team formation is strongly recommended. Activate the mission. Before the system notification finished, Suyu quickly nodded in confirmation. Rewards would be split evenly among team members, and he didn't want others taking a share of the benefits. Ding. Detection shows only one person currently within the mission barrier, triggering hidden mission reward. Upon completion of the mobile mall activation mission, enjoy permanent 20% discount on all shops, malls, and dungeon purchases within Star City. 20% off? What does that mean? Suyu whispered in amazement. I could make a fortune just by trading. He immediately summoned Lu Wei and moved along the wall. In the spacious hall, a zombie suddenly crawled out from the shadows and lunged at his face. Enhanced by the night, this evolved, ordinary zombie's combat power was now equivalent to a beginner-level boss. Suyu activated Divine Eye, instantly spotting green light points flashing at its knees' weak spots. Not bad at all. He aimed, the bowstring vibrated, and 2 arrows shot straight for the knees. The purple figure flashed repeatedly in midair, becoming a phantom that dodged the deadly arrows, then counterattacked with claws aimed directly at Suyu's throat. The distance was so close that even Lu Wei couldn't provide support in time. At this critical moment, Suyu remained calm, relying on his ultra instinct body sense to let his body act before his mind, like a car's automatic braking system, silently stepping back half a step to avoid the death line. Simultaneously, he smoothly shot a third arrow, which spun through the air and pierced the zombie's back. A black lotus symbolizing death bloomed inside the corpse. Mission progress: 112. I didn't expect that dealing with just one ordinary zombie would require using 2 skills, Suyu muttered to himself, then pulled up the attribute panel. Mutant Zombie LV8 Assassin Type. Talent: Invisible Predator. Strength: 30, Spirit: 10, Constitution: 35, Agility: 60. So it's an assassin type, my apologies, looks like you were unlucky, he murmured. This type of zombie loved lurking in dark places with extreme patience. If enemies didn't enter their attack range, they could remain hidden indefinitely, but once within range, they would instantly leap and deliver a killing blow. Now all zombies had been enhanced by unprecedented power, combined with mutation, evolution, and nighttime bonuses, making their combat abilities terrifying. Fortunately, this one was still ordinary level. Any normal person would already be dead. Encountering an elite assassin zombie would only multiply the danger. No, you killed Big Stinky. You must pay. From the dome of the hall, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly echoed, sending chills down one's spine. That voice undoubtedly belonged to the final boss Suyu had to face. The Big Stinker it mentioned was precisely the assassin-type zombie he had slain earlier. As soon as the voice faded, monsters lurking in the shadows burst forth like chains snapping simultaneously: armored zombies, cursed zombies, and a berserk zombie with blood-red eyes. Though the hall was spacious, it still felt cramped for an archer who relied on positioning and mobility. Fortunately, Lu Wei stood at the front, allowing Suyu to focus entirely on drawing his bow without worrying about movement. Lu Wei raised her hand, and gray-black energy formed into soul-devouring grasp, instantly seizing several zombies charging at the front and forcibly dragging them into a straight line. Perfect opportunity. Suyu released the string, and a dark red punishment arrow shot through the air. The armored zombies served as a meat shield, but before the dance of death, talent, it was as fragile as paper. The arrowhead pierced through its chest and punched through the iron armor on its back. The arrow's momentum continued unabated. The cursed zombie in the second row had its skull punctured, spraying dark green venom everywhere. Further back, ordinary zombies that hadn't yet evolved collapsed on the spot. In the first wave alone, Suyu eliminated 5 zombies. Kill that man. Avenge Big Stinker. Another furious roar echoed from the shadows, and several clusters of green toxic fog dropped from the ceiling, enveloping the remaining zombies. Within the poisonous mist, the monsters seemed driven by war drums, bypassing Lu Wei and charging straight at Suyu. Now this feels like the apocalypse. Suyu smiled as he threw 2 lure pots. The pots shattered, and their sweet, fishy scent spread rapidly, more enticing than living flesh. The zombies hesitated mid-stride, turning to pounce toward where the pots had landed, only to crash directly into Lu Wei's shockwave strike. Bones cracked explosively as several monsters were sent flying, picked off one by Suyu while still airborne. The elite-level berserk zombie was least affected by the lure, yet its muscles still involuntarily twitched. That moment of hesitation was enough. Holy arrow slaughter descended, with true earth-shaking heaven-rending stacked with paralyzing bite talent. Lightning and golden radiance intertwined, pinning the berserk zombie in place. The next arrow pierced through its forehead, and the massive corpse crashed to the ground. Mission progress, 11-12. In less than a minute, 11 zombies had become corpses. What remained was that creature capable of speech and commanding Hordisa leader-class zombie that could direct its kind in the darkness. If it evolved further, its combat power might even surpass the armored giant king. As Suyu searched around, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the castle's heights. In the next instant, toxic fog spread everywhere, and the entire hall became shrouded in a thick layer of green smoke. A massive, grotesquely deformed zombie plummeted from above, crashing into the center of the hall. Its enormous body hit the ground with a deafening thud, causing even the ferocious dragon turtle to instinctively freeze for several seconds. Rather than a zombie, it resembled a stitched-together monstrosity, countless severed limbs crudely sewn into humanoid form with hemp thread, various human organs haphazardly embedded across its skin surface, creating a horrifying sight that made one's scalp crawl. Its designation, Rotgut, Zombie Chieftain, was the creation of Dr. Ishii from Unit 731. Along with its brother, Putrid Face, it had sworn to slaughter all Chinese people to please their father, Dr. Ishii, while also avenging the little dog that had been killed. Level 12, Boss Tier. Base attributes: Strength 1010, Spirit 8080, Constitution 125,125, Agility 1010. Talents: 1. Toxic Fog. Prison. The battle area becomes sealed by dense fog, increasing Rotgut's damage and recovery by 50-50 each, with the shrouded area gradually contracting over time. This talent cannot be plundered. 2. Corrosive Skin. Complete immunity to poison damage. When struck, reduces the attacker's attack speed and movement speed by 25 each, while applying stackable 10-second poison damage over time. Skills: Toxic Spores. Attaches spores to random targets that explode after 5 seconds, dealing massive damage to surrounding areas. Miasma. Releases Plague in a designated area for 10 seconds, causing infected targets to vomit uncontrollably. Gas Chamber. Ultimate unleashes all accumulated toxins from its body, dealing enormous poison damage to all enemies. Those stats are insane. Suyu's heart sank. His own heaven-defying 4-dimensional average was barely over 100, yet Rotgut's spirit reached 160 under nighttime enhancement, with Constitution soaring to 250. Stronger than Lu Wei, yet equally specialized, completely reliant on talents and poison damage. This truly fit the profile of a gatekeeper boss. No wonder the hidden rewards were so generous. Suyu knew that defeating this monster through normal means would require at least 25 elite fighters working together, and they'd have to fight during daylight to stand a chance. He remembered that in his previous life, the Baisher family had organized a team to take it down, using that victory to build their reputation in Star City. But the moment he glimpsed those 3 digits, 731, he had already sentenced Rotgut to death in his mind. Rotgut cradled Big Stink's corpse, murmuring in low tones. The next moment, it actually stuffed the entire body into the giant maw on its abdomen, its 2 fangs catching the waist with a sickening crack as it swallowed the corpse whole, foul blood splattering from the corners of its mouth before it erupted in a deafening roar. Suyu spat in disgust. Truly the spawn of a Sakura nation, war criminal so revolting, it's off the charts. The monster dragged its massive feet crisscrossed with suture lines, approaching Suyu and Lu Wei step by step. Suyu activated his divine eye technique, immediately spotting green glowing points flickering around the creature's body. Weak spots. He looked closer and was shocked to discover it had 5 brains and 7 hearts. Doesn't matter how many, let's just do this. He raised his hand and fired the super ultimate death god arrow. The massive obsidian projectile tore through the air, aimed straight at Rotgut's chest, but there was no expected explosion. The moment the arrow tip made contact, the stitched seam suddenly split open, allowing the arrow to pass clean through its body, only exploding behind it. The explosion from the ultimate death god's arrow barely caused a ripple, leaving only a small dark blast mark on the wall. Suyu remained unfazed in the apocalypse. Shock had long since turned to numbness. While the explosion's aftershocks still lingered, Lu Wei hefted her alloy warhammer and lunged at Lan Chong, bringing it down hard on his knee. The heavy hammerhead felt like it was striking cotton. The non-bony joint simply bent backward before snapping back into place like memory metal, completely unharmed. Lu Wei's full-force strike proved futile, and a deadly spore began silently swelling above her head. Lan Chang's skill required time to cast, and Suyu was waiting for exactly this opening. In the next second, he drew his sun-shooting bow. The crimson bowstring stretched to its limit as a white-hot arrow materialized, its temperature scorching the air. The arrow shot forth like cannon fire, a streak of white light aimed directly at the erratically wandering heart within Lan Chang's body. With his skin forming an unbroken surface that couldn't split to absorb impact, and his low agility preventing any dodge, Lan Chang could only instinctively raise his hands to block. The arrow slipped through his fingers and buried itself in his torso, leaving only the fletching trembling. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Suyu silently cheered. The arrowhead pierced its target, and green ichor mixed with toxic mist poured from the wound, corroding the ground. Though the heart was bouncing around inside the body, Suyu had managed to track its movement pattern. But the moment his arrow struck, a burning itch spread across his chest was poisoned. Lan Chang's talent corrosive skin had instantly taken effect. His feet felt like they were sinking into a swamp, each step unnaturally heavy, while his health slowly drained under the toxin's gnawing assault. Worse still, the corrosive skin completely negated the additional control effect from Su Yu's paralyzing bite. What a domineering talent! Lan Chang threw back his head and shrieked, causing several basketball-sized emerald poison orbs to rain from the sky. They exploded with wet pops, spreading plague that compressed Su Yu and Lu Wei's movement space into a toxic marsh. Su Yu, positioned at range, rolled and dodged with agile grace. But Lu Wei, locked in close combat with nowhere to retreat, found herself blinded by toxic fog as the spore above her head burst. She stepped directly into the plague's epicenter. Instantly, green veins surfaced across her skin, her substantial health evaporating like water, and violent retching left her temporarily unable to fight. Unit 731's biochemical weapons absolutely disgusting. Suyu cursed under his breath, though he remained calm. Lu Wei had inherited berserker blood. The lower her health, the stronger her resistance became. This setback wouldn't break her. His right hand gripped the bowstring once more, drawing and releasing in rapid succession, the string vibrating so fast it was nearly invisible. He unleashed a barrage, 10 arrows shooting out in rapid succession like a torrential downpour. Lan Changwu had nowhere to hide. Though he quickly grabbed the corpse of an armored zombie beside him to shield himself from Su Yu's attack, several arrows still found their mark. In the next moment, one arrow pierced straight into his brain, while another punctured his heart. Su Yu's true damage made every nerve in Lan Changwu's body feel as if it were being branded with fire. His system panel instantly refreshed, collapse rate 5, weakness level 30, plunder success rate only 35, he was temporarily unable to retaliate. Suyu wasn't faring much better. The backlash from his corroded skin burned like flames, and his vitality points visibly plummeted. Fortunately, the toxin's duration was limited. He suppressed the searing pain churning in his chest, raised his hand, and downed a small red potion, barely stabilizing his health bar. Lu Wei, activate Bloodlust mode full attack. Suyu caught sight of the little girl regaining her senses and issued the command without hesitation. Keeping the enemy busy defending was the only way to exploit the timing gap in skill releases. The humiliation of spitting out her food still raged within her. Lu Wei's pupils flashed red as her Bloodlust skill instantly activated. Fury combined with Berserker's blood pushed her attack power to its peak. Though she couldn't deal decisive damage to Lan Changwu, she forced him into continuous retreat even as he retched while swinging his blade, becoming a spray warrior, with physical attacks and toxic magic flying together, splattering Lan Changwu in a mixture of green and black. The lifesteal effect of Berserker's blood and his toxins somehow canceled each other out, creating an eerie balance. Bloodlust lasted 40 seconds, and after those 40 seconds, Lu Wei would enter a hunger state. Suyu only had this window of opportunity. He cast Shield of Darkness on himself, making him immune to all damage until the shield broke. Drawing his black bow to its limit, he fired arrow after arrow, accurately targeting the increasingly scarce weak points on Lan Changwu's body. As time passed, the plunder success rate soared. Despicable Chinese pig. Lan Changwu roared in fury as his chest and back suddenly split open into two gaping maws, devouring all the surrounding toxic gas and plague. Simultaneously, the poisonous fog prison rapidly contracted, forcing Suyu to move closer. Beyond the prison lay the forbidden abyss, and he dared not step even half a pace outside. Suyu knew the enemy's next move would be his ultimate killing technique, the gas chamber. His and Lu Wei's attacks could barely shake Lan Changwu now. They could only wait for an opportunity. Let me add one final touch. This was exactly the moment Suyu had been waiting for. Corpse control. Ding. Based on the corpse's strength in life, current controllable number, 1, duration, 60 seconds. As soon as the notification ended, Lan Changwu's movements suddenly stopped. Something was frantically gnawing inside his abdomen, the writhing and tearing visible from outside. Though pain was blocked, it forcibly interrupted his skill. Then came the piercing sound of rending flesh as his abdominal wall burst open and his massive body crashed to the ground. Green toxic fluid gushed out, and the contracting poison fog prison instantly shattered. Lan Changwu's eyes widened as he saw Deshu burst from his abdominal cavity, clutching a heart in his hand splat, crushing it. Only then did Suyu realize that Deshu, under his control, had been half dissolved by the toxic fluid, yet still obeyed his commands. As the bloodlust timer reached 0, Suyu immediately recalled Lu Wei into his cultivation space. The Lan Changwu before him was barely clinging to life, with only one heart and one brain remaining. The system panel flashed again, Collapse rate 30, weakness level 90, plunder success rate 100. Talent plunder successful. Poison fog prison is a special talent and cannot be plundered. Second talent acquired. Remaining attempts 1. Your life has reached its end. Suyu gripped the sun-shooting bow tightly, ready to strike. Ding. Detection of an additional person entering the mission barrier. Hidden mission reward cancelled. Look, the toxic fog has cleared. We can go in now? The young man with the center-parted hair lowered his voice and excitedly waved to his two companions beside him. That's right. The mission progress is already at 1,112. That thing lying on the ground must be the boss. Hurry up, it's barely hanging on. The boy in overalls followed closely behind, stepping over the threshold. Holy crap. Once we kill this boss, we'll make it onto the regional announcement board and bring glory to the Icon family. The third member, a rapper wearing a baseball cap, also rushed in excitedly. Besides these three members of the Icon family, another team stood in formation outside the entrance. They had obviously infiltrated this mobile fortress after Suyu began his battle, but were blocked outside by the thick fog shrouding the hall. The toxic fog served as both the boss's innate skill and a mission barrier. One bold gunner among them had tried to touch it, and the moment the green mist grazed his skin, his health bar instantly evaporated by more than half, terrifying the group into staying put. Only after Suyu defeated Rotgut did the poisonous fog barrier collapse with a thunderous crash, finally allowing these onlookers to witness the carnage within. At the team's core stood a burly man with a full beard covering his face. After surveying the battlefield, he immediately raised his hand to stop his subordinates who wanted to charge in. Stay put if you don't want to die. Nobody moves. Boss, isn't this a team mission? The boss is almost dead. Shouldn't we go in and get our share? The blocked subordinate looked completely puzzled. Another person approached, greed flashing in his eyes. Boss, that guy is fully armed. How about we take him down later? As he spoke, several companions behind him were also eager to try. That's like an old lady crawling into Bettery, cracking me up. Take down who? Take down the lone wolf himself? The bearded man roared angrily and slapped the subordinate across the face, the sharp sound echoing through the spacious hall. This slap inadvertently saved the man's life. Is it really the lone wolf? Is he truly the lone wolf I admire? Is that even possible? The slapped subordinate covered his face as pain and shock hit him simultaneously. Can't you see? That thing lying on the ground is a real leader-class monster. In all of China, in all of Blue Star, who else could single-handedly take down a leader-class monster in the dead of night? The bearded man's tone was exceptionally grave. Since he's called Lone Wolf, it means he prefers working alone. Not only can't we go in, but we need to guard the door for him and block anyone who might interfere. Mark my words, those three punks who just went in won't last a minute. The boss is wise. The subordinates chorused in agreement, immediately spreading out to block both sides of the passage, staying alert to their surroundings, while keeping their eyes glued to the depths of the hall. Watching their idol fight up close was equally thrilling for them. It must be said that when it comes to walking through life, some people find their path growing wider, while others find theirs growing narrower. Just as Suyu drew his bow to deliver the final blow to Rotgut, system notification sounds chimed 3 times in his ears. Not only were the hidden mission rewards voided on the spot, but worse still, those 3 newcomers would now share the mission rewards with him. Suyu frowned deeply and turned around to find several young men sneakily spying on his movements. Summon the Overlord, he commanded in a low voice. The next second, a mighty figure stepped out from the void, his tiger-like eyes surveying the surroundings as he held his long blade across his chest, standing majestically in front of the dying Rotgut to ensure those youngsters wouldn't dare strike the finishing blow. Having lost his corrosive skin ability, Rotgut no longer posed a threat, while Suyu gripped his sun-shooting bow tightly, his killing intent spreading like a cold tide. The leader, a young man with center-parted hair, had heard the conversation behind him. Now, suppressing his fear and steeling himself, he stepped forward and bowed deeply. Boss Lone Wolf, greetings. We're the Icon family, newcomers to Star City for 2.5 years. Rest assured, we have absolutely no intention of competing with you for this boss. Right? We weren't trying to steal it. The overall-wearing youth and the rapper quickly chimed in. Icon family? Suyu snorted coldly. Can't escape you people no matter where I go. Before his words finished, he released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forth like lightning. Whoosh. The arrowhead pierced through the center-parted youth's chest, then exploded with a thunderous boom, black flames blooming into an eerie lotus. Blood mist swept across his 2 companions' faces as they stood frozen, their bodies splattered with fragments of flesh and tissue. The severed head rolled several times before stopping at their feet, the center-parted hairstyle still stubbornly upright. Ding. Detection. 1 person eliminated from mission barrier. Mission rewards will be correspondingly increased. The iron law of the apocalypse emerged. Forcibly intruding on others' dungeons would split their profits, but killing companions within a team meant keeping all rewards. As long as one claimed the death occurred during the dungeon run, no one could investigate further in this era weakness itself was a sin. What are you doing? The rapper screamed in terror, kicking his companion's head away. His voice trembled, yet he still affected his slick tone. Boss Lone Wolf, I'm just a weed who accidentally disturbed you. Please don't knock me down, don't grab my chicken feet. If not for Rotgut potentially dying at any moment behind him, so you wouldn't bother wasting words on these people. He raised his hand and shot another arrow. The cold light arrived instantly, the arrow piercing directly into the rapper's mouth. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed with a thud, becoming a true, underground rapper. The overall-wearing youth retreated in terror, pointing at the crowd watching from outside the hall to bolster his courage. Our Ikoan family doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. So many people are watching outside Lone Wolf. If you dare kill innocents, I guarantee you'll receive a lawyer's warning letter. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately turned their heads away in unison, whistling and feigning innocence, afraid that even one more glance would make them collateral damage. Thinking his words had worked, the overall-wearing youth gripped his shield and tried to retreat, only to hit an invisible air wall. The mission barrier had sealed the entrance. In his panic, he decided to bow and seek peace. Fine, you can kill the boss and I'll give you all the rewards. With your strength, what's sharing a bit of loot with me? Before he could finish, Suyu's white feather arrow cut through the air once more. Bang! The steel shield was pierced like paper, the arrow passing clean through his chest. The overall-wearing youth's eyes widened. He convulsed twice, then collapsed. Ding! Detection. Only one person remains within the mission barrier. Hidden mission rewards have been re-triggered. Boss, thank God you pulled me back in time, or I'd be dead too. The underling clutched his swollen cheek, struggling to swallow. Boss, where did that take a minute? From the moment they stepped in until they all dropped it didn't even take 30 seconds. Another subordinate nodded frantically, his voice filled with terror. The archer stared wide-eyed at the three corpses sprawled across the ground, genuinely amazed. Truly worthy of being my idol. Lone Wolf's moves are absolutely insane. My eyes get it, but my hands can't keep up. The bearded team leader's heart trembled as he listened, struggling to maintain composure while reminding everyone with reverence. Now you all understand, don't you? Just moments ago, Suyu's strikes had been clean, decisive, and ruthlessly efficient. Those three thugs who always prided themselves on being tough as nails hadn't even managed to survive a single minute. Suyu withdrew his gaze, his expression darkening. He gripped the sun-shooting bow tightly, cold light flickering along the bowstring as he resembled a lone wolf ready to strike at any moment. He scanned the corridor around them, wary of any remaining danger. Under his piercing stare, everyone instinctively lowered their heads and retreated 10 steps, none daring to meet his eyes. Remember me, name is Lone Wolf. His voice was low but rang out like iron striking stone, the echo reverberating through the corridor. In his previous life, Suyu had been too naive, unable to see through people's hearts. When the Baishur family framed him as a traitor, no one spoke up for him. In that moment, he realized that fighting for humanity's fate was nothing but a self-deceptive fantasy. Once, he had been merely a pawn in others' hands. Now, he would be the player, and more importantly, he would turn the tables. If he couldn't earn recognition, then he would make the world learn to fear him first. My idol looks so cool when he's being intimidating, his little fanboy whispered in admiration, eyes shining. Before Suyu finished speaking, system notifications chimed in succession. Ding! Overlord has slain Rotgut leader zombie LV-12, gaining 6,000 experience and 600 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, for completing the Activate Mobile Fortress mission. Rewards, 500 gold coins, 500 reputation, 1,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor, Lone Wolf, for exceeding mission requirements and earning a Star City Hero Medal. Regional announcement incoming. Star City Hero Medal special equipment that doesn't occupy an equipment slot. When worn, grants permanent 20% discount at all shops, malls, and dungeons within Star City territory. The golden medal fell into his palm, shimmering with flowing light. In his previous life, only one top-tier survivor nicknamed Medal Master had managed to fill his chest with such honors throughout all of Star City. Now, this glory had come early to Suyu. The wearing method was simply he raised his hand and pinned it to his jacket's chest, where the medal secured itself firmly and its attribute bonuses took immediate effect. At that moment, all survivors in China's Star City received a regional announcement. At first, people who received the message mistakenly thought it was another global announcement from Lone Wolf, feeling somewhat numb to it all. Soon, they realized this was only a regional announcement exclusive to Star City, and shock instantly replaced their numbness. Ding! Regional announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has defeated the Star City Mobile Fortress Guardian boss and successfully activated the mobile mall. All survivors in the Star City region receive a collective reward, Apocalypse Survival Gift Pack X1. Ding! Since the Star City Mobile Mall is the first activated mall in Huaxia, all zombie kills within the Star City region will yield 50 increased rewards for the next 24 hours. This is your moment of glory, and Star City's future shines brighter. The entire Star City erupted like it had been struck by a massive hammer. People could hardly believe it. The legendary Lone Wolf, famous throughout Huaxia and even the entire Blue Planet, had been lurking in some corner of Star City all along. At Star City Hospital, Star City Mansion, and other locations, those who had direct or indirect contact with Suyu suddenly understood. Just as they came to this realization, their wrist devices lit up simultaneously. Suyu's generous gifts had arrived. The gift packs contained only an inconspicuous material capsule and a common-grade piece of equipment. But for newcomers who had just left the beginner phase, it was like timely rain. Genuine admiration poured in from all corners of Star City. Outside the hall, the group of survivors who had already seen through Suyu's identity weren't surprised at all. Boss Lone Wolf, please shop at your leisure, we'll keep watch outside, the bearded man loudly assured. Suyu turned and nodded, tacitly agreeing. Even his silence is so cool. The little fanboy's eyes sparkled. After killing rotten guts, the dilapidated hall seemed refreshed. The floor was spotless, and the walls gleamed like new. At the far end, a row of exquisite rooms suddenly appeared. The mobile mall. The linear layout resembled school dormitories, yet lacked any trace of everyday life. Two imposing armored figures stood on either side, entirely metallic, level 100. Their sole mission was to guard the mall's security. They couldn't care less if you caused trouble elsewhere in the mobile fortress, but dare to damage the mall, and they'd immediately slap you with an astronomical fine. Once, a wealthy second-generation heir brought his sister shopping and casually spat on the floor. The next second, both armored guards appeared instantly, presenting a detailed bill. Cleaning fees, labor costs, material fees, transportation fees, insurance fees. Over 10 items listed crystal clear. Want to clean it yourself? Not allowed. The final amount, 94,250 gold coins, exactly equal to all the rich kid's gold plus the value of everything he wore. Rumor has it he left in disgrace wearing only underwear made of bitter tea fiber. Refused to pay? The system had one response: elimination. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Suyu also changed into clean clothes, carefully inspecting himself before stepping inside. Even his cleanliness obsession is so charming. The little fanboy clenched his fists, eyes burning with admiration. Ding. Esteemed VIP customer, welcome to Star City Mobile Mall. Ding. Esteemed VIP customer, your exclusive shopping session has begun. You have 60 minutes to browse to your heart's content. As the mall's first VIP member, Suyu not only received a full hour of shopping time compared to the mere 30 minutes granted to regular customers, but also earned a free purchase privilege. Recalling the hardships of his previous life, he silently mused. No wonder everyone yearns to be first place. The badge on his chest, symbolizing his status, glinted under the lights, reminding him that he was no longer a nobody. As Suyu stepped into the mall, the heavy doors slammed shut behind him, instantly cutting off the outside clamor and creating an absolutely secure shopping environment. Rather than immediately beginning his shopping spree, he first organized the spoils from his recent battle. Taking a deep breath, he focused his consciousness on his personal panel, where new talent information clearly appeared. Corrosive skin shrank. 1. Passive effect, immunity to poison damage. 2. Counter effect. When attacked, immediately reduces the attacker's attack speed and movement speed by 25, while inflicting continuous poison damage for 10 seconds. Effects can stack. The passive immunity to poison damage combined with the slowing and poisoning chain effects made this talent truly versatile in both offense and defense. However, Suyu hadn't chosen it purely for defensive purpose. It was closely tied to his next plan. His gaze shifted to the legendary treasure chest that had dropped from Rotgut's corpse, and he began extracting the items one by one. 1. Conqueror's chestplate. 2. Conqueror's greaves. Quality, fine. Though simple in appearance, these pieces once belonged to legendary warriors who conquered worlds. Base attributes: Constitution 5, Agility 5, Damage taken 5. Set effect: 2 pieces. All attributes 2. Increased probability of obtaining other Conqueror set pieces in the future. Not bad. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, directly tossing this warrior-oriented equipment set to Lu Wei as team reserves. Next, he retrieved a conical flask. Inside, bright red acidic liquid churned with large bubbles constantly rising to the surface. Rotgut's concentrated acid blood legendary quest item. This substance remains from Rotgut after death, rumored to serve special purposes in safe zones. However, one vial alone is insufficient. Another vial remains within the corpse of its brother, Putrid Face. Only when both vials are gathered can a mythic-level quest be unlocked. Suyu stored the flask in his storage ring, then checked his assets. He originally had nearly 30,000 gold coins, and with the rewards from killing Rotgut and completing the mission, his balance now stood at 30,535 coins. He had initially only wanted to try his luck at upgrading his rings with both Constitution and Spirit approaching 100 points. The recovery abilities of fine-grade equipment like the Vitality Ring and Energy Ring were proving insufficient. Since he could get something for free today, he naturally wanted to pick the most expensive item. The mall interface was divided into 4 major categories: supply capsules, equipment, items, and other, with displayed goods randomly refreshed based on drops from the current city and survivors. In other words, mythic-level weapons and skill books had appeared here before, which meant Suyu had indeed seen mythic-level weapons and skill books drop before. This meant that although the odds were slim, Suyu could indeed purchase mythical-grade items. He leaned back in his chair, browsing the shop while patiently clicking through the 3 main categories: equipment, items, and others, then jumping straight to the last page of each section without hesitation. Supply capsules? He skipped right past them, had no shortage of these common goods. At the end of the equipment section, only a single fine-grade gauntlet was displayed. The grand finale of the items section was a guarantee charm. In the others category, a lone fine-grade skill book lay waiting. Damn, what is this garbage? Not a single thing worth looking at. Suyu slammed the panel shut, his shopping excitement instantly turning to crushing disappointment. Ding. Esteemed VIP customer. If you are unsatisfied with the merchandise on this floor, you may spend 10,000 reputation points to unlock access to the second floor shop. Would you like to proceed? You may choose to spend 8,000 reputation or use your free purchase voucher. Holy shit, there's a second floor? This is VIP treatment. In his previous life, he considered himself a veteran of the mobile shop, yet he'd never heard of hidden floors. Unlock access. 8,000 reputation. The free voucher should be saved for when it really mattered, and he had no other immediate use for his reputation points, so he confirmed without hesitation. A spiral staircase suddenly materialized in the void. Suyu stepped onto it, with only one thought in mind. Like a calf going to Antarctica, absolutely mind-blowing. The first floor's decor was mainly black, white, and gray, like the simple dish would ear mushrooms with tofu. Stepping onto the second floor, a dazzling golden luxury atmosphere hit him in the face, as if he'd wandered into a lavish kitchen preparing Buddha jumps over the wall. The selection counter had upgraded from an ordinary light screen to leisure equipment combining a massage chair and foot bath. There were even bathtubs and waterbeds around the room, with walls covered in small toys bearing price tags. Incredible. Now this is where the wealthy belong. Ding. Esteemed VIP customer. All second-floor facilities are open for 1 hour of complimentary experience. For extended time, please tap your bracelet at the check-in station by the entrance. 100 gold coins per hour. Enjoy your premium experience. Suyu plopped down in the massage chair, but he had no time to enjoy the relaxation. His hands trembled slightly with excitement as he immediately called up the shopping panel. Let me see what treasures the second floor is hiding. The merchandise was sparse, not even enough to fill a complete page, but every single item was frighteningly expensive. Without his first purchase voucher, he'd have to grind desperately for half a year before daring to place an order. 1. Class Change Fragment. Overlord legendary item. Collect 4 pieces to synthesize a class change scroll, or use individually. Abilities will be weakened. Price: 200,000 gold coins. Stock: 1. 2. Guaranteed success. Charm mythical consumable. Equipment enhancement guaranteed to succeed. Charm disappears after use. Price: 500,000 gold coins. Stock: 10. 3. 10 famous bows. Divine arm, bow mythical equipment. Ranked 8th among China's 10 famous bows. Unique equipment. Designed as a repeating crossbow by Shu Chancellor Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period. Legend says it was once used by Yu Fei. Price: 1 million gold coins. Stock: 1. What's there to hesitate about? The moment he saw the words 10 famous bows, he nearly drooled all over his sleeve. Purchase 10 famous bows. Divine arm bow. Pay 1 million gold coins, or use free voucher. Purchase. Use the free voucher. Suyu didn't hesitate for a second. A pleasant notification sound followed. Ding. Esteemed VIP customer. Your spending in this shop has reached 1 million gold coins. The second floor is now permanently free for you. The next second, that coveted famous bow appeared in his bracelet's storage space. 10 famous bows. Divine arm, bow mythical equipment. Attributes: Constitution 20. Passive skill repeating crossbow. No reloading required. Can fire 10 arrows consecutively. Active skill divine arm. Summon a divine crossbow turret to assist in battle. Turret cannot move. Inherits 100 of host strength and constitution values. Lasts 10 minutes. 12-hour cooldown. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.